A resounding echo struck against my mind, while indistinct whispers hovered near, lingering in my ears. Who am I? As I strained to open my eyes, I beheld a black iron bracer smeared with mottled streaks of blood. The sharp and solid metal protected my fingers, the back of my hand, and the outer side of my forearm, while the inner side was lined with brown leather and straps that firmly secure my arm. My wrist and fingers twitched slowly, sending a tingling sensation coursing back to me. Yes, this is my hand. Where am I? As my vision gradually expanded, I discerned a small wooden table before me, adorned with a sharp spear, a compact round shield, a saber, a dagger, and a mace. Against the table's edge rested a bow and a quiver filled with feathers. The earth beneath my feet felt firm and dry, and the black iron-forged boots, greaves, and spurs I wore exuded a menacing and sinister allure. What am I doing? The tremendous sounds pummeling my brain grew increasingly distinct, and I soon recognized them as the resonant blasts of a horn. Moments later, a clear voice pierced through the cacophony. Griffith! Griffith, the Squire Knight! Hey, Lieutenant of the 2nd Assault Team, wake up! The pitch rose slightly, accompanied by a firm tap on my shoulder plate. Huh? What? The Squire Knight, named Griffith, felt a vague sense of recognition for the name, yet it didn't encompass his entire self. A tumult of chaotic memories intertwined, rendering him incapable of sketching a coherent image of his identity. What? Beside him stood a tall, bright-featured young woman clad in exquisitely crafted golden armor, raising a finely arched eyebrow. What? Why what? Griffith's senses sharpened somewhat as he instinctively touched his chest plate, then grabbed hold of his weapons to strap them on, and feeling a bit dizzy. Huh, you're past the dizziness stage, for goodness sake. The fiery-haired girl shook her head, her tails of red hair swaying at the back of her head. Wake up already, grab your weapon, and get ready to charge. Before Griffith could respond, the girl thrust a black iron helmet into his arms, raised her right hand, and gave him 2 sharp slaps, one on either side of his face, for good measure. Stunned by the blows, Griffith quickly assembled a slew of weapons and followed the girl out of the tent. Lieutenant Valkyrie of the 2nd Assault Team, take your men to the right flank, hide behind the infantry on the slope. An officer draped in a crimson wool cloak galloped past them. Understood. The red-haired Valkyrie nodded, pulling along a still dazed Griffith toward 2 warhorses. All right, no matter if you're awake or not, there's no time for a leisurely adjustment. Now Valkyrie held her helmet under one arm, patting Griffith's shoulder with the other, tilting her head at him. Get on your horse, ready your spear, and charge as usual. As long as we crush the opposition, we can return. Mentioning that before battle is ill-fated. Griffith's body moved almost as if by instinct, effortlessly mounting the grand black warhorse before him. The steed, too, bore black face and chest armor, with sharp horns sprouting from its forehead, resembling some dark beast waiting silently for its rider to seize the reins, and it began to jog following Valkyrie and her mount. Although I am unclear about what is happening, everything seems to fall into place naturally. The gentle breeze slipped through the gaps in the faceplate, sending an air tinged with a strange scent. Just moments ago hazy, Griffith's mind began to clarify as he navigated through the bustling camp. White tents were arrayed methodically along each side of the straight road, with every intersection marked by the names of nearby squads and the directions they led. Soldiers atop wooden towers, 5 to 6 meters high, waved green and red flags, signaling either to halt or allow passage. Infantry clad in bronze and iron armor stood in neat formation, clutching long spears and large shields, their sheathed short swords at the waist, their faces solemn as they traversed the straight path. The helmets were adorned with feathers in vivid hues of red, yellow, and white, advancing like a cascade of colors. The horn blasts that had previously echoed in his mind had long ceased, replaced by the occasional loud and clear command from galloping mounted officers, to which the receiving units responded vocally and marched on quietly. Griffith followed Valkyrie through the encampment, occasionally joined by armored cavalrymen who had donned their gear, until they reached the camp's edge, where they bolted down a slope, finally halting on a vast expanse of flat ground. Dozens of young cavalrymen, like Griffith, saluted the red-haired knight from their mounts. Some greeted Griffith with smiles. Prepare for battle. Valkyrie waved her hand aside. Have the priests arrived? Sister Krista has taken her position, and the messenger informed us that the high priest is with the infantry and cannot make it over. Valkyrie nodded. Krista, come forward, grant blessings to the front row of the squad. The rest may be omitted. A petite, attractive girl with golden hair hurried through the crowd to the front row. Clad in shimmering silver chainmail over a blue robe, she cradled a book nearly equal to her upper body, softly chanting a clear blessing akin to babbling brooks. Standing at the front row, Griffith suddenly felt enveloped in a warm glow, sensing a lightness both within himself and his steed. What a wonder! What is this power? Elegance of the wind, protection complete. Having finished her incantation, the golden-haired girl nodded to the squad leader, took a gentle breath, and gazed toward Griffith with emerald-green eyes shimmering with purity. Is she looking at me? Say, Griffith, after this battle, I want to go to worship Beyerland with Krista. A tall cavalryman with brown hair elbowed Griffith playfully, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he gestured with 6 fingers at his chest. Once I earn enough merits for promotion, I'll confess to Krista. Griffith was savoring the effects of the blessing. He felt his movements becoming swifter, his actions increasingly nimble, and simultaneously, his strength amplified, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of forthcoming good fortune. He recalled that this brown-haired cavalryman was Galona, one of the admirers of the lovely novice sister. 502nd Armored Cavalry Unit, mobilize. A thunderous roar reverberated from the top of the slope, followed by shouts and battle cries, and the heavy thunder of hooves began to roll in. Meanwhile, fiery projectiles streaked through the sky, trailing long flames as they hurtled toward the unseen enemy in the distance. A red flag appeared on the slope near the cavalry troop, waving vigorously in their direction. Cavalry advance. Valkyrie donned her golden helmet, lowered her faceplate, and brandished her golden lance, leaping forward. The armored cavalry followed suit, surrounding a bewildered Griffith as they galloped in 4 files toward the opposite slope. Griffith's gaze ascended along the curve of the slope, gradually revealing the entirety of the battlefield. Thousands of infantry formed row upon row in tight ranks, their square shields creating a wall-like front line that stood stark and smooth like butter sliced by a knife. The massive formation stretched for miles under the guidance of fluttering banners, with the foremost ranks holding aloft an eagle's standard wrapped in pure, golden wreaths, a sight that instilled courage at a mere glance. Enormous stone-throwing catapults, towering like giants, launched fiery projectiles from behind the infantry's ranks. Hundreds of fireballs traced arcs through the sky, igniting into towering flames upon impact. Invisible shockwaves radiated from the points of explosion, sweeping away nearby trees and obscured figures. The cavalry unit, initially concealed in the hollow, maintained their phalanx formation as they flanked to the right of the expansive battlefield. Several cavalry troops like them advanced or engaged in combat. Some units of cavalry, lacking the full armor that Griffith and his comrades bore, dismounted as they approached the enemy, drawing powerful bows and throwing spears to rain death upon their foes. As the human wall ahead crumbled under the archers' onslaught, another squad of cavalry surged through to exploit the breach in the battle line. Immediately after, monstrous beasts resembling bison and wolf hybrids charged in, mounted by humanoid figures, crashing into the advancing cavalry units amid a whirlwind of roars and screams. Luck is on our side today, Galona shouted excitedly, barely a horse width away from Griffith. There aren't many wolf cavalry if we can keep going without being intercepted. That would be splendid. The armored cavalry swiftly traversed the expanse of the battlefield, and already, Griffith could no longer see large infantry formations near him. A contingent of archers, clad in light leather armor, gathered not far from the squad. They deftly pulled arrows from their quivers, unleashing showers of bolts toward the front lines. A locust-like hail of arrows darkened the sky, and with each impact, cries of agony erupted from the opposing lines. As Griffith galloped onward, watching the archers' relentless volley, Valkyrie suddenly shouted from the far right of the formation, "Long-range defense." The knights beside him raised their small metal shields to guard against the incoming onslaught, hunching low toward their steeds. Scarcely had the order been given when a torrential barrage of arrows descended. Shielded behind their barriers, Griffith heard the deafening sounds as arrows pounded against the metal, like sudden rain tapping against a rooftop. Nearby, friendly archers let out cries of despair as many who had been firing with fervor crumbled like a field of wheat during summer harvest. Valkyrie and her cavalry continued forward without faltering, making their way to the right in a wide arc. The heavily armored knights coldly separated from the scattered line of archers, pressing deeper into the fray. Hurrah! The thunderous cheers jolted Griffith and his mount. In the distance, a tumultuous clash erupted as 2 human tides collided, sending several figures soaring into the air. Squad, halt! Valkyrie once again raised her lance, and the cavalry swiftly came to a stop. At that moment, several cavalry units converged from nearby, coalescing into a dense formation as if streams flowed into a river. Line formation. Prepare to charge. A commander clad in a crimson cloak rode up to the front of the ranks, pointing his sword toward the distant, shadowy assembly of foes. The cavalrymen swiftly expanded from a column to a line. Griffith suddenly felt a small figure push up behind his right side. Is that Krista, the one who had bestowed us blessings moments ago? This slender girl was now fully armored, wielding a saber, her expression calm as she rode forward. Upon catching sight of Griffith's eyes, she smiled subtly. Close formation. The officer and the knights relayed the command one after another. The young knights, ensconced in iron, lowered their visors and drew nearer, emitting a growl like beasts as they fixed their gaze ahead. The commander in the crimson robe pointed forward and began to jog, brilliant colors radiating like a rainbow from his sword, enveloping him and the knights nearby. Armored cavalry, advance. Hundreds, even thousands of armored horsemen began to jog, surging like a wall of soldiers toward the enemy's flank. From the sky, it appeared like a tide of glimmering steel, thunderously rushing toward the shore. Along the way, many scattered monsters and warriors lunged into the colossal wave, only to be swallowed whole in an instant. The front ranks of the rushing cavalry brandished lances, while the rear ranks gripped their sabers and maces tightly, maintaining a smooth line as they surged forward. Align with me, the commander in the crimson robe shouted, the convergence of thousands appearing as extensions of his limbs. Beyerland, victory to all. Victory! The cavalry brigade charged forth. Scree! The mass of dark figures ahead began to stir. Through the crevices of his shifting helmet, Griffith glimpsed countless black humanoid creatures collapsing before the advancing cavalry, like a decaying ant nest, scattering in all directions. Boom! The cavalry ranks swept through the enemy defense lines with a deafening roar of shattered barriers. Griffith thrust his spear, shattering the skull of one creature, only to crush several others beneath the iron hooves of his mount. It was only at this moment that he was able to properly see the enemy's faces. They were beings slightly shorter than humans, with olive green skin. They had hands and feet like men, but boasted sharp fangs jutting from their lips and ears resembling those of donkeys. These foes donned peculiar black and gray armor, wielding cleavers, wooden shields, or spears. Halforks. As Griffith's mind began to recover somewhat from its tumult, confusion, chaos, and shock crashed together like a swirling tide. Howling halforks, fiery pillars of marble, and the ruins of destruction monstrous, twisted shadows surfacing amid rolling flames. Various images merged in his mind, as though some ominous vision loomed, the hands of a clock ticking inexorably toward its end. A shadow drifted into the depths of his awareness, slowly turning to face him. Griffith instinctively felt this figure to be of utmost significance, nearly forgetting he was still on the battlefield, straining to discern the true identity of the silhouette. Roar! Suddenly, a giant beast, towering 4 to 5 meters tall, burst forth ahead. Its body was a mass of sinewy muscle, like rock, brandishing a massive tree trunk as it swung toward the second lieutenant. Just as Griffith struggled to make sense of the mysterious figure's identity, he and his horse were sent flying, tumbling into the earth in a dizzying swirl. A violent ringing in his ears drove him to madness as he staggered upright, only to witness an armored cavalryman charging headlong into the colossal beast that had just tossed him away, both collapsing into the mud. The cavalry formation had vanished, replaced by the cacophony of battle cries and agonized screams. Ugh! A shrill sound pierced his ears from behind. Griffith turned urgently, noticing 2 ragged halfork warriors armed with cleavers and wooden shields charging toward him, closing in with menacing intent. Instinctively, he thrust his half-broken lance forward, impaling one halfork through the throat. At that moment, the other halfork lunged, aiming a strike at Griffith's head. Clang! He barely managed to dodge the blade, struck his shoulder, ricocheting away. Griffith unsheathed the dagger from his belt, driving it into the eye of the shocked halfork. The 2 bodies collapsed almost simultaneously, black blood splattering from the gaps in his faceplate into his eyes and mouth. Griffith gagged, fighting against the nausea as he blinked and pulled out his longsword, scanning for his next adversary. Griffith, Krista, and another wounded cavalryman rushed toward him. Both had lost their mounts, and their bodies were caked with mud and blood, holding sabers or remnants of shattered lances. The squad has pierced through the defense line. What do we do? Krista cried, having lost her helmet when she fell, her flowing golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She pointed toward one side of the battlefield, informing them, "A horde of halforcs is approaching us." "We hold here," Griffith replied, picking up a shield from the ground, raising his long sword high. "Gather around me." Nearby, several dismounted cavalrymen were shakily attempting to rise. Two sprinted in his direction. Other soldiers began to converge, forming a small defensive circle. There was no time left to gather or retreat. A squad of halforcs, previously tasked with supporting the defense here, found the line collapsing under the human cavalry's charge, now setting their sights upon the remaining infantry. 5 infantry cavalrymen huddled back to back, wielding whatever swords and shields they could gather to form a small circle. Wagaga! One halforc, the fastest of the bunch, leaped over its comrades, swinging an axe toward Griffith. Before the axe could fall, Griffith impaled it through the chest with a swift thrust. Boom! Several halforcs slammed into the shields of Griffith and the cavalrymen beside him, causing a deafening echo. Before they could retaliate, the following halforcs piled over them, pushing their comrades into the fray. Rusty cleavers and axes whirled threateningly before him. Griffith seized an opening and thrust his sword through the lower abdomen of a halforc. The small monster emitted a shriek, clutching desperately at the sword embedded within. Yet, amidst the crowd, no matter how forcibly Griffith pulled, his long sword remained stuck. The halforc's screams mingled with those of its comrades and the clash of shields, creating a chaotic symphony of death. A spear thrust from the crowd, piercing the throat of a cavalryman positioned beside Griffith, the tall warrior slumping to the ground without a sound, crashing onto Krista behind him. The fallen knight still clung to his shield, maintaining a semblance of balance amidst the chaos. Time stretched on, as the assaulting halforcs retreated a few steps. 3 fallen cavalrymen and a dozen halforc soldiers lay strewn upon the ground, while another small unit of cavalry had disappeared beneath the mass of bodies. Uncertain of how many weapons he had wielded, Griffith now grasped a makeshift hand axe that he had somehow acquired, standing back to back with Krista as they braced themselves. Panting heavily, sweating halforc warriors glared at the two of them from just a few steps away. Krista cast aside her half-broken saber, swiftly retrieving the hefty book from her belt, binding it with silver chains that bore 4 gleaming emblems. The sacred tome that had once blessed the cavalry had, in an instant, transformed into a fearsome shield bristling with jagged teeth. Golden-haired, she leaned her head lightly against Griffith's shoulder as both stood in silence, awaiting their fateful end. Victory! The powerful war cry erupted from some unknown position in the battlefield once more. A battalion of infantry, appearing from somewhere, had breached the enemy lines and surged toward their spot. Immediately, those halforcs that had been besieging the cavalry hesitated, some shouting to kill Griffith and Krista, while others began to flee. Holy light, grant me courage. Holy light, provide me shelter. Holy light, gaze upon me and cast fear upon my enemies. Griffith heard Krista's gentle prayers behind him. Suddenly, she swung the chains wildly around, sweeping the area. Griffith instinctively crouched, just as a flash of silver flew by, carving a bloody path through the surrounding halforcs. The lithe, golden-haired girl, brandishing her shield adorned with chains, danced through the center of the halforc swarm. Moments ago, those halforcs crying out in fury scattered and fled. Do not stop, continue the assault. A few infantrymen had cut through the defense line and pressed beside Griffith, with one sergeant shouting near the front of his helmet, "Follow us forward." Ah! Before the sergeant could finish his sentiment, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them. A hand, larger than that of a giant, shot up from below, crushing the unsuspecting sergeant in a single blow. Behemoth! Behemoth! The infantrymen were seized by a wave of panic as the towering giant erupted from the earth. Its skin gleamed like bronze, crowned with a massive horn. In a single colossal, I scanned the battlefield, turning toward the panicked infantry and cavalry to strike with malice. What is this? Griffith screamed in his mind, though he quickly recognized this as a legendary beast said to hunt dragons. Even as the dark shadow loomed over his vision, the wolf forged in the fires of conflict could barely withstand this sudden revelation. In the depths of his consciousness, he could almost hear the clattering of dice. Upon that, Griffith felt a fissure open within his mind. Chaos, malevolence, dread, and fury surged forth. His reason was slipping away. The fabled monstrosity appeared without warning, unleashing a wave of such force that Griffith was swept off his feet like a blade of grass in a tempest. Shortly, most nearby comrades descended into madness or terror, some scattered in flight, while others charged with their lances, only to find the spearheads shattering against the creature's body like waves crashing against a fortress. The monstrous titan swung its immense arm in a wide arc, amidst a cacophony of cracking bones as the infantrymen collapsed, those struck raining down in pieces. Griffith could barely distinguish the clamorous echoes, resembling hail beating against the earth, as visceral fear and nausea surged from his stomach. A unit of cavalry returned to the fray. Having broken through the opposing lines, they prepared to pin down the enemy's front only to meet the shrieking violence of the legendary beast. Some cavalrymen screamed, scattering, and others collided as a matter of momentum. The air swelled with the sounds of agonized cries and shattering bones. So, horrifying am I dreaming? My ribs are broken. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts so much. Griffith trembled, every part of his armor a mere illusion against the behemoth's sweep, his insides shattered merely by the pressure of the wind. Griffith spawned a torrent of blood, frantically clawing through the mud, desperately trying to escape from the battlefield. Amidst this overwhelming despair, a radiant golden light appeared before him. Griffith, hold on, I'm coming. Krista, with her shimmering hair unfurled, rushed toward him, her lips chanting healing incantations. Warmth enveloped Griffith's body, a sensation akin to bathing in soothing waters. His vision fixed solely on Krista's bright visage and shining golden locks. Ah, is this the goddess? Smack! A fierce gust swept across, and a novice sister vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Krista! Griffith heard Gallona's familiar, yet terrified voice ringing out, followed by the horrific sight of Krista's shattered body hitting the ground. Her severed head rolled into Griffith's line of sight, the once vibrant blue eyes still gazing at him. A heavy thud sounded in Griffith's heart, as if something pivotal experienced a break. The behemoth kicked out at the incoming cavalry, and several unprepared knights were reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. Gallona deftly dodged a blow, leaping from his mount toward the creature's blind spot on its arm, just a bit forward, and he could pierce the beast's solitary eye. I must divert this monster's attention. Griffith was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration with all his strength. He strove to stand, grasping a throwing spear that he hurled toward the beast. Bang! The spear splintered against the armored chest, like brittle wood. The behemoth raised its left hand and delivered a crushing blow. Gallona, in his rush upon its right arm, transformed into a red mist within an instant. Ugh! Griffith watched in horror as the valiant Gallona was obliterated, recoiling in terror. The dread seeped into every inch of him, and the bewildered knight stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Krista's head rested placidly beside him, her beautiful luminescence extinguished. Ugh! Griffith retched, as if he might expel his very insides in a frantic wave. No, this cannot be. What kind of creature can humans even hope to defeat? Returning to the thought. What am I doing here? Chapter 2. The New World. Hey, soldier. Wake up, you've arrived. As Griffith awoke from his nightmare, he found himself drenched in perspiration. Seated on the wooden deck with a bulging pack on his back, a scruffy sailor patted his shoulder and said, "Welcome to Izmir. What is the matter? Sweating so profusely? Come ashore and unwind for a few days. Nothing heals the wounds of battle better than ale and women. Indulge yourself for a couple of days, and you shall forget the cursed East." Griffith, gathering his senses, recalled narrowly escaping the behemoth's attack, discarding his armor to hide in a dried-up pond before losing consciousness. By the time he awoke, the battle had concluded. In the subsequent nights, filled with the groans of wounded soldiers, Griffith would stealthily rise from his bed, surveying the towering camp walls and patrolling sentinels, then casting his gaze toward the stables and mess hall. In the distance, the fortifications were making final preparations, the legion's double walls firmly encircling the orc war bastion. Though his injuries healed swiftly, Griffith felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, leaving him devoid of the strength and courage to continue fighting. Each moment spent in the barracks was a tormenting ordeal, while returning to his distant homeland seemed unrealistic. Venturing north into the dwarven territories, blanketed in ice and snow, could be achieved in a matter of days, provided he could procure horses and provisions. Before he could solidify his resolve, an unexpected transfer order withdrew him from the final assault. The Eastern Legion, which had cared for him over the past 2 years, hastily prepared his belongings and sent him off on a sailing vessel to the capital. Thus began Griffith's tenure in rear service. The gentle sea breeze caressed his cheeks, while white seagulls glided low over the ship's rail. Nearby, the tranquil harbor town resonated with reassuring laughter and chatter. "I'm not dead. Griffith mused, feeling the remnants of his previously fractured ribs, as he shouldered his pack and slowly descended the ship and Apos' ladder. Clad in leather armor with a layer of chainmail beneath, he bore a long sword and 2 daggers at his waist, adorned with iron bracers and greaves, while clutching a black iron helmet in his left hand and his bag in his right. His cavalry breastplate, greaves, and most of his weaponry had been reclaimed by the Legion. Now, he donned only the personal equipment he had acquired through his own means. Upon setting foot on solid ground, Griffith found a clean patch to sit. He opened his pack to discover it neatly filled with a blanket, 3 changes of clothing, a towel, soap, a sewing kit, several charcoal pencils, a diary, a few books, and some rye bread. Nestled within the diary was a watercolor painting depicting Griffith adorned with a newly acquired medal, surrounded by Krista and his comrades, their hands resting on his shoulders. Griffith closed the diary with indifference, feeling his pockets. Within was a small wallet containing 1 gold coin and 15 silver coins, along with some coppers and a certificate. A finely crafted iron metal clasp to his leather armor revealed a pale blue ribbon, signifying him as a warrior returning from battle, still not classified as a deranged vagrant. His identification was a small copper plate, inscribed with his name, date of birth, blood type, citizen number, address, and place of origin. On the reverse, an additional note read, "This certifies that Griffith Brandon is a new recruit of the Path of the Lawbreakers, Sequence 9, and a candidate for the Extraordinary." This small inscription indicated that Griffith was entitled to a modest government stipend each month and could utilize magical items inaccessible to ordinary citizens, along with the kingdom's and nobles' interest in furthering his training. The apprentice knight recalled something, rummaging deeper into his pack to retrieve a carefully stored order, addressed to the 2nd Lieutenant of the 502nd Cavalry. Apprentice Knight Griffith Brandon, you are to arrive at Beyerland by July 10th and submit a report to the Reserve Army Headquarters, Captain Heinz Wilhelm. Your military status will be transferred to Count Lamore on that date, to enter the Military Command Department of the High Magic Academy, Homenvorts, under the Schutalar identity by August 30th. There must be no errors. The transition and enrollment will be coordinated by the Lamore estate, while extraordinary matters will be handled by the relevant local authorities. Ministry of the Army Reserve, June 20th, 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith felt his mind gradually clear, shedding the previous haze of confusion. His awareness surfaced, sharpening as he began to perceive the scurrying insects in the nearby corners and the gazes of distant pedestrians. He flipped open his diary, glancing briefly at his itinerary, realizing he had just arrived at this port town called Izmir aboard a regular sailing vessel returning from the front lines. Today was June 30th. After resting here for a day or two, he intended to head north along the western route of the Eastern Highway towards his destination, the capital of the kingdom, Beyerland. Due to the threat of half-orc raiders and escort regulations, the nearest sailing trip to the royal capital would not depart until mid-July. Thus, he would have to travel overland to meet the deadline. What a long journey it would be. In any case, he decided to grab a bite to eat and rest. After wandering around the town for a while, Griffith settled into a quaint tavern that seemed decent in both atmosphere and price. Cautiously, he retrieved the most beautiful gold coin from his pocket. The coin, a gold florin, was the primary currency of the kingdom, valued at 20 silver coins during stable economic times. The silver coin, known as a silver lion, bore the royal lion's shield on its face. Each silver coin could be exchanged for 20 sous, a silver coin with a small amount of silver, or 100 deniers, copper coins. A single sou could purchase a loaf of bread, while half a pound of meat cost 6 sous, and a plate of vegetables and apples, or a small bowl of honey would set one back 3 sous. What would you like, Sir Apprentice Knight? A charming girl approached, her footsteps echoing softly in her high-heeled shoes. With a sweet smile, she suggested, "How about our signature lamb chops?" "How did you know I was an apprentice knight?" Griffith inquired, astonished that she could discern his identity so readily. "Once you see enough, you just know." The girl boldly took a seat beside Griffith, leaning in to catch his scent. The boy, fresh from the battlefield, flushed crimson, leaving the battlefield while still in double armor. "Soldiers have no such good habits or gear as you do. Your demeanor is refined, and you wear an iron eagle medal, indicating a rank higher than that of a mere sergeant, yet your attire does not match that of an officer or noble. You are precisely the apprentice knight," she exclaimed, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. "Living in one place for a while, you inevitably pick up its essence. You carry a strong scent of blood. Have you just come from the kitchen? Impressive. Are the townsfolk really that perceptive? Griffith nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Then I shall order a serving of our signature lamb chops. I highly recommend it. The girl leaned in closer, nearly brushing against Griffith's face. Don't mind the price. Once you finish, I can recommend you a local job that could earn you a little extra coin. The sweet fragrance emanating from her wafted into Griffith's nostrils, prompting him to order 2 large pieces of bread, a pound of meat, a plate of vegetables, and after a moment's hesitation, he added a dish of honey. This is how Griffith consumes a meal that nearly devours 1/35 of his wealth. Very well. 1 order of the beef set. The waitress gracefully turned to the counter and added, and please, bring me an adventurer's bounty task. It was not yet mealtime, so the tavern was sparsely populated. After serving the food, the waitress sat across from Griffith, beaming as she watched him eat. The black bread was dry and coarse, evidently mixed with sawdust by the proprietor. The meat still bore patches of unshorn hide, while the vegetables seemed to be haphazardly chopped leaves from who knows what tree, along with erratically sliced radishes and apples. However, Griffith, accustomed to such fare on the front lines, ate without hesitation. To his surprise, a small dish of honey, gleaming with a golden hue and emanating a tantalizing aroma, stood in stark contrast to the rest of the meal's quality. Do you not have sweets on the front lines? He inquired, noting the identical expressions of dismay from everyone else. The waitress watched as Griffith spread honey on the bread, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth with a look of utter satisfaction. Well, somewhat, he replied, his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk preparing for winter. The roads are treacherous. And with half-orc raiders, resupplying often presents challenges. One cannot ask for too much. Indeed, it is not easy, the waitress remarked, extending her seemingly sturdy hand to gently slide a document across the table towards the aspiring knight. What is this? Griffith asked, gnawing on a lamb chop while shoving greens into his mouth, stealing a glance at the papers. A bounty. A band of goblin marauders had attacked the village of Manisa, stealing livestock and abducting a woman. Any adventurer who slays goblins can claim a reward, and rescuing the kidnapped woman would yield an additional bounty. Such taverns in small towns typically provided transient employment and bounty task information for passing travelers, allowing them to earn a living for a short time. Before Griffith could inquire further, a young swordsman approached from a corner of the tavern. Waitress, my companions and I have decided to take on this task. The young swordsman, around 15 years of age, bore a fresh face with sparse facial hair. He wore modest leather armor, and from his slender frame, it was apparent he did not don chainmail beneath. A long sword and a short dagger hung from his waist, both seemingly disproportionate to his stature. Was this young man a freelancer rather than a soldier? Griffith assessed the boy, deducing from his youthful demeanor that he had yet to see battle. In the king's direct territories, eligible citizens are barred from working in towns if they do not serve in the military, nor can they inherit land. Nonetheless, many young individuals evade conscription by retreating into the forests, and to sustain themselves, numerous have become mercenaries or adventurers. Such professions bear no barriers, and at times, the income can be quite substantial. Dressed in a mix of chainmail and leather, Griffith pondered that he might as well accept some tasks to earn a bit of travel fare, and he kindly addressed the young man. Greetings, I am Griffith Branton, the 2nd Squadron leader of the Assault Cavalry, passing through your town on duty. If you require assistance, we do not need additional help. Before the young swordsman could respond, a girl, taller than the swordsman, nearly leaped up. She was of proportionate build and rather attractive, with a notably alluring figure for her age. Griffith noticed the girl wore iron gauntlets, equipped with spikes and dagger-like short knives. A martial artist, indeed. The armies of Beyerland boasted many female warriors and spellcasters, many of whom had fought alongside Griffith. Yet, this girl's attire was unfamiliar to him. He scrutinized the group of young individuals, realizing that neither the swordsman nor the martial artist bore any insignia indicating allegiance. Just goblins, the young swordsman scoffed. My swordsmanship is the best in the village. I can dispatch them in a single blow. Indeed, I am Andy Duca. Should any mistakes arise, I shall be there. The martial artist added. And you are? The aspiring knight inquired curiously. What shall I call you, mercenaries? Which army or family do you belong to? We are free adventurers from Izmir town, fighting for ourselves, the leading swordsman replied, gesturing towards his companions. Ulan is a master of physical combat. At that moment, 2 more entered, one a tall boy bearing a massive axe, and the other a girl dressed as a nun in black. The aspiring nun was as thin as a matchstick, unarmored, and clutching a short staff tightly, her eyes warily fixed on the unfamiliar knight. The tall boy hoisted his axe onto his shoulder, its blade inscribed with the name Badu, presumably his own. The local attire leaves much to be desired, Griffith thought. Observing the eager expressions of the four, he could not help but interject, "These creatures are preparing to raid the village. I recommend coordinating with the town's militia or gathering more people together. Concentrating forces can minimize losses." Huffed. The martial artist Roland burst into laughter. "Concentrating forces? How peculiar. You must have just returned from the front lines and are still adjusting. At the very least, one ought to understand the enemy's forces and composition." The aspiring knight felt that this group was rather reckless. The bounty provided no information regarding the enemy, composition, and forces. The young adventurers exchanged glances, their amusement nearly spilling over. "Do not jest," young swordsman Andy interjected, halting his companion's laughter as he turned to Griffith. "Our customs differ from yours in the military." "Customs? You four appear to be novices," Griffith retorted, momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to dissuade them without harming their pride. "Indeed, we are free adventurers, not soldiers," the stoutest of the four declared, wielding a fearsome double-bladed axe. "Every goblin head can fetch a silver coin. With too many people, it would not suffice to divide. One head, one silver coin. That is enticing." Griffith felt a twinge of temptation. "All right, everyone, let us hasten. If we delay, other adventurers may very well eradicate the goblin nest," Ulan urged, anxiously tapping her foot. "I am in dire need of funds." Upon hearing her words, the young swordsman and the axe wielder nodded at Griffith before heading out together. The aspiring nun remembered her upbringing and manners halfway out the door, hurriedly turning to Griffith to offer a slight bow before dashing off. Chapter 3. The first task. Is the conflict in the peaceful regions truly such a trivial matter? Griffith reclined in his chair, hastily consuming the remnants of his meal. The serving maid had completed a simple certificate for the adventuring party. Watching them depart from the tavern before turning to Griffith, "Are you going to assist them?" The plea for aid from Manisa village arrived with great urgency, and they seemed to be the only team accepting the task. "I have heard that goblins are rather weak, though I have never encountered them. They should be able to handle the situation without much difficulty. The strength of individuals does not dictate the outcome of a battle." Griffith shook his head, asserting that wisdom and organization are paramount. "Oh," the serving maid drawled in agreement. "Goblins are indeed a rare breed of monster." Griffith pondered while chewing on the tough bread. There are countless demons and exotic creatures on the eastern battlefield, yet goblins have seldom made an appearance. Izmir lies at the heart of the shipping routes, and the nearby demons have been eradicated for decades. How did their colonies infiltrate the very core of human territory? As Griffith finished his meal and contemplated his plan, several well-dressed gentlemen happened to descend from the tavern's second floor. The foremost man glanced at the hastily rising serving maid, then directed his gaze towards Griffith. "Are you a knight of the kingdom's army?" Griffith Branton, squire under Count Lamore, second son of the Branton border knight, and a second-tier squad leader, Griffith respectfully introduced himself, detailing his full titles. "I recently served in the Eastern Legion and have been ordered to the royal capital." The gentlemen who had descended from the tavern appeared to be in good spirits, their neatly tailored coats fitting them well. Among them were two middle-aged men, one bearing a long sword and the other equipped with a paper and an abacus for calculations. The leading gentleman wore a deep blue ribbon, likely a mark of honor. His tall figure showed signs of slight corpulence, and an air of anxiety and agitation lingered in his eyes. Second-tier squad leader? One burly man regarded Griffith with curiosity. A man resembling an accountant leaned in, inquiring, "Is that rank equivalent to a sergeant in the National Defense Force for the Royal Guard and Assault Cavalry?" "Indeed, sir," Griffith replied. "Do you possess a warhorse?" another gentleman asked. "Not at the moment," Griffith responded. "Ah." The leading gentleman nodded with satisfaction, turning to his companions to whisper a few words before addressing Griffith again. "Squire, I am the mayor of Izmir. Manisa village, located 30 miles from here, has reported a demon incursion. We are preparing to dispatch the town and Appos' militia to provide assistance. However, these young men lack military training, and I worry they may be inexperienced in their first battle. They will not arrive until tomorrow. Squire, I kindly ask you to proceed ahead to support the village. If you can hold out until tomorrow morning, all will be well." Griffith sensed the faint clink of silver coins, but, still perplexed, asked, "Your Excellency, I trust you are aware that I am not under the command of the local civil administration. Moreover, are there not numerous young and valiant adventurers here?" Through the tavern and Appos' glass window, he could see a young swordsman and his companions hastily making their way towards the northern gate of the town, equipped with rudimentary gear. The mayor visibly bit his lip. But these are goblins. Though they have been less active in recent years, I have witnessed their atrocities firsthand. How could a bunch of unseasoned youths hope to match them? Your reaction seems quite intense. Is there a shadow cast by goblins in your past? Griffith nodded slightly. The mayor and Appos' words trailed off as he noticed the squire raising his right hand, gently rubbing 3 fingers together. The metallic fingers of his black iron gauntlet clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Payment, gentlemen of the town, let us discuss the remuneration. The gentlemen exchanged glances, and one with a hefty notebook approached the mayor, presenting him with a bulging pouch. This is the payment for the adventurers. Each brave volunteer who proceeds to assist Manisa village will receive 2 silver coins, and an additional silver coin for each goblin head taken. There are extra rewards for bringing back the head of the goblin chief or any higher-ranked demon. The mayor extracted 2 silver coins and handed them to Griffith. Griffith glanced down and shook his head. 10 silver coins as an advance payment, he stated without accepting it, gesturing with his hand. Surely your excellency does not believe that 5 armed villagers can contend with a mounted knight? Why don't and Appos, till you just take it? The gentleman with the notebook exclaimed. 10 silver coins could sustain me for a week. Having left the front lines, I lack my customary weapons and armor, Griffith replied earnestly. 10 silver coins will not suffice for adequate equipment. I would need to supplement the expense from my own pocket. Gentlemen, I shall not proceed without sufficient resources. Surely you do not believe that I cannot handle 8 goblins while fully equipped? Eventually, the town officials acquiesced to the squire and Appos' reasonable price. Upon receiving the coins, Griffith did not embark immediately. Instead, he proceeded to the town and Appos' armory, acquiring a rudimentary 2-meter spear, a short axe, and 3 daggers. He then stopped at the tavern to purchase a bundle of jerky and black bread. This modest assortment of gear and provisions consumed a full gold florin of his funds, depleting not only the advance, but also a significant portion of his savings. Now clad in layered armor of chainmail and leather, with black iron gauntlets and greaves adorning his limbs, a steel helm upon his head, and equipped with a long sword, axe, 5 daggers, and a subpar short spear, Griffith assessed his condition. Without an iron shield, breastplate, or warhorse, the spear and Appos' balance was also questionable. He gauged that he could only muster about 1/3 of his usual combat prowess. Based on the available intelligence, there were 2 goblin locations near Manisa village, a goblin nest hidden within the mountains, and a goblin force poised to assault the village. This band of goblins had repeatedly attacked the village in recent days, abducting several villagers and livestock. The militia in the village had noted an increasing number of goblin tracks accumulating in the nearby woods, and human remains had been discovered at the forest and Appos' edge, prompting a hurried plea for assistance to the town the previous night. Aside from this, both the town and village knew little else, not even the number of goblins, their equipment, or their types. They only felt the imminent threat looming nearby. The scant information regarding goblins came from the mayor, who described them as slightly weaker than human youths, agile, with excellent night vision, capable of moving freely in darkness, but severely hampered by sunlight. Griffith and Appos' allies included the villagers, adventurers hastening to provide aid from the town, and armed civilians. The town and Appos' militia was mobilizing and arming themselves, but they would not reach Manisa village until the following day. The 4 adventurers he had seen earlier had undertaken the task of exterminating the goblins. Yet they might not proceed to assist Manisa village, but rather launch a direct assault on the nest. The goblin lair might conceal some plundered treasures, yielding quicker rewards than merely eliminating goblins. If fortune smiled upon them, they might rescue some living villagers, whose families would pay a handsome reward. The profits from delving into the lair far outweighed those of engaging goblins in open combat, yet in the narrow and unfamiliar confines. Being surrounded by 10 times their number would surely spell doom. Were these adventurers ignorant of the goblins and Appos' true nature, or were the goblins truly as feeble as suggested? For individuals dared to venture into the mountains, Griffith found himself utterly bewildered by the mindset of this peaceful world. Nevertheless, it must be said, Griffith himself had little understanding of goblins either. During the 2 years of conflict in the East, he encountered terrifying mythical creatures, the formidable and sluggish mountain trolls, the fierce and imposing orcs, the cunning and ruthless trolls, and the barbaric half-orcs, the weakest yet bloodthirsty subspecies of orc. Goblins, such diminutive beings, seldom appeared on the battlefield, as there was nearly no space for their survival. However, this did not imply that Griffith would let down his guard. The size and individual attack power of an entity do not determine the outcome of a battle. It was still before noon, and if he hurried, Griffith could reach the village of Manisa before sunset. He could also choose to travel alongside the slow-moving militia, but that would likely necessitate camping outdoors overnight. Camping at night with an irregular force of questionable combat prowess could potentially lead to encounters with enemies adept in nocturnal warfare, making that option rather unappealing. After contemplating the limited intelligence available, Griffith promptly set forth on his journey to the village of Manisa. Chapter 4. The Assault on Manisa Village Fully Armed. Griffith traversed the flat countryside paths, crossing streams and hills. For him, such marching had become a commonplace occurrence over the past 2 years. According to his plan, he merely needed to march 30 miles on good roads to arrive before dusk, all while maintaining a readiness for combat. The previously encountered quartet of adventurers moved with great haste, as if they were not heading into battle, but rather rushing to snatch up free apples. Although they appeared rather unreliable, Griffith felt compelled to quickly join forces with his allies. After dismissing the option of camping in the wild with the militia, he resolved to persuade the adventurers to hold their position in the village for one night, awaiting the next day and Amidst's rendezvous with the militia to eradicate the nest. 2 hours after leaving town, the hazy figures of the adventurers appeared ahead on the road. At this pace, reaching Manisa village before sunset seemed assured. However, considering the adventurers and Amidst's apparent aversion to teaming up with outsiders, Griffith slackened his pace, silently maintaining a safe distance. The road to the mountainous region began to twist and narrow, dense foliage obscuring the slopes on either side. Griffith and Amidst's senses heightened. Ambushes in such a location were nearly impossible to foresee. At that moment, a faint scent of blood wafted towards him, accompanied by muffled cries of anguish. Griffith hastily gripped his spear and crouched into the adjacent woods, maneuvering through the trees. The adventurers soon sensed the situation, seizing their weapons and charging forward. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle and furious shouts erupted. The leading adventurers had engaged in combat. The clamor soon subsided, and upon Griffith and Amidst's arrival, he discovered a damaged wagon at the roadside. The driver and the pack horse lay lifeless, pierced by sharp weapons. The quartet of adventurers surrounded the wagon. A petite novice nun was tending to an injured man's leg, while Bard was brandishing his great axe, lopping off the heads of several fallen green corpses scattered around, muttering, 1 silver, 2 silver. You are too late. These are our spoils. Miss Roland, the martial artist, noticed Griffith's approach and immediately called out sternly. Yes, I understand. The novice knight nodded obediently and sidestepped to inspect the scene. This gentleman, was attacked by goblins while driving through here. The driver fell victim, and young swordsman Andy, while cleaning the blood from his sword, pointed to the corpses on the ground, saying, Fortunately, we arrived early and killed 4. 6 escaped. Oh, by the way, this is Griffith, a novice knight from the Eastern Army. Following Andy and Amidst's gesture, Griffith beheld the 4 decapitated diminutive bodies, dark blood oozing from the wounds. Greetings, novice knight. The middle-aged man seated on the ground winced in pain. I am an apprentice mage, sent by the master to investigate the situation, but alas. The novice nun quickly apologized. Her prayers were unskilled, and a small mishap during treatment had exacerbated the man and Amidst's injury. Hello, apprentice mage. Griffith nodded towards him, acknowledging his presence, and continued to survey the battlefield. The driver's abdomen had been ripped open, intestines spilling forth, his face contorted in a grimace of agony. Dried blood and shattered entrails were strewn across the grass by the roadside. When did you come under attack? Replied while bandaging his wound. About half an hour ago, for little monsters suddenly leapt from the woods and killed the driver. I could only defend myself with a wooden stick while standing on the cart. Luckily, they were too small to climb up, so we reached a stalemate for a while. Then 2 began to tear open the driver's belly while the other 2 continued to attack me, wounding my thigh. And then we arrived. The martial artist girl proudly declared, those creatures had reinforcements. 6 more sprang from the woods, but we easily drove them off. Why would they choose to attack during the day? Griffith mused, glancing at the sun. It was still early, the sunlight blazing. Who knows? Andy shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, Bard interjected, by continuing on, we can reach the village before nightfall, or should we search for their lair? The goblins we just encountered were injured. Their blood will lead us to their nest. Wait, Griffith quickly interrupted. Let us all proceed to Manisa village. It would be wiser to regroup with the militia tomorrow and then eliminate the nest. The other adventurers pondered this. The martial artist was adamant about clearing the goblin nest. Yet the other two appeared hesitant. Wait, AC shouted. I will pay 10 silver coins for you to retrieve my package. It contains materials and potions I painstakingly gathered, which those cunning goblins stole. We can track them by following their blood trail. Upon hearing this request, the adventurers' opinions began to align. The martial artist deemed it a splendid idea. Novice Knight, will you join us? Aces inquired respectfully. No, I must hasten to Manisa village for support. It is unnecessary. The 4 of us are sufficient. Griffith and the martial artist spoke in unison. Young swordsman Andy visibly relaxed at this. If you do not recover the package before dark, make your way to Manisa village, Griffith cautioned, having lost hope of bringing the adventurers back for defense, yet still felt compelled to warn them. The forest at night is perilous. We know, the martial artist waved her hand impatiently. Bard began digging a grave to bury the driveress body, while Andy assisted the mage apprentice into the woods. As the sun neared the horizon, Griffith, now moving alone, could glimpse the shadow of Manisa village. From the hillside, he observed the villagers herding livestock back home, a scene of tranquility. Thank goodness, he thought, I have made it in time. Suddenly, a sharp, eerie cry pierced the air. A swarm of dark figures surged forth from the dimming land, rapidly moving across the flat terrain, toppling unfortunate villagers to the ground. Those villagers yet to return to the safety of the village were thrown into chaos, their cries of despair echoing across the fields. They dared to launch an attack at this moment. Were they planning to seize the gate as the villagers returned? Having left the front line without a steed, the novice knight jogged towards the village while continuously scanning his surroundings. In the distance, shadows emerged from the village gate, wielding various weapons. Yet they seemed reluctant to venture far from the entrance, merely waving their arms and shouting. This will not do. Griffith was now less than 200 paces from the village. He discarded his pack and, gripping his short spear tightly, charged towards the attackers pursuing the villagers. The distance between them quickly closed, and in the dim light, Griffith discerned dozens of diminutive creatures, scarcely taller than children. They possessed pointed ears and skin of a vibrant green, clad only in tattered, filthy rags around their waists, regardless of their varying sizes and shapes. Armed with wooden clubs, machetes, and short firearms, they were goblins. These creatures shrieked as they lunged at the villagers they had ensnared, knocking one to the ground with a single blow, followed by a swarm of these diminutive fiends who descended upon their victim, raining down blows with their assorted weapons. Occasionally, a few women were captured, their hair and garments yanked by the goblins as they dragged them away, oblivious to the approach of Griffith from behind. The goblins were unaware that their time was numbered once the conflict commenced. They must be swiftly dismantled. Griffith rushed forward, brandishing his pistol, delivering a side strike. The makeshift firearm, propelled by its own force, shattered the skulls of 2 goblins, spewing forth crimson and ivory fluids. The women, still crying for help, suddenly felt their captor's grip vanish, followed by a thud as they fell. Griffith, not glancing at his fallen foes or the rescued women, pressed on with determination. The goblins scattered across the fields like sesame seeds on a flatbread, and Griffith wielded his pistol with precision, piercing through their ranks, causing them to topple like wheat in the autumn breeze. The fallen creatures, some still clinging to life, writhed and emitted piercing wails. In the tumultuous fields, the goblin horde, taken by surprise from behind, remained bewildered, their formation collapsing like a pudding dashed to the ground, many abandoning their quarry to scan their surroundings in fear. Griffith, calm and composed amidst the chaos, selectively targeted the stronger goblin warriors or those still gripping the village women. Among his adversaries were cunning and vicious types, brandishing sharp blades against the novice knight. Yet these creatures stood no chance against the reach of his weaponry, swiftly meeting their demise. Suddenly, a green shadow leapt from the underbrush, lunging at Griffith from the side. The apprentice knight instinctively thrust his weapon, piercing it mid-air. Almost simultaneously, a force struck heavily against his helmet, causing Griffith to stagger as he grasped a goblin wielding a hammer from behind. Such coordination. Was it mere coincidence? The novice knight slammed the goblin down with force, raising his iron boot to crush its skull. Cackling, 3 more goblins charged forth, splitting into a formation just a few meters away from Griffith, one advancing head-on, while 2 flanked from the sides. A curse. This was no coincidence. Griffith relaxed his grip, swiftly tossing a dagger to his right before leaping sideways, drawing another dagger to hurl at the goblin approaching from the left. A shriek pierced the air as the 2 creatures fell. Meanwhile, the frontal enemy closed in, lunging with a bone knife aimed at Griffith's chest. He raised his hand to block, the impact sparking against his sturdy gauntlet. Before the astonished foe could react, Griffith seized the goblin and Oppo's arm, slamming it down hard. The creature's head shattered against a stone. They were capable of rudimentary coordination. Someone had trained these beasts. The novice knight took a breath, retrieving his thrown dagger and reclaiming his pistol, charging towards a small group of remaining enemies. No longer were there any well-coordinated factions among them. Griffith traversed the not-so-large battlefield multiple times until every goblin daring enough to fight lay dead. The remaining creatures howled as they fled into the depths of the forest to the north. Having slain nearly 15, he contemplated the reward of 15 silver coins. Griffith surveyed the scattered corpses across the field with satisfaction, ensuring no living foe remained before unsheathing his axe, methodically severing the heads of the fallen goblins to stow in a pouch. These filthy, vicious beings possessed nothing of value beyond their damaged weapons and ragged garments. Griffith quickly gathered his spoils, returning them to his satchel, and then made his way to the village gate. At the entrance of Manisa village, a crowd of villagers had gathered, comforting their fortunate neighbors while wide-eyed and astonished, they watched the apprentice knight stride through the gates towards the village. With his pistol slung over his shoulder and clad in double-layered armor, Griffith advanced with a steady gait, the sound of his iron boots crunching against the stones beneath him. The unsettled villagers instinctively parted like waves meeting a rocky shore, retreating to the sides. Chapter 5. The first encounter. Please wait, sir. A sturdy man adorned in chainmail hesitated before Griffith. I am the captain of the militia. May I inquire your name? Griffith Branton, a squire and second squad leader. Griffith replied calmly, nodding at the militia captain. Where might I find the village chief? I am the village chief, the brave squire spoke, as an elderly man with graying hair emerged from the crowd. His expression bore the remnants of panic and tension as he surveyed his newfound ally. The chief scrutinized Griffith's armor and the blue satin ribbon at his collar. The recent victory over the goblins was fresh in everyone's minds. Looking up at Griffith with gratitude and respect, the chief said, Thank you for saving us. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Payment will suffice. I am rather short on funds. Griffith glanced at the chief and then around the gathering. He swallowed the words that nearly escaped him and stepped forward to clasp his hand over his left chest. Respected chief, news from the town suggests that a horde of over 200 goblins may soon attack this village. I trust you are already aware. Indeed, squire, the chief nodded. The young men of the village have spotted their tracks. We are armed and awaiting reinforcements from the town. The militia will not arrive until tomorrow, and it will be arduous to receive further reinforcements tonight, Griffith stated. Please gather the village's youth to prepare defensive works. I demand command of this battle in my capacity as a royal officer. Additionally, I require weapons and provisions. The chief readily acquiesced to this request and led the squire to a large manor in the center of the village. Grateful villagers approached to express their thanks, offering Griffith 2 large loaves of bread, milk, and some cured meat. A dozen villagers armed with wooden spears, hammers, and axes gathered outside the house, casting anxious glances within. After a long journey, the squire accepted the food, devoured the cured meat, and sat down in the chief's room to enjoy the sweet milk and bread. As he ate, he sketched a simple diagram with charcoal and handed it to the chief. What is this? The chief and the militia captain exchanged glances at the succinct sketch before looking up at the squire. After thwarting the recent attack, the goblins would likely remain dormant for a few hours before nightfall. That would be the truly perilous time. We must complete these works along the village's entrance within 2 hours, Griffith asserted with gravity. The task is not extensive, but it concerns the lives of every individual in this village. I require the cooperation of all able-bodied adults and children to execute it without delay. Engineering is indeed a proud tradition of our Beyerland army. Griffith illustrated the key points of the plan on paper. Is it truly effective? Merely erecting wooden walls and earthworks within the village? The militia captain inquired, his demeanor wavering. Our village walls are not particularly high. The essence of defense does not lie solely in these wooden barriers. They are merely a component of my strategy, the squire replied, continuing to consume his meal. And what is that essence? The chief interjected eagerly. Raising his right hand, Griffith struck his solid chest, the armor producing a dull thud. Just as the militia captain exited to review the diagram, a sudden gasp erupted from the villagers outside. Before anyone could explain the commotion, a tall, strikingly beautiful woman appeared at the doorway. She was clad in intricately patterned silver light armor, draped in a dark green half-cape. A slender waist was adorned with a short sword and dagger, and her black knee-high boots were embellished with silver trinkets. A finely crafted recurve bow was slung over her shoulder, its limbs made of purple heart wood, the bowstring taut against it. As she lowered her hood, graceful black hair cascaded down, revealing two pointed ears. The villagers were stirred into a greater frenzy. An elf? Why would an elf come to our humble abode? They exclaimed. As a mysterious and powerful race, elves occasionally graced the grand cities of the kingdom for trade, rarely venturing into small towns or villages. Noble lady, how may I be of service to you? The chief abandoned Griffith, rubbing his hands as he approached the beautiful elven maiden. Please, spare the title. I am Galadia. Though our lives span longer than yours, I am not yet old. The elven archer flicked her long hair like a waterfall and observed the chief with her enchanting eyes. Then shifted her gaze to Griffith, who was still bloodied and munching on food. With a cheerful smile, she continued, Gentlemen, I have come to this region on a mission and to inform you that over 200 goblins are gathering in the forest, preparing to attack you. That is splendid news. Oh wait, not good. Beautiful elf, the town informed us of reinforcements. We did not expect such a trivial threat would trouble one as noble as you. The chief babbled in gratitude. Trivial? Goblins are perilous. Do not underestimate them, Galadia replied, looking down at the chief, who was a head shorter than her. Moreover, I am not here to assist you with the goblins. Griffith, seated at the table, observed the exchange between the elf and the chief. The lovely maiden spoke with a serious expression, yet her tone concealed an undeniable excitement and joy, akin to a fawn frolicking in the woods while attempting to maintain an air of pride. Her every movement radiated elegance and a soothing aura. Griffith found himself captivated by the elven maiden, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards the chief for conversing with her. In conclusion, I require a clean room to rest, along with fresh drinking water, milk, and oats, properly cooked. I shall compensate you with currency for your hospitality. Galadia concluded her conversation with the chief. Oh, and soldier, could you wash yourself and come find me? Me? Griffith instinctively pointed to himself. Yes, you. After washing with well water and scrupulously cleaning himself, Griffith examined his reflection in a basin. His angular face bore little trace of the youthful innocence of a 17-year-old. His short black hair had a slight curl. While not exceptionally handsome, he was at least somewhat pleasing to the eye. Are you an extraordinary being? A clear voice called from behind, startling the squire. I witnessed your battle earlier. I could sense a subtle aura of power around you. You must be a candidate for an extraordinary being at sequence 9, yes? Galadia perched nearby, hugging her long, straight legs, tilting her head to observe the squire curiously. What is the most formidable creature you have faced? Griffith pondered. I have endured the jabs of trolls, been pummeled by ogres, and had my ribs shattered by a behemoth. Ha. So, it seems your encounters have mostly involved receiving blows. Galadia laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. How do you still live after having your ribs broken by a behemoth? It was merely the wind pressure that brushed past me. The iron eagle medal. It appears you have no remarkable achievements. The beautiful elf gracefully leaped down from her perch and glanced at the squire and Oppos' light blue ribbon. Having faced a behemoth, do you suffer from battlefield syndrome? Many soldiers returning from the bloody Eastern Front become haunted by the tormenting memories of their past. For veterans, this is not a source of shame, but rather a badge of honor, akin to their scars, on a battlefield that resembles hell itself. Those who maintain a cheerful demeanor throughout the day might be suspected of madness. In this world, insanity is even more fearsome than death, occasionally trembling and plagued by nightmares. Griffith murmured, lacking any experience of losing control. Well, yes, Galadia nodded. The quality of the shock cavalry and the boys trained at the Junior Officer Academy is commendable. Although you may not be a great hero, at this initial stage, it falls within my acceptable limits. I do feel sorry for the average soldier. Griffith pondered silently, glancing at the attire and equipment of the elven lady, adorned with unfamiliar emblems and unrecognizable ornaments that shimmered with an ethereal light. She was indeed an elven noble, equipped with numerous enchanted items. Then, do you have any knowledge of goblins? Galadia redirected her gaze from the apprentice knight to meet his eyes. What's with that look of confusion? Very well, allow me to explain. I have been tracking the goblins for a while and have confirmed they will launch an attack tonight, she said, leading the apprentice knight towards the village entrance. I need to search for their lair. However, protecting this village is not my responsibility. In truth, I alone cannot withstand the onslaught of hundreds of goblins. Once they initiate their assault, I shall seek an opportunity to depart. Why does everyone think about going to the lair? Griffith exclaimed in astonishment. There are some militia in the village, and I am here as well. With your assistance, it is not unrealistic to defend against over 200 goblins using the village walls. It is not just the common goblins. Galadia continued her strides towards the wooden gates. In such a large group, goblin shamans and goblin warriors will emerge, representing their higher-tier units. Once they join the fray, these wooden barriers will not hold. Wait a moment. If the enemy truly possesses such strength, wouldn't it be perilous for you to delve deeper into their lair? Griffith asked incredulously. With this village and your presence to draw their attention, the number of guards left in the lair will not be excessive. I am confident in my ability to infiltrate and achieve my mission while escaping, Galadia asserted. So, I hope you can hold out for as long as possible. What do you say? Are you afraid? I could consider taking you along to assault the lair instead of remaining here to face certain death. Your chances of survival in the pitch-black night are nearly non-existent. That was not a pleasant thing to hear. Griffith turned to face Galadia, stepping forward to meet her gaze. The elf met the apprentice knight's eyes without fear. At this moment, Griffith realized he had two choices, to either request Galadia to take him away or to resolutely defend the village. Why was this elf saying such things to him? He internally dismissed her proposal without hesitation. If the enemy truly possessed such numbers, leaving would mean the village would receive no reinforcements, and the complete annihilation of its inhabitants at the hands of goblins would be highly probable. Seeking advantageous treatment when receiving a task is one thing, but allowing over 100 fellow humans to be slaughtered crossed an intolerable line. Such a test is utterly unappealing. Miss Galadia, Griffith shook his head. I will not stand idly by while this village is destroyed by goblins. Such an occurrence is unheard of, and I will not allow it to transpire before my eyes. If the approaching enemy includes powerful goblins, let them witness the courage of the Eagle Flag soldiers. Where is your Eagle Flag now? Can you contend with a high goblin leading over 200 subordinates? Galadia's eyes widened. I will fulfill my duty until the very last moment, Griffith responded resolutely. Galadia slightly shook her head, but mere courage will not suffice to hold the line. I require intelligence, Griffith stated. Please share your knowledge of goblins with me. Very well. Galadia sighed, drawing a rough sketch of a goblin in the dirt with a twig, explaining as she illustrated. Goblins are vicious yet cowardly creatures. The common goblin or warrior stands only slightly taller than a human child, but possesses greater strength. Most of them are quite agile. She then drew a goblin 3 times the height of the average goblin. This is a goblin warrior, a rare high-tier goblin, who possesses strength and endurance comparable to that of a human knight. The shaman, on the other hand, is skilled in plotting and the use of poisons. What about their spellcasting ability? Griffith asked as he recorded her words in his notebook. A spellcaster sheltered during battle can be quite challenging to deal with. If they pose a significant threat, they must be prioritized for elimination. Rather average, she replied. Their magical affinity is not strong, and their casting is neither rapid nor accurate, though they are quite adept with poisons. She sketched a diminutive shaman, explaining that shamans in goblin communities serve more as spiritual leaders and advisors rather than hurling fireballs from a distance. Is there anything else? Goblin heroes, Galadia mused, trying to figure out how to depict one. Ultimately, she drew a figure larger than a goblin warrior, endowing it with unique martial skills or abilities, indicating it is an extraordinary foe beyond their capacity to confront. If we encounter one, it is better to flee. What are the villagers doing? While they spoke, the villagers, following Griffith's earlier simple instructions, had begun to gather timber and building materials. Griffith succinctly outlined his defensive strategy, provided they ignited torches after sunset. The villagers could complete their tasks swiftly. After hearing your basic plan, Galadia fell into contemplation. Ranger, is there anything wrong with our approach? The village chief, overseeing the construction, couldn't help but interject. Nothing at all. Please continue, Galadia replied, arms crossed. You all are working quite efficiently." The village chief, evidently impressed by the elf, felt invigorated after receiving Galadriel's endorsement of Griffith's proposal and immediately rallied the village's youth to exert even greater effort. "This fortification isn't overly complex. It should be finished shortly." The elf observed the laboring villagers, continuing her conversation with the apprentice knight. Goblins possess a remarkable ability to learn. Individuals who survive battles quickly share their experiences with their kin. Their primary objective is the proliferation and maintenance of their kind. If they can plunder sufficient resources, they will not invest excessive effort into overcoming a sturdy defense. At least, that was the case according to records from over a decade ago. Over a decade ago? Yes. Approximately 17 years ago, Galadriel recalled, the goblin massacres of villages were not unheard of. They once wreaked havoc across the eastern continent, only to be suppressed by a coalition. Their kind was erased from the map, and they did not reappear until recently. However, so much time has passed that the goblins emerging now may not belong to the same lineage as those from back then. Their behaviors might differ. "Then, I shall remain and observe," the elf said with a slight smile. "Your previous answer was satisfactory. I do not know how long it will take to find my target within their lair, and if the goblin horde returns during that time, I will be in peril. By exhausting some of their strength here, my chances of success in subsequent endeavors will be enhanced. I have made my decision, apprentice knight. Tonight, I will stay and assist you." Griffith nodded in surprise, and then inquired, "What do you mean by peril?" "Nothing much," Galadriel added, "but after repelling the assault, you must assist me in reaching the goblin lair." With utmost willingness, Griffith promptly responded, "As long as we can endure until dawn, we shall receive assistance from the town. This evening, my strategy is divided into." Chapter 6. Night battle. Amidst the dense, pitch-black thicket, a faint rustling sound emerged, revealing a small head with pointed ears peering forth. It glanced toward the distant village gate, astonished to find it unguarded. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the underbrush as dozens of goblins sprang forth, brandishing an assortment of weapons and ropes as they stealthily advanced toward the village. The towering 2-meter walls stood deserted, allowing the goblins to ascend using their ropes. However, with no guard at the gate, wouldn't it be more advantageous to simply force it open? After all, scaling the walls was no trivial feat for the diminutive goblins. Quietly, they gathered before the gate, intent on discovering a way to pry it open. With a soft creak, a goblin inadvertently nudged the door, and to their astonishment, the sturdy wooden panels swung ajar. Elated, the goblins called out to their comrades behind them and surged into the village. Hundreds of goblins erupted from the distant thicket, charging toward the unsuspecting village entrance. They and Oppos, recoming. "Are you certain about this?" Galadriel turned to Griffith, gesturing toward the advancing horde. "Victory lies in executing the previously devised tactics," Griffith replied succinctly, demonstrating his resolve by stepping boldly from their concealment, spear in hand. As the goblins breached the main entrance, they discovered themselves flanked by 2-meter-high wooden and earthen barriers that filled the gaps between the houses, leaving only a path ahead. This band of marauders hastened through the narrow corridor, soon encountering a corner. With stealth, the attackers advanced, poised to catch the humans off guard. The leading goblin rounded the corner, only to halt abruptly, startling its companions. An iron spear pierced the goblin's eye socket, embedding itself deep within its skull. Griffith tightened his grip on the spear, drawing it back before swiftly thrusting it toward a nearby goblin. The sudden ambush sent the goblins into a frenzy, shrieking as they lunged at the apprentice knight. Griffith felt as though he had been pelted by a hailstorm, pain radiating from multiple impacts across his body. Galadriel watched in astonishment as a mass of goblins swarmed, enveloping the tall apprentice knight like a cluster of grapes. The goblins struck at Griffith with daggers, cleavers, and hammers, piercing his leather armor and snagging on his chainmail. Tossing aside his spear, Griffith drew a dagger, dispatching 2 goblins, then unsheathed his long sword, sweeping it upward horizontally. The 2 goblins, caught off guard, fell away like potato peels. With clarity restored, Griffith discerned the goblin brigands advancing from the shadows. Unperturbed by the thought of his double-layered armor being breached, he calmly wielded his sword while deftly retreating. The incoming goblins, shrieking in disarray, discovered that the armored human had retreated behind 2 rows of sharp wooden barricades, methodically felling each goblin that attempted to breach his defenses. Utilizing the cover of the barricades, Griffith felt secure from flank attacks. Although the barriers were low and surmountable, the hasty skirmish saw the goblins clumsily charging at him head-on. "Give me a shield." Griffith called, extending his hand to the left rear. A wooden round shield, edged with iron, was promptly handed to him. The apprentice knight positioned the shield before him, lowering his stance as he thrust his longsword forward. Several young villagers brandished wooden spears, joining in the fray from behind the barricades, fiercely stabbing at the incoming goblins. The longsword and wooden spears struck like grim reapers, swiftly toppling the onrushing goblins. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the unarmored goblins struggled to breach the defenses of a heavily armored foot knight. The most ferocious and frenzied goblins charged the line, only to be slain by the sword's edge. Witnessing their kin fall in an instant, the following goblins hesitated, unwilling to scale the sharp barricades, cowering in fear before Griffith. Knight. A large group is advancing from the rear. A villager atop a roof shouted anxiously, a horde is pouring through the gate. Heeding the warning, Griffith shielded himself, signaling for his longsword to be passed back. Oil it. A nimble boy anxiously wiped the blood from the blade with a cloth, while another villager dipped a cloth in oil, wrapping it around the sword's edge. Light it. A torch was handed over, and the long sword ignited in flames. Griffith felt the heat radiating from the fiery blade as he charged forth, clad in armor, brandishing the flaming sword that illuminated his fearsome visage. Resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the goblins recoiled in terror at the sight, instinctively retreating, only to collide with the horde pressing behind them. The goblins, hastily advancing, crashed into their compatriots, injuring several in their frantic scramble. With a mighty swing, Griffith cleaved a goblin's head, then wielded his shield in a sweeping motion, sending another goblin shrieking backward. Advance. Griffith bellowed, follow me. Drive them out. The villagers, inspired by the apprentice knight's relentless assault, brandished their spears and surged forward. In a short span, they inflicted significant casualties upon the enemy, shattering their morale. Galadia reflected on Griffith's earlier strategy, acknowledging its effectiveness. Very well, now watch me. The elven archer deftly leapt across the rooftops, drawing her bow to target the advancing goblin horde. As the goblins rounded the corner, they were struck hard, retreating down the path they had come. Several goblin leaders became ensnared in the throng, shouting and shoving their subordinates to charge forward. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced through the darkness as a robust goblin leader was shot through the forehead. Before the remaining goblins could react, another leader was dispatched. His skull shattered, splattering blood upon those nearby. The once boisterous goblin leaders fell silent, wide-eyed with terror as they stared into the inky abyss ahead. With a swift whoosh, another arrow flew, piercing the throats of two goblins and pinning them to the ground. A sudden burst of flames erupted from the shadows. A towering figure wielding a blazing sword charged forth, resembling a demon sprung from legend. Surrounding him were a multitude of ignited goblins, bloodied and shrieking as they were mercilessly slaughtered. The goblin horde was soon reduced to panic-stricken cries, retreating in waves before Griffith and Apos' onslaught. The previously encouraging leaders, now flanked by their subordinates, turned tail and fled, creating a chaotic tide of trampling bodies. Prioritize the warriors among the enemy, disrupt their organization. Galadia recalled Griffith's second directive, realizing that this was indeed the nature of warfare in the East. As the goblins scrambled toward the village gate in a desperate bid for survival, several villagers reached the wooden door along the wall, hastily securing it shut, then barricading it with heavy wooden planks. Trap. Even the simple minds of the goblins grasped the situation, and instead of retaliating against Griffith and the villagers, they frantically began to pound on the obstructing wooden boards. Occasionally, a few stronger goblins attempted to counterattack, but they swiftly met their demise at the hands of Griffith's blade and Galadia's arrows. The remaining goblins were utterly terrified, frantically using their weapons to carve a hole in the wooden boards before they surged towards the escape route. What transpired? Hundreds of meters away, amidst the thicket, a goblin adorned with feathers and bones stood up, gazing at the front door engulfed in screams. Great shaman, the door is blocked, one clever goblin pointed out, indicating the barricaded entrance. I see, the shaman exclaimed, but what happened inside? No sooner had he spoken than a small goblin squeezed through a gap in the door, sprinting barehanded towards the shaman's hiding place. Before the shaman could decide whether to offer aid, an arrow sliced through the darkness, striking the fleeing goblin in the nape of the neck. The unfortunate creature collapsed with a thud, convulsing on the ground. Another goblin emerged from the breach, but after just a few steps, it too was pinned down. The area around the front door erupted with even more anguished cries as a third goblin emerged from the shadows. However, before it could fully escape, a powerful force seized its leg, dragging it back into the darkness. No, the goblin shrieked, desperately waving its arms towards the distant shaman before vanishing into the pitch-black void. With a final scream, silence fell over the village entrance, leaving only the ominous gaping hole in the wooden boards, staring at the direction of the goblin shaman. What to do? We should retreat now, right? The goblin shaman was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Half of his subordinates had inexplicably disappeared within this small village, as if they had been fed to some monstrous beast without so much as a burp. Yet, retreating would mean failing his mission. Would they return? Galadia leaned over the low wall, peering into the dark distance. It's possible, Griffith replied, stepping over the corpses strewn about. He looked up at the elves above and asked, "Why do you think so many goblins would attack the village? Why? Isn't it to plunder livestock, food, and people?" Galadia tilted her head in inquiry. What else could these low-tier monsters want? If that were the case, Griffith extinguished the flame on his sword and addressed the villagers behind him. "Disarm them and behead them, then arrange the heads neatly." The villagers, still reeling from the excitement and terror of battle, though unsure of the novice knight and Appos' intentions, complied with his orders, retrieving axes and beginning to sever heads in the flickering torchlight. The dimly lit entrance of the village was soon filled with the sound of chopping. Chapter 7. The unexpected turn. What shall we do? Are you merely going to stand by and not attempt to fight again? Griffith lurked in the shadows, observing the profound stillness enveloping the village. Goblins possess excellent night vision, and after suffering setbacks in the initial assault, it is likely they would choose to scale the walls for their next attack rather than approach through the main entrance. Yet, with over 100 goblins already dead, what reason do the remaining ones have to press forward? Those seeking to plunder livestock, food, and captives would surely retreat, unwilling to risk the lives of their remaining kin. The survival of the tribe is the foremost priority for any creature. Griffith, they are moving. Galadia, concealed atop the wall, suddenly whispered, indicating that hundreds were maneuvering southward, likely intending to leap over the unguarded section of the wall. What? How could this be? This is quite peculiar. The goblins' reckless tactics would merely inflict further casualties upon both the village and themselves. What purpose does this serve? Have they truly reached a point where the annihilation of their tribe is imminent unless they conquer the village? Or is their number so vast that they can disregard the deaths of hundreds? With little time to ponder these questions, Griffith ordered some villagers to guard the main entrance while he and Galadia, along with a contingent of militia, rushed to intercept the goblins' flanking maneuver. The goblins, having run a short distance, became breathless, selecting a segment of the wall to set up ladders and begin their ascent. Upon crossing the wall, they lowered ropes to slide down. They can construct ladders. Griffith was taken aback as he witnessed the goblins' swift actions from the rooftop. In a blink, a dozen or more had crossed the village's earthen barrier and entered the inner sanctum. Do not act yet. Wait until they have entered further, Griffith cautioned the eager militia, intending to strike once half of the goblins had infiltrated the village. Surprisingly, the goblins that had scaled the wall did not immediately attack. They stood still, seemingly awaiting something. Perhaps they are waiting for goblin warriors? Griffith glanced at the nearby rooftops, where Galadia lay in ambush. With the aid of elven archery, even goblin warriors would not pose a challenge. Griffith felt a measure of reassurance as he gazed upon her exquisite recurved bow. At that moment, a multitude of dark objects were hurled over the wall. The goblins eagerly gathered these items at the wall's corner. Before Griffith could comprehend the situation, several burning torches flew over the earthen barrier. The goblins promptly grabbed them, igniting the objects in their hands. They are all torches. The goblins, unexpectedly wielding weapons in one hand and torches in the other, erupted in a cacophony of cries as they scattered, setting the village houses ablaze. "Stop!" the militia shouted, weapons raised as they charged toward the enemy. "Do not disperse," Griffith urgently called out, urging them to maintain their formation. "Keep your shields together." Yet, his commands fell on deaf ears. The villagers were solely focused on the flames engulfing their homes. "Eliminate them," the captain of the Manisa militia bellowed, leading the charge with shield and iron sword. The preceding skirmish had clearly demonstrated the goblins and Appos' lackluster combat prowess. In one-on-one encounters, they were no match for adult men. The militia captain swung his iron sword, cleaving a goblin in two. Then, mimicking Griffith's earlier actions, he swung his shield in a wide arc, crushing another foe's skull. "No problem. I am strong. These little monsters are no match for me." As the captain beheld the goblin's blood and brain matter splatter, his anxiety began to dissipate. "Watch out below." Before the militia captain could grasp the warning, a diminutive goblin leaped from the shadows, plunging its dagger into his abdomen. Griffith rushed to assist, driving his sword through the goblin. However, the militia captain staggered and collapsed, convulsing violently upon the ground amidst the fallen goblins. There is no saving him. As Griffith retaliated, he retreated to the safety of a wall. Above him, Gladia continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, systematically taking down the goblins that swarmed in like cockroaches. More and more goblins joined the fray, scaling the walls to join the melee. The newly arrived goblins bore no torches. It appeared the earlier arson was merely a tactical maneuver. Having thrown their torches toward distant houses, the goblins descended upon the militia, who found themselves besieged by foes from all directions. Some suffered severed tendons or shattered knees, collapsing to the ground only to be mercilessly beaten to death. Griffith's plan for an ambush was unraveling. "Gather around me." Back against the wall, the squire knight shouted, desperately attempting to salvage the crumbling Manisa militia. Yet, the villagers quickly succumbed to panic amidst the fierce combat. Sensing enemies darting around them and witnessing their comrades fall, many militia members abandoned their weapons, fleeing in disarray. In the chaos, the bloodthirsty goblins grew even more frenzied. After toppling one villager, they surged forward, jubilantly bludgeoning the victim with sticks and stones. Some particularly savage ones even began to gnaw on the flesh of the fallen. "Griffith, I have but 3 arrows remaining," Gladia announced, retracting her bow and delivering disheartening news. "The militia is disintegrating. We must flee." Within the village, the goblins were engaged in chaotic skirmishes, with only a few targeting Griffith. However, as the battle progressed, it was only a matter of time before the goblins would notice the squire knight in this open space and overwhelm him with sheer numbers. "No, we cannot flee. If we do, the village is doomed. If we do not hurry, we are finished." Gladia leapt down from the rooftop, positioning herself beside the squire knight. The houses in the village were widely spaced, preventing her from moving swiftly across the rooftops. "Then we shall shift our assault," Griffith exclaimed, sprinting towards 2 encircled militia members. Several villagers had already fallen at their feet. Had they not been surrounded, they would have undoubtedly fled. "Follow me," Griffith declared, cleaving a goblin in half with his sword. "Stay close to me if you wish to survive." Terrified and demoralized, the villagers were easily persuaded, trailing Griffith toward another tumultuous skirmish. There, 3 battered militia members were being besieged by 7 or 8 goblins. "Leave this to me." Gladia unsheathed her 2 elegantly curved silver daggers, swiftly appearing behind the goblins, and began to spin while brandishing her blades. 3 or 4 goblins fell as if swept away by a tempest, collapsing to the ground. Before the remaining goblins could react, Griffith arrived to dispatch them. This sudden display drew the attention of most goblins engaged in the melee. Upon seeing 7 individuals congregated together, they shrieked and charged from all directions. "Retreat into that alley. I will cover you," Griffith urged, using his shield to fend off the goblins' assault while protecting the 5 militia members as they retreated into a narrow passage. Unbeknownst to him, this retreat would prove disastrous. Among those he had just rescued, 3 members discarded their weapons, flailing their arms in panic, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 2, visibly terrified, hesitated to obey Griffith's commands. "Do not run. This is your village. Where can you possibly escape?" Gladia, anxious, maintained a 2-meter distance to shield Griffith's right side, striking down the encroaching goblins with lethal precision. The silver blades danced through the air, creating a veritable rain of blood, reminiscent of a beautiful ballet beneath falling cherry blossoms. In a fleeting moment, Griffith found himself entranced by the mesmerizing swordplay of Gladia, nearly succumbing to the beauty of the scene. This captivating effect seemed to extend beyond him. The goblins attempting to besiege Gladia appeared dazed, their movements sluggish. With 2 militiamen who refused to flee in tow, Griffith retreated into an alleyway, where the earthen walls of several courtyards converged, allowing only 2 individuals to pass side by side, thus preventing a swift encirclement by the goblins. Firmly establishing his stance, Griffith faced the oncoming goblins, who surged forth in a wave, brandishing an array of weapons, their eyes wide and bloodshot from their previous feasts, voices shrill with menacing cries. There were too many. Even Gladia was startled by the overwhelming tide of enemies. Upon witnessing the scene, the two militiamen screamed in terror and turned to flee. "To the rooftops, Griffith!" cried the elven archer. "We cannot hold them." "No," Griffith replied, the last to retreat to the entrance of the alley, bracing his shield. He raised his right hand to his helmet's visor and turned to the pale-faced elven girl beside him, declaring, "I am assured of victory." As Galadia looked on in horror, the black visor descended, transforming his confident visage into that of a cold and fearsome monster. Through the gaps of the dark iron, his gaze glimmered like a blood-soaked red moon, eerie and malevolent. The apprentice knight slightly shifted his stance, stepping back to the left, leaving only a narrow opening. His long sword angled toward the right, where the goblins would attempt their breakthrough. Thud! A goblin collided with Griffith's shield in the narrow passage, producing a dull thud. The apprentice knight's blade flashed like lightning, swiftly dispatching the enemy. The swarm of small creatures surged from beneath the shield and the narrow gap on the left. One goblin stumbled and fell, only to be crushed under the heavy iron boot before it could rise. Griffith shoved to the left, compressing the goblin attempting to slip through into a mere pulp. Following through with this movement, he stepped back, thrusting his sword to fell another enemy rushing in from the right. The horde of goblins, treading upon the corpses of their fallen comrades, leapt toward him with wild abandon. At that moment, Griffith had completed his retreat, and the leaping goblin impaled itself upon his blade. A stone flew through the air, striking his black iron helmet with a resounding thud, nearly hitting Galadia behind him. The elven girl saw the apprentice knight stumble, but quickly regained her composure, slashing downwards and dispatching a goblin attempting to crawl through. The apprentice knight used his shield and broad shoulders to block most of the alley, seldom swinging his sword. Instead, he retreated while continuously thrusting at the goblins trying to slip through the gaps. To the goblins, this towering human appeared ferocious. Yet they perceived openings beneath his feet and to his left. The right side had a substantial gap that could accommodate two goblins, given a sufficient push to overwhelm him. Griffith fought while retreating, bending low as his shield effectively obstructed the goblins' and Appos' path. Even as these diminutive creatures sought entry, they had to crawl beneath him. His right hand maintained a rapid assault, each thrust piercing through the unprotected bodies of the goblins, each time stepping back slightly, leaving behind a trail of bloodied, wailing foes. The goblins occasionally managed to slip through, striking him with their crude weapons against his leather armor and iron gauntlets. However, such attacks failed to penetrate the dual-layered defenses, while the unarmored goblins quickly fell victim to the apprentice knight's counterattacks. As the wounded continued to collapse, the narrow passage became strewn with struggling, howling goblins, who grasped at their fallen comrades in a desperate plea for assistance. Amidst the cacophony of goblin wails, an eerie sound emerged, as the goblins found their assaults increasingly hampered by the fallen. The sound of Griffith's sword slicing through the goblins' emaciated bodies echoed, reminiscent of a worn saw cutting through wood. Galadia stood in shock at the scene, several times attempting to assist, but finding herself at a loss. The apprentice knight remained steadfast, like a rock amidst a tempest, impervious to the unrelenting onslaught. He maintained a mechanical, yet slightly distorted posture, swiftly reaping the lives of his adversaries with minute motions. His attacks were relentless, as new lives were drawn into the fray, yielding a fresh array of dismembered bodies and splattered blood. As more goblins were drawn to the chaos, they trudged through the blood and gore, stepping over their fallen kin, their advance leading them to leap toward the knight only to be met with a swift blade. Or they sought to slip through the gap between his shield and the ground, only to have their skulls crushed into the earth. Occasionally, one or two goblins managed to reach Griffith's side, flailing their weapons in a frenzied attack. Unfazed, he absorbed their blows with his dual-layered armor, countering with his sword to bring them crashing down, then continuing his retreat. In just a few minutes, Griffith had sustained only minor injuries. He had retreated over 20 steps into the alley, where the ground was littered with the dead and dying goblins. Above these corpses, a chaotic mass of goblins surged, their reinforcements stepping over the fallen, shrieking and jostling as they pressed toward the apprentice knight. Suddenly, the congested horde halted, the ferocity and madness in their eyes dissipated, replaced by sheer terror as they beheld the road paved with death and the armored figure blocking their path. With a deep breath exhaled from beneath the black iron visor, the goblins shrank back in trepidation. "Hurrah!" Griffith bellowed, gathering his strength as he lunged forward with his shield, then thrusting his sword to the right. Two goblins fell, and those behind them toppled like a line of dominoes. The goblin horde, once steadfast, wavered, their densely packed formation collapsing like a rotting beam. The advancing ranks collectively turned, fleeing in the direction from whence they came. The ground, littered with corpses and darkened blood, which had merely posed a minor inconvenience during their assault, transformed into a deadly chasm. The goblins' short legs stumbled over the remains of their kin, rendering their escape nearly impossible. Casting aside his shield, Griffith drew forth his axe and long sword, unleashing a tempest of steel upon the goblins' necks, cleaving them down in a whirlwind of carnage. Corpses piled upon one another, mingling with pulpy flesh and blood. The goblin horde was utterly shattered, fleeing toward the alley's exit, many stumbling over the bodies below, while others clambered over the heads and chests of their fallen brethren in a desperate bid for escape. The goblin, trampled beneath the weight of its kin, writhed in agony, desperately attempting to push its fellow creatures above it in a futile bid to escape the excruciating pain and suffocation. In doing so, it inadvertently toppled more goblins, creating a barricade of flesh that reached the height of a man. The goblin shaman witnessed this chaos unfold from the alley's entrance, paralyzed with fear alongside its fortunate companions. When Griffith ascended atop the mountain of corpses, those goblins yet to engage in battle were rendered immobile, cowering in terror upon the ground. "Who else remains?" Griffith bellowed, panting, as he stood atop the mound of bodies. Beneath him, a few fortunate goblins struggled to extricate themselves from the carnage. No sooner had he spoken than the squire raised his iron boot and forcefully stomped down, causing a goblin attempting to emerge from the pile to spew its entrails, dying instantly. "Who else? Is it you?" Griffith pointed his bloodied longsword at a paralyzed goblin, his crimson gaze piercing through the darkness of its mask, projecting dread into the creature's essence. "Or perhaps it is you," he exclaimed, hurling an axe towards the astonished shaman. In a flash of crimson light, the shaman's head was cleaved in twain. The remaining goblins, as if propelled by springs, leapt from the ground and raced towards the earthen walls of the village in a frenzy. Chapter 8. The terror incident in Manisa village at long last. The situation has deteriorated. If there were still strength left, it would have been possible to capture the shaman for interrogation instead of killing it. The recent battle defied reason. Griffith was nearly too exhausted to grip his longsword. With a hint of regret, he turned away, casting his gaze toward the helpless elves behind the pile of corpses. Galada, whose complexion was already pale, now appeared even more ghastly than parchment. She stared at the bloodied and blackened forms of the goblin corpses stacked upon one another, then glanced at the grotesque faces and the viscera spilling forth from their mouths, before turning to brace herself against the earthen wall and retching. As midnight descended upon the village, ensconced by mountains, the blood of the fallen villagers and goblins had long since congealed. The lifeless heads lay twisted and grotesque, glaring into the realm of the living. Griffith finally extricated himself from the debilitating fatigue of battle, trudging forward with his battered longsword and short axe through the bloodied mire. During the fight, he had not felt the strain. However, now that he paused, every inch of his body was enveloped in soreness. Despite his considerable experience in combat, that had been under the protective cover of his comrades, alternating between defense and attack, an ordeal like tonight and Appos, where he had borne the brunt of the fight from start to finish, was a rare occurrence, typically only faced during reconnaissance missions. Past experiences cautioned him to find a place to rest immediately, lest he succumb to unconsciousness against a wall. The villagers, bereft of their loved ones, remained steeped in grief as they desperately gathered the shattered remains, dragging them toward the small square at the village's center. The fortunate village chief was directing efforts to dismantle the ropes left by the goblins on the surrounding walls, reinforcing the wooden door at the front. The bodies piled in the alleys remained unattended. If another band of goblins were to arrive now, we would not withstand it. Exhausted, Griffith sought refuge in a corner with a broad view, sitting down once more, and removed his helmet, chuckling softly. At that moment, a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance wafted by. An elf, concealed in the darkness, bent down to observe him. "What is so amusing?" Griffith replied. "I find humor in the goblins' crude ignorance. Had they retained a squad to breach the front gate, we would have been utterly overwhelmed." The elf tilted her head, ignoring him. Just then, the previously tranquil village erupted into chaos once more. The villagers clearing the main gate dropped their tools, fleeing in terror. "Help!" Cries rang out from the village entrance. Griffith nearly bit his tongue in alarm. He immediately sprang up, donning his helmet and rushing forward. Seeing him charge against the tide of fleeing villagers, they hesitated, stopping in their tracks. Peering through the damaged village gate, he spotted a small group emerging from the forest, stumbling toward the entrance. These figures did not resemble monsters, offering Griffith a modicum of relief. As they drew nearer, he recognized them as the young swordsman Andy and his comrades, along with the apprentice mage, Mr. Aces. They were smeared with blood, and the axeman Badu bore a grievous wound to his abdomen, having lost his mighty axe. Badu was pierced by a goblin short sword while trying to save me, Andy explained, his voice trembling. The novice nun and Apos' face bore a mixture of tears and blood. My healing prayer was successful, yet I do not understand why. Griffith hastily urged the villagers to assist Badu in finding a place to lie down. In the flickering torchlight, the novice knight discovered that the condition of the abdominal wound was dire, with pus and blood mingling as they seeped from his mouth, and the light in his eyes had faded. I shall attempt to heal him. Perhaps, Mr. Aces, who had remained uninjured yet fatigued, requested a quiet room. You are a healer? Excellent. We have many injured needing treatment, the village chief exclaimed upon hearing the mage's assistant. Without waiting for Mr. Aces to respond, young man, clear out a few rooms. I am novice nun Pacifica, the frail girl declared, raising her staff. I can assist too. The villagers quickly accommodated the young adventurers, eagerly directing them to the locations of the wounded. In such a profound darkness, being surrounded by more of their kind brought a sense of solace. Once the village gate had been hastily barricaded, Griffith sought out the diligent novice nun to gently inquire about the events that transpired. It went smoothly at first. Pacifica replied timidly, we captured a goblin and reclaimed Mr. Aces's belongings. Just as we were gathering our spoils, a goblin, thought to be dead, leapt up and stabbed Badu in the abdomen. As she recounted the tale, the novice nun covered her mouth and began to weep softly. I prayed to the merciful Earth Mother, and she bestowed generous grace, beginning to heal Badu's wound. He even smiled and said he was fine. But minutes later, he screamed in agony, reaching into his abdomen and pulling out his intestines. The goblin's weapon was poisoned. Griffith surmised the situation, then inquired, did you attempt an antidote? We did. I administered a detoxifying potion, Mr. Aces interjected. It was a mixture of honeysuckle, calming herb, cold dew maple, and the essence of squee, a common remedy. It should have been effective against the toxins derived from goblin excrement and poisonous plants. As the apprentice mage spoke, he produced his potion for Griffith to smell. AC and I struggled to push his intestines back inside. Young swordsman Andy added. Badu seemed driven mad by pain, even insisting we remove his intestines. Neither healing magic nor the antidote proved effective. Griffith felt as though he had entered a realm of ignorance. The only recourse now was to see if Badu could endure until they returned to town. After instructing the village chief to leave some villagers behind for the night watch, Griffith climbed atop a roof, seeking a flat spot to lie down. The dry straw poked uncomfortably through the seams of his armor. The damaged leather and chainmail bore several twisted protrusions, causing great discomfort. Under such circumstances, sleep was not only difficult but also perilous. However, if he did not rest now, his weary body could not withstand it, and even his mind would struggle to maintain alertness. If possible, Griffith wished to rotate watch with Galadia. But the elf had vanished without a trace since the arrival of the adventuring party. He was loath to rest near a group of adventurers whose intentions remained uncertain. He attempted to chew on some jerky, but the taste was bitter, a sign of excessive physical and mental fatigue that necessitated sleep. He could not dare to remove his armor, so he lay upon the rooftop, drifting into a troubled slumber. As dawn broke and reinforcements arrived in the town, safety would be assured. This thought lingered in the novice knight's mind. Uncertain how long he had slept, Griffith abruptly awoke, sitting up. An indescribable sensation jolted his nerves. The village lay shrouded in darkness. The crimson moon overhead had inexplicably transformed to a shade of green, casting a faintly sinister glow. There was not a trace of human activity to be found. Alarmed, Griffith hurriedly approached the sentry at the main gate from the rooftop and low wall. In the dim light, he discerned two villagers asleep on the rooftop, clutching wooden spears. Wake up, Griffith scolded, tapping their heads with the sword sheath. The villagers jolted awake in terror, staring at the novice knight for a moment before they finally responded. And my lord, what has happened? Have the goblins come? No. But if the goblins arrive, neither of you fools will survive, Griffith murmured, his tone laced with urgency. Stay vigilant. If we can hold out until morning, we shall be safe. I will scout the vicinity for anyone who might be able to relieve you. Leaving his post, Griffith retraced his steps along the rooftops and walls. In this pitch-black place, Even the apprentice knight could barely discern the path ahead, frequently halting to survey his surroundings with unease. Strangely, the summer village was devoid of the usual annoying insect chirps, as if all living things had retreated into the dark distance. A faint summer breeze brushed against his face, carrying an unsettling chill that penetrated to his very bones. The further Griffith walked, the more a sense of dread enveloped him. Accustomed to the fervent heat and vigor of the barracks, the stark contrast of this unfamiliar mountain village made every corner and shadow seem inhabited by grotesque monsters. Just moments ago, the elves who had fought alongside him had vanished into silence, like phantoms that had never existed. Griffith felt a creeping unease. The imminent danger of battling goblins paled in comparison to the eerie strangeness of this darkness. Suddenly, a foul odor invaded his nostrils, and hurried voices emerged from the shadows. A flicker of light appeared around the corner, revealing several villagers huddled together. What is happening? Griffith sensed something amiss and swiftly leapt down from the wall. The villagers, startled, took a moment to recognize the assisting apprentice knight before one of them spoke up. Roblos, the deceased, was the village chief's brother. His wife sent us to gather him and a few other bodies to the cool cellar. We initially placed them in that small shed, but when we went to check, we found one corpse missing. We were just asking if anyone had moved it. What time is it? Griffith's expression darkened as he pressed. How long until dawn? It's 1 a.m, 3.5 hours until daybreak. Notify the village chief and tell everyone to arm themselves, Griffith commanded. Light torches and rouse everyone. Hurry. The villagers hastily dispersed. Griffith turned and sprinted towards the small shelter where the adventuring party was resting. The young warriors were accommodated in an unoccupied hut not far from the village's main entrance, so locating them was not a daunting task. The apprentice knight, wielding both a long sword and a hand axe, strode to the hut's door and, without knocking, kicked it open. Inside, startled cries erupted as the martial artist Ulan and the novice nun scrambled up from their bedding. Where are the swordsman Andy and Mr. Aces? Griffith inquired, adding with urgency. There's trouble, arm yourselves. The two young women, seemingly just roused from slumber, pointed towards the inner room with bewilderment. Mr. Aces finished bandaging Badu and Apos' wounds and went to tend to the villagers. Andy stayed inside to look after Badu. Griffith nodded and promptly moved toward the inner room. Just then, the night breeze wafted into the chamber, gentle as a silk scarf against his cheek, yet carrying an indescribable stench of decay. The foul odor seeped through the cracks of the wooden door, reminiscent of a den filled with the carcasses of rodents. Griffith's complexion paled, and instinctively, he raised his longsword. Suddenly, the wooden door was violently smashed open, and a colossal shadow lunged towards the apprentice knight. Ah! The two girls behind him screamed. Before Griffith could ascertain what was charging at him, the shadow pounced like a mountain bear. The apprentice knight thrust his longsword forward, slicing into the creature's neck. At the same moment, a massive claw swiped at him. Griffith swiftly blocked with his axe, but was sent crashing against the wall. Bang! The armored apprentice knight struck the earthen wall with a resounding thud, causing the hut to tremble. Dazed, Griffith hastily thrust his sword forward as the enormous shadow barreled towards him, colliding with the sharp tip of his blade. A peculiar sensation akin to piercing decay would course through him, and the shadow flailed momentarily before falling still, like a specimen pinned for display. In that instant, Griffith discerned the true nature of the shadow. The contorted visage bore a haunting resemblance to Badu, his mouth and nose rotting away, revealing grotesque gums and nasal bones. His once tanned body had turned foul and blackened, akin to a corpse buried for days. The hand that clutched the great axe had become deformed, with claws resembling those of a predatory bird, one of which had even embedded itself in Griffith's shoulder armor. The two girls from the adventuring party stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the transformation of their comrade into this abomination. Griffith pushed aside the rotten corpse, discovering that the stench emanated more intensely from Badu and Apos' abdomen, where decay seemed to spread throughout his body. This was a corpse that should have long since perished. How could it still attack me? Faced with this unbelievable sight, Griffith felt a wave of astonishment and dizziness, yet years of combat experience anchored him, allowing him to regain his composure swiftly. No horror could rival that of the behemoth. The apprentice knight had no time for further examination and drew his sword, probing deeper into the room. The pitch-black floor appeared to be stained with a dark liquid. Griffith ignited a small oil lamp from the table outside, illuminating the interior. The cramped room housed a filthy cot, littered with skeletal remains and shattered entrails, while dark blood pooled outward. At the foot of the bed lay a round object. Cautiously, Griffith maneuvered around it, and by the flickering light, he discerned what it was. It was the head of young swordsman Andy. Bite marks marred his neck, and his severed head lay discarded among the bones and dismembered limbs, symbolizing his final remnants in this world. How could this happen? Griffith staggered back, pressing his forehead against the wall, only to be suddenly pierced by a piercing scream. This cry was unlike any human wail. Roland and the novice nun, upon seeing the dismembered remains of their companion, clawed at their faces in terror, their eyes bloodshot and distorted beyond recognition, oblivious to the blood streaks they etched into their skin. Just hours ago, their comrade had transformed into a wandering corpse. Devouring another companion witnessing such a scene, both girls teetered on the brink of madness. "Follow me," Griffith shouted to them, yet they remained utterly unresponsive, fully engulfed in their paralyzing fear. Shaking his head, the apprentice knight dashed out into the chaos outside. The village had descended into turmoil. The air filled with anguished cries mingled with eerie howls, rendering the origin of the monstrous sounds unidentifiable. Chapter 9. The living corpse. In the dim glow of the flickering fire, a frenzied figure could be discerned as it tumbled through the small window of the farmhouse. A piercing scream immediately erupted from within. The darkness was alive with the sound of rustling footsteps, reminiscent of both human and unknown beasts. Griffith felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to leap onto the nearby rooftop. Just as he ascended, a shadow flitted past him from the darkness, and he instinctively reached out to grasp it. However, his hand met only air, and instead, his wrist was yanked and twisted, propelling him off balance and sending him crashing onto the roof. Unaccustomed to such a throw, Griffith desperately tried to regain his footing, but clad in heavy armor, he was flung outward with a thunderous crash, breaking through the roof and tumbling inside amidst hay and beams. The agile figure also lost its footing, yet it executed a flawless somersault, akin to a cat, and landed deftly atop the apprentice knight. The impact of their fall and the pressure on his abdomen nearly caused Griffith to retch. Before he could recover from the disorienting descent, the figure had twisted his wrist and seized his sword, pointing it ominously at his throat. The cold blade rendered the air suffocating. "Oh, when did you find yourself beneath my feet?" The dilapidated cottage fell into a sudden hush. As Griffith opened his eyes, under the pale green light of the moon, he saw Galadriel with an earnest expression, her sword aimed at him. "Get up. The living corpses are coming to feast on our brains." The elf stepped off Griffith's abdomen. Following the goblins, were the living dead. Was this small village a breeding ground for evil deities? An adventurer had been infected by this plague of corpse-like transformation, and several villagers' bodies had mysteriously vanished at midnight. Griffith struggled to rise, disregarding the pain in his belly, and hurriedly inquired, "Where have you been?" "I found a place to hide and rest," the elf casually replied, adding with a hint of warning, "Let it be known, should you suspect that the beautiful and graceful elf is involved in this wickedness, you will find yourself dangling from the treetops." Griffith sighed and shook his head, stating, "I merely meant to suggest that if we alternated between vigilance and rest, we might prevent this calamity." Galadriel shook her head, deliberately dismissing his idea. "We have only known each other for a few hours." Griffith suddenly felt that conversing with Galadriel was becoming an endless affair. In such chaotic circumstances, the two stood in the dark, dilapidated farmhouse, exchanging words as if they had lost their senses. He swallowed down his thoughts and turned to exit the home. As he pushed open the wooden door, a shadow suddenly slipped through the crack, baring its teeth and lunging at his wrist. Clang! The shadow's sharp teeth shattered against his iron gauntlet. Galadriel jumped back in fright. Griffith felt a sharp pain in his wrist, akin to a dagger's stab. He raised his left hand, gripping his axe tightly, and brought it down forcefully on the shadow. The creature's head was struck with such force that it burst apart like a watermelon, collapsing lifelessly. "Leave this place," Griffith shouted. Galadriel immediately followed, and together they dashed outside. Beast-like shadows roamed the village, maintaining human outlines, yet their forelimbs had swollen and elongated, often running on all fours like wolves. Their teeth and claws had transformed into sharp serrated edges and daggers, capable of easily scaling rooftops and walls. These monstrosities were a blend of humans and goblins. Initially appearing sporadically, they soon descended in hordes, attacking with ferocity. As the apprentice knight and the elf pressed on, they realized that remaining exposed was perilous. Those lurking in the darkness could ambush them at any moment, and the only sanctuary seemed to lie in fleeing the village and seeking refuge in the woods. Galadriel quickly scanned the forest, contemplating their retreat. After a moment, she spoke hurriedly. "We cannot go out. Tonight's moon is the verdant moon, and the demons within the forest are particularly frenzied and powerful. Then let us head to the village chief's sturdy abode." Griffith exclaimed. He had just fought a battle under the night sky, his equipment severely damaged, and his stamina only partially restored. He could not guarantee his survival while fleeing. The two provided mutual cover as they ran, easily dispatching the occasional demon they encountered. However, it was Neapolis, long before the throngs of beasts became aware of their presence, howling and pursuing them relentlessly. This way, Galadriel's sight in the darkness appeared sharp, and she grasped Griffith, who nearly missed the village chief's house, pulling him through a nearby wall. "Quick, open the door." Upon scaling the wall, Griffith hammered on the wooden door of the chief's residence. The chief, recognizing their faces, hurriedly opened the door, ushering them inside. Inside the spacious dwelling, several individuals had gathered. Alongside the chief were the pugilist Miss Ulan, the apprentice nun, Mr. Aces, and 5 villagers. "By the gods, it is such a relief to see you both unharmed." The chief approached them, shaking their hands with gratitude. "We must seal the exits and wait for dawn." Galadriel swiftly sidestepped the chief's grasp. Before anyone could respond, Ulan voiced her discontent. "Had we not been waiting for you, we would have already barricaded this door." "Such a temper," Griffith observed as Galadriel prepared to retort, and he quickly interjected, "These monsters have undergone significant physical mutations. Hunkering down is futile. We must find a way to rescue more people." Before Ulan could respond, a series of heavy knocks reverberated from outside, mingled with terrifying howls. A horde of living corpses had crashed against the door, attempting to breach it. The villagers fell into disarray as Griffith drew his sword, prying the sturdy wooden door open just enough to thrust his blade outward, ignoring the elf's warning. The sword pierced flesh, and with a powerful impact, the door threatened to burst open. Griffith braced himself against the door, his right hand stabbing wildly at the onslaught. Blood and viscera splattered across the ground. Minutes later, silence descended outside. One by one, the corpses piled against the door, forming a low wall. Exhausted, Griffith retreated, shutting the door behind him. Calm returned to the dwelling. Yet the onlookers regarded the bloodied apprentice knight with a mix of expressions. Finally, the chief spoke. "Perhaps we should barricade the door and await dawn." With only a few hours until daybreak, the chief's suggestion held merit. Mr. Aces chimed in, pointing towards the chimney. "I believe we should block that as well." "Very well." Griffith, utterly fatigued, nodded and settled onto the floor. The villagers hurriedly gathered tables and chairs to reinforce the door. Outside, a cacophony of roars echoed. The number of beings transformed into the undead unknown. Those sheltering inside dared not light oil lamps, each lost in their own thoughts. Aces tended to the wounded, while Ulan and the apprentice nun, Pacifica, sat together, and the chief huddled with the villagers. In this heavy silence, they awaited the dawn. Griffith sat not far from Galadriel. As a rank 9 extraordinary being, though his stamina surpassed that of ordinary men, the unrelenting combat without respite was disheartening. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Griffith was stirred from his stupor. He heard a faint gnawing sound in the darkness, reminiscent of a mouse nibbling at the corner of a table. An unsettling noise magnified in the silence, evoking a sense of eeriness. There were indistinct whispers, as if someone were recounting a tale or perhaps uttering a curse. This sound seemed to be an ancient secret language, incomprehensible in its meaning. Awake now, a clear whisper reached his ears. Griffith felt a gentle tap on his arm, accompanied by a delicate scent of grass and woodland that danced at the tip of his nose. Raising his head, he discovered Galadriel kneeling beside him, her hands grasping his arms. "Follow me, but quietly." The novice knight obediently rose, trailing the elf to the kitchen near the living room. Galadriel cautiously inspected the corners and beneath the table, softly closing the door as she spoke. "We are in grave trouble. It appears that the living dead from the entire village have gathered around us, surrounding us." "What?" Griffith's eyes widened in shock. "Are we the last survivors?" "Not necessarily. I can sense over 100 humanoid figures moving outside. From the footsteps, it seems to be a mix of villagers and goblins." Galadriel's expressive eyes nearly conveyed her worry. "The undead should lack intelligence, driven only by the instincts to consume and kill." I suspect someone is controlling these reanimated corpses. Who could it be? Who is the target? Griffith blurted out, but immediately had his own answer. Is it you? Surely not you, or those adventurers or villagers. The reanimation of the dead requires forbidden dark magic or sealed artifacts. Even seasoned mages from the Arcane Council would find it challenging. The elf hesitated, but eventually spoke. I came to this village guided by prophecy. I must leave my kin and investigate alone to uncover a crucial clue for my advancement in the ranks. This operation was meant to be clandestine. Griffith replied earnestly, if we operate under this assumption, it makes sense. To hunt an elven ranger, sufficient manpower is essential. Given the current situation, the mastermind behind this has evidently invested considerable resources. It is unheard of for goblins and the undead to be conjured within human heartlands. If the goal were merely to annihilate 1 or 2 villages, the cost would be absurd compared to the gain. Now even escaping through the chimney is not an easy task. Galadriel bit her lip. Oh, and there is one more thing. What? Be wary of those adventurers. The elf raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Did you hear that? That faint gnawing sound. That girl dressed as a monk has lost her mind. The sound of gnawing, akin to a mouse, lingered in the darkness, sending shivers down their spines, mingled with the faint crack of bones being crushed. Are you sure? Griffith inquired. She might just be startled. Your human reason crumbles so easily under the weight of the unknown and fear. It is not uncommon for individuals to succumb to madness, becoming pawns of malevolent deities, Galadriel replied solemnly. I have heard of a brave prince who, after witnessing his people transformed into the undead by plague, descended into irrevocable madness, slaughtering an entire city's populace and even murdering his own father. Ultimately, he became a tool of a cult. Perhaps he had no other choice. Griffith shook his head, but that is not the point. As long as the undead do not breach our defenses, we can hold out until dawn. Dawn may not be effective against them. They are not the pathetic creatures of the bloodline. Galadriel shook her head. I have a theory. The puppeteer controlling these goblins and undead is within this very house. How could that be? Griffith quickly glanced at the others in the living room. Why do you say that? Quite simply, Galadriel patted his head, since the undead appeared. I have been constantly shifting positions. There are so many cottages in the village, yet these monsters manage to surround us with remarkable accuracy, indicating that the mastermind is well aware of my movements. At that moment, a heart-wrenching groan interrupted their conversation. The occupants in the living room awoke in shock. The monk girl, Roland, emitted strange sounds from her throat. Then, she stood up, swaying unsteadily towards the door, mumbling unintelligible phrases. Roland, what's wrong? The novice nun asked in alarm. Immediately, she witnessed her companion frantically pushing aside the table and cabinet that blocked the door. Stop her. Mr. Aces reacted, shouting in panic. She trying to let the undead in. Galadriel swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the frenzied Ulan. Stop. The novice nun, Pacifica, cried out in shock, rushing to shield her companion. What are you doing? Stop this at once. The village chief and the villagers were stunned. They had just awakened from a drowsy slumber to such a scene, unsure of how to react. Thud. An arrow was released from the bowstring. At such a close range, even an obstruction could not hinder the elf's marksmanship. Galadriel's arrow pierced Ulan's shoulder, causing her to stumble and fall. No. The novice nun screamed as she witnessed her companion's injury, raising her wooden staff to strike at the elf. Before her staff could be swung, a strong hand seized her wrist, effortlessly knocking her unconscious. At that moment, outside the house, a cacophony of scratching sounds erupted. Hundreds of undead let out low, terrifying growls as they began to assault the doors, windows, and walls of the great house. They're outside. They're trying to get in. The terrified villagers screamed, rushing towards the elf, who appeared the most formidable amidst the chaos. In the turmoil, Griffith suddenly changed direction, lunging towards Aces within the crowd. Whoa! The apprentice mage yelled as he was knocked aside, crashing heavily against the wall. Before the village chief and others could inquire about the commotion, Griffith's armored hand had already seized the frail Aces by the throat. Shall I snap your neck, or will you stop the undead outside yourself? The novice knight asked coldly. What are you saying? I don't understand. Aces struggled, flailing against Griffith's grip. It's you, deliberately seeking help on a critical path. Diverting reinforcements, luring some of them into a trap, Griffith spoke rapidly. The goblins and undead are not formidable. They stand no chance against organized adventurers and villagers. You know Galadriel's precise location, which is why the undead are attacking here. She is your prey. Isn't that the monk? Aces shouted. She was the one trying to let those monsters in. Perhaps, but you all bear suspicion. Griffith's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Eliminate all of you. And that would resolve the issue. In a fit of desperation, Aces's eyes suddenly glinted with malice. His right hand grasped something and lunged at Griffith's arm. Thud! An arrow pierced his wrist, pinning it to the wall. A small dagger smeared with a viridescent liquid fell from Aces's hand. Outside, the undead were nearing the point of dismantling the door and windows, decayed arms forcing their way through the splintered gaps. One last time, stop the undead, Griffith stated coldly. His grip on Aces's throat poised to snap his neck. The pale-faced apprentice mage suddenly smirked, and then, with a vicious bite, he crushed something in his mouth, chewing deliberately. Don't let him poison himself. Galadriel reacted instantly. Griffith swiftly grasped Aces by the chin and twisted with force. The apprentice mage let out a cry, his jaw dislocating under the pressure. It is a common practice among spies and schemers of various races to conceal poison within their teeth. When captured, a mere bite into a false tooth could unleash a deadly toxin, sparing them from the agony that would follow. As a member of the Eastern Legion, Griffith had partaken in numerous captures and interrogations of spies, and breaking their jaws had proven to be the only effective method. However, extensive experience does not guarantee timely intervention every time. Aces's complexion turned an alarming shade of blue-purple, foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth. The potency of his poison was instantaneous, taking effect in a heartbeat. Galadriel rushed over to assess the apprentice's condition, casting a regretful glance in Griffith's direction. Meanwhile, the commotion outside abruptly subsided, the howling undead ceasing their assault. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside, retreating in various directions. Chapter 10. Blood taxed the rigid corpses lay scattered throughout the village, motionless. They had lost all vitality. Galadia leaned in to observe for a moment, sensing no surge of power or magic. These monsters, resurrected from death, were utterly lifeless. Terrified villagers only dared to survey the horrific scene after the village chief rang his bell to summon them from their homes. Griffith, with dark circles under his eyes, removed his helmet and rested against a wall. In last night's battle, he had discovered that the goblins, decapitated, did not revive but remained sprawled on the ground in their original forms. At dawn, he had resolutely severed over 100 heads, piling them onto a cart. A stone had struck his forehead during the skirmish, and despite wearing armor, he had sustained severe injuries. Dried blood caked half his face, while his right hand, chest, and shoulder bore numerous wounds. Though the double-layered armor had shielded him from fatal attacks, it had still left him with a multitude of cuts and bruises. Don't move. Let me take a look, Galadia said as she inspected the area, confirming there were no new enemies before approaching the apprentice knight. She began to unfasten his damaged leather armor and carefully removed the chainmail to examine his wounds. I will apply some ointment, but you mustn't fidget. The elf produced a green salve, applying it to Griffith's injuries. A wave of soothing coolness washed over him, but just as he was about to compliment her, the pain flared up intensely. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Griffith winced, confused as to why the elf's remedy was not as comforting as he had imagined. Who told you that? She teased. Your leather armor is nearly shredded. Galadia and Apos' fingers traced the edges of his wounds. You and Apos, quite battered. Despite wearing 2 layers of armor, you still have so many bruises and cuts. Armor is not infallible. I have heard that a magical shield can provide comprehensive defense, Griffith remarked, feeling her delicate, cool touch glide over him, causing his heart to race. He awkwardly added, Are you still planning to search for their lair? Yes, the number of goblins guarding their lair should have significantly diminished. Besides, they are not mindless beasts. After being forced into such a bloody battle, many survivors will likely flee back to their lair with news of the carnage. Galadia assessed his strong physique, noting the fine contours, wishing it were unmarred by injury. Hurry and put your clothes back on. Look, look. Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the village's earthen wall. An armed contingent appeared on the distant road, composed of dozens of civilians wielding spears and wooden shields, with a warrior clad in leather armor leading the way. The village chief rushed forward upon seeing them, grasping the warrior's hand with excitement. We've been waiting for you. How is the village? Where have the monsters gone? The warrior surveyed the vast bloodstains on the ground with surprise. We were attacked by some goblins last night, injuring several. They have been driven away, but many perished in the village. Thankfully, we owe it all to these 2. The chief gestured towards Griffith and Galadia. Over 200 goblin heads lay piled nearby, astonishing the warrior and the militia. I am Ismail, captain of the militia and a warrior of the Aiden family. Are you soldiers of the Eastern Legion? Well done. The warrior examined Griffith, nodding with approval. And who is this? An elf? I never expected such labor from the ranger. Galadia nodded gently to the warrior, then patted Griffith's shoulder before turning towards a nearby hut. I need to rest for a while. Please inform me when it's time to depart. Hours later, Griffith and Galadia followed dozens of militia members as they left Manisa village, advancing toward the hills. The suspicious Ulan was confined in a house, tended by an apprentice nun. Galadia had already discerned the location of the goblin lair, though they would have found it even without her guidance. A few goblins had escaped the village during the battle, and intermittent trails of blood led deep into the woods. Upon entering the forest, they occasionally encountered one or two goblin corpses, heavily wounded and lifeless. The footprints and blood trails were dense, suggesting that these creatures had not scattered in their flight. They remained organized. Have you noticed? Griffith spoke with a grave expression. Even after suffering such heavy losses last night, they were still able to regroup and flee. We eliminated their shaman during the battle, Galadia, taking the lead as a scout, inspected the surroundings for any traps set by the goblins. Under these circumstances, their ability to band together towards their lair indicates the presence of higher-ranking species there. Goblin warriors? The leading militia warrior interjected. I have heard from my instructor that they are exceptionally strong goblins, and caution is advised if encountered. Yet, this seems illogical. If they possess such combat prowess, they should have participated in last night's battle instead of leaving the shaman behind in the lair. Indeed, Galadia mused, tilting her head in confusion. However, there cannot be two shamans in a single lair, which raises further questions. Goblins typically do not exhibit a particular attachment to treasures or their nests. Griffith pondered before speaking. This suggests, from another perspective, that the goblins' target is you. Beyond the plan to besiege the village, it is possible they anticipated your direct approach to their lair, thus leaving a portion of their forces to guard. Galadia's gaze flickered momentarily, and she fell silent. After walking for a while, the militia captain recalled something. Before I set out, I heard that some adventurers had taken on a quest. What has become of them? Griffith briefly recounted the situation of the adventuring party. After last night's events, Roland was confined in the village, under the care of the apprentice nun. The remains of their companions had been collected, awaiting investigation by the local station mages and official authorities. The militia captain sighed softly upon hearing this, finding no words to offer. The war along the Eastern Front had persisted for 5 long years. In the eastern provinces closest to the battlefield, citizens who refused military or labor service would lose their inheritance rights and eligibility for public office. Healthy, eligible young individuals, wishing to avoid conscription into the meat grinder of the Eastern Front, had no choice but to flee their homes and become adventurers. In contrast, adventurers accepted quests of varying difficulty based on their abilities, ranging from exterminating giant rats in sewers to driving away monsters attacking villages. Assessing the difficulty of these tasks was inherently challenging. The official institutions that posted quests could only describe the monster strengths based on reports from villagers and merchants. Casualties among adventurer parties during battles were not uncommon. When adventurers returned to towns with injured companions and vital information, only then would the authorities grasp the true nature of the threats they faced, accordingly dispatching militia or requesting support from regular troops. Your world is truly perilous, Galadia remarked as they took a break beneath a large tree, observing the exhausted militia. Human novices undergo merely a few years of combat training, lacking adequate knowledge and equipment, yet they are thrust into battle, often unable to flee when confronted by overwhelming foes. Indeed, Griffith nodded in agreement. It is only due to your numbers that you have not faced extinction by now, the elven girl said, gently massaging her ankle. They do not value their lives enough. Should they choose not to embark on the path of adventurers, they would primarily find themselves destined to become farmers or auxiliary soldiers within the military. As Griffith meticulously examined his equipment, he remarked, "Our war in the East has persisted for several years. This region, close to the front lines, serves as a vital source of supplies and auxiliary forces. The local populace, reliant on the meager yields of their land, struggles profoundly to meet both their tax obligations and daily sustenance. Although the life of an adventurer is fraught with peril, the bounties earned can procure many fine goods in the local markets. You appear to have given this considerable thought. Have you contemplated becoming an adventurer?" Galadia inquired, cradling her elongated legs and resting her head upon her knees as she gazed at the aspiring knight beside her. I am the second son of a feudal lord, possessing no claim to inheritance. Nevertheless, I have attended a national academy and undergone rigorous combat training, Griffith replied, shaking his head. At the tender age of 12, I was conscripted into a free juvenile officer school, and by 15, I found myself on the battlefield as a member of the Schutalar, the young guard. Indeed, Galadia nodded in understanding. I am aware that if no member of a family serves the kingdom and military across generations, the entire lineage is at risk of losing their fief and titles, a form of taxation devoid of currency. What is it called in the human tongue? Griffith leaned back against the trunk of a tree and softly uttered, blood tax. Chapter 11. The goblin behemoth at the entrance of a cave strewn with gravel. Galadia came to a halt. This is the place, she declared. Griffith peered inside. It was an unremarkable cavern, with a winding tunnel tall enough for several people to walk side by side, extending into the unseen depths. Spread out and check for any exits nearby, Griffith commanded. Those with shields, follow me inside. The rest, hold this position. The elf bit her lip, summoning her courage to speak. I wish to accompany you. According to their prior arrangement, half of the militia would follow the captain to ensure their retreat, while Griffith and Galadia would cover each other as they ventured into the shadowy passage. In this constricted cave, even more troops could not effectively maneuver. An unbearable stench pervaded the air, and Griffith grew concerned that their torches might ignite an explosion or suffocate them. Suddenly, a few militia members cried out. In the darkness ahead, numerous eyes glimmered, surveying the intruding humans with malicious intent. Goblins, Griffith gestured, and 4 militia armed with wooden shields stepped forward to form a steadfast defense. Prepare for battle, shouted the squire, who had no intention of concealing their presence from the outset. Galadia, unleash your arrows. The elf ignited her feathered arrow and shot it into the eyes lurking in the shadows. It was followed by a scream and the sound of a body collapsing. The bright flames consumed the goblin's corpse, illuminating the path ahead. Cackling, the goblin guards surged forward, launching themselves at the shielded front line. Galadia unleashed a dazzling barrage of arrows among the throng, her speed astonishing, as the continuous volley of projectiles created a sound akin to tearing cloth. The flames connected in a line, sweeping across the advancing enemies. Griffith was taken aback. Galadia's archery had indeed been remarkable in the previous night's battle, yet it was now extraordinary beyond belief. Her slender wrists and arms appeared delicate, yet the force and endurance of her rapid-fire barrage eclipsed that of the strongest warriors in their ranks. Even the most seasoned archers could not compete with her prowess. Could this be the remarkable skill of a ranger? The relentless assault felled a dozen or so foes, obliterating the shadows that had charged forth. The flames and oil on the arrows ignited the slain goblins, casting a vivid light throughout the dark cave. Griffith placed a hand on the shoulder of the frontline militia. Advance. The troops stepped over the fallen goblins, moving deeper into the cavern. As they rounded a corner, a dozen more creatures suddenly leaped from the shadows. Steady, cackling. The goblins collided with the wooden shield line. The militia, unable to see beyond their shields, could only hear the sounds of multiple diminutive creatures frantically battering against them. Attack. Eliminate them. Griffith led the charge, thrusting his spear downward, instantly impaling one of the small beasts. The rear militia followed suit, stabbing through the gaps and over the top of their shields. The goblins, trapped before the shields, were swiftly annihilated. A third wave of goblins soon followed, another dozen charging forth. This number likely represented the maximum that could be deployed at once from the depths of the cave, in the narrow confines. No matter how fiercely the goblins assailed, they could not breach the militia's wooden shield barrier. Replace. At Griffith's command, the second row of militia seized the moment, stepping forward with their shields to replace the frontline soldiers, who, unscathed, retreated to the rear for water and rest. The fourth and fifth waves of goblins attacked, but with the combined efforts of spear and shield, they left behind several corpses, retreating back into the depths of the cave with frantic cries. What insidious tactics, Galadia observed, having had no opportunity to shoot again since her initial volley. Your strategy has rendered the goblins incapable of mounting a proper offense. Is this the kind of warfare you learned from the front lines? If they had charged en masse, a single rain of arrows could have shattered them. Griffith fired a shot into the corpse at his feet, responding calmly, "War is ruthless. We exhaust the enemy's strength and morale through defense, striking at disorganized rabble from our formation. This is how we survive the battlefield. It hardly qualifies as warfare, more akin to maintaining public order. Attention, the path ahead is widening. Upon breaching this corridor, the human militia entered a larger circular cavern. It was spacious enough that 4 militia could no longer block the way. Light the area. Galadia and the rear militia hurled torches and straw piles forward, illuminating the vast chamber, revealing its dreadful reality. As the scene registered, several militia members retched. Within this expansive cavern lay the scattered remains of 4 or 5 incomplete human skeletons, tattered rags still clinging to the bones. 3 young women were found, completely naked and pressed to the ground, their bodies marred by bruises and bites, grotesque filth smeared everywhere. These repulsive, vile goblins dared to. Galadia clenched her teeth, trembling with rage. The nearby militia, having purged their stomachs, were likewise filled with fury, panting heavily as they prepared to rush forward. Griffith scanned the scene with alarm, astonished to find only about 50 normal goblins present. What is happening? Where are the higher-ranked goblins? No goblin warriors? Steady, do not move. Griffith sensed the gravity of the situation. Everyone, hold your positions, do not disperse. Yet those present were blinded by anger and humiliation, eager to exact vengeance. Just then, a naked goblin suddenly lifted the lower half of one of the women, its sharp claws digging into her flesh. The already weakened girl screamed in agony. Damn it! Griffith seized Galadia's hand, preventing her from charging forward. Around them, the enraged militia roared and surged toward the small creature without any semblance of formation. Stop! It's a trap! Griffith shouted in vain. His cries served only to alert Galadia. Before the militia could traverse half the cavern, the soft ground suddenly gave way beneath them. Whoa! 3 or 4 militia members plunged into a pit filled with sharp stakes, instantly meeting their demise. The remaining soldiers panicked. At that moment, the 50-odd goblins surged forth, attacking the disoriented militia with a cacophony of clashing weapons. Galadia quickly drew her bow, taking down several of the strongest and most agile goblins before drawing the attention of a swarm of enemies from all directions. Fall back! Retreat into the corridor! Griffith discarded his spear, raising his round shield to defend while drawing his sword to counterattack. In the dimly lit cave, wielding a long sword was impractical, so he patiently sought opportunities to stab, each thrust claiming a goblin's life. The besieged militia gradually fell, the remaining few forced into a corner, fiercely resisting. Hold on a little longer. Galadia, while retreating, whistled to summon help from the militia outside. However, instead of reinforcements, the sounds of screams, shouts, and clashing weapons echoed from beyond. Griffith and Galadia fought and retreated, taking considerable time to reach the cave entrance. Beneath the dense canopy, where sunlight could not penetrate, the main force of the rear guard had already disintegrated. On the ground lay the shattered corpses in disarray, while the remaining few souls desperately banded together in resistance. Before the two could fully grasp the dire situation, a powerful, colossal creature brandished a thick tree trunk and lunged toward them. Instinctively, they dodged aside, narrowly avoiding being struck. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall, green-skinned monstrosity, unlike the typical goblins. Its face was brutish and coarse, its body as stout as a barrel. The massive club it wielded was a broken tree branch, smeared with flesh, blood, and bone. Goblin giant. Galadia's voice trembled with shock and fear. This was a variant of goblin, more powerful and exalted than the goblin warriors and shamans. No wonder the shaman had led last night's ambush. This giant was the ruler of the goblin horde. With a crunch, the goblin giant squeezed its left hand, and a human soldier it had grasped was instantly crushed, his head exploding like a shattered watermelon. The headless body crumpled to the ground, twitching slightly. Only then did Griffith recognize the fallen warrior as one from House Aiden. 30 goblins trailed behind the giant, some attacking the remaining militia while others leered hungrily at the slender figure of the elf. With a roar, the goblin giant swung its massive club. Its assault was as relentless as a tempest, and the squire and elven archer were forced back by the sheer force of the wind, even before being struck. Seizing the opportunity, Galadia loosed 2 arrows, which embedded themselves deeply in the giant's chest like nails driven into a wall. Yet, the creature hardly flinched. Its robust physique and layers of fat served as its best defense. If I were to fall into the clutches of such a beast, can I escape now? Galadia watched the terrifying creature, her heart racing, her palms slick with sweat around the bow. She glanced up at the treetops, realizing they were far beyond her reach. And then her pale face, turned toward the squire beside her. Griffith knelt, steadying his gaze on the goblin giant as he calmly lowered his shield, breathing steadily. The elf's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her, this soldier clad in crude chainmail seemed impervious to fear, as calm as a cold stone. "Galadia," Griffith said, rising slowly. "Let's charge at the goblin giant and aim for its head." In an instant, Galadia fired 3 arrows at the giant. The monster raised a hand to defend itself. 2 arrows struck its arm, while another pierced its throat. However, the giant's sturdy frame remained unyielding to the arrow lodged in its throat as it swung its club toward the humans. Time seemed to slow. Griffith surged forward at the moment the arrows hit, reaching the giant and Oppo's feet just as it lifted its weapon. Kneeling, he leaned back, sliding his sword between the giant and Oppo's legs. The blade sliced through flesh, and before the crimson and yellow fluids could spill forth, Griffith had already maneuvered to the giant's back, pushing off from his gliding position to leap sideways. With a howl, the goblin giant, its face contorted in agony, fell to its knees. Before its knees could touch the ground, Griffith adjusted his position mid-air, plunging his sword down into the giant's broad shoulder. The goblin giant could not even let out a scream. The sword pierced through its unprotected flesh, and it spewed blood before collapsing. Galadia, who had been contemplating a desperate escape to the treetops, found it hard to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The militia and goblins around them were equally bewildered, as the monstrous figure of the giant slowly fell to the earth. Griffith withdrew his sword and, with a swift motion, sent a glimmering arc toward a nearby goblin, decapitating it instantly. The remaining goblins, thrown into chaos, fled in terror, abandoning their fallen comrades, scampering into the depths of the forest. Victorious? Galadia could hardly believe her eyes. The goblin giant was a rare and formidable creature, capable of standing its ground against elite knights and rangers. How could it have been dispatched so easily? Griffith, after pursuing a while, turned back, calling to the disoriented Galadia and the militia, "Grab your weapons and follow me. We must return to the cave for support." With that, the squire sheathed his sword, grasped the captain's long sword, and picked up a shield, leading the charge into the cave. Galadia and the remaining militia hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit. Inside the cave, scattered goblins began to emerge, clearly unaware of the giant's defeat, believing themselves secure in their victory. However, upon seeing the fallen giant and Griffith approaching with sword drawn, they were met with swift retribution. The squire smashed a goblin and Oppo's skull with his shield, trampled another beneath his foot, and felled 2 more with his blade. Those goblins slow to react met a swift demise, while the remaining ones pushed and shoved in a frantic attempt to escape deeper into the cave. Galadia and the militia struggled to keep pace with Griffith's relentless assault. By the time they reached the cave, it had become a gruesome slaughterhouse. Griffith, fueled by adrenaline, continued to pursue the fleeing goblins, dispatching any that dared to retaliate. Some goblins seemed to grasp their plight. The return of the human warriors signified the downfall of their formidable leader. Fear etched across their grotesque faces. A few even curled up on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers of surrender. Disregarding their pleas, Griffith continued his ruthless onslaught, ultimately rescuing the remaining despairing militia and sending the scattered goblins into disarray. "Raise your shields," Griffith commanded, halting before the assembled militia. "Corral them into the corner." The battered remnants of the goblins found themselves besieged from all sides. Though they outnumbered the humans, their cramped formation rendered them powerless, forcing them into a corner. A few desperate goblins attempted to use captured girls as hostages, only to be swiftly dispatched by Galadia's arrows. The last dozen or so goblins, now weaponless, huddled together, their wide, terrified eyes fixed on the encroaching humans, issuing pitiful coos akin to pigeons. They were begging for mercy. Galadia pointed at the quivering goblins. "Can we extract any information from them?" Griffith lowered his shield and drew another sword from his belt. "No, they lack higher intellect. Ordinary goblins can follow commands but possess no capacity for language, only instincts to obey, eat, kill, and mate. Even magical mind control yields only fragmented, chaotic memories." As Galadia tended to the wounded girls, Griffith stood before the trembling goblins, dual swords in hand. "You have no concept of remorse, do you? Then this will be simple." Chapter 12. Journey companions. 2 days had elapsed since the brutal battle that transpired in the depths of the mountains. Griffith and the militia from the town returned to Izmir, where they briefly answered questions before renting a modest farmhouse for temporary lodging. The casualties among the villagers and town militia were substantial. This incident was no mere goblin raid. Compounding the horror, the deceased had inexplicably risen again, prompting the case to be categorized as one requiring urgent attention due to dark magic. Ultimately, to be reported to the Magic Association. Official extraordinary agents had already arrived to take over the investigation. This morning, Griffith was summoned to the town hall to deliver an in-person report. By the edge of the pool lay his freshly cleaned armor. The damaged chainmail had been hastily repaired in town, rendering it serviceable, but the leather armor worn on the outside was severely damaged and, after a clumsy mend, appeared even more unsightly. Griffith was compelled to pay an additional 7 silver coins to the cobbler for a coat of black paint on the leather armor. After settling the repair costs, paint expenses, rent, and meal allowances, a mere 3 silver coins remained in his already meager purse, insufficient even for travel. Life after the battlefield was proving to be far from easy. Griffith felt a twinge of anxiety as he anticipated when the town would distribute the task rewards. Good morning. Galadia peered out from her room, her spirit invigorated by the warm morning sun as she greeted the squire standing in the courtyard. Did you sleep well last night? The mayor should have calculated the rewards by now. Yes, I'll be heading out shortly, the squire replied, clad in a simple shirt, as he lifted a bucket to pour water into the vat. By the way, how did your task go? What magical item requires the elf's personal investigation? What could the assailants possibly want with such rare creatures as goblins and zombies to hunt you? Emerging from the goblin lair, Galadia appeared to have taken nothing. It was acceptable, she said, her gaze lingering on the squire as he set down the bucket and picked up an axe to chop wood. What are you doing? As you can see, chopping wood, Griffith replied, tilting his head. But why are you chopping wood so early in the morning? Galadia observed the now tidy courtyard, the filled vat, and the neatly stacked firewood. Why are you helping the landlady with cleaning, chopping wood, and fetching Waterhaven tea we paid for our stay? Shouldn't we? The squire widened his eyes as he glanced back. After all, we are merely lodging in her home. Shouldn't we? Galadia stepped closer, entwining her long black hair with her fingers. I know. You're actually a brownie in disguise. What is that? Griffith inquired, bemused. That is the snail maiden, she retorted. During the rescue of the village and the purge of goblins, 3 or 4 dozen militiamen, including the captains from Izmir and Manisa, had perished, 10 of whom fell to the blows of the goblin ogre. Most of the goblin heads were credited to Griffith, and the total bounty amounted to 14 gold florins and 10 silver coins. His reward for slaying 146 goblins, 1 goblin shaman, and 1 goblin ogre. The bounty included 7 gold florins and 6 silver coins for the goblins, 2 gold coins for the shaman, and 5 gold coins for the ogre. Some goblins should have been attributed to the villagers of Manisa, but since they did not stake a claim, Griffith carted them all back. The town accountant silently counted the bounty before closing the door behind him, leaving Griffith face to face with an investigator. The investigator appeared to hold a low rank and was quite aged. Generally, dark magic cases required the assistance of at least 2 investigators, yet for some unknown reason, only one had arrived. Do you have anything further to add? The investigator inquired leisurely, perusing a detailed report. Griffith replied, I suspect this is not merely a demon attack on the village, but a conspiracy targeting Miss Galadia. The orchestrators chose goblins and zombies, malevolent and easily manipulable beings, to eliminate any investigative leads while also avoiding any signs of a setup that might alert the elf and her kin. After the battle, Griffith meticulously contemplated the sequence of events. If the objective was to eliminate Galadia, employing a cadre of extraordinary agents for an ambush would be the most effective method. However, divination and prophecy often reveal such overt signs. Moreover, elves, being favored by the moon goddess, possess acute instincts that easily detect ordinary traps. If I were to carry out the assassination, I would strive to entangle Galadia in a larger incident, obscuring the true target of the attack. Griffith's thoughts spiraled, unwittingly devising a nefarious plan. Wait, what am I doing? Realizing the malevolence of his thoughts, Griffith promptly halted his wicked musings. The mere thought of the elf's graceful, exquisite figure rendered his previous notions utterly absurd. He instinctively adjusted his collar and straightened his posture. The investigator remained oblivious, continuing to sift through the report. I believe it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation into the social connections of the apprentice mage, Aces. He lacks the capability to conjure goblins and zombies. Griffith steadied himself and continued. Additionally, I request an investigation into Miss Galadia's background, even if she is the true target. Those who suffered casualties in this incident are all human. Very well, the investigator replied noncommittally. We shall investigate, but our manpower is limited. Numerous sinister entities are infiltrating the interior from the east. Griffith hastily asserted, I will travel north along the eastern highway. Please issue a notice to the extraordinary agents along the way. I understand, the investigator replied, expressionless as he closed the report. You are dismissed, second lieutenant. With the bounty in hand, Griffith made his way to the town tavern, where he had arranged to confer with the elf regarding the division of their spoils. The weighty purse felt familiar. During his time on the Eastern Front, he had experienced a few bountiful harvests, yet none remained saved. Various expensive potions and herbs for enhancing physical prowess, personal weaponry and armor, contraband, and sundry other expenses quickly drained the soldiers' coffers. Take your share. Griffith pushed the gleaming gold and silver coins towards Galadia. Thank goodness for your archery skills. Otherwise, victory over the goblin ogre would have been impossible. We shall split it evenly. Honestly, I detest the scent of human currency, Galadia replied, pushing most of the coins back, retaining only a single gold coin. Aren't you heading to Beyerland? There is plenty of opportunity to spend money there. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. Are you truly just a second lieutenant squire? Without a doubt, Griffith affirmed. Rank 9. A human junior officer who cannot wield magic managed to slay so many goblins and even a goblin ogre. This seems quite unreasonable. Something feels amiss. My weaponry and armor are nearly completely damaged. The losses are significant. Griffith winced at the thought of his expenditures. Let us not dwell on your pitiful equipment, Galadia replied, shaking her head. What will you do after visiting Beyerland? I shall report to Count Rammer. I am Schutalar, preparing to enroll in Hormentorts this autumn. Griffith replied with a light-hearted demeanor as he recounted the coins once more. If you are heading elsewhere, I can escort you part of the way. Hormentorts, greetings. Classmate. Galadria arched her brows with a cheerful expression. I and Oppos am also enrolling in the autumn semester, so we can travel together. I need to take care of some errands first. Let's meet outside town later. Remember to hire a carriage. What a coincidence. Griffith's spirits lifted as he watched the elf don her cloak and exit the tavern. Such a delightful turn of events seemed almost surreal. Izmir, a bustling port town, teemed with merchant ships and traders from all corners of the world. They congregated here to exchange goods, replenish supplies, and then embark on their journeys anew. However, Izmir was particularly lively today. Shops along the streets were adorned with vibrant streamers Griffith had never seen before, and the shopkeepers and their staff seemed to have donned their finest attire. Far from being somber due to the casualties in the goblin extermination, the town had blossomed overnight. Is there some kind of festival? Apprentice night. It's wonderful that you're safe. A familiar, melodious voice rang out. The lithe figure of the hostess who had given Griffith the quest was weaving through the crowded patrons, serving them large mugs of ale. She spotted Griffith sitting by the window and hurried over joyfully. I heard you suffered heavy losses while exterminating the goblins, and I feared you had met a similar fate as the captain. I'm so glad you returned unharmed. Before Griffith could express his gratitude, the tavern owner called out from behind the bar, Tina, get those gentlemen at the table some ale. Coming. The hostess flashed a radiant smile, tugged at Griffith and Oppos' sleeve, and gestured towards a large barrel by the bar. Care to join us for a bit? The ale is half price today. Yes, all right, Griffith nodded. A mug of ale, please. Is there some kind of festival in town today? As Griffith uttered his question, a stirring bugle call echoed from outside the tavern. Then came a second. With the third sounding of the horn, a tidal wave of cheers swept through the town. The Eastern Legion has achieved a resounding victory at Etana. The war is over. The royal army will be returning in triumph soon. A series of cheers reverberated through the air. The patrons in the tavern erupted in jubilation, raising their mugs in mutual celebration. The war is over, Griffith mused, a sense of unreality washing over him. It had not been long since the sacrifices of Krista, Galona, and countless other familiar friends. And in the days since he left the front lines, he had continued to fight goblins and the undead in a mire of blood. Will you be attending the triumphal parade in Beyerland? Tina scurried back and thrust a large mug of ale into Griffith's hand. I am under orders to return to Beyerland. But whether I will attend the parade is uncertain, the apprentice knight replied, still lost in thought. How wonderful. Tina, caught up in the celebratory atmosphere, craned her neck to gaze at the jubilant crowds outside the window. I'm planning to go to Beyerland to find my cousin. He owns a small tavern there. And business is sure to be booming now that the rationing has ended. Really? Griffith was surprised that this young woman was also heading to the distant capital. It's a long journey, and it's not safe for you to travel alone. Long live the king. Long live the great Marcus Aurelius Antoninus and the invincible Eastern Legion. The patrons in the tavern cheered, leaping onto tables and raising their mugs in a frenzy of revelry. The joyous shouts drowned out Tina's voice for a few moments. Hey, what an Opos, it's not safe about it. With the tavern and Opos, as patrons embracing, singing, and generally creating chaos, Tina was temporarily free from her duties. She draped an arm over the apprentice knight's shoulder and declared confidently, "You lot traveled from Beyerland to the ends of the earth to fight a war. And then you came back the same way. Now that the fighting's over, I'm setting off from here, and it's not even a quarter of the distance. I just need to wait a while, and there will be regular sailing ships available. It'll be fine, really." Chapter 13. Doubts. Do you know how to drive? Galadia tossed her belongings onto the rented cart's cargo rack and climbed aboard, spreading a blanket to lie comfortably before turning to observe the busy squire at the front. "Indeed, I once disguised myself as a cart driver transporting supplies to lure half-orc ambushers," Griffith replied, patting the cargo rack. "I donned chainmail beneath a burlap coat, while others hid in the very spot you now occupy, armed with bows and crossbows, concealed beneath straw and burlap sacks. How cunning." The elven girl smirked slightly. Griffith was pressed for time, unable to await the scheduled sailing like other patrons. He had rented the cart from a merchant in Izmir as a legion officer and, after paying a fee, could use it for travel, returning it to a merchant in another town near the northern strait. Galadia seemed indifferent to the particulars, as long as it meant she wouldn't have to remain in the farmhouse any longer. The duo traveled northward, towards the capital of Beyerland. 2 days later, they arrived in the town of Belisi. Beyond this point, a short distance further would lead them to the eastern shore of the inner sea, a body of water that connected the broken sea and the tranquil sea, encircled by the kingdom's core territories, allowing for a one-day journey to Beyerland by boat. News of victory in the war had reached here. It was said that messengers rushed through the town, proclaiming the triumph, and subsequently, they sped towards neighboring towns. Joyful townsfolk were singing and dancing in the streets, while numerous vendors hawked their diverse wares. At the bustling town gate, Griffith and Galadia noticed a notice posted at the roadside: the Magic Association and the Church, no longer needing to recruit young men for military service. "We're seeking new applicants aged 12 to 17. Would you care to give it a try?" the elven ranger suggested, shaking her head at the young knight. "Discard that rigid armor and don a robe for a respectable life. You won't have to eat charred bread in the wild anymore. My affinity for magic is rather ordinary, and I find it difficult to shape spells under the influence of bloodlust. The army's priest conducted a test for us." Griffith shook his head. "Even if admitted, I would likely only serve as a laborer." "Isn't being a laborer commendable?" Galadia raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Many great mages began from humble beginnings, first as laborers or nominal apprentices, and through their efforts and fortuitous encounters, discovered secrets in rubbish heaps, ancient libraries, or caves beneath waterfalls, leading them to defy fate and emerge victorious. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Is that a legend of some hero?" Griffith asked, astonished by his companion. "How could you not know? Lucian, Linlay, and a host of others. Who are they? You truly lack excitement." Galadia shook her head. "Is there no fiction in human libraries? The books at the military academy lean towards military science and engineering. Occasionally, I find a bit of history," Griffith sighed. "On the battlefield, one mostly reads regulations, military reports, or scavenges letters from corpses." I apologize, that was my fault." Galadia quickly waved her hand, her tone turning somber. "Let us not dwell on that. It's making me emotional." "Not to worry. The reason I returned early from the front was due to a recommendation from the Lamore family. In September, I can attend a prestigious institution like Homenwarts for free," Griffith said nonchalantly. "It's a pity to miss the final push, but entering such a renowned academy is nothing to complain about even if it is a magic school. They have courses relevant to my field, and their library must be overflowing." The elf smiled faintly. "Only you humans would do such a thing, high-ranking magic school as spellbreakers. By the way, how did we happen to meet?" "Well, the squire possesses practical experience from the east, and given your age, it would not be surprising if you were chosen to become a Schutalar. Izmir is also situated along the eastern route." Galadia seemed to ponder something, but quickly dismissed the thought. She gazed at the bustling shops lining the street and tugged at her companion's sleeve. "Let us go eat there. You have the money. You must treat me to something good." The inns here, like the taverns in Izmir, were modestly furnished, yet filled with citizens celebrating their victory. "Are you back from the east, Sir Squire?" Would you like to try our specialty lamb chops? The serving girl approached Griffith as he entered the tavern, her demeanor friendly. I can also recommend some easy jobs to earn money in this town. Is your marketing strategy uniformly trained? Everyone speaks the same. Griffith thought of Miss Tina from Izmir and shook his head with a smile. Really? You don't want a job introduction? It's easy money. Or, do you need a place to stay? The serving girl continued, somewhat disappointed. Recently, several travelers have gone missing in the wilderness, and the mayor is eager to enhance patrols. Griffith declined her kind offer, settling onto a wooden chair, ordering 2 large pieces of bread, some meat, and a plate of vegetables. Hesitating briefly before adding a serving of honey. 20 so, such a meal could be traded for the head of a goblin. So this is what a peaceful life entails. I've heard that the noblemen in the capital can spend hundreds of silver on a single meal. By the gods, wouldn't he that had not fill a table? The squire rolled various peculiar thoughts through his mind as he took a bite of the dry meat. Galadia sat across from Griffith, glancing between the food on the table and him. Aren't you going to eat? The squire pushed a large piece of bread towards her. The beautiful and delicate elf furrowed her fine brows and sighed lightly. Is this what you offer after receiving such a bounty? This bread is so hard. Was it sawn from wood? I'll deduct 5 points. This is an inland town in the east. The war has just ended, and there are no fresh catches. With transportation being quite inconvenient, we cannot expect too much. The closer we get to the capital, the better our meals will be. Griffith quickly scooped a large spoonful of honey and offered it to her. I promise, once we reach Beyerland, I will treat you well. Well, the honey is quite good, the elf said, tasting the golden sweetness, her eyes lighting up. Before her, the squire unfurled a sheet of stationery, dipping a feather quill into ink and swiftly writing. What are you writing? Galadia inquired, continuing to enjoy the honey while pulling the vegetable plate closer. I'm scheduling a visit with my instructor from the officer school. He has been reassigned to the reserve army headquarters. I want to alert him about the goblins that appeared during this attack and suggest deploying local troops for a hunt. Griffith explained. Additionally, we need to wait here for a while. The town constable has received orders to investigate the apprentice of the mage Aces, and I may receive some information shortly. Are you concerned that Aces' accomplices will attack us? That is a possibility. The elven ranger's smile faded as she asked seriously. Why the particular concern for goblins? They are quite repulsive. Yet, exterminating them requires no mobilization of even foot soldiers. Compared to the undead, which are even more enigmatic and dangerous, the living dead lack their own tribes and organization and struggle to sustain themselves. For now, they pose no threat, Griffith replied. However, these goblins possess their own intellect and community. This small piece of stationery shall be delivered to Beyerland by the crows traversing the town. Upon it, the aspiring knight has penned a multitude of words. Esteemed Master Heinz, I beseech your forgiveness for my prolonged silence due to the relentless turmoil of war. I did not partake in the final siege of the Etana campaign, and have now embarked on my journey back to the capital. In stark contrast to my fallen comrades on the battlefield, I count myself exceedingly fortunate. The myriad experiences and insights gleaned over the past 2 years, I yearn to share with you in person. Just a few days prior to composing this letter, I engaged in combat against goblin marauders in the village of Manisa, situated north of the port city Izmir, where I encountered reanimated corpses. These malevolent creatures, of which I am certain you have heard, require no further elaboration. Following our triumph, my comrades and I ventured deep into the goblin's lair within the forest, seeking to rescue the captured villagers. There, I beheld scenes of horror unparalleled even on the battlefield. Goblins, scarcely larger than children, captured the women and livestock of the village, indiscriminately mating and producing grotesque offspring. The atrocities witnessed were utterly revolting. According to our findings, should the female be in optimal conditions for conception, these monsters require merely 3 days from mating to birthing. Equally shocking is the goblins' resilience to their environment, coupled with their utter lack of dietary discrimination. I dare say that even during the most trying times on the Eastern Front, the provisions and encampments I endured were 1,000-fold superior to the goblin den. They can consume carrion, tree bark, and even certain excrement. Survivors recount that after some females give birth to goblin young, the adult goblins will kill the mother for sustenance. Such ghastly scenes left all present in a state of profound shock. From the peaceful Western Straits to the bloody Eastern Front, I have never encountered a more repugnant species. This tribe possesses an alarming reproductive capacity. If left unchecked, the East and potentially the entire kingdom may descend into calamity. I have also observed many perplexing aspects regarding the goblins' methods of assault on villages. These creatures, even in the face of defeat, launch senseless attacks, a behavior that contradicts their survival instincts and racial characteristics. Their assaults appear more akin to a test of tactics than a desperate bid for survival. Regrettably, as the higher-ranking members of their kind have been slain, I am unable to procure further intelligence. I shall submit a detailed report regarding the attacks coinciding with the emergence of the undead. Esteemed Master, this harrowing incident has left me both perplexed and deeply concerned. I sense a more profound conspiracy at play, one that has garnered little attention from the local authorities. In my capacity as a soldier, I implore you to exert influence from the capital to conduct a thorough extermination and investigation of the local goblin population. This tribe is still in its infancy, and the eastern garrison possesses the strength to act. Should we miss this opportunity, the price we pay may be incalculable. Yours sincerely, your student, Griffith Branton. Upon completing the body of the letter, Griffith estimated the date and attached a note indicating a request for a visit, then carefully stored it. I shall visit the town hall to dispatch the letter, the aspiring knight remarked, for there, I might glean information regarding Isis, should the authorities have discovered anything pertinent. Within the office of the town hall, Griffith observed as the clerk retrieved a document. The inquiry regarding Isis has been concluded, Second Lieutenant, the staff member stated. Their efficiency astonishing. So soon. Both Griffith and the elf found it hard to believe. Have the social connections been clarified? Indeed. For Isis is the apprentice of the esteemed local mage, Lord Rudius, who fled 2 years ago after stealing valuable extraordinary materials. The clerk flipped through the appendices of the document. Even during his flight, he continued to malign the Honorable Lord Rudius. According to recent records, he was active in Beyerland. Yet the authorities have not apprehended him. As Galadia perused the case files, her delicate fingers lightly tapped a blue crystal at her collar. Her expressive eyes shimmered with an unusual coldness and wariness. Has the investigation bureau queried Lord Rudius? Griffith inquired. They have, and not just once, the clerk replied, presenting a heavily redacted document. An investigator was here yesterday to review this file. You may take a look, though I doubt you will uncover anything of significance. Griffith unfolded the document, and Galadia leaned closer to peer at it. Investigation record regarding the accusation of apprentice Isis against Mage Rudius. Summary. Investigators. Inspector Boron, District 71. Apprentice Inspector Anglo. Classification. Standard. For local district archival purposes. The following pertains to the accusation and investigative findings. Isis, human, male, a moderately gifted apprentice mage. Has not pursued higher education at an esteemed institution. In December 1441, he reported to the local district, accusing Mage Rudius of engaging in forbidden dark magic research, specifically on the topic of information erasure. Following the investigation by District 71, no evidence supporting the accusation was found against Mage Rudius. No residual dark magical energy was detected within the mage's tower. Mage Rudius countered with accusations against Isis for the theft of extraordinary materials and research results. District 71 also investigated this claim, during which Isis went missing, with the mage not disclosing the details of the stolen materials or research. The esteemed information erasure came personally to hear the accusations and conduct the investigation, finding no residual dark magical energy. The investigation was subsequently terminated, with the record submitted to the Central Investigation Bureau. Note: this investigation file has been classified, and access requires an application to the Central Investigation Bureau. Chapter 14. Dinner and Cocoa Crisps. Are Inspectors Boron and Anglo here? Griffith inquired dismally after reviewing the records. They have been reassigned elsewhere. There are no personnel records of them in town, the clerk replied. We are not affiliated with the Investigation Bureau. We merely store their case files. Let us depart. A graceful and serene smile returned to Galadia's face as she gently patted Griffith's shoulder and walked outside. As they left the small town, the two traversed fields and hills, eventually resting by a stream in the evening. The area had become quite populated, yet finding a place to dine and lodge during their journey proved to be a challenge. What is that? Don't you already possess a shield? Galadia curiously watched as Griffith retrieved a round object the size of a shield from his pack, tossing it onto the cart with a thud. Our dinner, another piece of black bread, baked with a blend of flour, oats, barley, and various legumes. Oh, and bran as well, Griffith explained. It is durable for preservation, but rather hard. He set up a small stove over the campfire, laboriously slicing the shield-like loaf. Such loaves were commonly baked by citizens every few days. Are you sure this is edible? The elf shook her head. Even a goblin's knife could not penetrate it. Indeed, it is quite hard. There have been instances where thieves perished beneath a housewife's black bread, or couples, in the heat of an argument. Wielding bread as a weapon, Griffith chuckled as he broke a piece of the bread and placed it in the small stove to soften it for better taste. How do you endure such misery? The elf exclaimed, banging her bowl. Why must I eat this every day? Because the war has only just concluded, and here, black bread is all that is available. To be honest, it is quite fortunate that this bread contains neither sand nor sawdust. Griffith retorted, pulling out some jerky and tomatoes from his pack, adding them to the pot along with some wild greens he had foraged. Although supplies had improved significantly, the days of white bread were still far off. A brief silence ensued before Galadia observed the bubbling bread, meat, and vegetables, then turned to retrieve a small package, placing it on her long, straight legs, and smiled at the aspiring night cooking. How do you manage to adventure in the wild? Griffith asked, sensing her gaze. Is food and rest not a hassle? Not at all. I had companions just a few days ago, Galadia replied. However, I could no longer endure their personalities, among other reasons, and thus decided to venture alone. It is not wise to do so. Even the mightiest heroes have blind spots behind them, Griffith earnestly advised. Even the most intolerable companions are still companions. I know, Galadia retorted, producing a small piece from her pack and offering it to him. Here, enjoy this delicacy. It is our secret recipe. What? Elf food? I have only ever seen such things in books. The aspiring knight joyfully accepted, discovering 2 small crisps filled with something. Go on, try it. A few pieces can fill you up. By tradition, they are not meant for you humans. Griffith took a gentle bite. The golden crisp bore a faint, delightful aroma. The filling was soft and smooth, rich with sweetness and a profound taste. This is exquisite. What is this? Griffith's eyes widened as he split the crisp and found a layer of dark solid within. Curiously, he licked it, discovering a flavor more delightful than honey, coupled with a satisfying richness. Ha! You are too adorable. Galadia laughed as she watched Griffith finish the crisp, licking his fingers like a cat savoring fish snacks. This is made from the cocoa tree's fruit, pressed and fermented with other ingredients. Quite a robust and sweet flavor, isn't it? Delicious indeed. Griffith licked the melting cocoa on his hand. From the Shattered Isles to the Eastern Plains, I have never tasted anything like this. Not for you. Galadia tucked the small package away. This is my reserve. If you consume it all, I shall be left to subsist on your unnameable soup. Actually, the soup isn't that terrible. After all, it has jerky and tomatoes, Griffith remarked, adding a small piece of cheese he had purchased in town to the pot, releasing a delightful aroma. In this war, the kingdom had seized several provinces in the southern continent, a land abundant with resources. Life would soon flourish again. Jerky, tomatoes, and cheese cost quite a bit. Oh my. Galadia inhaled the fragrant air. It seems the soup might not be half bad. I never expected you, little soldier, to care for matters of the southern continent. Isn't that far south of the Shattered Isles? A humble position does not equate to a narrow view. That is what my mentor taught me, Griffith said, ladling a bowl of soup and handing it to her. Perhaps one day, the distant world will become a part of your story, will it not? Galadia accepted the steaming soup and took a spoonful of the softened bread, relishing it. How is it? Well, it is acceptable. The two leisurely enjoyed their dinner. Galadia spread a blanket over the soft grass and sat comfortably. Not far from the elven girl, Griffith perused a book he had acquired in town by the firelight. Do you enjoy reading so much? Indeed. My mind requires books, just as a sword needs a whetstone, he replied. That is quite profound. Galadia sincerely praised. It sounds like a quote from some great figure. Griffith, pleased with the compliment, closed the book and retrieved a stack of paper from his pack. What is this? The elf inquired curiously. A sketchbook. It is said to provide relaxation. Griffith carefully unfolded it, a complimentary item from his book purchase, which he had not yet had the chance to examine during the day. Galadia, intrigued, leaned closer. Not like that, the elven girl exclaimed, her delicate brows furrowing almost together, her long pointed ears perking up. Earlier, as they passed through the town, the vendors had gifted the aspiring knight a clear return from the battlefield, a sketchbook adorned with images intended to soothe the soul, featuring various scantily clad, voluptuous women, both human and elven. Griffith glanced at it for a moment. Instead of calming his spirit, It stirred a raucous excitement within him as he boldly regarded his comrade's exquisite features, form, and grace. Galadia delivered a punch, snatching the sketchbook away. Not like that, all right. No more looking, you lewd scoundrel. Galadia seized the drawing paper from Griffith and Appos' hands, pulling out a charcoal pencil and vigorously sketching on the back of a sheet. This is madness, an outrageous slander. One must admit, the elven maiden was indeed multi-talented. In no time, a stunning piece emerged before Griffith's eyes, an armored elven warrior wielding twin blades, standing resolute against the approaching horde of orcs, their indifferent yet determined gazes fixed on the advancing enemy. In the foreground, a handsome, stalwart elven general roared as he brandished his sword. His image perfectly embodies elegance, discipline, and courage, leaving no doubt that he is a hero destined for the annals of history. Look, look, Garadia exclaimed, clad in armor with a formidable shield, showcasing her adept combat skills from afar, steadfast in the ancient alliance with humanity, leading warriors on the front lines, with a powerful battle cry, the embodiment of wisdom, the nemesis of evil, truly a genuine spirit. And now behold yours. Garadia thumped Griffith's album. The illustrations depicted a spirit woman in flimsy attire, striving to accentuate her alluring figure and delicate beauty, clad in garments reminiscent of intimate apparel, with feeble and ostentatious magic, perplexing racism, a self-proclaimed enchanting yet useless queen. Adorned with a bewildered expression, a feudal race, a mere embellishment for the victors, false spirits. I apologize, I shall not look any longer, Griffith replied earnestly. That is more like it. Can I have back those few human images? Garadia paused briefly, then rolled up the album and struck it towards the head of the apprentice knight. Once deprived of the album, Griffith could only engage in earnest reading. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. Do you truly not age or die? How could that be? Garadia leaned against a tree trunk, gazing vacantly at the fire before her. Is there truly an immortal existence in this world? Ordinary spirits live for about 300 years, while the powerful and noble ones approach 600. I have heard tales of a supreme archmage who lived for 1,000 years, yet I have never witnessed it myself. Such vitality rivals that of a dragon. Griffith turned around, appreciating the elegant lines of his companion's long, straight legs. Then your reproduction rate must be slow, otherwise, this world would surely be teeming with spirits. Indeed, Garadia replied without concern. When I was at home, the common greeting among everyone was, the birth rate has declined again this year. Much like you humans discussing the weather or what you've eaten. Is that true? If you become a great hero, the realm of spirits will open its doors to you. Until then, well, you cannot verify, can you? Garadia reclined, wrapping herself snugly in a blanket. A person like you could never become a spellcaster even if you pursued studies at Homenvorts. Witchers have a different training path. You would choose between the paladin of the church and the disenchanter of the military, correct? Griffith gazed at the elven girl with a mix of curiosity and ignorance, then shook his head in confusion. They did not speak much about the training of extraordinary beings at the officer academy. Half a year ago, the Legion evaluated me, and my rank was that of a rookie at sequence 9 in the disenchanter path. The Count's estate will consider such matters. Garadia nodded. That means you are a candidate for the paladin and disenchanter paths. The paladin path does not waste mental energy. Your lord will likely choose that for you. On the same growth trajectory as your great human hero, Knight Roland. I know that name. Griffith exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Roland's name. This great hero was once an apprentice knight serving in the Legion. Fate granted him the opportunity to rise to the stage of the era, and over a decade ago. During the infamous Usurper War, he and his comrades thwarted the dark magic forces schemes. The Dragon Slayer, Sword of the Kingdom, Vanguard of Holy Light. Dear friend to both elves and earth spirits. Kings of different races generously bestowed titles upon him, and bards, academies, and armies extolled his grand achievements. With a surge of emotions, Griffith sat up, savoring the tales of Knight Roland while meticulously inspecting his gear for the night watch. The two now found themselves at the western edge of the eastern province, merely days away from the prosperous heart of the kingdom, no longer in a desolate area. Regardless, they remained vigilant. Camping outdoors would necessitate a rotation of guards. In this region, predators like wolves had been thoroughly eradicated. A small troop was stationed locally. And under strict patrol, various magical creatures had no refuge. Then what about the travelers who have gone missing, as the tavern maid mentioned? Griffith perked up his ears, not wanting to miss any suspicious sounds in the darkness. The crackling of the fire before them occasionally echoed, interspersed with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. There seemed to be no ominous aura or sounds lurking in the shadows. Chapter 15. The Minor Research of the Guardian Mage Rudius. Part 1. In the stillness of the night, Griffith's mind was awash with a multitude of thoughts. If the goblins and the undead were indeed creations of Aces, why then did he seek to slay Galadia? Who orchestrated these actions from behind the scenes? Were there accomplices? What was the identity of the elven maiden who had fallen asleep by the campfire? What was she searching for in this desolate place? Remarkably, she too had attended Homenwarts and spent several years there alongside me. Were the events of these past few days mere coincidences? Or were they the machinations of some greater force? Why was I chosen? Perhaps some answers could be uncovered in Beyerland. The instructor Hines at the reserve command would provide assistance. At that moment, a faint rustling of footsteps and the sound of brush drew nearer to Griffith and his companions. The apprentice knight immediately crouched down, raising his shield towards the source of the sound, while gently shaking the still sleeping Galadia. Something was amiss. "Good evening, dear traveler," emerged a voice from the shadows as a figure stepped from behind the trees, lifting his hood to reveal his aged countenance and gray hair. "I am Rudius, the guardian mage. My humble tower lies nearby. Though modest, it offers more comfort than sleeping in the wild. If you would not mind, might you join me for a drink?" "Good evening, esteemed mage," replied the alert Griffith and the still drowsy Galadia in unison, resembling two young students. Rudius. It was indeed Rudius, the guardian mage once followed by Aces and accused of delving into dark magic. Having just glimpsed his case file during the day, it was astonishing to encounter him that very night. "Thank you for your kind offer, guardian mage," Galadia said, gently caressing the blue crystal pendant around her neck. Casting a calm glance at Griffith, it would be delightful to sleep in a proper bed. The guardian mage's tower was nestled within the woods bordering the road. The gray stone walls and roof appeared quite austere, while the small courtyard outside the living room was adorned with peach trees and flowers. The atmosphere here was serene and gentle. Without the towering spire, one could easily mistake it for a rustic noble's abode. Griffith immediately recalled the notes from the investigation. No residual traces of dark magic had been detected. In fact, there was hardly any magical fluctuation or aura present, as if it were merely a country noble's residence. Such a privilege to host a noble elf in my humble abode. The guardian mage beamed as he bowed to Galadia. "I sense great power emanating from you. You must be an extraordinary being of rank 8. Am I correct?" "Indeed," the elf replied nonchalantly. "And you, a rank 9 in the path of the Dispeller?" Rudius gestured for them to sit at the long table in the living room. Kindly inquiring of the apprentice knight, "You may soon ascend to rank 8 as a barrier breaker, followed by the troublesome Dispeller?" "Yes, esteemed mage," Griffith affirmed. "The Dispeller is a common extraordinary rank, with rank 7 said to be the limit of growth. This information is widely known, and there is no need for confidentiality." Having answered this inquiry, Griffith lowered his gaze to the tea on the table. A single tea leaf floated in the worn cup, pretending to be a full brew. The simple wooden table bore a few dishes, yet there were no servants to tend to the chores. "Please wait a moment." The guardian mage turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with 2 bowls of soup to entertain his guests. "Have you dined yet? If you do not mind, please try my cooking." Griffith glanced at the food on the table. The broad bowl was filled with soup, adorned with a few leafy greens, while a bare fish head stood upright in the broth, its eyes wide open, gazing at the ceiling even if they had not dined. The two could hardly swallow such a dish. Galadia gently pushed the fish head down into the soup, placing a wilted leaf over its unblinking eyes. Forcing a smile as she asked, "Esteemed mage, how did you find us?" Their campsite was situated on a hillside, deviating from the main road, some distance from the mage's tower. "My tower, though modest, is still part of the guardian mage's domain," Rudius chuckled. "Aside from the expensive and impractical teleportation array, there are monitoring arrays for extraordinary characteristics drawn as per regulations in the vicinity. The moment you arrived, I sensed your presence. Camping in the wild is hardly befitting someone of your beauty and nobility, so I took the liberty to extend an invitation. Please, do not hesitate. Try my cooking." Galadia nodded slightly, refraining from further pleasantries with the mage. Griffith observed the mage sipping his soup, then surveyed the unadorned living room. Though he was merely at the lowest extraordinary rank, years of training and combat had honed his instincts. This mage tower felt too ordinary. There must be something amiss. A guardian mage is not an ordinary sorcerer, but refers to a specific administrative position held by a spellcaster, often the highest authority of extraordinary beings in a region. While it is indeed challenging to find powerful mages to serve in remote areas, the annual inspections and evaluations by the Magic Council and the Kingdom are relentless. If they fail to present sufficient research results, they face reprimand from the authorities or even the loss of their position to someone else. Given Rudia's position, how could his residence be devoid of magical disturbances and remnants? What research have you been pursuing lately, esteemed sir? Galadio inquired, voicing Griffith's concern. The annual review must be quite demanding, I presume? Familiars, the guardian mage replied succinctly. Despite my appearance, I am officially designated as a researcher and supplier of familiars. Familiars are magically cultivated biological servants, which may include owls, bats, or even rabbits, cats, dogs, or other creatures. Griffith turned to glance at his companion, their eyes meeting as they both contemplated a particular creature. It is well known that this world encompasses various forces, Rudia's leisurely elaborated. Through the configuration of magic, we can harness magical energy. Extraordinary beings possess unique abilities corresponding to their ranks, capable of wielding powers akin to spells without the need for magical configurations, unaffected by the blood aura of dispellers. The guardian mage cast a glance at Griffith before continuing. Moreover, divine favored ones can obtain rare powers through prayer, akin to magic yet lacking a systematic structure. Among these, the grace of holy light is the most prevalent, though rather hypocritical. Most intriguingly, are the ineffable powers of the ancient gods, sublime forces that create life. Galadia slowly set down her knife and fork. Despite differing ideologies and origins, mages typically held a profound respect for the Church of Holy Light, making open disdain for it a rare behavior. However, Rudia's inquiries went beyond mere curiosity. His statements confirmed that this guardian mage in a remote region was researching some forbidden powers. Griffith rose from his seat and took 2 steps back, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Although they had not been in the mage tower long, this conversation was becoming increasingly untenable. Then, esteemed sir, do you invite us to introduce us to these intriguing powers? Galadia rubbed her forehead, her gaze shifting towards a side door. It led to the basement, from whence a brutal and sanguine aura seeped forth. Something was concealed within, poised to emerge at any moment. Will you truly not partake of my soup? Rudia's lamented. Just a sip, and we could avoid many unpleasant and bloody experiences. How did you uncover this? My potion should be colorless and tasteless. It is simply unpalatable, Griffith replied, casting a sidelong glance at the unappetizing fish soup. Very well, allow me to introduce some of my seemingly trivial endeavors. At this moment, Rudias snapped his fingers. Griffith, who had been on high alert, sprang into action, drawing his long sword and raising his round shield for protection. Galadia swiftly maneuvered past him, knocking an arrow and concealing herself behind his form. Suddenly, the once tranquil mage tower was inundated with a palpable malevolence. A chaotic and distorted creature burst forth from a small door at the side of the lounge. Behold, a perfect amalgamation of orc and elven blood, a formidable orc. Rudias extended his hand, exclaiming, "You must not have witnessed such research before." Accompanied by thunderous footsteps, a robust figure over 2 meters tall strode through the side door. This powerful being bore the bronze skin of an orc, with a well-proportioned and athletic physique. His pointed ears hinted at a trace of elven heritage. Yet his visage was grotesque, filled with a savage brutality. His crimson eyes scanned Galadia's face, immediately revealing a lewd and avaricious glint. Cultivating a being from elven stock is indeed a challenge, Rudias remarked with pride, akin to a chef presenting his culinary masterpiece. Goblins. Griffith promptly realized why there were no traces of magic within the mage tower. Rudias's research did not harness the power of magic. Rather, it created new beings through the propagation of magical life. Galadia bit her lip, and a streak of light shot towards the orc's heart. Huh. The giant absorbed the blow with his bare torso, merely swaying slightly under Galadia's close-range assault. The arrow embedded itself in his thick flesh, but failed to be fatal. The strong orc then grasped the arrow shaft and twisted it off, advancing towards her. Galadia swiftly loosed another arrow, this time aiming for the orc's left eye. In the blink of an eye, the orc raised his left hand, the arrow piercing his wrist but failing to strike a vital point. Such speed. Griffith was astonished. This creature could withstand Galadia's attacks purely through brute strength, and its movements could even intercept arrows fired at close range. This was no adversary that an apprentice knight and an elf could confront. Retreat. Griffith quickly raised his round shield as the orc's heavy blows rained down upon him. He scarcely had time to perceive his opponent's movements before his shield and forearm bones shattered, sending him hurtling backward into the retreating elf. Both of them slammed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Isn't it breathtaking? Rudius rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. The offspring born from the union of goblin and elf may be feeble, yet they inherit a fragment of precious essence. By reinforcing it with robust orc genes, I have birthed a new breed of orc, stronger and more agile. Griffith struggled to rise, only to be seized by the powerful orc and thrown aside. The orc, with crimson eyes ablaze, grasped Galadia's long black hair, forcefully slamming her against the wall. The elf's delicate features were splattered with blood, crimson rivulets flowing from her forehead and the corner of her eye, rendering one side of her face unrecognizable. Oh, Rudius gasped in shock. The offspring resulting from such a union, albeit rare, possessed their own merits. Taller, swifter, stronger, more beautiful. Galadia struggled to reach for a pendant at her waist. The orc swiftly seized her slender fingers and twisted them forcefully. Ah! The chilling sound of bones cracking, accompanied by her scream, incited Griffith's fury. He drew 2 daggers from his waist and hurled them at the foe. The orc, however, did not flinch, absorbing the blows with his back. Forgive me for neglecting to mention, the mage cheerfully interjected, my orc possesses the frenzied traits of his kind. Non-lethal attacks merely invigorate his physique, rendering him more ferocious. TSK, the delicate elf's body cannot withstand such punishment. As if to validate the mage's claims, the orc slammed the bloodied Galadia into the ground before beginning to tear at her finely crafted light armor and shirt. Galadia shimmered with several radiant lights as her protective magic activated, providing some defense, but under the overwhelming force, it shattered within moments. Griffith turned to charge at the station mage, swinging his sword towards Rudius's head. Ignite Flame Formation 12. Shape, Sphere, Overlay, Launch. The station mage swiftly waved his wand, reciting preset incantations to activate a fireball spell. A blazing fireball erupted from the tip of his wand. Griffith quickly ducked, the searing flames grazing his shoulder before striking the orc's back. Boom. The orc was propelled by the impact, crashing through the wall and into the courtyard's flower bed. Was that intentional? Rudius tilted his head at the gaping hole. Griffith remained silent, raising his hand to hurl his sword at the mage. Futile. A mere 9th-tier attack is insufficient to phase a noble mage. Rudius, unable to chant again in time, swiftly tore a charm from his person, summoning a preordained blue shield spell that deflected the sword. As his words fell, Griffith surged towards the mage, darting around to Rudius and Apos' left. And before the mage could utter a spell, he delivered a punch. Rudius was sent reeling backward, his head ringing as blood and teeth flew from his mouth. Griffith seized the mage by the collar, yanking him forward and landing a hook to his jaw. Rudius soared upward, crashing onto his desk. In that fleeting moment, a silver glow enveloped Rudius as an automatic quick-casting spell formed an invisible wall to shield the apprentice knight. Such was the power of the mage tower. While spell casting could be disrupted, engaging a mage on their own turf was already a disadvantage. Griffith drew his axe, swinging it with force against the shield. Ineffectual, soldier. Rudius chuckled as he regained his wits. Such a level of brute force cannot breach my shield. What say you? Since you can achieve nothing, why not join me in marveling at the wild spectacle of orc and elf? The orc, having stood up after being struck by the fireball, appeared invigorated. Its powerful legs planted firmly on the exquisite lawn, as if the earlier assault had merely been a trivial irritation. In its hand, it clutched a torn piece of fabric, evidence of the elf's garment it had just shredded. Chapter 16. The Small Research of the Guardian Mage Rudius. Part 2. A tall and graceful figure emerged from the crumbling wall, her long hair cascading as she strode toward the garden. Galadia's attire had been torn, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders, while blood trickled down her forehead, staining her left cheek and shoulder. Dazed from excessive blood loss, she retrieved a vial of crimson liquid from her waist and drank it in one swift motion. Wiping the blood from her lips before casting the crystal vial aside, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze upon the formidable orc before her. Once bright and cheerful, her eyes now glinted with a chilling intensity, sharp as a blade aimed at her foe. Her lips parted slightly as she softly intoned words of defiance. I recognized the creature before me as a natural adversary. Her left eye sparkled like a brilliant ruby, so mesmerizing that a mere glance could ensnare one's soul. Oh, an elf? How delightful. The wild orc's gaze roamed over Galadia's exposed shoulders, appraising her with a satisfied expression as he spoke deliberately. Other females are weak. You, however, are remarkable. As his words hung in the air, the orc suddenly crouched and lunged at the elven ranger with lightning speed. Thud! The airborne orc crashed heavily to the ground, ensnared by a dense thicket of thorns that had inexplicably sprouted from the manicured lawn, binding his feet tightly. What is this? Rudius exclaimed from within the tower. Binds. The orc grunted, attempting to tear at the thorns ensnaring him, but his hands felt clumsy and uncoordinated, as if intoxicated, failing to grasp the vines. What sorcery is this? No, wait, why is there no chant or incantation? Rudius shouted, disregarding Griffiths, who was fiercely assaulting the shield. This is not magic. Under Griffith's relentless assault, the transparent shield began to show signs of cracking. Galadia paid no heed to the mage's cries. Beside her, a large tree lowered a branch, which respectfully retrieved a longbow from the ground and presented it to the elf. The elven ranger deftly strung the bow, her steps graceful as she approached the orc. I know. I understand. Rudius shouted, despite the damage to his shield. You are a superior breed of elf. A favored one by the divine, not like the previous ones. Orc sees her, quickly grasped the thread of evolutionary life. The orc finally broke free from the thorns and sprang toward the elf. Yet this time, his leap was futile. Although he aimed directly at the elf, he grasped only empty air. Your aim is lacking, Galadia remarked, expertly ensnaring the orc's neck with her bowstring, then vaulting onto his back, tightening her grip. Arg, arg. The orc howled like a beast, thrashing wildly. He swung his massive arms backward, his hulking form bouncing on the grass. Yet the tightening bowstring constricted his throat, and with every struggle, his lungs felt as if they would burst. This powerful creature, endowed with speed and strength, found itself powerless against such a deadly grip, succumbing to an inescapable suffocation. My masterpiece. Rudius lamented as he watched his creation fade, collapsing to the ground. No. With a sudden failure of his shield, the mage sprang forth like a coiled spring, colliding directly with Griffith's descending axe, resulting in an instant, gruesome demise. Griffiths gazed at his bloodied axe and then at the rolling head of the mage, silently picking up a blanket and limping over to drape it around Galadia's shoulders. Are you all right? Ah, I was careless, the elf replied, her face smeared with blood, her attire in tatters, though her wounds had begun to clot and heal. I placed too much faith in divination. Divination? What did you foresee? Before accepting the invitation, I divined the level of danger and its outcome, Galadia said, raising her bloodied head to smile at the apprentice knight. Can you guess what the result was? What was it? Encountering significant danger leads to meaningful outcomes. Galadia's bright smile returned. TCH, is that what you call significant danger? I nearly became food for the beasts. Once I return, I'll hang that unscrupulous merchant selling trinkets. My apologies, Griffith said, feeling a twinge of shame. Why apologize? The elf raised a delicate eyebrow. If it weren't for you attracting that fireball, I wouldn't have known how to end this. The orc nearly crushed me. Griffiths was astonished to see that Galadia's left eye appeared to be stained red from the blood trickling down her forehead. However, upon closer inspection, the radiant glow surpassed that of any gemstone, and the brief eye contact left him feeling ensnared, as if drawn into a whirlpool. Quickly, gather your things, the elf urged, wrapping the blanket around herself and turning away. As the captivating red light vanished, Griffiths immediately broke free from his daze. Could it be a magic eye? Griffiths had never witnessed such a power, though he had heard whispers of it. The magic eye possessed unique, extraordinary abilities that could unleash magical forces without incantation, each one exceedingly rare and precious. Is this the reason Galadia was attacked? Griffiths mused as he picked up his weapon to rearm himself. Returning to the mage's tower where he rummaged through the mage's cabinet and unearthed several vials of blue potions nestled within crystal bottles. These were mana restoration and mental enhancement potions, which we divided as spoils of war. Galadia leaned in to take a glance, then handed Griffiths a vial of red potion. You should prepare some life potions as well. Though they may be costly in your human currency, they can be life-saving in critical moments. How costly? Griffiths, suffering from several broken bones and in considerable pain, swallowed the potion without a second thought. 8 gold florins per vial. Griffiths nearly spat it out, covering his mouth to swallow the potion. I'll pay you back. It's a gift, Galadia said, clutching her blanket with one hand while affectionately patting the apprentice knight's head with the other. Recover quickly. I've sent a regional distress signal to the local human extraordinary beings using magical items. Nearby mages and station knights will soon come to our aid. Before they arrive, let us search this mage tower. There may be other victims or traps and minions. The warmth of the red healing potion spread within him, and Griffith noticed his wounds rapidly clotting, the broken bones mending swiftly, and the pain subsiding. The guardian mage had likely exhausted resources in nurturing the orc, for his tower was almost barren, with not only sparse furnishings, but also few necessary spellcasting materials. In the dry and tidy laboratory, Griffiths discovered shelves brimming with books, various flasks, test tubes, and experimental apparatus. These were tools of alchemy. Galadia picked up a jar of unfinished concoction and sniffed it. It seems Rudias did not neglect the fundamentals of magic while cultivating monsters. Intermediate alchemy, introduction to magical creature cultivation. The elf flipped through several books, which were mostly common printed editions found in most magic academies. The true value lay in the handwritten experimental records and notes. For instance, that one, following Galadia's finger. Griffiths spotted a black notebook on the central desk of the laboratory. Notes on potion formulation. Chapter 17. Beyerland in appearance, it was merely an ordinary mage's notebook, devoid of intricate silver edges or flowing energies. As Griffith reached out toward the black cover, "Be careful," Garadia exclaimed, her eyes wide as she glanced between the notebook and the apprentice knight. A powerful mage, while recording notes, imbues a portion of their mental energy into the pages. Over time, even mundane pages can transform into vessels of mystery, preserving fragments of the author's consciousness. Is it truly that formidable? The apprentice knight, with limited knowledge of magical artifacts, cautiously withdrew his hand. Should I take some protective measures? This mage lacks strength, Garadia pondered, blinking at him and then at the notebook. Moreover, reinforcements of mages and knights may arrive at any moment. Griffith then extended his hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool cover, nothing transpired. The beautiful elf sighed in relief, relaxing her grip on the short blade at her waist. I almost forgot to mention, if things went awry, I could have swiftly severed your hand. Elegant and succinct script adorned the title page, reminiscent of reading a correspondence from a pen pal. To you, a century hence, when you peruse this notebook, how does your era differ from mine? Allow me to boldly speculate. In your time, has magic permeated every household? Has the fireball spell supplanted coal for cooking and heating? Do carriages soar through the skies without colliding with pedestrians? Have humans ventured to the moon? Have elves lifted the restrictions on our entry? Has poverty, strife, and illness been eradicated from the world? Alas, none of that is true. The world a century hence may disappoint you. Garadia had unknowingly leaned closer, nearly resting against Griffith's shoulder, the delicate touch of her pointed ears and long black hair igniting a flutter within him. In my time, the study of magic is fraught with peril, the notebook's author continued. Young apprentices often suffer disfigurement due to uncontrolled magical energies or succumb to the dangerous consciousness lurking in the shadows. In the beginning, my friends were driven to madness, tearing their own bodies apart, their forms sprouting countless flesh and eyes, a scene that haunted my nightmares. Nonetheless, the teachings of Homenvorts gradually unveiled the essence of magic to me, and I found myself deeply captivated by this powerful and enigmatic force. Though danger pervades the realm of magic, I firmly believe this power will transform our world, ultimately liberating us from the confines of our corporeal forms and propelling us toward the boundless sea of stars. This notebook chronicles my insights during my studies, as well as the reflections born from witnessing horrifying spectacles. Though I teetered on the brink of collapse, with the support of my professors and friends, I rose anew. Invigorated and empowered, I resolved to persevere in the coming years, documenting the sights and sounds that elude verbal recounting. After you have spent some time with this notebook, the magic inscribed within will gradually lift the restrictions on your reading. May imagination transform the world. Garadia slightly raised herself and leafed through the subsequent notes. The accessible portions contained insights into magical learning, while most pages remained obscured. Rudias had likely found inspiration while concocting monsters, leaving the notebook on his desk. My goodness, I cannot fathom that the author of such words could commit such horrific deeds. In summary, this treasure now belongs to me. Griffith tucked the notebook into his backpack. Let us explore the basement. Revitalized, the pair pried open one room after another in the mage's tower, ultimately making their way toward the basement. Along the way, they encountered little of value. Careful. Geradia seized Griffith's arm, almost pressing against his back as she whispered, "The room ahead is the last." With sword in one hand and torch in the other, Griffith smashed through the wooden door and charged inside, Geradia knocking her longbow closely behind him. The basement was remarkably dry, tidier than anticipated. Within, several stone cabinets and tables were arranged. Against the cold stone wall, they discovered a naked woman locked at the corner, an elf. Geradia instantly recognized the victim's pointed ears. Griffith retrieved a key from the table and freed the imprisoned elf. Observing her condition, Geradia noted she was too weak to speak, barely able to swallow the potion offered to her. Griffith opened the stone cabinet, illuminating its contents with the torchlight. The enormous cabinet was filled with desiccated limbs and bones, as though they had been preserved for centuries. Within lay the remains of humans, orcs, and goblins. Griffith quickly identified them as the experimental subjects and missing travelers previously mentioned by Rudius, then shut the cabinet. Geradia nodded, helping the elf lie down on the floor. "I need some blankets and clothing." Just as Griffith was about to agree, a sudden sound echoed from above, the creaking of a door followed by heavy footsteps. "We are the station knights. Miss Geradia, are you present?" A booming voice resonated throughout the building. "Accompanying us is Master Valonos, the mage." A powerful aura descended. Griffith sensed the formidable presence descending the stairs. A young mage clad in a pale blue robe, exuding an air of solemnity, appeared before them, surrounded by a protective shield of shimmering light. Unperturbed as he strode ahead of two heavily armored warriors. Upon shifting his gaze, he spotted the elf and the apprentice knight, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Master Mage, it has been a while. This is my companion, Griffith Branton, the apprentice knight." Thanks to him, Rudius's plot has failed. Enveloped in a blanket, Geradia offered a slight nod to the master mage, her expression devoid of surprise. "It is good to see you unharmed. Leave the rest to us. Once you arrive in Beyerland, the embassy will receive our detailed report." Valonos spoke courteously to the elf, then gestured to the knights and their attendants. "Thoroughly search this place. We must provide the elves with an account of this scandal." The title of Master Mage denotes a spellcaster of Sequence 7, and Griffith was astonished that such a figure had arrived so swiftly with reinforcements. He bowed respectfully to Valonos. "Truly repugnant." One of the attendants accompanying Solorian remarked disdainfully as he inspected the basement. "I had thought Rudius merely reclusive. I did not expect him to have fallen so low." In the pursuit of truth, one can easily stray from the path. Valonos gently pried open a coffin filled with bones, then slowly closed it. "Let this serve as a warning to us all." The extraordinary individuals following Valonos conducted their investigations with meticulous attention. Wherever they went, it appeared as if they had been licked clean by dogs, uncovering hidden compartments and secret rooms one after another. Geradia widened her eyes in astonishment. She had believed that she and Griffith had thoroughly scavenged the place, yet the mages and knights revealed numerous concealed documents and items throughout the tower, prompting her to tilt her head and sigh. Suddenly, Valonos turned to Griffith and inquired, "Griffith Branton, are you a vassal of Count Lamor?" "Yes, Master Mage. I am a retainer of the Lamor family," Griffith answered, surprised that such a figure would take an interest in conversing with him. "Prepare yourself well for the course on potion making," Valonos gently remarked with a smile. "You are heading to Hormantwarts for your studies, Arandel. To you, my mentor, the esteemed Archmage Solorian, will occasionally come to instruct you. He is exceedingly strict, so do look forward to it." At the dawn of the Second Era, the ancestors of Beyerland constructed walls of stone, crafting a marble metropolis on the peninsula between the shattered sea and the tranquil sea. Under the golden glow of the setting sun over the strait, the vast city was enveloped in radiant light. To the west, a grand avenue, wide enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side, stretched across expansive fields and forests, leading to boundless mountains. To the east lay the extensive eastern provinces, with snow-capped peaks and the realm of dwarves. The inner walls towered over 12 meters, with a thickness of 5 meters, composed of finely cut limestone blocks. The surface was adorned with plaster made from lime and crushed bricks, resilient enough to withstand even the sharpest sword, leaving only shallow marks. Scattered along the walls were over 100 protruding towers. The lower levels provided direct access to the roads encircling the city, while the upper levels connected to the battlements. 20 meters beyond the inner wall stood the slightly shorter outer wall, rising 9 meters high, with a base thickness of 2 meters, similarly guarded by countless towers. The imposing walls, towers, and battlements of this city gleamed like gold under the sun. From the Strait of Jinhai, the 7 stone peaks appeared as a dream draped in marble, bathed in ethereal white light. Is this the city I am destined to protect? After departing from the Mage Tower of Rudius, Griffith and the elves were officially escorted to the seaside, where they boarded a vessel, crossing the strait in merely half a day. Upon his first arrival at this city, Griffith found himself utterly awestruck at the sight of the colossal metropolis rising from the sea. Nearby, several travelers from distant lands prostrated themselves on the deck, weeping profusely towards the golden royal city beneath the setting sun. Indeed, it is truly magnificent, Galadia murmured softly, though somewhat rough around the edges. Your human architecture is passable. If given the chance, I shall take you to see my homeland. The sailing vessel docked at the port beneath the city walls. The immense harbor appeared somewhat out of place next to the epic fortifications nearby. The area was bustling with a throng of people, the stench of fish lingering in the air, while pigeons flitted between the white and red rooftops. Behind the port, narrow, winding streets lay cloaked in a heavy darkness, as if ancient beasts resided beneath the towering walls, imparting an aura of mystery and foreboding. Griffith gazed into the shadows of the streets beyond the dock, feeling as though he was gradually being consumed by the obscurity. Within that darkness, a faint spark of inspiration seemed to stir within him, hinting at hidden mysteries that eluded his grasp. Come with me, Galadia said, seizing the dazed squire by the arm. You need a new outfit. That leather armor is no longer suitable. The ostentatious Beyerland people will treat you like a monkey in it. Navigating the crowd with ease, the elf led Griffith to the square outside the port, hailing a light carriage. To the upper district, St. Romualdus Emporium. The driver cracked the whip, propelling them into the bustling ring road. Griffith found his eyes overwhelmed by the sights that unfolded before him. After leaving the port, the gentle incline revealed beautiful residences and lively shops. The broad avenue, capable of accommodating 16 carriages side by side, was perpetually alive with the flow of carriages and gallant steeds, forcing pedestrians to traverse via overhead bridges. As they ascended, Griffith even spotted hundreds of pigs and cattle being herded along designated paths towards the city, a tide of life moving before him. The carriage carried them through the port and lower city, entering the upper district built upon the hills. Instantly, the cacophony of the previous streets faded away. Vines cascaded from the terraces of street-side buildings, and leisurely pedestrians strolled beneath the tall sycamores, a striking contrast to the earlier chaos. The St. Romualdus Emporium, constructed of gleaming white marble, dwarfed any fortress Griffith had ever seen. Elegantly dressed patrons moved gracefully within its confines. This is the upper district, where your employer, the Lammer family, resides, Galadia informed Griffith as they disembarked from the carriage. Let us first procure you a new outfit. I can manage on my own. It is no trouble, the inexperienced squire insisted, feeling wholly out of place in this new environment. That will not do, Galadia firmly rejected his protest, guiding him towards a shop. If I am not present, they will take advantage of you. Several strikingly beautiful young men and women stood respectfully at the entrance, their brows furrowing upon seeing Griffith's humble attire. At that moment, Galadia emerged from behind the squire's broad shoulders. The shopkeepers immediately brightened, their demeanor transforming as they greeted the enchanting elf with utmost courtesy. Find him a formal coat, boots, shirt, and cufflinks, primarily in red and black, Galadia casually instructed, dismissing any concern for his opinion. The price should be around 10 gold florins. 200 silver. Griffith exclaimed, taken aback. That was equivalent to 2 months of his wages. The shopkeepers promptly seized the squire, 2 tall gentlemen dragging him into the fitting room, stripping him down in the blink of an eye. Galadia elegantly settled onto a nearby sofa, observing as the attendants continuously presented Griffith with various garments only to take them back again. He is a retailer. No need for overly extravagant styles. Galadia crossed her arms, admiring Griffith as he was shuffled back and forth. 2 shirts are necessary. Tailor one for him to wear now, and the other shall be delivered to Lammer Manor tomorrow. This name garnered the utmost respect from the attendants, who regarded Griffith with newfound warmth. The selected ensemble consisted of a crisp white shirt, silver cufflinks, black trousers, leather boots, and a tailored long coat. Formal, yet comfortable. The delicate red embellishments traced gentle lines upon the coat, perfectly showcasing the squire's physique and strength. This is splendid, Galadia declared, rising to circle around him. This way. I need not worry about them denying you a place at the dinner table. Griffith felt as though he had been swept away in a whirlwind, having spent all his money to finally be set free. Then let us part ways here. Galadia waved, turning gracefully to head towards another shop. I have purchases to make and must report to the embassy. We shall meet again in the near future. Is near future a dimension of time for elves? Griffith hurriedly inquired. No, truly a near future. The elf girl waved her hand dismissively. This was foretold to me by the remarkable art of prophecy. Chapter 18. The Count of Rammer. The Beyerland Preparatory Command is situated in the southeastern part of the upper town, sharing a magnificent pentagonal fortress overlooking the sea with the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff. All returning Schutalar must report here to manage their personnel affairs. Griffith made his way there, his pockets nearly empty, with only a few coins insufficient to hire a carriage. And he felt too embarrassed to ask the elves for a loan. It seemed that Galadia had forgotten about his financial predicament. Today is the 8th of July, 1443 in the Second Era, and there remains ample time before the deadline for his mission. Uncertain of his arrival time, Griffith's appointment with Captain Hines, the commander of the cavalry, was rather imprecise. As he passed through the enormous columns, the young knight found himself at the bustling entrance, unsure of where to proceed. Beneath the grand ceiling, the polished marble gleamed brightly, reflecting faces. The center of the hall was adorned with exquisite tiles forming a majestic eagle emblem. Don't block the path, soldier, a senior officer, donned in a white helmet, noticed the bewildered apprentice knight and approached him. Head over to the secretary's desk. Griffith struggled to maintain a dignified posture to avoid slipping on the floor, his expression tense as he reached the secretary's desk. From the Eastern Legion, 502nd A Squadron. Second Lieutenant Griffith Branton requests an audience with Captain Hines, the cavalry director. After a brief moment, he was escorted through the dimly lit corridors to a secluded office. Captain Heinz Wilhelm, the former head of the young officers' school, was engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, smiled, and rose. I hear you've been diligent in your service to the kingdom even while stationed at the rear. That is commendable. Griffith immediately stood tall, thumping his chest with his right hand. Victory to Beyerland. Victory to Beyerland, Captain Hines replied, adjusting his cravat. In a few hours, you will be under the auspices of the Rammer family, and for the next 4 years, the kingdom won't even need to pay your military salary, provided the Rammer family finds you of some use. Regardless of where I serve, I shall not forget my oath and loyalty to His Majesty, Griffith answered without hesitation. Ah, of course, loyalty, Hines chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of irony. The Count is one of the most esteemed figures in this kingdom. I see you are well prepared to make a lasting impression on him. I have purchased a brand new coat, shirt, and boots. Griffith thought of the considerable sum he had spent. Indeed, the newly assigned cavalry director is adjusting to life in the capital, which is entirely different from the provinces. However, you young ones adapt far more swiftly than I did. The Count has children around your age. I hope you can befriend them rather than engage in anything else. Before Griffith could formulate a response, Hines shifted the conversation. Tell me about the East. How did the cavalry regiment implement its tactical principles in your last battle? Engage the enemy with resolve, my director, Griffith replied, like an anxious student. Yet he felt that the tactics employed in that battle were flawed. Upon reflection, I believe that a frontal assault against Mong was not wise. Those fools do not understand cavalry, Hines nodded. Mobility, defense, and impact, these should be the balance for cavalry forces. They must flexibly choose the battlefield, utilizing effective defense to unleash their striking capabilities, rather than recklessly charging at an invincible mythical beast like infantry. You could have engaged other orc infantry and left that slow-moving target to the artillery, he continued. Fortunately, Maximus regained composure after taking a frontal blow. Otherwise, you young ones would have all been. Griffith felt a jolt of apprehension. Captain Hines quickly noticed the somber expression on his student's face and deftly redirected the conversation. I am preparing to reorganize the cavalry's tactical structure. We will increase the number of armored archers accompanying your maneuvers. In situations where you must charge against a robust phalanx, it is inevitable. You will advance with the archers, breaking through with close combat under the cover of long-range fire. However, the rate of fire and firepower of the archers do not offer any advantages against foot archers, and as their numbers increase, they become difficult to maneuver and may obstruct the cavalry's path. Griffith pondered, finding it challenging to command, and simply proposed his thoughts. Of course, Hines acknowledged, archers cannot be organized and deployed in the traditional manner. Their composition and equipment are still experimental. If you have any ideas, feel free to write to me. Griffith Branton, you are a perceptive young man. You must understand that the capital is no safer than the East. It harbors its own unique evils and conspiracies. In the coming years, I hope you do not meet an untimely demise before making your contributions. The sincerity in the cavalry director's words resonated deeply. Griffith recognized this as his mentor's unique way of expressing concern and nodded earnestly. All right, we can continue our discussion on the way to the Rammer estate. Captain Hines took his coat from the hanger and strode toward the exit. I shall accompany you. A carriage awaited them outside the general staff. The two hurriedly boarded and sped toward the Rammer estate. Besides your minor skirmish, did you make any other discoveries? Captain Hines inquired as he settled into his seat. I am aware of the goblins and the undead. Speak of something else. The food supply was not as strained as I had anticipated, Griffith promptly replied. On my way back, prior to the official ceasefire, while ordinary citizens continued to rely on dark bread as their staple, food supplies were relatively sufficient, with reasonable availability of meat and side dishes. An intriguing observation, Hines remarked, his face filled with interest. The grain from the southern provinces has significantly alleviated the supply pressure. The Senate is preparing new legislation to encourage food trade. Had it not been for Cornelius's expedition capturing that region, your Eastern Legion's offensive would have faltered due to logistical strains. Branton, do you comprehend the true strategic objective of the general staff in this war? Our advance has consistently proceeded along the coastline, but the actual aim is not merely to conquer the Orc strongholds, but to seize their ports and safeguard the southern trade routes, Griffith speculated. Initially, I believe the coastal advance was to maintain logistical stability, but that does not account for the conclusion of the war with the fall of the Atana stronghold. Indeed, you are correct. The victory at the Atana battle was not the decisive clash with the Orcs as initially heralded. The capture of the stronghold signifies the loss of the Orcs' last major port capable of threatening the south. The raider fleets were forced to retreat to the distant east to regroup, and it will be years before they can emerge again. Heinz Wilhelm smiled. Well done, Griffith. Though your rank is merely that of a junior sergeant, your perspective is far broader than those mere soldiers and officers. Once you enter the academy, remember to select logistics as one of your elective courses. It is a profound art. The road from the preparatory command to the Rammer estate was smooth and tranquil, devoid of any unpleasant odors or noises, save for the delightful scenery. The carriage traversed beautiful streets, arriving at an opulent mansion, where Captain Hines leaped down as if he were a youthful lad. Come down, young officer. This is yet another battlefield for you. The well-dressed servants cordially welcomed them as they traversed the exquisite courtyard, arriving at the spacious and luxurious drawing room for a brief respite. The crystal chandelier cast a soft and beautiful glow, while each piece of furniture was crafted with impeccable precision. A delicate fragrance wafted through the cool air, enveloping the guests in unparalleled comfort. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the meticulously manicured garden, banishing any sense of oppression or gloom from the drawing room. While waiting, the servants presented an array of delicacies and fruits, so elegantly arranged that one felt hesitant to partake. This place, infinitely more splendid than the preparatory military headquarters, left Griffiths utterly awestruck. Do not be so astonished, the captain of the flag retorted. Where has the steadfastness of a legion soldier gone? These seemingly respectful servants will mock you behind your back by any means they can devise. You are merely the second son of a border knight, a mere officer with scant coin, a senior guard in the Earl's household. Once I depart, they will eagerly approach you, instructing you on how to navigate the capital's society, only to lead you into a scandalous folly. Momentarily taken aback, Griffiths hastily retracted his look of bewilderment and intoxication, striving to don a serious expression. Yet, the beauty and elegance of the Earl's residence rendered even the most determined young knight unable to adopt a fierce demeanor. Soon, the servants arrived to announce that the Earl was ready to receive them. General Hines required no guidance, as he swiftly led the young knight through the long corridor, hastening towards a circular room nestled within the gardens of the Lamore estate. A handsome, amiable, and refined middle-aged gentleman turned from the bookshelf, regarding the young knight with gentle scrutiny. Tall in stature, with golden hair graced by the passage of time, the gleaming insignia of the twin swords upon his coat unmistakably identified him as the Earl of Lamore, one of the king's most trusted and favored earls. Oh, the second son of Sir Brandon? You bear a striking resemblance. It seems the Legion has fed you well, the Earl remarked. gesturing towards a nearby sofa for the captain and his young companion to take a seat. I have reviewed your credentials. Initially, I intended to place you alongside my eldest son, yet alas, his aspirations lie in the study of history rather than politics and military affairs. My daughter, just 16, is set to commence her first year at Hormontworth this autumn. The prophecy of Ilyawash suggests that you would make a commendable companion knight. Ilyawash. The prophecy of this goddess is revered and acknowledged by both humans and elves alike. It is likely she guided Galadia into the woods for her adventures. It is my honor, my lord, Griffith exclaimed, springing to his feet, having awaited this acknowledgement. The earl nodded, indicating for Griffiths to take a seat. Then turned to the captain. The army command at Hormontworth is a commendable establishment, though many find it overly comfortable. What is your perspective? General Hines, his hair graying and his demeanor serious, replied, perhaps the Army Academy is a suitable choice, yet for aspiring youth. The experiences offered by a comprehensive magical academy often prove more valuable than mere military skills. Indeed, you are quite right, the Earl concurred, settling into his chair at the desk and picking up a quill. This way, I can also worry less about the secrets of Hormontworth. The temperaments of these young individuals are quite effective in restraining such mysteries. Hormontworth's secrets? What might those be? Griffiths pondered, entirely unaware of the Earl's meaning but determined to retain the information for future inquiry. As Griffiths contemplated, the Earl of Lawmore swiftly penned a letter, sealing it before handing it to the captain. Let us conclude matters for today. The second lieutenant shall acclimate to life in Beyerland on his own. After bidding farewell to the captain, the Earl escorted the young knight to the library on the first floor. During your time before enrollment, you are welcome to peruse the books here and join us for dinner. Is it not a bit inappropriate for someone of my humble status to partake in such a banquet? Griffiths began, but the Earl interjected, how many shirts do you possess? 2, Griffiths replied, feeling a surge of anxiety at the thought of such a grand nobleman concerning himself with such trivial matters. Excellent, the Earl commanded briskly. Go to the steward and collect your wages for this quarter, then procure 20 additional shirts. Chapter 19. Miss Lammer and the Dinner. Griffiths, recently promoted to the rank of second lieutenant, earned an annual salary of 1,200 silver coins, translating to a monthly sum of 100 silver coins. As a remarkable individual of sequence 9, he was also entitled to a monthly allowance of 10 silver coins from the government. During his time on the battlefield, a significant portion of his salary was allocated towards the purchase and maintenance of his personal gear, while the remainder would be spent on the exorbitantly priced food and necessities in resource-scarce war zones. The well-worn leather armor and frequently repaired chainmail were his long-saved personal possessions. This was primarily the reason why Griffiths found himself nearly penniless upon leaving the military. From the day he departed the Legion, the kingdom ceased to provide him with a salary. He would need to collect his pay from the Lammer estate until the day he completed his studies and resumed service to the realm. Should the kingdom require his presence on the battlefield, the Lammer family would continue to compensate him and supply his equipment. However, Griffiths could still receive additional task allowances and rewards from the military. The Count's steward was a tall, slender man, seemingly amiable, and appeared to be in his 50s. Dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat, he resembled a statue when standing still. Beside him was a distinguished middle-aged gentleman who scrutinized Griffiths with a discerning gaze. Mr. Wood, what do you think of this young man? The steward presented a single-lensed crystal eye to the middle-aged gentleman, who was the newly selected Schutalar I had mentioned before. As the gentleman donned the crystal lens, Griffiths felt an uncomfortable force beginning to disturb his inspiration. Before he could comprehend the sensation, it vanished, without any enhancements. His physical attributes measured 12 in stamina, 14 in strength, 12 in agility, 11 in perception, and 10 in spirit. A well-balanced constitution with a notable vigor and a magical resistance of level 4, which was commendable for a newcomer. Mr. Wood removed the crystal lens and addressed the apprentice knight. I am Sir Woodwoods, the captain of the Count's Guard and the commander of the Lammer family's forces. If you continue to strive and do not meet an untimely demise on the battlefield, you may one day succeed me. Why can my abilities be quantified in numbers? Griffith suppressed his curiosity regarding the crystal lens and solemnly saluted the knight. Yes, Sir Knight. Always remember your station, apprentice knight, Sir Wood concluded, nodding to the steward before departing the room without a backward glance. Now, let us address the matter at hand. I am Ashford, the steward of the Lammer estate. "The Count has informed me, Mr. Griffiths," the steward said with an elegance that was untraceable in Sir Wood, as he retrieved a box from the cabinet. "Here you have 1/5 in gold and silver coins, with the remainder being notes from the central bank of the kingdom. What do you think?" The goblin bounty that the apprentice knight had earned was mostly spent on fine clothing or consumed during his travels. He found himself in dire financial straits and did not quite understand the steward's words. "Notes? I apologize, sir, but I am not very familiar with this. Paper currency, equivalent to gold and silver. If you plan to commission shirts or dine at respectable establishments, these notes will spare you some inconvenience," the steward smiled. "The gentlemen of Beyerland are not accustomed to carrying a large pouch of clinking metal pieces. It is rather undignified. The small green paper you see here is, indeed, very significant in this city." Griffiths accepted the pouch of money, joy filling his heart as he withdrew a stack of green notes. The currency was exquisitely printed, imbued with the scent of fresh ink, bearing the crown and numerals of the King of Beyerland. When held to the sunlight, one could discern the anti-counterfeiting marks, including the eagle flag, which he should have become well acquainted with. Ashford demonstrated this to the jubilant Griffiths, then advised, "Sir Apprentice Knight, I recommend you spend this money promptly, lest you find yourself explaining your joy when asked why you are so pleased, after just receiving 3 months' salary. This will provide ample dinner conversation." With a pouch of money in hand, Griffiths quickly suppressed his beaming smile. "Very well, follow the butler at the door to have your belongings taken to your room. Then tidy yourself. You are an apprentice knight, and shall dine with the Count's family. You have half an hour to prepare. This is the dinner that Galadia had me prepare for." Griffiths immediately felt the tension rise within him. If the elves deemed this occasion significant, it must indeed hold great importance. At 7 o'clock, when Griffiths arrived at the dining hall, he found only a slender, pale youth seated within. His golden hair was neatly styled, and he held a cup of red tea. Upon seeing the apprentice knight enter, he rose with delight and greeted, "Good evening. I am Nolan de Lammer. You must be the new Schutalar. We shall discuss the East later. I am curious about the reports from there. Ah, the Count's eldest son. Should I not first pay my respects?" Griffiths quickly realized and earnestly complied with his request. Before Griffiths could introduce himself further, the master of the Count's estate and the guests arrived. The Countess was a striking and dignified blonde woman, tall and elegant, her high heels nearly matching the apprentice knight's stature. She greeted each guest in attendance, but merely nodded at the newly arrived apprentice knight. The seated guests included several scholars, parliamentarians, and notable merchants, all naturally taking their places at the long, white-clothed dining table. The exquisite porcelain and silver candlesticks gleamed brightly, and before each guest sat an enticing appetizer and an array of utensils. Troubling, Griffiths recognized that he had not received any such training. He was at a loss as to which spoon to use for his soup. Several servants stood nearby, resembling statues. Griffiths felt a slight stirring of his inspiration, sensing subtle, scrutinizing gazes upon him, tinged with both critique and amusement. What are they watching me for? Why hasn't the meal been served yet? Once everyone was seated, a young girl hurried into the dining hall and took the seat opposite the apprentice knight. Her hair shone like the morning sun in a beautiful shade of light gold, and her exquisitely crafted gown accentuated her delicate frame. The girl appeared to be no more than 16, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined the young knight, clad in a black coat with red patterns. A fitted black coat, lacking any insignia from a church. "Is this person intending to challenge someone from my family?" The girl was intrigued by the newcomer. Griffith's upright posture and reasonably handsome features only fueled her curiosity further. "Good evening, Miss Sonia." Several guests eagerly greeted the tardy countess's daughter. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Sonia gracefully lifted her gown and offered a delicate smile to all. In comparison to the already familiar guests, Sonia's attention was more captivated by the unfamiliar youth seated across from her. A fleeting glance was enough for her to glean much information. The attire was new but not the latest style, well-crafted, presumably purchased for tonight's dinner. Why does it lack the family crest? His movements appeared somewhat stiff and awkward, as if he were contemplating which spoon to use for the soup. The black hair and austere demeanor complemented each other well. The blue ribbon, a type of low-ranking medal that my father's guests never wore, was unfamiliar to me. However, unlike the medals purchased by those gentlemen, this one must have been earned through genuine merit. It is the sole emblem of his identity. Judging by his composed demeanor and complexion, he appears to be a soldier. "Ah, I see now." He is the Schutalar mentioned by my father a few days ago, the extraordinary candidate assigned to monitor my schooling. Therefore, that blue ribbon must signify an iron eagle medal. The divination concerning him and me. It is quite subtle. Sonia felt a thrill of excitement at her own observations, eager to inquire whether Griffiths had guessed correctly. However, now was not the time for Miss Sonia de Lamore to indulge her curiosity. She had another discourse to deliver. Forgive me for my tardiness. Sonia quickly deduced Griffith's identity while multitasking her thoughts. Griffiths hastily offered a stiff smile to the girl opposite him, nodding like a marionette in greeting. Fortunately, none of the attendees seemed to notice his foolish demeanor. The voice of the blonde girl was sweet and mellifluous, soothing as polished jade. If she were to ask for anything, Griffiths felt certain he would be unable to refuse. Are you once again engrossed in those dangerous books? Countess de Lamore remarked reproachfully. When you arrive at Homenwards, by the gods, if you find yourself in trouble again, it will not merely be a matter for the newspapers. Certainly not, mother, Sonia whispered, lowering her head as if to conceal a little secret. I am merely preparing for my coursework. This is the second son of Sir Brandon. The apprentice knight Griffiths Brandon, second squad leader of Schutalar, the Count casually introduced to the gathering. Your Majesty, aside from wheat and minerals, this year my territory finally yields some unique specialties. Hey, I guessed correctly. May I have a round of applause? Sonia finally dared to gaze boldly at the boy across from her, excitedly tapping her toes twice. Griffiths promptly stood, saluting the assembly with military decorum. After Sonia's enrollment in September, the apprentice knight will join us, the Count continued. A dear friend of mine hopes he can achieve success in command, law, and administration, bringing new vigor to the family, drawing from his experiences at the Officer Academy and the Eastern Battlefield, or through future studies. After all, as you know, my territory in the Odessa region is prone to both floods and droughts during fair weather. Quite remarkable. The guests erupted in laughter, one of whom inquired of Griffiths, pray tell, apprentice knight, when you were engaged in battle on the Eastern Front, did you ever contemplate what a return to peaceful life would entail? This is His Honor Judge Arthur Latin of the Supreme Court. The Count's amiable and handsome eldest son introduced Griffiths. Ah, the Supreme Court. Time for me to respond to the questions posed by these illustrious figures would be measured in seconds. Should my answer falter, they would deem me a fool. Should I take too long to ponder, I would still be regarded as a simpleton. Griffiths felt a cold sweat trickling down his neck. To praise this splendid banquet as our aspiration for peace would be utterly foolish. Esteemed Judge, many of our auxiliary troops hail from the eastern provinces, where, during times of severe conflict, the provincial authorities imposed heavy tax burdens on the farmers. Griffiths carefully articulated, striving to keep his response succinct within the audience's capacity for patience. In pursuit of the church's blessings and protection, the auxiliary troops endeavored to surrender their lands to the church. However, the kingdom's laws do not permit such actions. Consequently, they bestowed their lands upon friends, requesting that the majority of the harvest be offered to the church. Indeed, church lands are tax-exempt, and the royal government explicitly forbids the transfer or gifting of real estate to the church, Judge Arthur Latin replied, somewhat taken aback. The citizens of the eastern provinces are attempting to circumvent the king's codified law. I note that the circumstances described by the apprentice knight differ slightly from mere transfer. Your Honor, Count de Lamore interjected, intrigued by the topic. After the citizens bestow their lands upon friends, the proceeds go to the church. In such a scenario, does it still constitute a transfer requiring a permit? This question merits further investigation. The Chief Justice did not press the apprentice knight for more profound inquiries, but rather nodded approvingly at Griffiths. I anticipate that the Supreme Court will soon receive an appeal regarding this matter. Several guests exchanged astonished glances. This newcomer, albeit somewhat naïve, was certainly perceptive. It appeared that the Count shared an interest in the topic, prompting Judge Arthur Latin to pose additional questions, and the dinner grew lively. Was this engaging dialogue merely a coincidence, or had the apprentice knight from the border prepared himself in advance to leave a favorable impression? Sonia lifted her gaze to Griffith's face, then glanced at the blue ribbon of his iron eagle medal. She had presumed that once she entered Homenwards, her family would no longer oversee her. However, the previous exchange suddenly made her realize that her father had likely intentionally placed such a formidable figure beside her. She struggled to suppress a puff of air from her cheeks. While my friends and I indulge ourselves at Homenwards, will this astute soldier be monitoring and reporting back according to my father's directives? The divination indicated that our compatibility should be quite decent. Otherwise, he would not have been selected. Ah, what is he doing? This pan-seared veal is exquisite. Griffiths was entirely oblivious to the girl's gaze, engrossed in his meal. Before he could finish, the servers arrived with the next course, whisking away the barely touched dishes from the other guests. Griffiths hastily speared the remaining morsels of meat, stuffing them into his mouth, grinning as the servers presented him with a plate of salmon. Across the long table, Sonia widened her eyes at his clean plate. The dinner at the Count's estate lasted a full hour and a half. The guests conversed as if there were endless topics to discuss, ranging from diplomatic missions to newly discovered flora in the southern provinces, with the Count offering commentary before each subject concluded. I can no longer eat. Initially, Griffiths kept track of the number of courses served, mentally evaluating which was the most delectable. He consumed every dish until he was utterly stuffed. With a belly full of food, the apprentice knight leaned slightly, attempting to find a morsel of space within. He had little in common to discuss with the noble guests and felt thoroughly uncomfortable. Sitting before Griffiths, Miss Sonia smiled as she raised her crystalline wine glass, sipping the fragrant fruit wine. Forgive me, I must take my leave. Count de Lamore nodded to the guests still enjoying dessert before turning to exit the dining hall. After over an hour of mingling, the guests engaged in casual conversation before bidding farewell to the Countess. Griffiths, his throat constricted by the meal, stood stiffly, striving not to clutch the table's edge or the wall. Under the gaze of Sonia's amused eyes, he trailed leisurely behind the crowd as they made their exit. Chapter 20. The lawbreaker Griffith's chamber resided in the highest attic of the Count's estate, a modest space furnished solely with a bed, a table, and a chair. Beyond the window lay the sloping rooftops and the garden of the courtyard. His belongings and weapons had been delivered here, tucked away in the crevice beneath the bed. After ascending the stairs, the apprentice knight collapsed onto the bed, having digested a meager portion of his meal. Once the sound of guests' horses faded from the courtyard, silvery moonlight poured onto the pristine bedding, enveloping the room in a profound silence. Having departed from the bustling military camp, Griffith had been traveling alongside Galadriel. It had been ages since he had relished the solitude of a room all to himself. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind. Oh. The other guests left their meals hardly touched, nibbling only a little. A realization dawned upon him. Was this a custom at the dining table? How foolish it would be to consume every morsel. Why had no one reminded him? Such a delightful dinner left uneaten felt like an egregious waste. Alas, he felt too bloated to sleep. Griffith rolled over in bed, donned his attire once more, and descended the stairs, seeking a broom to tidy the room and aid his digestion. The expansive estate, shrouded in shadows, rendered navigation difficult. After several turns, he found himself bewildered before an ornate door. It bore an exquisite inscription, "Library." Gently pushing the grand door open, the apprentice knight was astonished to discover the Count's collection of books was truly remarkable. The vast two-tiered library was laden with shelves, complete with sliding ladders for easy access. Griffith trembled with excitement. These books were free to peruse. He caressed the exquisite bindings as he ambled through the aisles, momentarily at a loss for which tome to examine. Suddenly, a dark shape wriggled near a desk, morphing into a human form. A creature of mutation. Griffith had never conceived that a being lurking in shadows would manifest within the Count's residence. His heart skipped a beat, and his hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. As the shadow unfolded, a pale and striking visage emerged. At that moment, Griffith discerned that the figure at the desk was merely a young man of similar age. Clad in somber garments, the candle beside him extinguished, he appeared as still as a block of wood. "Good evening," the apprentice knight rasped. "I am Griffith Branton, second squad leader, and a Schutalar of the Count's estate." "Oh, good evening, Sir Apprentice Knight," the young man in the shadows replied slowly, scrutinizing Griffith. "I am Almond Soren, a novice from the Monastery of Truth, a member of the Church of the Holy Light." Griffith instantly relaxed. Many novices and nuns from the church served within the military and were his close friends. The young man before him bore a ghostly pallor, possibly a result of poor diet or rest, giving the impression that he might faint at any moment. Speaking of which, Krista was similarly fragile, yet possessed a stubborn will. Her expressive eyes oscillated between melancholy and determination, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Soren, dressed in black like Griffith, appeared even more austere, devoid of embellishments, and when curled up, he truly seemed a mass of darkness. "What brings you here?" Griffith inquired, glancing at the open books on the desk. "Studying?" "Indeed," Soren replied, his tone somewhat aloof and haughty. "By day, I serve as the Count and Apos, as secretary and by night. I must keep pace with my studies. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Griffith's immaculate coat, the sword at his side, and his polished boots. Although his expression was placid, the intensity of his gaze felt almost fervent. "Have you returned from the front lines?" Soren asked. "Were you part of the cavalry?" "Indeed," Griffith nodded. "We have similar novices in our regiment, who are dear friends of mine." "Have you served in the military?" "Not at all." This was merely a casual inquiry. Soren, tall yet remarkably slender, bore a complexion paler than that of a maiden, prompting concern that he might faint at any moment. Nevertheless, he was undeniably handsome, with striking eyes that conformed to the aesthetic of the grand city. Griffith unconsciously turned to gaze at his reflection in the window, his angular features resembling hard stone, his entire demeanor rather rustic. "Are you interested in mysticism, Sir Schutalar?" Soren inquired, his eyes fixated on Griffith's sword and boots, almost as if they could reach out and grasp them. He spoke in a mechanical manner, as if wound up like a toy. "If you are preparing for the courses in Homenworts, I could recommend a reading list. That would be immensely appreciated." Griffith exclaimed as he observed Soren retrieving elegantly bound tomes and pamphlets from the shelves, instantly captivated. These writings chronicled the founding of Beyerland, the origins of the Lammer family, modern history, and the general principles of magic and extraordinary traits, valuable treasures he had never encountered before. The apprentice knight promptly set his sword upon the desk and seized a pamphlet, delving into its contents. It was a quarterly publication detailing the black market and underground dealings of Beyerland. In the lower districts of Beyerland, on Tainted Street, layers of dirt and rubble concealed centuries of refuse and remains, where plague and vice thrived upon this ominous ground. Due to the chaos, malevolent spirits lingered, severely hampering the effectiveness of detection and tracking spells, making this southern thoroughfare a sanctuary for smugglers and cultists. A plethora of contraband goods from the east and south were traded there. Upon reading this, Griffith and Apos' thoughts stirred. Magical items on the battlefield were easily disrupted by the tumult of bloodlust and malice, rendering their energy unreliable. However, they proved exceptionally effective in small-scale skirmishes. Even a mage, devoid of physical prowess, could wield a simple shield conjured by a flick of their wand to withstand Griffith's attacks in one-on-one combat. Each time he pondered this, Griffith felt compelled to acquire magical artifacts. However, the production and trade of such valuable items required registration, primarily reserved for nobility and select extraordinary individuals. Given Griffith and Apos' status, possessing most types of these items was illegal. He could only procure them through the black market. Griffith swiftly skimmed the information on Tainted Street before setting the pamphlet aside and retrieving a tome on the modern history of mysticism. It contained precious knowledge about various extraordinary pathways. As he opened to the section on the path of the lawbreaker, he discovered it remained incomplete. The path of the lawbreaker. Sequence 9 bore the title New Recruit. Those extraordinary individuals within this sequence could gain advancement through prolonged physical training, with requisite knowledge of grammar and mathematics. Upon becoming extraordinary, a new recruit would acquire a resilient body and notable strength, agility, and endurance, enabling them to wield a portion of the magical item's mental power. A new recruit could irrevocably choose to ascend towards the paths of the lawbreaker, holy knight, or demon hunter. This was Griffith's current status. After 2 years on the battlefield, official evaluations deemed him irreversibly progressing towards the next sequence of the lawbreaker. Unlike the holy knight and demon hunter, the higher knowledge of the lawbreaker pathway had been lost to the passage of time. Without intervention, Griffith risked stagnating at Sequence 7. Sequence 8, Barrier Breaker, allowed extraordinary individuals to weaken the direct effects of magic upon their bodies and offered a chance to pierce illusions, resisting fear, charm, and other mind-affecting spells. Furthermore, during the promotion process, they might acquire 1 or 2 different extraordinary abilities. Sequence 7, Lawbreaker, is the highest known sequence within the Lawbreaker pathway. The extraordinary possess a formidable resistance to direct magical influences and are capable of significantly disrupting spellcasting activities at close range. However, they are unable to nullify the effects of indirect magic. Throughout the process of ascension, these extraordinary beings may acquire 1 or 2 distinct extraordinary abilities. Individuals within this sequence require extensive practical combat experience to achieve promotion. A vigorous and exhilarating battle serves as the most effective catalyst, with some asserting that a blood-soaked conflict is an essential rite for their ascension. Although the 7th sequence, known as the Disenchanters, is sufficiently competent to serve as the backbone of an army, the materials, knowledge, and rituals necessary for further advancement have been lost since the First Era. Consequently, disenchanter officers often find themselves at a disadvantage when confronted by formidable adversaries. Chapter 21. The Pearl of Byron. Why was the high sequence information of the Breaker of Laws pathway lost? Griffith perused the other chapters. Spellcasters, paladins, assassins, demon hunters. Nearly all known extraordinary characteristics that humans could assimilate had the potential to advance to sequence 4. Although the knowledge and conditions for high sequence advancement were not written in the book, only the Breaker of Laws lacked clues to high sequences. What happened in the First Era? Griffith inquired of Soren, who was nearby. Soren, who had been caressing the trainee knight's sword, took a moment to respond. That is forbidden history, unknown to anyone. Do not delve into it. Oh well, Griffith muttered, disappointed. It's only something from over 1,000 years ago. Perhaps some elves from that era are still alive. He resumed, flipping through the book. According to mystical common knowledge, sequence 9 to sequence 7 were known as the extraordinary. Higher-level life forms were also generally called extraordinary. But for distinction, they were sometimes respectfully referred to as transcendent. Those who reached this level would have an understanding and application of mystical forces far surpassing the extraordinary. Griffith's commander in the army, Valkyrie, had reportedly broken through the sequence 7 bottleneck, despite being only a few years older than the trainee knights. Other transcendent individuals of equal rank were also renowned figures. One of the requirements for a formal professorship at Hammenvorst was said to be advancement to sequence 6. The most powerful and mysterious among the transcendent were those at sequence 4, wielding near demigod-like mystical powers. They were few in number, and even their names were not publicly known. Speaking of which, the advancement and characteristics of the extraordinary were a crucial research area in mysticism. Every year, many zealous researchers died in failed experiments, or even more tragically, transformed into monsters and veritable madmen. Illustrations in the book depicted the twisted and chaotic figures of some of these unfortunates. As an extraordinary himself, Griffith felt a chill run down his spine after only a brief glimpse at these writhing, contorted shadows, and he quickly turned the page. Wait a minute, this is not right. Since there are so many who are not afraid of death and willing to dedicate themselves to mysticism, why is my path to advancement still so unclear? Even if it were paved with lives, there should be some results. Since leaving the army, one perplexing matter had followed another. Reflecting on these questions, Griffith found that his recent encounter with the mythical creature behemoth was not so alarming after all. If he were to encounter it again now, he certainly would not panic as much as before. Mysticism is truly fascinating. Before he knew it, the morning light had streamed through the glass and onto the table. Griffith awoke from his reverie and hastily bid farewell to the kind Mr. Soren, hurrying back to his room. As a Stürmer, he did not know what kind of work and challenges each day would bring, so he had to seize the time to rest. At lunchtime, Instructor Heinz, the general supervisor of the reserve cavalry, once again visited Earl Lamore's mansion and discussed some proposals in the council with the Earl. After the meeting, the supervisor summoned his student to see if he had survived his first meal at the noble's residence. I heard you made an impressive speech and finished all the dishes without a shred of common sense. You glutton, Supervisor Heinz said in rapid succession, completely ignoring Griffith and Appos' astonished expression. Don and Appos, be surprised. There are no secrets in this place. What happened last night has already reached my ears. If I could, I wish they would allow me to go to a restaurant on the street and eat 20 sous worth of dinner, Griffith muttered to the standard bearer. The rules here are overwhelming. Dinner is more nerve-wracking than attacking a horde of orcs. Tisk, 20 sous? Why do you need to eat so much? The standard bearer said, half annoyed and half amused. There is a queue of people who want to enter the academy as Stürmers. Several judges and scholars have been diligently serving the Earl for years, just so their young descendants can have an opportunity like yours. At that moment, a slight sound came from the doorway of the library. Nolan and Miss Sonia appeared. The brother was holding a large pile of treatises on spells and potionology, seemingly preparing entrance exam reference books for his sister. Good afternoon, standard bearer. The Earl and Appos' eldest son greeted them with a smile. The Earl and Appos' daughter, who was beside him, slightly lifted her skirt in a quick curtsy to the two who were hastily saluting, and quickly left after taking a book from a bookshelf, not giving them a chance to speak. Well, this boy is quite the pride. Perhaps he won and Appos' interfere with my grand plan. Sonia walked out of the study with a light step, feeling much better. Except he eats a lot. Were we overheard? The The two who had just been chatting felt somewhat awkward. Supervisor Hines, looking as if he had been impolite, said a few casual words and then took his leave, leaving Griffith and the Earl's eldest son staring at each other. "Good afternoon, trainee knight," Nolan said, his complexion as pale as last night, with dark circles under his eyes like a raccoon from the deep mountains of the east, indicating that he had stayed up very late. He smiled and pointed to the seat opposite him, gesturing for Griffith to sit down. "I wanted to ask you last night, what does it feel like to swing a long sword and chop off a head?" Nolan asked thoughtfully. "Do you relish that feeling?" Griffith, who had just begun his life in Bayern, was speechless. "Are you satisfied with this world?" "I haven't thought about that question," Griffith replied, shaking his head. "We have potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, all kinds of high-yield crops that can feed these tens of millions of people and countless livestock. And there's flax, silk, rubber, iron ore, and rare metals that make our lives more dignified than those of woolly baboons in trees," Nolan said, smiling as he looked into the eyes of the trainee knight he had just met. He posed a question that Griffith had never considered. "Don't you think this world is too wonderful? Wonderfully perfect?" As a soldier who had quite a few bones broken on the battlefield, "I'm afraid I can't say that this world is so wonderful," Griffith replied. "But I understand what you mean. This world provides such a rich variety of resources that, without war, humans and other races would live in a world like a divine kingdom." "Exactly, that's the idea. We enjoy this wonderful world, taking many things for granted. Like canaries in a cage," Nolan said, grabbing a pear and taking a large bite. "Join me tonight at the ball of Duke Meyer, the king's favorite. I'll show you what the center of the world is like." In the evening, a carriage with understated but elegant grandeur carried Nolan and Griffith to Duke Meyer's residence. Although Griffith had already witnessed the luxury and beauty of the Earl's mansion, Duke Meyer's residence was so exquisite that every pebble could leave the trainee knight dumbfounded. White fine sand stretched from the front gate to the magnificent foyer, and the carriage made a pleasant rustling sound as it passed. Rare and exotic plants from all over the world were artfully arranged throughout the courtyard, with the flower pots carefully buried underground, leaving no trace. "Look, that's the new pearl of Bayern. Miss Lavelle is the most dazzling thing in spring, until today, at least. Look at her expression as she takes second place. How peculiar. That priceless smile. Oh, by the gods." Many guests had gathered in the hall. As Griffith walked past them, he saw their eyes sparkling, their expressions of delight and adoration almost overflowing. "What are they talking about?" Griffith asked softly. Nolan gave him a strange look. "My sister." In the heart of the ballroom, the newly 16-year-old Miss Sonia de Lamour was formally introduced to the Beyerland social circle. As Griffith's gaze pierced through the throngs of people, upon sighting the golden-haired maiden, it was as though he beheld the dawn breaking through the mist, rendering the opulent crystal chandeliers of the Duke's residence dim in comparison. The young lady donned a gown adorned with crystals that twinkled like stars, revealing her fair and gently rounded shoulders. Her tall figure moved with a delicate grace, exuding a blend of charm and modesty. Without uttering a word, her cerulean eyes conveyed the depths of her heart, occasionally lowering as if to suggest the sweetness and devotion that awaited her beloved. Griffith Branton, a squire, was savoring this exquisite vision when a footman approached, whispering in his ear that a lady requested his presence in the upstairs lounge. Uncertain of what awaited him, Griffith obediently ascended to the second floor. A flurry of maids busied themselves, promptly announcing his arrival. The melodious and crystalline voice of a familiar figure captured the squire's attention, revealing a visage he recognized well. With cascading black hair adorned with elegant pointed ears, Galadia, having shed her ranger attire and cloak, beckoned him in a gown that exposed her shoulders. "My companion has been called away. Can you spare me a moment?" "Of course. Is that even a question?" As the elven maiden rose, Griffith felt himself nearly levitate with joy. The exquisitely tailored gown accentuated her tall, perfect silhouette, while refined embellishments ensured her grace remained unblemished. Her lively eyes radiated unmistakable joy and vigor. "Do you think I should tie my hair up?" Galadia twirled before a mirror almost her height. "Like this." "It's lovely," Griffith managed to utter, expending considerable effort for those two words. It was far more exhausting than charging into battle wielding a lance. "Humph." The elven maiden's lips curled slightly, her chin lifted. "It is my fault. I should not trouble a novice attending his first ball. You can dance, can't you?" "What? Are you serious?" Griffith felt his heart racing. If it involved dancing amidst a horde of orcs with twin blades, he would excel. But he had only attempted ballroom dancing 6 times. Goodness, 6 times. Is that truly so many? Galadia gasped, covering her mouth. Have you really been diligent in your duty to defend our homeland? After every victorious battle, we would gather to celebrate, Griffith said, lifting his arm for his long-missed elven partner to take hold. There was a novice from the Church of the Holy Light who was exceptionally skilled in music. She taught me a few steps. The mention of Sister Christa dimmed his tone and expression slightly, a shadow cast by nostalgia. Oh, Galadia sighed, tilting her head, obediently falling silent as they strolled towards the hall. I won't pry any further, she said, a few steps into their silent walk. The atmosphere in the quiet corridor turned palpably awkward. At last, unable to contain herself, Galadia leaned closer to Griffith's shoulder and whispered, Did she reject you? Or spurn you? Tell me. Chapter 22. Canaan's elves. Galadia Viranoi, the daughter of Canaan's governor, Farilas Viranoi, graced the gathering. Canaan, a realm of elves, was introduced by a servant in a manner so succinct yet astonishing that it nearly caused Griffith to tumble down the grand staircase. He was aware that Galadia held a distinguished status, but he was taken aback to learn that she was the current governor's daughter from the Elven Kingdom. To traverse this path without encountering an ambush or assassination would have been quite abnormal. Griffith found it hard to believe that he had managed to arrive alive in Beyerland. Noble guests, having completed their dance, cast their astonished and respectful gazes towards Galadia, who stood on the staircase of the second floor. Even this simple announcement made it clear to those present the exalted status of the elven maiden. As Galadia linked her arm with Griffith's, he felt the piercing stares aimed at him, while hardly anyone in the ballroom recognized him. The faint blue ribbon at his collar suggested his rank as a squire and officer. Being the dance partner of such a lady was not merely inappropriate. It was downright scandalous. Griffith felt as if he were about to be mercilessly scrutinized by the social elite. But wait, what of it? The second-tier squad leader suddenly realized that a vast majority of those present had no connection to him whatsoever. Even the least distinguished guests were far more noble. For these highborn individuals, lingering their gazes upon Griffith for too long would be utterly absurd. With this thought, Griffith felt a wave of relief wash over him. He maintained proper decorum, escorting the daughter of the elven nobility to the center of the dance floor as if besieging a fortress. As the next tune commenced, Miss Sonia, the center of attention, suddenly noticed that the eyes upon her had diminished by half, 90% now fixated on Galadia, with the remaining 10% stubbornly attempting to burn Griffith with their gazes. So far, Galadia thought with a glimmer of amusement in her shimmering eyes. You have yet to tread upon my toes. She drew closer to the squire, allowing him to place his hand on her waist. The elegance of an elven figure was simply breathtaking, and midway through this strategic dance, Griffith found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure. He muttered with a twisted smile. Your previous adventures in the wilderness were far too perilous. TSK, you're worried about that while I'm practically on fire. Galadia couldn't help but smile. Do you know? Even if I were to roll on the ground right now or dance atop the table, what could they do to me? Exile me, or slander me in unseen corners. I intend to do just that. The squire had no retort to her words. So why should we adhere to the rules imposed by others, yielding to the tyrant of social etiquette? Galadia said with a light-hearted step. Everyone has become puppets of a creature known as decency, losing themselves while reveling in their own delusions. As a free spirit, should I not follow my heart in choosing my dance partner and way of life? How profoundly sensible. Griffith found himself nodding repeatedly, observing his foolish demeanor. Galadia felt a tinge of regret. However, my spontaneity does have its limits. I must shortly assume another role. Can you manage alone? I once found myself injured and rolling into a ditch, drinking muddy water mixed with blood for 4 or 5 hours, Griffith said nonchalantly. There is cool peach juice available on the table here. Griffith's moment of honor ended with the conclusion of the dance, liberating him from the burdensome weight of expectation. In the subsequent hours, Galadia was introduced to various dignitaries by the elven ambassador in Beyerland, while Griffith was unceremoniously relegated to a corner, akin to a neglected sheep on a farm. Given his status, even if anyone held an interest in him, navigating the current social dynamics would prove difficult. Galadia cast an apologetic glance towards her companion from a distance, but she was genuinely overwhelmed. Even with her carefree attitude, she could not abandon the esteemed human nobles brought by the elven ambassador to frolic with a young man who was neither a fiancé nor a boyfriend. Thus, Griffith found himself wandering alone in solitude. However, he felt no discontent. Long tables adorned the edges of the hall, laden with exquisite silver platters piled high with chocolate cakes, waffles, tiramisu, puddings, yogurt ice cream, and an array of unknown delicacies that rose like distant eastern snow peaks. The vibrant confections resembled a rainbow upon a silver sea, captivating Griffith far more than the most beautiful person at the ball. Resist. Resist. Griffith suppressed the urge to carry away an entire silver tray, instead indulging slowly in a plate of sweets. Do you enjoy desserts? A voice startled him from behind. Griffith nearly choked on his cake, taken aback. I am Issues. Issues de Closrel, the current Viscount of Closrel, amongst other titles. Just call me Issues, spoke a slender silver-haired boy, around 16 or 17 years of age. This autumn, I am fortunate to enroll alongside Miss Sonia. Pleased to meet you, Your Grace. Griffith hastily set down his cake and bowed to the young Viscount. How may I assist you? Please, no need for such formality. Call me Issues. The youthful Viscount waved his hand dismissively. I am not fond of these gatherings. Yet I am compelled to attend. You have just returned from the East? Indeed. And how was it? Issues gazed at Griffith, brimming with curiosity. I have a fellow student from Schutalar joining me, but they are celebrating a victory and have yet to arrive in Beyerland. I have so many questions with no one to ask. I will do my utmost to answer any questions you may have. Griffith nodded at the eldest son of the Viscount as they strolled toward the window. That would be splendid, Issues exclaimed, accepting 2 cocktails from a servant and handing one to Griffith. I heard that on the eastern battlefield, cavalry was concentrated for a mass assault on the enemy. I find it utterly fascinating. The terrain there is open, allowing for the cavalry to form ranks. Griffith nodded. What a magnificent sight it must have been, Issues said dreamily. Yet many say it is heretical. The theory I heard previously is that to fully harness the combat and defensive potential of cavalry, it must be led by a knight of great rank, donning enchanted heavy armor, commanding a retinue of infantry to shred the enemy's defenses from all sides. There is indeed merit to that assertion. After all, the great knights are formidable warriors capable of wielding numerous powerful, extraordinary abilities, Griffith remarked. But their numbers, the knights, are paramount, Issues exclaimed, producing a scroll from his cloak as if conjuring a magic trick. Look, look, the silver sheen, the alluring lines, and the majestic lance. The Viscount's face lit up with adoration as he caressed the image of a gallant male knight in the illustrated catalogue. That is the renowned Judgment Knight, Tiberius. Griffith suddenly felt a chill, nearly taking a step back. Do you hold Tiberius in such high esteem? Huh. Who cares about that mere facade? Issues shouted. Look at the full armor, the barding, the lance, and the cavalry shield. This embodies beauty, order, and strength. Indeed, it is captivating, Griffith conceded, but it is rather cumbersome, limiting mobility. I have heard that this tactic of knights leading infantry follows from the elves. In their forest, large-scale assaults cannot be executed. The realm of the elves has long endured the ceaseless harassment of northern troll guerrilla warfare, leading to the evolution of unique small-unit cooperative tactics. Griffith recalled the perspective of his mentor, Professor Hines, who had often criticized the elves for engaging solely in police actions, lacking any understanding of conventional warfare. However, this viewpoint was not widely embraced, as the technology and magic of human cavalry were deeply influenced by the teachings of the elves, leaving an indelible mark on tactical heritage. The strategies of powerful knights or other formidable warriors leading infantry assaults have indeed proven effective on certain battlefields, whereas the cavalry tactics of the East remain relatively niche. Issues became increasingly animated, asserting that the Eastern practice of assembling lower-tier cavalry composed of apprentice knights and retainers for large-scale charges was nothing short of heretical. The essence of warfare should embody such majestic knights, he proclaimed. Issues, are you once again extolling that tedious fascination of yours? Interrupted a stunningly beautiful maiden with flowing golden hair. Boring? You women, accustomed to peace, would never understand. Issues retorted, though he tempered his response with decorum. This is Miss Fiona de Chalon, whose retinue is yet en route from the East. Fiona, allow me to introduce Griffith, the apprentice knight from the Rammer family. We shall commence our studies together this autumn. Another noble offspring bearing a retinue. Griffith immediately bowed to the lovely lady. Greetings, apprentice knight, Miss Fiona replied, lifting her skirt and executing a curtsy that brought great joy to Griffith. She was as exquisite as Sonia, yet lacked the soft, submissive allure. Her long golden hair cascaded down her slender, upright waist, and the elegance of her gown and the brilliance of her jewels could not conceal the spirited intelligence in her gaze. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Griffith felt a spark of inspiration. Unlike others, Fiona's aura seemed to intertwine with various qualities, though he could not discern them. Apprentice Knight, I noticed you appear quite familiar with that elven lady, Fiona inquired nonchalantly, as if posing a trivial question. Indeed, Miss de Chalon. Upon my return from the eastern battlefield, I happened upon a village besieged by goblins, and together with Galadia, we repelled and eradicated those fiends, Griffith explained. As he articulated each word, he observed Fiona's eyes grow increasingly radiant, finally shimmering like the night sky. How splendid! A solitary, beautiful ranger befriending a valiant young knight in the throes of adventure. Fiona became enraptured in her daydream. She gazed at Griffith with a look that could lead issues to misinterpret her intentions, silently reflecting. Upon closer inspection, this apprentice knight is rather handsome. He must be a brave and reliable companion in adventures. When shall I have my own tale of adventure? Across the ballroom, Sonia found herself encircled by a throng of admirers, accustomed to being the focal point of attention in both her home and social gatherings. She often felt a sense of ennui. However, tonight was different. She was astonished that Galadia would choose an apprentice knight as her dance partner. Believing herself incapable of such a feat amidst a cluster of friends, the daughter of the Rammer family momentarily drifted into her thoughts before recalling something. She attempted to navigate through the crowd but found herself impeded, resorting to signaling one of her family's vassals to summon the apprentice knight. Griffith promptly approached Sonia. With a curious expression, Sonia inquired, "How did you come to know Miss Galadia?" While returning from the eastern battlefield, I passed through a small village under goblin attack, where I and Galadia. Griffith began to repeat his earlier words, but faltered midway. He noticed the sapphire-like eyes of the golden-haired maiden suddenly ablaze with vibrant colors. As the earlier gloom dissipated, the knight and the elf's adventure, set in distant and perilous wilderness, was reminiscent of tales from books. Sonia could scarcely contain her excitement, gripping the apprentice knight's arm and fluttering her brilliant blue eyes. And then, what happened next? Sonia was discovering for the first time how swiftly time flew at the ball. Griffith's brief account of adventure captivated her, and soon Issues and Fiona, who were already familiar to her, joined in. As Griffith recounted how they had repelled the goblin assault on the village, the next dance was approaching. Sonia exerted tremendous willpower to refrain from abruptly swapping her partner, a baron who had only recently earned this opportunity, for the apprentice knight. The poor baron, having fought hard for this chance, was oblivious to Sonia's constant yearning to return to Griffith's story. As the ball progressed, tired guests began to disperse in clusters. The boys and girls preparing for autumn enrollment monopolized a large sofa, engaging in lively conversation. "I have a retinue on the way. It should arrive shortly," Issues remarked, addressing the group. "With you, Griffith, and Fiona, we will have sufficient numbers." "What are they discussing?" Griffith found himself eavesdropping as he passed the sofa to retrieve dessert. Galadia had already been whisked away by her kin, leaving no opportunity for a farewell. "Is it truly feasible?" Fiona questioned, uncertain. "Perhaps we should bring along some of our household guards. But we would be reported immediately. Are you unaware of who pays their wages?" "They answer only to your parents and my guardian," Issues frowned. "However, the retinue is different." Issues, with silver hair, tapped the armrest of the sofa with his finger. "They have just arrived and are unfamiliar with everything. As long as we request discretion, they will comply." "I concur," Sonia nodded. "This is our last chance before we commence our studies in September. The movements of the retinue are justified." "That does not sound like a prudent idea," Griffith said, stepping back from the dessert table. "Griffith, we require your assistance." Sonia and Apos' melodious voice, now imbued with irresistible charm, halted the apprentice knight. "We must keep it a secret." Chapter 23. The astonishing Marvel House. A few days later, the list of reference books for Hormonts was delivered to the Raymore estate. From noble students to ordinary learners, as well as the special students known as Schutarals, everyone was required to procure their course materials at Hormont's establishment on Academy Road in Beyerland. Most of the freshmen were in the magical arts, each semester necessitating the completion of at least 20 required and elective courses. This was quite an expensive endeavor, as each new book could cost an ordinary person at least a week's wages. Some professors even adapted a new textbook each year. The Hormont's institution itself was established in a small town in the northern province of Beyerland, with only a portion of its facilities and industries remaining in the urban area. The school's motto, "All men are created equal," was inscribed at the entrance of Academy Road, which served as Hormont's domain within the city. Without special permission, neither male nor female servants were allowed entry. Apart from shopkeepers, ordinary people without extraordinary abilities were also prohibited from entering. From the moment they set foot in Hormont's domain, the offspring of the aristocracy, who deemed themselves more equal than ordinary folk, were left to fend for themselves. In this environment, akin to the prestigious magical academy they were about to enter, where social hierarchies were significantly diminished, the noble heirs were subjected to academic pressures. Cheating was not an option. Concerns about their social circles, no one catered to them. And even the management of daily affairs, dressing appropriately, became an unprecedented challenge. For many young ladies, the task of transporting textbooks as heavy as bricks to the delivery center was a serious issue. However, the noble youths had their own solutions. This came in the form of Schutarals, partner cavalry. Only those from truly distinguished families could select qualified Schutarals and afford their fees. Decades ago, a grand nobleman who had suffered from bullying during his student years advised the headmaster to incorporate those who had significantly contributed to the safety and prosperity of the kingdom into the newly established academy's military command department. Each selected young officer had the opportunity to apply to enter this comprehensive academy after serving 2 years on the front lines. They would attend compulsory courses just like the other students while also completing advanced studies in military command. The scholarly headmaster initially failed to grasp the true intention behind this initiative. After all, from the perspectives of diversity, education, and social needs, it was a splendid suggestion. It wasn't until he realized that the strong, loyal, and fearless Schutarals were all unwavering vassals to their masters that the implications became clear. In this institution, where social class was weakened and the values of learning, athletics, and appearance were amplified, Schutarals were immediately embraced by both professors and students, leading to the formation of cliques centered around the noble heirs and their Schutarals. By the time the Hormont's Board of Trustees recognized the issue, it was already too late. Some board members regarded the idea as brilliant, vehemently opposing any reform measures and sending their own offspring and vassals into the fray. In addition to the hefty textbooks, customizing a wand was particularly crucial for the freshmen in the magical arts. A spellcaster wishing to bypass many intricate configurations and incantations must possess a wand and preset commands. Having a wand was even more advantageous. When casting spells, preset commands could shorten incantation time, allowing one to execute spells with just a few simple phrases. In situations where strengths were comparable, seizing or disarming an opponent's wand could secure victory. It is said that 2 noble demigod wizards once engaged in a duel, repeatedly contending over each other's wands. Due to their high magical resistance and ample defensive measures, the scene devolved into a brawl reminiscent of 2 ruffians wielding sticks. However, this was of little concern to Griffith. To Schutarals, a wand held less significance than a pair of chopsticks. After customizing a wand for Sonia, Griffith accompanied her to the officially designated bookstore. Introduction to Magic, Basic Alchemy, Fundamentals of Spellcasting, he thought, I'm well versed in all of these. Potion experimentation. Sonia exclaimed joyfully as she retrieved beautifully bound new books from the shelves and handed them to Griffith, trailing behind her. Aren't you getting your own books? Is it too heavy for you? The apprentice knight, precariously balancing a stack of professional textbooks and guides nearly half his height, poked his head out from behind the pile. My elective courses are quite different, Miss Sonia. Besides, the new books are too expensive for my salary. I plan to visit a second-hand bookstore shortly. I hadn't considered that. You can put it on my tab. Sonia chimed in cheerfully. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss, Griffith replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, it is customary for Schutarals to manage their finances independently, and using the master's funds would disrupt my financial planning, which is also one of our core subjects. All right, then Sonia said, her jewel-like eyes slightly downcast. Then don't call me Miss anymore. Just call me Sonia. In a few days, we will be classmates. Your wish is my command, Sonia. Griffith swallowed the word Miss that had nearly escaped his lips. After procuring Sonia's textbooks, Griffith handed the stack to the delivery service, which would ensure they were returned to the Raymore estate. The Countess's daughter, exuberantly accompanied by several girls, headed to a nearby CF for a break, leaving Griffith with the remainder of his time to manage until he was to pick her up at 3 in the afternoon. The second-hand bookstore. Griffith meandered through the bustling streets, finally locating his target at a corner. The 3-story gray building was jam-packed with various books, so much so that there were no stairs to ascend, relying solely on a small ladder used by the bookstore owner to navigate the shelves. Introduction to Magic. General Mysticism. Griffith first relayed the titles of his compulsory courses to the owner, then listed his specialized textbooks: Principles of Junior Infantry Command, Standard Camp Layout, Introduction to Standard Staff Operations. Oh, a Schutalar. Welcome. The tall, slender shopkeeper responded with delight in his tone. Needless to say, I know what you require. It's the same every year. Would you like a copy of Dondung's Origins of Blood Taxes? That little booklet is quite popular. No, thank you. I am well aware of my preferences. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a whirlwind of boys and girls rushed in. Look, only 2 silver coins. Leading the group were 2 tall boys who looked identical, speaking in unison. The leftover coins can buy a lot of peculiar flavored beans. Don't forget to give us a little something as a reward. The twin brothers chirped excitedly. Hurry and get Lord Aaron a complete set of freshman materials. It can end Oppos. TB outdated books. Ideally, they should come with notes. Aaron, the bookstore owner gasped. Aaron Lindelis. My goodness. You look just like your father did when he was young. As he spoke, Aaron had already stepped into the bookstore. Though dressed in a modest coat, his soft, fine golden hair shone like sunlight, and his skin was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a girl's. His high nose and handsome profile rivaled that of a theater star. But what captivated attention most were his blood-red eyes, which seemed to hold a captivating power. By the gods, what an honor this is! The old bookstore owner exclaimed with the joy of someone about to give away a set for free. I'll give you an 80% discount. Who is this person? He seems quite famous. Griffith leaned against the bookshelf to avoid being jostled by the excited students. Aaron Lindelis, son of Dearin Lindelis. Don't you know? A tall youth emerged from behind Griffith's bookshelf, proclaiming victory for Beyerland. Clad in a tailored coat with a sword at his side, he possessed a robust and well-defined physique. His stern visage bore an intimidating aspect, yet it seemed he was diligently suppressing a tumultuous strength within. Lana, Griffith exclaimed joyfully, thumping his chest. Are you also a Schutalar? I serve Count Charlon and Miss Fiona de Charlon. Have you encountered her? Lana, towering over Griffith by a considerable margin, was a formidable cavalryman and berserker within the brigade. However, he now appeared quite gentle, even cradling a stack of textbooks. I have met Miss Charlon. We are scheduled to gather shortly. It seems they have an event for us to attend, Griffith replied. Lana handed the pile of books to the shopkeeper for payment and nodded. Indeed, Fiona requested I bring my weapons. Speaking of Aaron, he was the sole survivor of the obliteration of records 15 years ago, despite being only a year old at the time. It was unfathomable how he had managed such a feat. He likely harbored many secrets. And we must remain vigilant during our time at Homenwarts. Furthermore, Aaron's name means grace of the holy light, and his family name, Lindelis, signifies victor. Judging by his experiences, their family is indeed favored by the deities. What an intriguing name. You possess knowledge of such etymology, Griffith remarked with admiration, truly erudite. Isn't it expected? As future officers and heralds of the Lord and Oppos' family, it is our fundamental curriculum, Lana shrugged. If you wish to learn more, I could lend you a book. Griffith's gaze involuntarily turned towards the boy who had become the focal point of discussion. Amidst the bustling old bookstore, Aaron stood serenely among the crowd, exuding an air of weary royalty, as though he had been exiled. The endlessly flattering shopkeeper and his entourage of sycophants spoke animatedly, to which Aaron occasionally responded, eliciting their ecstatic delight. His blood-red eyes seemed to possess boundless power, captivating and consuming those around him. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze met Griffith's. In that fleeting moment of connection, Griffith felt a piercing shock and an overwhelming spiritual resonance. A blend of curiosity, caution, and various peculiar emotions surged within him, compelling him to gaze intently at the golden-haired, crimson-eyed youth not far away. Aaron was also observing him. Let us proceed, Lana said, patting the squire's shoulder, breaking his concentration. We must join the ladies. After procuring textbooks and essential tools, the group convened at the CAF and Oppos' entrance. Sonia extracted her wand and cast a simple navigation spell, leading everyone into a narrow alley behind the Academy Street. I did not expect it to be so dim and profound here, Griffith mused. For a moment, he doubted whether he had become lost in a labyrinth of dreams. The vast expanse of Homenwarts Academy and Oppos' estate was astonishing in its size. Behind the bustling commercial streets lay a sprawling array of dilapidated houses and narrow lanes. We Haven and Oppos' taken a wrong turn, have we? Fiona inquired uncertainly. Absolutely not. Sonia replied confidently from the front. The destination lies at the corner alley, reputed to be as ancient as Beyerland city walls. Only the extraordinary can find it using specific spells or items. Very well, Fiona bit her lip, following closely behind Lana. The surrounding silence and darkness deepened, and Griffith felt as though illusions were playing tricks on him, as if some creature stealthily scurried through the nearby shadows or whispers floated through the air. He attempted to calm himself to listen or perceive these strange sounds, yet his feeble instincts yielded nothing. Eventually, they arrived before an abandoned mansion standing starkly in the clearing. The battered sign bore a few crooked letters, reminiscent of Halloween graffiti, "The Extraordinary Marble House." How could such a dilapidated structure remain within Homenworth's estate? What purpose did we have in coming here? Griffith yearned to ask a multitude of questions, yet hesitated, unsure of the appropriateness of his inquiries. This marvelous house appeared shortly before the last Great War, approximately 17 years ago. Issues pointed towards the solitary mansion. Visitors are said to experience delightful encounters there, even recovering lost memories and items. Griffith cast a puzzled glance at the Schutalar Muira beside Issues, only to find her equally bewildered. Miss Fiona noticed their confusion. Issues' father, the previous Viscount, perished during an expedition to the south. Their family has guarded a secret for generations, one that Issues heard from his father as a child, concerning an important weapon against dark magic. "My father was an extraordinary mage. I shall be one as well," the slender Issues stated. "I was too young to grasp that secret. However, with the aid of this marvelous house, I can recall it. Not only I, but everyone who enters this mansion will remember certain special experiences or witness specific visions." Do you understand what this implies? Griffith, Lana, and Muira shook their heads in unison. The mastery of thought and memory is the most crucial ability for spellcasters on the path of the extraordinary. It allows us to summon knowledge when needed, to formulate specific magical constructs and cast spells, Fiona explained to everyone. Before ascending to the rank of scholar, we must complete a unique ritual, revisiting a forgotten memory, which can be accomplished here. That is our purpose for coming. Sonia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although it is not a requisite ritual for you Schutarals, it can enhance your mental fortitude, greatly aiding your learning and memory. The three squire knights fell silent, sensing something amiss. Could this mansion be an unregulated artifact of sealing? Lana suddenly realized, using an unregulated artifact is illegal. I assenti it? Indeed. Fiona quickly turned her head away. This could be perilous. Griffith felt an immense pressure weighing upon his heart. Artifacts of sealing might harbor unknown negative effects requiring extensive testing before practical use. With your talents, even without this artifact, you could complete the ascension ritual without risk, Muira concurred. Moreover, this artifact has not been registered. It may conceal cultists or dark forces. Indeed, they speak wisely, Sonia mused. However, my mental fortitude must be enhanced gradually. The spellcasting practice after the semester may be quite challenging. She bit her lip, casting a questioning glance at Fiona. What if, just hypothetically, my progress in becoming a scholar is delayed, hindering my ability to cast newly learned spells? That would be utterly embarrassing. Fiona imagined the potential humiliation during spellcasting classes and involuntarily glanced at Sonia. Fear not. As long as we remain close to one another, Issues said confidently. Even if danger arises, we have 3 Schutarals here. Having returned from the battlefield, your resistance to mental magic is formidable. Your bloodlust can disrupt incantations. I am not concerned about melee or spellcaster confrontations. My only concern is that your bloodlust does not affect the functioning of this marvelous house. Indeed, you are right. Sonia finally resolved, acknowledging that without special spells or items, nothing particularly dangerous could be found. Thus, there was no need to worry about being used as a stronghold by nefarious individuals. Chapter 24. The Resurrection of Forgotten Memories. Gasping for breath, Griffiths concealed himself behind a circular iron shield. Before him stood a robust green-skinned orc, bare-chested and wielding a war hammer, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. A pure-blood orc squad leader. I never anticipated such a formidable opponent. On the battlefield strewn with ashes and debris, 3 armored cavalry lay groaning on the ground. Mere moments ago, Griffiths' squad had encountered a band of foes amidst the chaos. Although they had swiftly dispatched half-orc warriors with their long spears and heavy armor, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the orc warrior leading the charge. Krista and 2 other cavalrymen were injured and incapacitated, leaving Griffiths as the sole standing defender. A mere 20 paces from the looming threat. Orcs are beings of greater stature and strength than half-orcs. Though fewer in number, they are exceedingly perilous. Griffiths found himself alone against this formidable foe and its weaponry. A glance at the battered shield of another cavalryman confirmed his fears. The armor would offer little protection against the impending devastation. That heavy hammer, my strength cannot withstand. Griffiths assessed his powerful adversary, his mind racing. With a fearsome roar, the orc charged towards the ironclad knight. Griffiths responded in kind, hurling his heavy shield at the approaching enemy. Clang! The spinning shield was sent flying by the warhammer. The orc warrior remarkably agile as it raised its terrifying weapon once more, aiming for the knight's head. Kneeling, Griffiths arched his body backward to evade the howling hammer, using the momentum to slide forward just in time to avoid the crushing blow, and swung his longsword in retaliation. A howl of unexpected agony escaped the orc's lips as the blade cleaved through its lower body, a gruesome spray of blood and flesh erupting forth. The severely wounded orc collapsed to the ground with a thud. This was my ultimate trump card. Griffiths swiftly rose, twisting his wrist to drive his blade against the orc's shoulder, piercing down with all his might. To commend your remarkable courage and outstanding performance, we hereby promote you from a level 3 squad leader to a level 2 squad leader, announced a familiar officer as he approached the knight, opening a small box to bestow upon him the Iron Eagle medal. Griffiths, Griffiths, Griffiths. A chorus of armored cavalrymen pounded their breastplates in unison. The flag captain affixed the medal to the knight's collar, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Griffiths was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of honor. Even if tasked to charge alone against 1,000 foes, he would carry out the command without hesitation. Rejoice, warriors! The flag captain raised his arm high, proclaiming that after today's battle, we have cleared the path to Anata, and victory is at hand. Hurrah! Hundreds of soldiers cheered in unison. Griffiths. The petite Christa rested against a large stone outside the medical tent, her leg bandaged from the day's battle. Though treated by divine magic, the medic recommended a period of immobilization for better recovery, and she smiled at her companion, thanking him for his support. How is your leg? Not too good. I need to rest, Christa replied, pointing toward the campfire in the distance. Could you fetch me a crutch? A spear will do. I don't want to miss tonight's feast. Then, forgive my rudeness, Griffith said as he bent down to scoop the novice nun into his arms, heading in the direction of the celebration. You're so light. You should eat more. Hurry, put me down. Someone will see us. Christa's face flushed with embarrassment as she gently punched Griffith's breastplate. I'm merely escorting you to Valkyrie, and even if someone sees us, what of it? Griffiths replied with a slight tilt of his head and a smile. If they do see, it will just be Galona and the others coming to give me a beating, no trouble for you. Cradling the girl, the novice knight traversed the now deserted encampment toward the distant revelry. Griffiths, Christa nestled in his sturdy embrace like a cat acclimating to a new home, asked, once our service is complete, what do you wish to do? Well, we will likely be asked to fill out a volunteer form, won't we? Come on, tell me. I suppose I will go to Yelon, report to the Raymore family, and apply for the Army Command Department. Griffiths adjusted his hold, lifting the girl slightly so she could rest her head upon his shoulder. Once I become an officer, my salary will increase significantly. Oh, then we. Christa thought he had finished speaking and was about to share her long-buried feelings when Griffiths interrupted with a barely audible murmur. If I become a staff officer, there's a high chance I can remain in the capital, Griffiths mused, imagining purchasing a house by the strait, where I could enjoy dinner overlooking the sea and listening to the waves, and at night, the entire starry sky would belong to me. You must buy in the Emile district, Christa exclaimed joyfully. Why there? There's a hillside facing the strait, not too remote, but the price should be reasonable. Christa gazed at the novice knight with her sparkling blue eyes, and it's not far from the chapel of holy light I wish to attend. That sounds splendid, Griffiths replied, filled with longing. I will hide the house key beneath the peach tree at the entrance. You can come as you please once your service is over. Ha! Who said I would enter through the front door? Beneath the tranquil night sky, the two shared a hearty laugh. Griffiths, Christa clasped her hands over her chest, as if her heart would leap from her chest if she didn't tea. There is something. Speak. Today is a day of victory, and I have been promoted and granted a raise. I can grant you one reasonable request. Really? Then I'll say it. Griffiths, your name always carries a somewhat fierce connotation. I actually quite like it. May I call you Greffy? Christa mustered her courage to ask. Of course, why not? Griffiths nodded. Valkyrie and the others sometimes call me that. Didn't you know? What? They? Who are they? Why is it plural? How can this be? Krista tightened her grip on her mace, ready to storm into the distant banquet. You're too late. The novice knight eyed the mace, which seemed poised to smash someone's head, and suggested, you can choose another request. Laughter and merriment echoed ahead. After rounding a cluster of trees, they would soon join in the celebration of victory. Wait. Krista, without a moment to hesitate, wrapped her arms around Griffith's neck and pulled herself up. Krista. The novice knight's words were stifled. A surge of malevolence suddenly enveloped him, transforming the cherished memories into ethereal smoke. The once vivid scenes, as if occurring before his eyes, dissipated into nothingness. When Griffith regained his senses, he found himself gripping his sword, standing in the living room. Memories? So vivid. Every detail seemed to unfold right before him. Since that day, everything concerning Krista had only brought heart-wrenching pain, long since buried beneath the dust of memory. Is this mansion reading our consciousness? Griffith gently traced his lips with his fingers, shaking his head vigorously as he turned to the side. Sonia stood petrified in the center of the room, awakening almost simultaneously. How marvelous! Sonia, with a contemplative expression, rubbed her forehead. Is this truly a recollection? I have no memory of it at all. Are you well? Griffith remained vigilant, sensing an unsettling presence in the old mansion that felt as if other entities were present. I am fine, but someone has entered this house, and their malicious intent is unmistakable. Sonia raised her head. We may all be in danger. We must gather swiftly. Follow me. Griffith indicated towards a staircase on the side. We will first join Miss Fiona, then proceed to Isis. The two departed the room, and soon found Fiona and her apprentice knight, Rana. Fiona hurriedly inquired, do you feel that? A distinct will that does not belong to any of us has intruded here. For today's event, both Rana and Griffith were fully armed. They exchanged glances, moving one behind the other to protect their lord as they advanced towards Isis. To achieve optimal magical effects, Isis and Myra had chosen a room on the opposite side of the corridor for their ritual. Before Griffith could reach them, a cacophony of battle and roars erupted nearby. Boom! Apprentice knight Myra burst through a door, appearing with the unconscious Viscount Isis in his arms. Prepare for battle, Rana shouted furiously, charging without consulting Griffith. Their adversary was a grotesque man, resembling a toad. His skin was pallid like that of a corpse, his bulging eyes wide, and his enormous tongue drooped, continuously dripping saliva. Sonia was startled and retreated alongside Fiona. Do not stray too far from us, Griffith warned, casting a wary glance at the two girls who were backing away. With sword in hand, Rana bellowed, who are you? Why do you assault us? Why? The toad-like man grotesquely rotated his bulging eyes, sizing up the three shitterals blocking his path. I am Jaros, the executioner of the Cook gang. I heard that several young and beautiful noble lads and lasses were here to play, so I thought to capture them and sell them. Ha ha ha. A fair-haired noble beauty can fetch a good price. Just a despicable human trafficker? Was that the unfamiliar aura I sensed in the earlier illusion? Myra had already taken the unconscious Isis to safety and returned to the front line. Hey, Jaros, this is not your sewer. Do you not surrender upon seeing our swords? Just 3 guards, ha ha ha. Jaros crouched low, moving on all fours as he regarded the 3 apprentice knights. You must be unaware of Lord Jaros's extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Magic? Rana whispered. If that is the case, the 3 of us can completely suppress him. We must ensure Miss Fiona and the others remain unharmed. Sonia, propping up the unconscious Isis against the wall, overheard the conversation and shouted urgently, be careful. Extraordinary abilities are not magic. Not magic? Is it some unique power of an extraordinary being? Griffith had never encountered special abilities beyond magic on the battlefield before. For warriors like them, abilities that are complex and cannot coordinate with a large army are easily dealt with. If one thrust does not suffice, then one thrust again. The 3 apprentice knights were momentarily bewildered. They had not yet encountered such extraordinary abilities in an environment resembling a brawl. Receive Lord Jaros's ability. The toad like Jaros suddenly opened his mouth, and a large splatter of thick, white liquid flew towards the 3 shitterals. What is this substance? With their lord directly behind them, Griffith and the others could not evade the attack and had to use their swords and arm guards to shield themselves from the incoming liquid. This viscous substance solidified rapidly in the air, hardening to the consistency of rock in an instant. Griffith and his companions found themselves immobilized. Caught, are you? It's not over yet. Jaros continued to expel large amounts of the sticky liquid, now ensnaring the feet of the 3 apprentice knights as well. Griffith was astounded. He realized for the first time that this extraordinary ability, which was neither magic nor affected by bloodlust, could be so efficient in a small-scale brawl. The three of them struggled futilely, as if trapped in wax, unable to escape from the solidified substance. "How does it feel? You are utterly powerless before me," Jaros taunted. Approaching the three who were immobilized, examining his handiwork, his bulging eyes then shifted towards Sonia, declaring, "I shall take these two lovely ladies with me. Truly exquisite beauties." Sonia and Fiona instinctively took a step back. "Fiona, run!" Ashambrana shouted, his thunderous voice nearly deafening Griffith. "Get outside and seek help." Fiona swiftly turned to dash towards the door. Before she could reach it, a large mass of white liquid shot forth, firmly sealing the door shut. "You cannot escape." Jaros leered as he approached Sonia, observing her standing still. "Oh, are you not running, my lady? Are you too frightened to move? I can give your legs a little rub if you like." Griffith struggled desperately against the rock-like substance. Today's encounter filled him with shame. He never anticipated such a debacle in a brawl. Now, completely immobilized, he could only watch helplessly as Jaros approached Sonia. Jaros leered at the petite beauty, seemingly relishing the prospect of claiming her as a prize. "I wonder." Sonia suddenly tilted her head. "You cannot easily release that liquid from its solid state, can you?" "Naturally," Jaros replied nonchalantly. "My goo takes at least half an hour to dissolve. But what use is that question? Are you perhaps curious to experience how it feels to be coated in Lord Jaros' white liquid?" "Ha ha ha. That reassures me." Sonia flicked her golden hair, her azure eyes narrowing in disdain at Jaros. "If your plan is to abduct me, using this substance to control my movements would be rather unwise." "And what of it?" Jaros began to reach out to the girl. At that moment, Sonia swiftly darted to his side, deftly grasping his arm and pulling him forward. Jaros immediately lost his balance, and before he could react, Sonia lifted his arm upwards. The diminutive Jaros stumbled, and before he could regain his footing, his arm was wrenched backward. Thud! Jaros felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself sprawled on the ground. He instantly began to writhe like a fish out of water. Though Sonia's slender arms struggled to restrain Jaros, she swiftly raised her knee, pressing it against his abdomen. Ugh! Jaros was knocked dizzy by the impact, and he opened his mouth to expel another glob of sticky liquid, which struck Sonia's right hand and quickly solidified into a large mass. "Haha, you startled me, but what can you do?" Jaros sneered at the noble maiden half kneeling before him. "I shall." Jaros's words were abruptly cut off. With a curious expression, Sonia waved the rapidly solidifying liquid. Her entire right hand had transformed into a large white hammer. Quite heavy, Sonia swung her right hand down towards Jaros's face. Smack! Chapter 25. The flavor of conspiracy. Griffith and his companions struggled for quite some time to free themselves from the binding, viscous substance. Had it not been for Griffith's intervention, the mortified and enraged Rana and Miura would have mercilessly reduced the already battered and toothless Jellos to a pulp. "We must ascertain what he knows," Griffith asserted. "How could a mere street thug be aware of our movements?" "This was no ordinary street thug," Sonia noted, watching as the white solid before her transformed into powder. "This must be an extraordinary ability unique to the half-human of Pathway Sequence 9, capable of physical manifestation. Each pathway possesses vastly different abilities upon their ascension. You too shall have the opportunity to master other powers. Such abilities must be rare on the battlefield," Fiona remarked, patting Rana on the shoulder. "It is said they are not uncommon in urban areas, particularly suited for sudden, small-scale combat, unlike magic, which can be disrupted. The varieties of extraordinary abilities are immensely diverse, and the number of powers each extraordinary individual can master is limited. They cannot be standardized like magic for learning and training, nor are they controllable." Issues had already regained consciousness from his stupor. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. "Have your memories returned?" Sonia inquired curiously. "Ah, memories," Issues nodded. "Indeed. So, a ruffian named Jellos learned of the Viscount and the young lady's whereabouts through some channel and attacked you there? 3 cavalrymen could not best a single informal extraordinary individual?" The investigator, clad entirely in black, sat sternly before Griffith. "Do you expect us to believe that?" The Beyerland police had visited several times over the past 2 days, inquiring about the events surrounding the attack and assuring the Countess mansion that they would promptly hunt down the Cook gang. In the Kingdom's cities and most towns, specialized police departments have replaced the city defense and security forces to combat crime. Additionally, The royal family established a central investigation bureau to investigate and combat crimes occurring across regions and within the noble territories. The Central Investigation Bureau and police departments are well-funded. Although they may not rival the military system in strength, they possess a vast number of personnel, equipment, and intelligence support, as well as dedicated extraordinary individuals. With their involvement, Griffith found himself neither required nor permitted to intervene in the Cook gang case. Not only was he not to intervene, but he was also subjected to rigorous questioning and investigation. Upon learning of this case, the investigators' initial suspicion fell upon the three Schutalar, suspecting them of collusion with the gang. Jello's ability is quite distinctive. Though not powerful, it allows him to manifest extraordinary traits, Griffith stated candidly, which was most unexpected. The investigator scrutinized him with an indescribable gaze for several seconds before saying, "You may leave. Should you have any reports before the next inquiry, contact us through the Countess messenger. My experiences in these past 2 months have indeed been remarkable," Griffith mused. First, the daughter of the elven regent was attacked. In hindsight, while the assault was not severe, the weak mage apprentice, Aces, managed to evade the elves' prophecies and divinations, laying traps with goblins and zombies, leaving Galadia and her family entirely unprepared. What benefit could Aces gain from hunting Galadia? Was Rudius, whom he once followed, truly in cahoots with him? Next, the private outing plans of the Countess' daughter and her friends were leaked. Aside from the 6 individuals present, none should have been privy to the outing's details. Who could have betrayed them? I am not a traitor. Could it be Rana and Miura are the traitors? It was hard to believe those two with their thick brows and large eyes. Most perplexing of all was why I was ensnared in this web. I am but an ordinary person. Sonia's attack could be deemed unavoidable. What then of my encounter with Galadia? Griffith took to pen and paper, jotting down his thoughts in an attempt to uncover the relationships and connections. Yet, these fragmented facts and clues eluded any coherent linkage. I could not fathom why I was drawn into these events and conspiracies. It is far too coincidental. This bears the unmistakable scent of conspiracy. Increasingly bewildered, Griffith felt as though he were ensnared in a web woven of missing information and obscure clues, unable to escape in any direction. Wait, could it be? No. Could this truly be the case? Yet, it seemed the only explanation. A lightning bolt of realization struck Griffith's mind, sending a chill down his spine. 2 years after leaving the officer academy, although Griffith continued his studies at the front, it could not compare to formal education. Following the attack, he spent the majority of his days in the Lammer family library, preparing for his upcoming studies. Shortly after the investigator departed, Griffith had scarcely settled back in the library when Captain Hines summoned him to his office for a detailed account of the recent events. Upon completing his report, a soldier knocked on the door, informing Captain Hines, "Sir, the deputy commander of the capital district requests your presence at Taysok Street in the lower district." Oh, was there anything else? The cavalry director rose, somewhat puzzled, donning his hat and coat as he prepared to leave. "The deputy commander has ordered the nearby Schutalar squad to accompany us," the soldier replied. "The gang responsible for the attack on the Viscount, Miss Lammer, and Miss Shalong has been located and is currently surrounded by police and city defense forces on Taysok Street. They've been found." Griffith's spirits soared. Captain Hines turned to the apprentice knight, who was clad only in his regular attire, and said, "Go to the armory and borrow a set of armor and weapons. Then follow me." When Griffith and his companions arrived at the scene, Taysok Street was encircled with layers of barricades. Armed carriages guarded every entrance, with city police lying in wait, crossbows in hand. Nearby, officers had pried open the iron cover of a sewer grate, dispatching personnel to secure the area. A city defense officer clad in yellow armor stood by a carriage, gesturing over a map, directing reinforcements to various positions. Upon noticing Captain Hines and Griffith's arrival, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. "I am the regional commander, Cody. The gang members are holed up in this sewer. We have sealed off the nearby sewer exits, but it is uncertain how long we can contain them," the officer in charge explained. "The gang has inexplicably hired a fallen mage who has taken a newlywed baron and baroness hostage. Their families have arrived at the scene and are quite displeased with our slow progress." The situation was exceedingly complex. Their soldiers faced ambushes from all directions in the dark sewer, unable to retaliate. Thus, we requested reinforcements from above, hoping for the knight's assistance. The reporting officer glanced around. 5 Schutalar were busy preparing their gear and weapons. If only we had knights or great knights. Commander Cody thought for a moment before finding the courage to voice his opinion. I have noticed that the apprentices present are from various noble families. They may not be able to contend with a fallen mage. I understand, Commander Cody, Captain Hines replied, already donned in his battle gear. If these young ones cannot handle the rats in the sewer, it will simply prove they are unworthy of further training in the kingdom. Once they fail, you shall witness the knights making their entrance. Griffith soon reunited with the other 4 members of his temporary squad. The leader among them was a tall, strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair. Clad in exquisite silver armor that accentuates her alluring curves, she possesses striking heterochromatic eyes, one a deep blue and the other a vivid red, captivating all who gaze upon her. Greetings, I am Ophelia von Ischtal, the 2nd squad leader of the 501st Assault Cavalry, specializing in reconnaissance, marksmanship, and close combat. The heterochromatic Schutalar waved a hand dismissively towards a composed blond man. This is Wolfgang Mittenmeyer, a heavy infantryman. The other 2, known to Griffith as Myra and Lana, also introduced themselves. Heavy infantry Myra, cavalryman Lana, blade assault. Griffith thumped his chest plate with his right hand, addressing his temporary squadmates. Griffith Branton, 2nd squad leader of the 502nd Gun Cavalry. Oh, we are neighbors on the Eastern Front, Ophelia nodded. Gun Cavalry, will you lead the way then? No, I shall go first, with Griffith following behind me, Myra stated. Patting her shield. The city defense troops encountered ambushes from the shadows. I will withstand it. Then behind Griffith, it will be Lana and I, Ophelia confirmed. Mittenmeyer, ensure you are ready with your shovel. Should the sewer collapse, I hope to escape swiftly. The 5 Schutalar, fully armed, ventured into the dim, damp sewer. Myra held a rectangular infantry shield, completely shielded behind it. The 2nd and 4th warriors stood guard on either side, while Ophelia, wielding a powerful bow, positioned herself in the center. At the rear, the heavily armored Mittenmeyer brandished a steel axe, with a spade and shovel strapped to his back. This constituted a standard Schutalar tactical squad, designed for jungle warfare or urban combat on the kingdom's borders. Capable of enduring sudden attacks and ambushes from foes numbering in the multiples of their own until reinforcements arrived. Griffith, holding a handgun, stealthily followed behind Myra. In the narrow confines of the sewer, although cumbersome, the handgun still proved useful. Faint beams of light filtered through the cracks and small holes above, illuminating the silver armor. The Schutalar cautiously advanced through the darkness, carrying 2 torches, their steps uneven. Clang! An arrow burst forth from the shadows, shattering against Myra's shield. Careful! Just as the warning was issued, another arrow zipped past Myra's helmet, narrowly grazing Griffith's head. The Schutalar sprang towards the direction from which the arrows had come. Ophelia drew her bowstring and loosed an arrow into the shadows. It emanated a silvery glow, illuminating the damp walls of the sewer. Griffith followed the light and spotted 2 terrified men struggling to load their crossbows. The silvery radiance flickered out, but Lana, swift and perceptive, drew a throwing knife and hurled it. The foremost assailant let out a cry as he collapsed to the ground, while his companion, in panic, discarded his crossbow and fled. Ophelia loosed another arrow, and a splash echoed in the darkness, followed by pained wails and the sound of splashing water. Griffith rushed forward, planting his foot on the back of the shot enemy. Surrender or perish. Ah! The captured thug, drenched in filth, screamed as he was yanked upright. Please don't kill me. I'm just a lackey. Boss Cook said we only need to delay for 3 hours to break through the wall and escape. How many of you are there? Griffith inquired. Do you have armor? Fewer than 50, most are busy digging. The thug groaned in pain. Boss Cook has a suit of chainmail. What else? Nothing, that's all. In the dim light, the thug's eyes widened as he gazed upon the armored knights. A sudden silence enveloped the air. Griffith unsheathed his dagger and drove it into the thug's right hand, slicing upwards. Ah! The thug shrieked immediately. Yet the other Schutalar remained unperturbed, some observing in silence while others kept watch, indifferent to the scene. Continue, Griffith uttered coldly from behind his sturdy visor. A mage. We have a mage who can freeze water like a spear. The thug howled. I don't know much. Really. He always wears a mask, and doesn't he speak? Are there traps? Several groups with bows and spears. What else do you know? Nothing. I truly don't know anything else. He did not lie, Ophelia murmured. It seems he possesses no further information. Oh, how do you know that? Griffith glanced at his masked companion and, without hesitation, snapped the thug's neck. Let us leave it at that for now. We shall proceed. Hey, aren't you taking any prisoners? Ophelia complained. He was attempting to conceal our intelligence. That need not be so abrupt. We have returned to Beyerland. If we continue to treat captives like dogs, what will the good citizens of Beyerland think of us? Ophelia waved her hand dismissively. But for now, there is no one to escort him back. However, next time you kill a prisoner, do inform us. Very well, Griffith replied, wiping the blood from his dagger onto the thug's clothing before sheathing it again. You make a valid point. I was remiss in my consideration. With this inconvenience resolved, the Schutalar advanced as if nothing had transpired. The sewer remained dimly lit, the winding paths disorienting. Chapter 26, Griffith and the Bone Ring, Part 1, with a sudden rush. A ruffian wielding a dagger sprang from the shadows, lunging towards Rana's waist. The dagger struck against the iron armor and then slid off at an angle. In a swift motion, Rana seized the thug's head, twisting it with a sharp crack before discarding the lifeless body aside. Stay back, cried a scrawny thug, brandishing a broken blade as he leaned against the cold wall. Beside him lay 4 corpses, remnants of those who had equipped themselves with crossbows and daggers, lying in ambush for the Schutalar squad at a corner. However, their subpar weapons could scarcely leave a scratch on the iron armor. Before the thugs could react, the Schutalar squad had eliminated most of them. Surrender, or face death. Griffith brandished a length of rope at the remaining thug. Cornered, the ruffian gritted his teeth, his bright eyes glaring at Griffith amidst the flickering flames. Suddenly, he raised his dagger and charged at Griffith with a shout. The armored squire deftly sidestepped, grasping the thug's frail arm and twisting it lightly. The small figure let out a yelp, crashing heavily to the ground. Where do they find these little wretches? Mura glanced at the fallen thug, who appeared no older than 12 or 13. Once they turn 10, they can join the city slaughtering package. 12 or 13 is quite old, merely on the smaller side, Rana remarked, wiping his sword clean on the body. Griffith twisted the small one's hands behind his back, quickly binding them with a tight knot before dragging him through the muck to Ophelia. Do you have any questions? None. What is there to inquire about such a feeble ambush? Ophelia tilted her head. Aside from the initial stronger groups, the latter batches are merely children. You noble lapdogs. I will kill you all, the small one shrieked. Before he could utter more, Griffith pulled him back, pressing his hands firmly against the boy's throat. The thug's shrill cries were instantly silenced, as a powerful grip wrapped around his neck. The cold steel brimmed with the chill of death penetrating to his very bones. The corpse on the ground, its head twisted back, stared vacantly with hollow eyes. Tremors coursed through Griffith's hands as he observed the small thug's teeth clattering rapidly, soon followed by the trembling of his frail body, shaking as if afflicted by malaria. We may find this one useful, Griffith decided, releasing the small thug. Aye. The squire knights agreed without hesitation. The Schutalar squad had ventured deep into the sewers. Based on prior maps, it was estimated that the Cook gang had little room left to hide. We must strike immediately against the mage, Ophelia warned, scanning their surroundings. She seemed to possess keen vision even in the darkness. Their adversary was a fallen mage, one who, lacking systematic training, might wield peculiar attack spells, though their defenses were often lacking. My dagger shall ensure his demise at the first opportunity, declared Rana. The space here is confined. In close combat, he will have no chance to cast spells. Annihilate the noble lapdogs. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the darkness, swiftly followed by chaotic footsteps splashing through the water as they approached. Oh, they come. Ophelia readied her bow, and in a flash, released an arrow. A figure rounding the corner was pierced through the eye and collapsed onto the ground. Charge. Kill. A hulking man, wielding a massive axe and clad in chainmail, charged forth, flanked by a throng of ruffians. Attack. Beware of the mage hiding among the crowd. Griffith raised his short spear, pinning a thug to the ground. Cook is here. The other squire knights swiftly hurled daggers, throwing spears or firing arrows. The thugs, armed with an assortment of weapons, fell like wheat before a raging storm. Kill. The strongest and only armored Cook, with 2 daggers embedded in him, swung his axe towards them. Griffith raised his spear overhead, thrusting it towards Cook and Opos' left shoulder. The sharpened tip of the spear shattered the chainmail defense and pierced through Cook's robust shoulder, emerging from the other side. With a sudden halt to his battle cries, Cook clutched the spear lodged in his shoulder, forcing himself to lift his axe to strike at Mura's shield. Griffith, quick of hand, rotated his spear. A violent burst of pain erupted with splattering blood and flesh from Cook's shoulder, causing him to tremble. The blow aimed at the shield lost its strength. Mura blocked the attack, then charged forward, sending Cook tumbling to the ground, his axe falling into the murky water. Griffith took the opportunity to withdraw his spear, thrusting it into Cook's gaping mouth. Ugh! Ugh! The small captive, bound behind, struggled desperately, his cries muffled by the cloth stuffed in his mouth. The towering Cook had met his end, the spear piercing through his throat. Did you see him use any abilities? Rana inquired, piercing through another charging thug. No, came the collective response. The 12 members of the Cook gang, attempting a counterattack, had inflicted no losses upon the Schutalar squad before being eradicated. Remain vigilant. It is not over. Griffith tugged the tightly bound small one forward. You shall lead the way. Check if there are any survivors within. The gagged small one was pushed ahead. Griffith tapped the cold blade of his spear against the boy's shoulder. This is your chance to survive. Lead us forward. To this point, the shadow of the fallen mage had yet to materialize, casting a lingering danger that heightened the Schutalar's awareness. At last, on a dry platform deep within the sewers, the Schutalar squad discovered two figures huddled together. In the dim light, they could barely discern the lavish attire and trembling forms of the couple. We are Squire Knights of the Royal Guard, here to rescue you. Ophelia called from behind Griffith. Baron, Baroness, is it you? Please lift your heads so we may see your faces. The embraced couple continued to tremble. The Baron finally raising his gaze to the 5 armored rescuers. Yes, it is I. Ah, splendid. Ophelia sighed with relief. Are you injured? Can you move? Aye. Our feet are frostbitten, the Baron stammered, shaking more violently, whether from fear or excitement. It was the work of that fallen mage. Proceed to the Baron's side. Griffith encouraged the small one, patting his shoulder. There were no traps near the Baron and Baroness, yet both of their ankles were shackled by silvery manacles, rendering them immobile. It is ice, shackles formed of ice, Rana observed, raising his head to speak. Bring me the torches. 2 torches were passed to him, and Rana, along with Midi and Maya, cautiously began to melt the ice around the Baron's ankles. The others stood guard nearby. And the fallen mage? Griffith inquired. After binding us, he departed deeper within. Baron Khan cradled his wife, his demeanor slightly relaxing. Earlier, the gang attempted to dig an escape route. I do not know if they succeeded. They likely did not. Griffith gestured towards the direction where Cook had fallen. We eliminated their leader. Shoo, do not speak. Ophelia abruptly raised her index finger, signaling for silence. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into stillness. From the dimly lit sewer, a rustling sound emerged, as if something was drawing closer. Several bright torches illuminated the passageway, casting light upon a gleaming yellow armor. 2 squads of city guards hastily approached. Hey, you fellows are late, Ophelia exclaimed with a sense of triumph. Yet the great rat remained in its lair. Sergeant Rex of the city guard reported, Commander Cody has instructed us to follow your lead. And the leading guards saluted the Schutarals. Excellent. We are in need of reinforcements. Griffith and Ophelia exchanged glances, arranging for a few individuals to escort the Baron and Baroness, along with the captives, to safety, while the rest would accompany them to capture the fallen mage. At that moment, a fierce and savage aura seeped from the darkness. A beast? Not entirely. It bore a mingling of human essence. Ophelia sniffed in surprise, pondering if it could be a product of dark sorcery. In that shroud of darkness, 2 fiery red orbs appeared, reminiscent of torches, exuding a foul stench. What is this? A fireball? Rana scrutinized for a moment, yet felt it was not so. The 2 red lights flickered intermittently, slowly advancing towards the crowd. The blood-red cores resembled pupils. Rats! Ophelia suddenly cried out, drawing her bow and loosing an arrow towards the red glow. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the red light darted swiftly towards the wall and then lunged at the soldiers. A gigantic black rat, larger than a mountain bear, opened its gaping maw and swiftly severed the head of a city guard. Without prompting, all present hurled whatever weapons they could find at the monstrous rodent. Rana swiftly threw a dagger. However, the blade merely deflected off the rat's lustrous fur, inflicting no harm. The assailed giant rat charged into the throng. Scattering a squad of city guards, Mura swung his large shield, striking at the monstrous rat that darted past him. Duong. An indescribable wave radiated outward, causing nearby soldiers to stagger. The colossal rat collapsed to the ground, its fiery red eyes glazed. Griffith, battling dizziness, stepped forward, thrusting his weapon towards the creature's crimson eyes. Squeak. The rat emitted a scream akin to that of an ordinary mouse, its tail sweeping through the air like a crocodile's. Griffith felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, crashing against the cold wall and momentarily immobilized. Mityama shouted, swinging his iron spade fiercely towards one of the rat's eyes, causing the blood-red orb to explode. Deprived of its sight, the giant rat began to thrash violently, its immense tail striking out wildly as it let out a deafening roar. Mityama and Rana surged forward, attempting to pin the beast down. Yet, the creature's strength far exceeded theirs, tossing them aside in an instant. Mura, quick of hand, swung his shield towards the rat's face just as they were thrown off. Another wave of disorientation swept through the area, rendering the strong beast momentarily dazed once more. Ophelia steadied herself, drawing an arrow inscribed with fiery runes from her quiver, bending her bow to shoot it directly into the rat's mouth. After releasing the arrow, Ophelia rolled onto the ground, cradling her head. Scatter! Before anyone could react, the rat's mouth erupted in a violent explosion. Sharp fangs and chunks of flesh flew through the air, and the unprepared city guards fell in droves. We got it. Mura, closest to the creature, miraculously stood first, glancing at his body smeared with blood and flesh, drawing his long sword to stab the twitching rat. Ah, this pelt is exquisite. Mura twisted the sword embedded in the rat's skull. Hey, Griffith, are you still alive? If so, move. I barely made it back to the capital. Ophelia, disheveled, rose from the filth and blood, wiping her mask smeared with unknown substances. I did not sign up for this kind of messy battle. Before any of the Schutarals could laugh, the deceased rat's abdomen began to writhe violently, akin to a mischievous child squirming beneath a blanket. Mura, get away. The rat's belly exploded, sending countless rats of various sizes flying forth, each with crimson eyes, charging towards those present. Cries and roars erupted, as all standing Schutarals frantically swung their weapons at the onslaught of rats. Thump! The first small rat to be slain exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist. The surrounding filth instantly froze into solid ice. The swarming rats burst into a flurry of white mist. Oh no! Ophelia watched a cloud of ice mist explode, obscuring her vision through the cracks in her mask. Before she could comprehend what had occurred, she lost consciousness. One by one, the injured were carried out of the sewer on stretchers. Whether Schutarals or city guards, their clothing and armor were encrusted with thick layers of blood and filth, frozen solidly to them. 5 Schutarals were injured, while 1 city guard was killed and 13 were wounded. Commander Cody, his face darkened, reported to Commander Hines. I regret to inform you that although we rescued the Baron and Baroness, your Schutarals endured a dismal battle. They suffered losses, yet they survived. Heinz Wilhelm, the cavalry director, spread his hands. Enough of this useless talk. Quickly dispatch your guards to capture that damned mage. Not far from them, the bedraggled Ophelia limped towards a distant water trough at the street corner. A city guard on duty attempted to assist her, but was rebuffed. How is the injury of the apprentice knight? An officer inquired of the clearly female Schutarals. Ophelia struggled to lift her arm, pointing at her frozen mask. The officer frowned at the frozen filth and shook his head, walking away. Breathing heavily, Ophelia reached the water trough, pouring a bucket of water over herself before leaning against the wall to rest. A squad of city guards rushed past her towards the recently concluded battle in the sewer. Appearing utterly exhausted, Ophelia glanced at the soldiers passing by, gathering her strength to rise and walk towards a secluded alley. Where are you going? A familiar deep voice called from behind. Ophelia turned to see Griffith, equally disheveled, standing not far behind her. With a resigned gesture, she pointed to her frozen mask. Griffith, undeterred, approached her side, continuing to walk forward. What do you think? The fallen mage hiding in the sewer possesses such formidable minions and adept ice magic. If he has such power, why did he not collaborate with the Cook gang from the outset? This question seemed to stump Ophelia, who merely walked in silence. Noticing her lack of response, Griffith continued, even with such strength, after inflicting such significant casualties upon us, it is unlikely he will escape the reckoning of the regular knights and the grand knights. In the absence of his familiar, he was destined for a dead end. Given this, why not seize the opportunity to take hostages and escape with the Cook gang while he still had strength? Ophelia halted in her tracks, gazing up at Griffith, who had removed his helmet. Nearby residents and the city guards had already gathered at the entrance of the sewer. The two of them exchanged glances in the deserted alleyway. Ophelia lowered her head, gently caressing the dented and damaged breastplate of Griffith, reminiscent of a girl tenderly stroking her boyfriend's sturdy chest. This feels inappropriate, Ophelia remarked in an unfamiliar tone. The old cat has caught the mouse but refrains from eating it. Is it not afraid of the mouse biting back? White frost spread visibly across Griffith's breastplate. In a flash, Griffith seized Ophelia's wrist, twisting it with a sharp crack. Ah! The armored sorceress let out a subdued scream. Collapsing onto the ground, Griffith reached to remove the loosened iron helmet, observing the anguished expression of the fallen sorceress. I shall grant you 1 minute to convince me not to break your neck, Griffith stated, pinning the sorceress's hands above her head against the ground, his knee pressing against her chest. The appearance of the sorceress, pinned beneath him, took Griffith by surprise. Her face was quite round, adorned with short brown hair. Her features were not conventionally beautiful, yet they were remarkably proper. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with vitality, devoid of any sinister aura typically associated with ice and dark magic. Kill me, you lapdog of the nobility, the sorceress declared, unafraid as she met Griffith's gaze. You may slay me, but countless brave souls will rise to overthrow this chaotic world. I have no interest in your life, Griffith replied. Your mental fortitude is feeble. You are not a trained sorceress. How do you manage to wield both frost magic and the power to enchant giant rats simultaneously? Griffith's inquiry seemed to fall on deaf ears as he continued. The sorceress paused momentarily. I possess a ring that allows me to cast low-level ice spells a few times at intervals. The control over the familiar is granted by another. Its bond imprinted upon my soul. The ring. I wear it suspended around my neck, she added. While securing the sorceress's hands, Griffith began to remove her armor, exploring the fabric of her clothing. The sorceress turned her head, avoiding Griffith's gaze. This is my only valuable possession. If you take it, will you let me go? I have no interest in your life, Griffith reiterated, retrieving a pale bone ring from her. He examined it with curiosity. Now, sever your mental bond with this ring. Relinquish ownership, and tell me the name of the one who gave you your familiar. The bone ring seemed to possess an invisible barrier, preventing Griffith from reaching its essence. Very well. No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming torrent of murmurs surged forth from the ring, enveloping Griffith's mind. The whispers appeared to be beckoning something. Yet no matter how intently he listened, he could not discern their meaning. A chaotic flood of information swirled within the novice knight's mind, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Ugh, lapdog. The sorceress struggled free from Griffith's grasp, delivering 2 forceful kicks to him. She silently observed Griffith convulsing on the ground, suddenly snatching back the ring he had held and cradling it in her palms. Fool! Once the connection is severed, the will of the magical ring can crush your skull. I will not hand it over to you, lapdog. This is our hope to overthrow the old world. It is our power, my treasure. Chapter 27, Griffith and the Bone Ring, Part 2. The eyes of the fallen sorceress, Qingming, blazed with fervor as she decisively drew the dagger from Griffith's waist and thrust it forcefully towards his back. Clang! The dagger struck against his sturdy breastplate, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The sorceress hesitated momentarily, quickly raising the dagger again to slash at the nape of the apprentice knight. Whack! Griffith, despite his dizziness and weakness, suddenly seized the sorceress's wrist. Though he too was feeble, he possessed enough strength to restrain the equally weakened sorceress. It seems you are not in the best condition either. With his body aching and numb, Griffith slowly turned around, grasping the sorceress's neck and gradually twisting the dagger, pressing it toward her throat as desperation and panic filled her eyes. Damn it! Let go! Release me! You cur! The dagger pierced the soft flesh of the sorceress's neck, a torrent of blood frothing from her mouth. Griffith twisted the dagger a couple of times before wearily pushing away her lifeless body, gasping as he stood up. In his hand lay a pale bone ring. The indistinct murmurs having vanished, Griffith stowed the ring away and prepared to blow his whistle to summon reinforcements towards the sewers when suddenly a fragmented memory surged into his mind. A man, cloaked in black robes and a hood, was extending a pale bone ring towards him. Uttering the only discernible phrase, "After I depart, report directly to my disciple regarding the progress." Yes, mentor. This phrase seemed to originate from the fallen sorceress. Fragment after fragment of memories flooded his mind, threatening to tear apart Griffith's psyche. Amidst the chaos, he glimpsed the silhouette of the mage apprentice, Aces, conversing with the fallen sorceress about vague plans, his resolve unwavering. In the final moments of this memory, Aces pulled up his hood, seemingly bidding farewell to those around him, declaring, "For the sacred cause, I shall ensure her destruction at any cost." The apprentice knight's mind could not withstand such an influx of fragmented memories. Soon, These chaotic images dissipated like smoke, leaving behind a singular, clear phrase echoing in his ears. Fear begets desire. Desire seeks power. Power breaks the shackles. And we shall ultimately be free. Why have I acquired a fragment of this woman's memories? Griffith shifted his body, sensing that aside from his profound weakness, he felt no other abnormalities. According to the general knowledge of mysticism, there exists a certain probability of obtaining remnants of memories from former extraordinary beings when absorbing extraordinary traits. Yet, as a breaker of magic, how could I absorb the extraordinary traits of a fallen sorceress? Moreover, I do not even feel as though I have acquired any extraordinary traits. What on earth is this ring? Director Hines, the enemy fallen sorceress has been eliminated. Griffith handed the cold corpse to the soldiers present and reported to the cavalry commander. Well, it's not too embarrassing. Heinz Wilhelm remarked as he observed the city defense forces lifting the stripped Ophelia from the sewer. Caution is a commendable habit. Sir, the investigators have arrived. A soldier trotted forward, saluting Heinz. They have taken over the investigation of the captives and the corpses. Not far from them, a small-time thug captured during the battle was being led aside and handed over to two men clad in black. A woman? This is a female. The leading black-clad man glanced at the small thug for a moment before turning to the officer beside him. I don't believe this minion knows anything of value. Let us see if there are any other captives. His companion reached towards the struggling small thug, and upon touching her forehead, she instantly lost her senses. The sole survivor, identified as Lahanna, age 12, female, orphaned, possessing no noteworthy experiences nor valuable information, merely a petty thief from the sewer gang. The black-clad investigator approached Heinz, succinctly reporting, the fallen sorceress was named Camilla. We performed ants on her and Cook's corpses, but their souls were bound and have since dissipated. The investigation yielded no results. Griffith quietly observed as the Central Investigation Bureau's agents reported to the flag captain. The investigators appeared to possess some form of mental magic or ability capable of delving directly into the minds of those they interrogated. Returning from the sewer, Lahanna quietly remarked to Griffith, no one cares whether the ones they pry open survive. Release this little rascal here. Our holding facility is overcrowded. The black-clad man suddenly turned, eyeing the apprentice knights gathered nearby. I don't know what twisted preferences the soldiers of your Eastern Legion have, but let me remind you, this is Beyerland, the capital of the world, and civil servants like myself will be watching your every move. Is this a warning? It took Griffith a few moments to comprehend what the investigator was implying. Are the investigators cautioning us against harming this girl, named Lahanna? Upon returning to the Raymore estate, Griffith was seized by several servants before he could even step through the door, thoroughly washed before being summoned by Mr. Ashford to the reception room. On the table in the reception room lay a stack of documents, a small pouch of coins, and a small box. The butler gestured towards these items before stepping aside, indicating for Griffith to take them. Griffith approached the table and sat down, first flipping through the documents, discovering it to be a partially completed report on the Tarsock Street Cook Gang incident. The report detailed, from a third-party perspective, the assaults launched by the gang leader, Garros, over the past few days, along with limited information regarding Cook, the fallen sorceress, and her accomplices. Attached to the report were pencil sketches depicting the scene, vividly illustrating the main suspects, the crime scene, and the surrounding environment. Whether due to the artist's exceptional skill or the use of magic remained unclear. After perusing the event report and the sketchbook, Griffith came upon a blank report form. Sir Apprentice Knight, in Beyerland, where procedures and regulations are highly valued. Submitting a detailed and accurate report is of utmost importance. Mr. Ashford articulated in his distinctively refined tone, this is a crucial aspect of your duties. Should you have any questions regarding the writing, feel free to ask me. Griffith was well accustomed to submitting reports on combat experiences during his time in the military, so he readily nodded in agreement and continued flipping through the documents, eventually locating a notice regarding the performance of Griffith Branton, Apprentice Knight, during this mission. It has been confirmed that the following rewards are to be granted: 50 silver lira and 1 day of paid leave. 1 merit point. Since this mission was the first undertaken by Apprentice Knight under the Count of Raymore, an additional reward of 1 unit of potential enhancement potion is granted. Rewards. To receive such rewards so promptly, Griffith's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. The 50 silver lira amounted to half a month's salary, which would greatly assist him in his current financial constraints. As for the merit points, he was already quite familiar. They were the sole criterion for non-commissioned officers and junior-ranking officers to advance in rank. Furthermore, after serving for a certain period, surplus merit points could be exchanged for land or pensions. Having exhausted his merit points upon being promoted to second-level squad leader, Griffith now required 10 merit points to be promoted to first-level squad leader, with an additional 20 points needed for elevation to the higher rank of assault squad leader. Once he surpasses the threshold of a squad leader, he may even aspire to become an officer and a noble, establishing his own lineage. Mr. Ashford quietly regarded the apprentice knight, capturing his eager gaze, and spoke. Have you ever encountered potential enhancement potions, young knight? What is that? Griffith immediately shook his head. Ashford clarified. In the army, such potions are naturally unnecessary, but if one wishes to rapidly enhance extraordinary abilities, potential potions prove immensely beneficial. The library contains information regarding these potions for your thorough study. For relatively basic extraordinary abilities, a single unit of potential potion suffices to elevate one tier. However, the more formidable the ability, the greater the resources required for enhancement. I advise you to contemplate carefully before use. Griffith enjoyed a day off each week, typically on Sundays, though he could also schedule time off on non-urgent days if he wished. Today was the 22nd of August in the year 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith's room, nestled in the attic of the Count and Apos' mansion, was scarcely larger than a public carriage compartment. A rigid wooden bed stood adjacent to a writing desk, a chair, and a small bookshelf with a suitcase tucked underneath. The morning sun streamed through the window, bathing the sheets in warmth, making Griffith, who had just awakened, feel quite comfortable. Rising early, the apprentice knight hastily washed his face before donning a complete suit of heavy armor and weapons, sprinting along the broad, picturesque tree-lined avenue of the upper city for his morning exercise. Today was his day off, and Griffith had significant plans. Along the way, he encountered the similarly armed Lana and Miura, exchanging nods before resuming their training. Good morning, Griffith. The tall and graceful Ophelia, clad in comfortable attire with her long golden hair tied in a ponytail, ran past him, her hair bouncing with each step. Don't ask, it no longer has any scent. Ask again, and I'll hit you. The tidy streets, paved with cobblestones or square bricks, remained pristine and fresh, regardless of wind or rain. Initially, Griffith adhered to the military's customary training distance, only to find that he hardly completed his warm-up. The most luxurious residences in Beyerland's upper city were constructed on gentle slopes with expansive views. The winding streets occasionally echoed with the sounds of fully armed apprentice knights or attendants engaged in training, yet they did not disturb the slumbering nobles in nearby estates. The sleeping quarters of the affluent were tucked deep within serene gardens, oblivious to the clamor of their subordinates. As dawn broke, Griffith returned to the Raymore mansion. The kitchen operated around the clock, providing 4 meals and 2 late-night snacks for the servants and guards, while also catering to the occasional requests of the master and guests. Griffith collected milk, oatmeal, freshly baked bread, bacon, and 2 fried eggs, a rare treat not afforded to the other servants. Despite this routine having persisted for some time, Griffith felt as blissful as if he were in a dream each breakfast. After enjoying his meal, Griffith returned to his room to change into a crisply ironed jacket prepared by the maids, and with a light-hearted step, he made his way towards the Evan Forest in the upper city. The embassy of the Elven Kingdom was situated in the most verdant part of Beyerland. Amidst towering ancient trees, the spires and moving figures of the embassy were faintly visible. At the edge of the embassy district, Griffith was stopped for questioning. The human soldiers responsible for guarding the area would not hesitate to shoot arrows if one disregarded their barriers or intruded recklessly. The guards examined Griffith's submitted application and pointed him towards a nearby small house, indicating that he should wait there. Complying, Griffith entered and found the interior surprisingly comfortable. The aesthetically pleasing wooden floors and furniture were crafted from various types of wood. A small table beside the seating area bore a delicate white porcelain teapot and a plate of pastries. Curiously, the apprentice knight opened the teapot and inhaled the fragrant aroma, invigorating his senses. The few pastries were exquisite, delivering a refreshing sweetness upon tasting. What are you doing, eating by yourself? A familiar voice chimed from behind. Griffith hastily stuffed a half-eaten pastry into his mouth and waved at his elven friend, whom he had not seen for several days. Since arriving in Beyerland, he had written several letters inviting the elven girl to lunch, and today was the only occasion that had borne fruit. I apologize, I am still unfamiliar with this city. A trivial gift for you. Happy birthday. Griffith presented a small, elegant box he had carried with him, adhering to the custom of visiting. If it is indeed a trivial gift, then I shall decline, Gladia responded seriously, fixing her gaze on the apprentice knight. Is the elven etiquette different from ours? What should I do now? Griffith found himself at a loss for words. I'm just teasing you. Gladia laughed, shaking her silky black hair. What is inside? Peach and passion fruit infused with honey and floral tea. It can be stored at room temperature and in the wild. Just add hot water for consumption, Griffith replied, his nerves akin to a student awaiting exam results. I used to make tea with herbs in the wild. I wish I had this back then. The beautiful floral tea, contained within a crystalline bottle, sparkled under the sunlight. Wow, it looks delightful and tastes good too. The elven girl gently lifted the vividly colored tea, sniffing it with her delicate nose, her brows relaxing as she nodded in approval. Hey, you have quite the taste. It seems that human boys are indeed more interesting, Gladia remarked with satisfaction, giving Griffith's shoulder a hearty pat. When our elven males present small gifts, they merely scavenge for broken relics and regale me with historical tales for hours. Am I illiterate, unable to read, or simply bored? Oh, Griffith pondered, finding that notion somewhat intriguing. And did you know? Sometimes these relics can attract curses or the gaze of malevolent deities. How absurd. This is precisely why the birth rate declines each year, Gladia remarked, placing the floral tea in a small cabinet against the wall, to be retrieved later by a servant. Such a life truly makes one drowsy. Speaking of which, the population of Beyerland is indeed vast. Griffith opened the wooden door leading to the reception area, suggesting a stroll outside. So, you and Miss Raymore coincidentally fell victim to an attack by a rogue with extraordinary abilities, Gladia noted. And this rogue assaulted you because they somehow learned of the travel plans of 3 young nobles. Has the investigation bureau managed to pry into the rogue's mind for insights? It was said that a certain extraordinary individual possessed the powers of clairvoyance and mental intrusion, with secrets laid bare under their influence. However, the investigation bureau had not submitted any related findings or reports to the Count's mansion. At least, Griffith remained unaware of any. I haven't heard of any developments, Griffith replied. Is there not a form of magic or extraordinary power that can obstruct the brain and memory, hindering investigations? Indeed, such powers exist. The mysteries of the arcane are unfathomable. The elf responded. Then, due to the initial incident, you participated in a crackdown against the gang, encountering a fallen sorceress and annihilating her and her minions. That should sever the lead regarding the attack on Miss Raymore, Gladia remarked. The orchestrator of these events is meticulous. Do not harbor excessive hopes for the investigation and Oppos' findings regarding those minions, Jellos and Lahanna. The apprentice knight and the lovely elven girl strolled slowly along the long bridge. Beside the secluded riverbank, Gladia plucked twigs and petals from the roadside, weaving them with casual grace. Yet, the fallen mage is a tangible entity. By examining her traces and belongings, perhaps we could uncover something significant. Do you possess any further clues? Indeed. Griffith removed a pale bone ring from his finger and handed it to the elf. I refrained from reporting this lead to the authorities. What material is this? It appears rather unsettling. Judging by its shape, it resembles a curled serpent biting its own tail. The band is devoid of any embedded gemstones. Gladia scrutinized the ring for a while. Its aura was concealed, and recklessly breaking the seal could prove perilous. Given your magical prowess, it would be impossible to derive any conclusions. By the way, I believe I have encountered this design before. I shall investigate further. Upon concluding her statement, the elf tossed the ring to the apprentice knight, expressing her distaste for such a macabre aesthetic. When I donned this ring, I felt engulfed by an endless murmur. Nearly losing consciousness, my body succumbing to weakness. Griffith cautiously caught the ring and returned it to his finger at that moment. The already feeble fallen mage nearly seized the opportunity to turn the tide and almost ended my life. Be careful, Gladia admonished, casting a concerned glare at him. This indicates that it is indeed an extraordinary magical artifact, linked to some formidable soul. I have merely heard that such whispers often signify a wealth of esoteric information and knowledge, posing great danger to the unprepared. Chapter 28. An alternative possibility. As the two conversed, they traversed the tranquil, tree-lined paths, arriving at the bustling city center. On either side of the spacious road, rows of exquisitely adorned shops beckoned. At the entrances, Carefully painted signboards prominently showcased each store's unique offerings. Every few steps, open stalls displayed an array of colorful candies, jewelry, and clothing. Robust shopkeepers, clad in short jackets, busily prepared fragrant food on iron griddles, the sizzling sounds resonating in the air. I had no idea such a place existed so close to the embassy. It looks delightful, exclaimed Galadia, perking up her ears. I thought you would have to take me far to find lunch. We've been in Beyerland for several days now, and you haven't explored the local delights? Griffith remarked, pulling out a small notebook adorned with vibrant paper scraps. He glanced between a page featuring a map and the street ahead. There, that's south the place. What do you have in your hand? The curious elf leaned in closer. What are these colorful pieces? A guide? Griffith replied. Don't you consult with those around you for a plan of action when visiting a new metropolis? Firstly, there aren't many people around me. Elves generally lack ambition for life. If I don't find something delicious today, I can always wait a month to see if something better comes along. Time is plentiful. Galadia waved dismissively. Secondly, I'm quite busy, you know. It's either studying or training, with social obligations to attend to. There's hardly time for leisure. Well then, Griffith said, handing her a small red voucher. This is a discount coupon. The shopkeepers distribute these to attract customers, allowing you to pay only 70 to 80% of the price. Ugh you. Galadia crumpled the coupon and tossed it playfully at Griffith's head. They arrived at a shop, where Griffith lifted the entrance curtain and pushed open the wooden door adorned with a thin paper. Excuse me, 2 seats, please. I have a reservation under the name Mr. Branton. Please be seated, sir. The plump shopkeeper, upon noticing Galadia, instantly beamed with a smile like blooming flowers. Ah, esteemed Miss Elf, your presence truly elevates our humble establishment. Enough with the flattery. Bring forth the delectable dishes. Galadia chirped cheerfully as she settled into her seat, her curious gaze darting around. Griffith swiftly noted down the order in his notebook, prompting the enthusiastic shopkeeper to gather the ingredients. The waitress first presented a large platter of finely chopped green vegetables drizzled with a creamy white sauce, followed by 2 bowls filled with glistening white grains. Is this rice? Have you started consuming this as well? Galadia inquired, scooping a small spoonful to taste, savoring its delightful texture. In this recent conflict, the kingdom has expanded into the southern provinces. Griffith began, taking a hearty bite of the vegetables. There flows a grand river from south to north, and each year, its floods leave behind fertile silt, enhancing the yield of both wheat and rice in that region. With stable shipping, the grain imports have been increasing daily. Then during a famine, you can afford to eat less potato, as rice and wheat are just as storable, Galadia mused, her eyes fixated on the sizzling meat being grilled by the plump proprietor. What a wonderful development. Sensing her eager gaze, the shopkeeper swiftly served them sliced grilled meat, accompanied by small dishes of colorful powders and sauces, along with 2 slender wooden sticks. Dear lady, please use these chopsticks to grasp the meat slices. Dip them in the brown barbecue sauce, then sprinkle some of the fine powder before tasting. Galadia nodded, mimicking the shopkeeper's actions as she delicately picked up the grilled meat. Delicious, truly delightful, she exclaimed, her ears perked up. How can something as simple as grilled beef evoke such a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness? Let me savor it once more. She indulged in another hefty piece of grilled meat. Is this the diaphragm of the cow? Perfectly grilled, allowing the flavors of the fat and barbecue sauce to meld with the fresh beef texture. She quickly consumed another piece, noting the unique flavor that emerged when slathered with yellow soybean sauce. It's as if a blissful cow is cheerfully savoring soybeans, granting me a glimpse into the serene country life. Griffith could only watch in silence, eventually requesting the proprietor for 2 more servings. Slow down. There are other varieties to try. If you fill up now, you won't have room for anything else. I want to listen, she declared. Then perhaps a bite of vegetables? If you only eat grilled meat, you'll soon tire of it, Griffith advised, observing the elegant elf girl devouring her food with remarkable speed. He couldn't resist offering her a spoonful of rice. Here, try a bite of rice. It pairs wonderfully. More rice? Is this because we lack enough funds for grilled meat, and I must fill up on grains? Galadia reluctantly accepted the spoonful, frowning as she took a bite. Ah, what is that? Delightful. Galadia's eyes sparkled with newfound joy as the combination of grilled meat, rice, and vegetables introduced a refreshingly different sensation, less intense, yet incredibly fulfilling and secure. Is this what you humans refer to as home? Griffith watched as Galadia combined grilled meat and rice in her mouth, her table manners entirely forgotten, resembling a dock worker who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Slow down. Water. Water. The elven girl suddenly pounded the table in distress. Griffith startled, quickly handing her a large glass of water. Gulp. Gulp. Ugh. Galadia wiped her mouth. Her face pale. That was terrifying. I almost choked to death. If you had actually choked, it would have been quite the scandal, Griffith said, covering his face with his hand. You must be more cautious after entering school this autumn. Humph. It's just that my throat is too narrow. It's inconvenient. Galadia poked her cheek, slightly regaining her composure. Griffith slowly enjoyed his meal, smiling as he watched his companion eat. For reasons unknown, Galadia's manner of eating appeared particularly delightful, and simply observing her brought him immense joy. The haunting memories of pain and terror from the distant east occasionally clawed their way from the depths of his recollection, striving to resurface. Yet, upon seeing Galadia's bright eyes and her upturned smile, Griffith felt an ineffable sense of joy and happiness wash over him. If it were possible, he wished that time could come to a standstill at that very moment. When the shopkeeper finally brought dessert, Griffith mustered the courage to ask, "Do you have any free time later? This afternoon or evening, an exquisite opera is being performed at the Palatini Theater." As he uttered those words, he felt his heart race, anxiously watching the girl's hands pause, as if the world had frozen in that instant. "Ah, I've heard of it too. The opera in Beyerland is a must-see," Galadia replied slowly. Griffith sensed a hint of unusual seriousness and hesitation in her typically expressive features. "I heard today's performance features a love story fraught with obstacles. I read about it in the newspaper this morning," she continued, her words meandering. "However, it seems it won't work out," she concluded. "Tonight is my birthday celebration, and I must return to prepare. In the evening, the embassy office may have arranged an event for me. Perhaps we shall encounter each other at the theater." Galadia finally completed her sentence. "Well," Griffith nodded in slight disappointment. However, a sudden spark gleamed in the eyes of the elven girl. "In just a few days, we shall commence our studies. Once we arrive at Hormantwarts, there will be fewer restrictions on me." Both fell into a moment of silence. Griffith, however, harbored another question, but voicing it would be exceedingly awkward. The encounter between Galadia and myself in the eastern province might not have been mere coincidence. She had yet to explain what task she was executing or what item she was seeking there, only mentioning its potential assistance in her ascension to a higher order. Following a series of coincidences, Griffith and Apos' thoughts became clearer. When he shifted his perspective on these events, he suddenly discerned a possibility. Perhaps Galadia and Apos' appearance in Manisa village was intended to forge some connection with me, the daughter of the governor, a favored child of the moon goddess. Seeking a humble apprentice knight seemed absurd at first glance, yet the mysterious world is indeed composed of countless incredibilities. On the 29th of August, 1443, in the Second Era, Griffith rose early as usual, donning a finely crafted chainmail over his short tunic, before retrieving a blue uniform from the hanger. This attire had just arrived the previous night. Exquisitely made, with a texture as delicate and smooth as silk. The shoulders, cuffs, and waistline had been meticulously tailored, allowing it to maintain a crisp form without the need for ironing after washing. Its perfect elasticity would not hinder him in either the ball or in battle. The newly crafted horn buttons were fastened down from his left shoulder, and the serious standing collar paired with black riding boots evoked images of cavalry uniforms. The cufflinks of the short coat and the belt for hanging dual swords bore the pure silver emblem of the Lamore family, clearly indicating his identity. Such spring and summer attire necessitated the purchase of at least 2 sets. Mr. Ashford, the steward of the Earl's estate, personally supervised the measuring and tailoring process to ensure that no misconceptions arose regarding the estate's financial state and dignity. This was merely the spring and summer uniform. The winter uniform would feature soft and warm woolen scarves and cloaks made from the unique Highland cashmere of the Valentia Mountains, which separate the western and southern realms. Although the academy permitted students to wear personal attire to balls and banquets, this exquisite uniform was equally suitable for public events. It was said that some graduates even wore the academy uniform style for their weddings. However, Griffith encountered a slight problem. The uniform fit him so perfectly that there was no place to conceal his weapons. Blades were undoubtedly not favored at the Magic Academy. The uniforms designed by the Academy only allowed space for a wand and a necessary small pouch. Conspicuous swords could only be worn on special occasions. After contemplating for a while, Griffith ultimately decided to slip 2 daggers into his riding boots and fasten 3 more daggers at his lower back, where the wand was intended to be placed. The sky was just beginning to brighten, yet today offered no time for Griffith to partake in breakfast at the dining hall. He gathered his belongings and proceeded to the parlor. "Young knight, are you ready?" Anna, Sonia's personal maid, awaited him there. She brought several sandwiches filled with ham, fried eggs, and tomatoes, wrapped in paper, and handed them to the young knight. Griffith immediately sensed the peculiar gazes of several male servants in the parlor. Personal maids need not concern themselves with others' affairs. Before Griffith could react, Anna leaned closer, tiptoeing to adjust his collar and metal ribbon, and whispered in his ear, "There are a few things you must remember. Miss Sonia's jewelry and cosmetics are in the pink Louis Anchi box, labeled, and must be immediately verified upon arrival at school to ensure they have not been opened or damaged. The book box is a blue leather case. While the clothing is divided into 2 cocoa boxes, the banquet gown must be ordered separately from the local tailor. The experimental materials were confiscated by the Countess. The Academy will claim they were accidentally lost, but you must quietly inform her that I will send the second set of materials through Joint Express in 2 days. Miss Paraloo, the owlets." Griffith nodded repeatedly, hastily asking, "Could you write this down for me?" "No." The personal maid pinched Griffith and Apos' arm and pushed him towards the corridor, instructing him to check the luggage in the hall in 5 minutes. A moment later, Griffith arrived in the hall. The Academy had prepared specialized training armor and weapons for Schutalar, yet even so, the luggage that Griffith and Sonia needed to transport towered to a height of 1 person, with the Earl's servants continuously bringing new trunks and supplies from upstairs. Those attendants and servants who could not accompany them to the Academy would remain at the Earl and Apos' estate, while Anna, as a personal maid, would be assigned to study grammar, arithmetic, and etiquette at the church school, ensuring her future service to the Earl family. At 9 in the morning, Sonia descended the stairs accompanied by her brother, bidding farewell to the Earl, the Countess, and a throng of well-wishers. The daughter of the Lamore family donned a fitted light blue dress, its exquisite craftsmanship accentuating her youthful figure. The delicate fabric and exposed shoulders raised concerns about her catching a chill even in summer. The white lightweight heels drew attention to the slender ribbons on her delicate ankles, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her waist, presenting the appearance of a girl embarking on a seaside journey. Griffith stood quietly to the side, unable to resist comparing the beauty of the Countess with that of Galatea. After another half-hour, Sonia finally finished listening to the Countess and Apos' instructions and reluctantly accepted a short shawl that was hardly suited for a young girl's usage. Seeing the lady finally satisfied, the Earl and Mr. Nolan felt as if a weight had been lifted and promptly ushered Sonia into the carriage, which swiftly set off towards the bay. Chapter 29. The fast ship to homewards. The port of Beyerland is situated in the southeastern bay of the city, where the newly conquered southern provinces send forth their bountiful wheat and cotton. The northern territories contribute their minerals, and the western lands provide livestock. Daily, the catch from the sea is loaded and unloaded at this major port, subsequently processed into exquisite goods for distribution in the markets and workshops of Beyerland. Griffiths had previously visited this bustling locale, where he had witnessed mountains of cargo and throngs of travelers in the public dock area. The peculiar emlaying of aromas and sounds allowed him to ascertain his location without even opening his eyes. However, the esteemed institution of the mysterious realm, homewards, boasts its own small private dock, far removed from the congestion of goods and the stifling atmosphere. It is often said that all men are created equal, yet some are evidently more equal than others. Along the clean and spacious embankment, the school had erected charming arbors draped with vines to shelter guests from the sweltering heat. Lush blue and green fruits hung tantalizingly from the nearby vines, and a long table in the shade was laid out with a delightful brunch of pastries, roasted spring chicken, and refreshing juices for all to enjoy. A number of boys from humble backgrounds and lower nobility hurried past, their overstuffed luggage in tow, their shouts echoing down the red-carpeted path. Meticulously adorned girls leaned against the railing, their long hair dancing in the sea breeze. Meanwhile, the newly arrived scions of noble families remained under the watchful gaze of their kin, with servants setting up tables and presenting exquisite refreshments. The butlers of each household, wearing impeccable expressions, delivered calling cards to the nearby noble families. Griffiths stood upright outside the Lammer family's arbor, observing the comings and goings of students and their attendants, occasionally reaching to touch his waist, only to remember that his sword was not sheathed there. "Sir, do you require assistance with your luggage?" "Thank you. My belongings are already arranged," the aspiring knight replied courteously, turning to regard the source of the voice. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a diminutive creature, barely taller than a child, standing beside him with shimmering, wide eyes fixed upon him. This creature boasted brown skin, a pointed face and ears, large front teeth, and round, glistening eyes. By the gods, a goblin. So close. How did I miss that? Griffiths broke into a cold sweat, instinctively drawing the dagger concealed in his boot and leaping back. Had it not been for the unwieldy size of the small weapon, he might have plunged it into the goblin's head, twisting it twice for good measure. Sir. The tiny creature, terrified by the glinting dagger, fell to the ground. "I am brownie number 1019, not a goblin." Once his panic subsided, Griffiths noted that this little being indeed differed from a goblin. Its skin was a pale brown, smooth and delicate, and its features appeared soft and rounded, entirely unlike the sinister and vicious visage typically associated with goblins. The luggage of the aspiring knight will be transported alongside Miss Lammer's belongings, relieving the school of any concern. The butler Ashford approached with a smile, nodding toward the seated brownie, then turning to Griffiths. "You should quickly sheath your weapon before others notice the commotion." "Yes, noble sir." The brownie hastily scrambled to his feet, doffing his hat to Ashford and Griffiths before scurrying away. "Have you never encountered a brownie before?" "Well, that is my oversight." Ashford shrugged apologetically at Griffiths. "I did not anticipate such a strong reaction from you." "My apologies, Mr. Ashford." Griffiths sheathed his dagger and addressed the Lammer family's steward. "I have encountered goblins in the East. They bear a striking resemblance." "Ah, I see. I too possess limited knowledge of familiars, only knowing that they are creations of magic." "It seems you have found an additional area of study at Homenwarts." Ashford smiled gently, guiding Griffiths to the long table beneath the arbor. "Mr. Brandon, in 5 minutes. The safety of the young lady will be entrusted to you." "Command acknowledged, Mr. Ashford." Griffiths thumped his chest, producing a dull, yet faintly clear sound. What was that sound? Nolan, the eldest son of the Lammer family, paused in his grape eating to glance at the aspiring knight. "Chain mail, Mr. Nolan." "I am wearing half a suit of chain mail beneath my coat," Griffiths replied. "School regulations prohibit carrying weapons and armor during daily activities. Hence I have concealed it beneath my clothing." "According to school rules, wearing it beneath clothing is also not permitted," Sonia chimed in, turning from her perch on the armrest to flash a sweet smile at the aspiring knight. "If discovered, you might incur a deduction in credits. In the event of an ambush during a march, there may not be sufficient time to don armor, which would place one at a tactical disadvantage," Griffiths replied seriously. "The voyage of the fast ship to Homenwarts requires passage through the strait. If..." There are no ifs, Mr. Brandon," Nolan chuckled. "From here north to the domain of Homenwarts, the Imperial fleet maintains tight surveillance. The coastal monsters and pirates were eradicated many years ago. With all due respect, Mr. Brandon's caution is commendable, Master Nolan. After all, this is the young lady's journey away from home. Safety is of utmost importance." Ashford, clad in his full black formal attire, nodded slightly, then turned to Griffiths with a smile. If anyone were to notice Mr. Brandon's armor as inappropriate, they would surely understand that he has recently returned from the East and is still adjusting to life in the peaceful city. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman clad in robes of a mage pointed his wand from afar, and the private dock echoed with the announcement, "New students of Homenwarts, please embark. Other guests, please remain." A stir of excitement and awe rippled through the crowd as a beautifully slender sailboat glided toward the shore, resembling a floating willow leaf, smoothly and gracefully skimming across the water's surface. It moved as swiftly as a phantom, yet remained utterly silent. The fast ship, the Leaf of Homenwarts, was tasked with safely and swiftly transporting students from the port of Beyerland to the northern campus. It was said that every sail of this exquisite three-masted vessel was imbued with magical protection, allowing it to traverse the sea with the elegance of a colorful cloud. The hull of the ship was crafted from the giant cedar of the northern forests, gliding through the stormy strait as if traversing a mirror. This fast ship was not only used for the daily transportation of faculty and students, but also for delivering fresh provisions and other supplies. Departing from the port of Beyerland just before noon, it would reach the tranquil harbor of Homenwarts by the following sunset, regardless of the wind conditions. "All aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Please bring along your personal belongings." A gracious and elegant middle-aged lady adjusted her glasses and called out to the surrounding newcomers. As Griffith stepped onto the deck, he was immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze. Though summer lingered, the air felt cool and invigorating, reminiscent of a crisp autumn day. Fiona, entering alongside Lana, bounded onto the deck, linking her arm with Sonia's as they laughed and chattered on their way to the cabin. Lana, clearly wishing to avoid interrupting the girls, waved at Griffiths and found a spot on the deck to sit. Griffiths also sought a shaded corner on the deck, close to the cabin, and took out a book to read. His position was near enough to Sonia's cabin that he could respond swiftly should anything arise. Griffiths, the newly seated aspiring knight, looked up to find Galadia tilting her head at him, an apple in her mouth. Are you excited? Soon you shall be a member of the finest school of magic in the realm. You claimed you were unfit for studying magic before. Unexpectedly, the body reveals such honesty. Griffiths defended, my expertise lies in military command studies. Hormonts has also performed commendably in this field, albeit it cannot be compared to magic. The elven girl laughed, her radiant eyes glimmering like exquisite gemstones, distant and serene like a tranquil autumn lake. Griffiths was suddenly engulfed by an intoxicating illusion, akin to gradually sinking to the lake's bottom, only to be jolted into a state of heightened awareness and vigilance, a hint of resistance budding within him. Their previous encounter had not left such an impression. Galadia's magical gaze was maturing, a wave of inspiration coursing through her as Griffiths progressed toward the path of the Sequence 8 breaker, developing a formidable resistance to mental spells and illusions, instinctively eliciting a stress response. I must say, the elven girl remarked nonchalantly, you should abandon the unpromising career of a breaker and strive for advancement as a paladin or demon hunter. Most aspiring knights, having entered the junior officer academy from a young age and subsequently summoned by the military, would typically become breakers. This path to advancement was remarkably smooth, allowing one to ascend to Sequence 7 exalted simply by accumulating combat experience. It necessitated neither the extraordinary talents of spellcasters nor the profound heritage of noble families, nor did it require the favor of a deity like a paladin. Its compatibility on the battlefield far exceeded that of demon hunters of equal rank. Consequently, the kingdom has consistently guided suitable young individuals, systematically fostering and training them. However, this extraordinary path bore a fatal flaw, the absence of promotion pathways beyond Sequence 7. When Griffiths first embarked on the path of the breaker, he had only heard vague rumors. It was not until he entered the Lammer estate that he comprehensively understood the deficiencies of this route. The breaker was an ancient, extraordinary path. Yet throughout the prolonged Second Era, there had never been official records of extraordinary beings surpassing the breaker sequence. The conditions and pathways for promotion seemed to have been obliterated, leaving no trace. Indeed, not only humans, but even elves deemed the breaker incapable of advancement. Griffiths, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, saw it utterly extinguished. He nodded in disappointment, casting his gaze towards the bustling strait outside the ship's railing. Before Galadia could finish her thought, she glanced at the aspiring knight, nodded, and fell silent, momentarily at a loss for how to continue the conversation. The flying leaf had departed from Beyerland, traversing the busy strait before entering the tranquil sea, continuing its voyage along the coastal edge. On the comfortable sailing vessel, the undulating waves were scarcely felt. The province directly governed by the kingdom, where Beyerland was located, was encircled in a clockwise manner by the northern Odessa region, the Sevastopol region, and the eastern continent. Over the past century, the kingdom's navy gradually eradicated nearby pirates and monsters, rendering the coastal routes prosperous and secure. Among the companions on the ship, apart from Griffiths and Lana, were Ophelia and Midian Maya, aspiring knights appointed and funded by the royal court. They owed their allegiance directly to King Beyerland, rather than any lord. However, this did not impede the cordiality among the Schutarals. Even before arriving here, they had already become acquainted in various officer academies and battlefields. This place marked the boundary between the east and the west. Sonia gently set down her red tea, gazing at the serene coastline enveloped in greenery and flowers. Griffiths, would you care for some afternoon tea? Thank you, Sonia, but I must decline. Indulging in sweets on such a comfortable afternoon would surely lull me to sleep. Griffiths replied with a smile, shaking his head. The small round table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, and a three-tiered silver tray held an array of puddings, pastries, macarons, ice cream, and sandwiches. Hormonts had provided exquisite fare for the journey, with a refrigerated cabinet stocked with orange juice, rum, and ice available for free use. Look at her. Fiona nudged Lana, who was stuffing her cheeks across from Sonia. If you keep eating, you won't have room for dinner. All right, no more, Lana replied, wiping her mouth and standing up, washing down her mouth full of food with a cup of orange juice. You and Lana seem to have a wonderful relationship. Did you know each other before? Sonia inquired curiously. Since I was 7, I've spent every summer in the Shalone territory, Fiona remarked, glancing at the tall, aspiring knight rising from his seat. We have been good friends since childhood. The selection of Schutarals is derived from the oracle of the goddess who presides over fate and the future. The chosen ones typically share a close connection with their lord, often accompanied by some perturbation of destiny. This does not imply that the two parties will develop a romantic relationship, but rather that they share an inexplicable bond in their unpredictable lives. Although elves do not select Schutarals, they equally revere the goddess's prophecies. Galadia's presence in the Eastern Ventures also followed the goddess's guidance. When I was 9, I was abducted by villains, Fiona continued, and imprisoned in a cold tomb near the estate. Sonia and Galadia were taken aback by the sudden turn of the story, their eyes widening in astonishment as they stared at Fiona. The villains intended to bind me to a stone altar, and just as despair threatened to engulf me, Lana appeared. He was only 10 at the time and managed to defeat an adult man, dragging him to the entrance. The other villains chased after him, and Lana led them on a wild chase through the labyrinthine basement, ultimately evading them and rescuing me from the cold altar. Amidst the girls' gasps of amazement, Griffith followed Lana out of the comfortable, cool cabin. I never imagined you possessed such abilities, Griffith said to his towering companion. How did you ultimately escape those villains? We didn't escape them, Lana shrugged. The strength of a young boy has its limits. No matter how hard I tried, Fiona and I were eventually captured. Then, it was the guards of Count Shalone who saved us, Lana explained. I merely bought us some time. That is impressive in itself, Griffiths sincerely praised. Not enough, Lana said as he approached the ship's railing, distancing himself from the girls' light-hearted laughter within the cabin. To this day, I still do not know what those people intended to do with Fiona. The floor and walls were adorned with symbols I did not recognize, resembling some form of ritual, some kind of sacrifice. Count Shalone apprehended those cultists and interrogated them, but they soon vanished, leaving the truth of the matter hidden within the Count's study. I have been plagued by strange dreams, vague and eerie. I suspect it may be due to Fiona's strong affinity for magic, drawing the attention of concealed entities. Griffiths could not help but glance at the cheerful cabin before turning to Lana. Surely that cannot be the case. The Shalone family has been quite reputable in recent generations, devoid of any peculiar rumors. Let us hope so, Lana smiled faintly. But you know, Griffiths, anything can happen at Hormats. How formidable can it be? Griffiths lightly tapped the ship's railing. It is merely an academy. Do not underestimate the power of the unknown. Lana's steady voice held a hint of tremor. You cannot fathom what lurks beneath the guise of humanity. As dusk approached, the scenery flanking the flying leaf began to alter. The eastern coastline gradually receded, leaving only the boundless sea behind, while the vibrant hues of the western shore slowly faded, giving way to a somber palette that enveloped the vast sky. Is it growing dark, or is it merely my eyes deceiving me? Griffith gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the shore. From the ship's rail, the sea and land appeared veiled in a faint, oppressive mist, evoking a sense of inexplicable foreboding. Not just any forest, Galadriel remarked, leaning against the rail beside him, the evening breeze gently lifting her raven tresses. This is the Whispering Woods, a range of hills situated between Beyerland and Homenvorts, tainted by darkness. What forest? Dark corruption so close to the capital. Inconceivable, isn't it? The elven maiden gestured towards the somber forest on the shore. This woodland obstructs land passage between the north and south. To reach the Odessa region to the north, one must either take to the sea or circumnavigate through the western interior. Perpetual twilight reigns within, and twisted, mutated creatures lurk in the shadows. Mere proximity can contaminate the mind. Griffith, hearing of such a place for the first time, felt a genuine, unfamiliar dread stir within him. This is the heartland of the human kingdom, not far from the capital, adjacent to shipping lanes, and surrounded by thriving towns and fertile countryside. Yet, for centuries, this land has remained unpurified. Why not simply set it ablaze? Griffith inquired, perplexed. It's been attempted, Galadriel replied, a peculiar glint in her exquisite eyes. Any fire within is instantly extinguished, as if devoured by the infinite darkness. It is said that the corruption from the woods can spread to the sea, birthing unspeakable monstrosities. At that moment, the last rays of the setting sun vanished into the gloom, and the ashen coast was instantly plunged into impenetrable darkness. The world's joy and light seemed to flee, leaving only the cautious murmur of the waves. Now, this is something no one mentioned. The sudden shift filled Griffith with trepidation, and his body tensed involuntarily. Noticing her companion's anxiety, Galadriel's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She subtly moved closer, lightly poking the back of the novice knight's neck with her slender fingers. "Scared?" she whispered playfully. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the silence of the deck. "Ah?" The cry, abrupt and unexpected in the darkness, enveloped the sailing vessel in an aura of mystery as it traversed the coastal waters near the eerie shore. Galadriel jumped, instinctively drawing closer to Griffith. A sailor on deck shouted, "Dead ahead. Make way." Chapter 30. The phantom ship on the tranquil sea steady. Hard to starboard. The agile hull of the Flying Leaf suddenly tilted sharply to the right, with the starboard side almost gliding along the water's surface. Those unable to maintain their footing on the deck tumbled helter-skelter, and shrieks echoed from within the cabin. Griffith felt as though he might be thrown overboard. His left hand gripped the sturdy railing with all his might, while his right arm instinctively reached out to a companion who had no railing to grasp. Galadriel gently pushed away the outstretched arm, elegantly and nimbly dancing across the deck like the most skilled performer of a circus, stabilizing her balance as she watched Griffith's face slam against the ship's side. The swift sailing vessel of Hormontworth was exceedingly nimble and exquisite. In the initial moment of chaos, an invisible zephyr seemed to catch the disoriented passengers, and the ship quickly regained its stability. After a cacophony of screams and curses, students and sailors alike poured out from the cabin, checking for anyone who might have fallen overboard or been injured. A short while later, those unscathed gathered on the port side of the deck, gazing in the direction indicated by the sailor's lantern. A vague silhouette drifted lifelessly in the darkness, less than 100 meters from the Flying Leaf, appearing ethereal. It could be the remains of a shipwreck, a rarity yet not entirely unexpected on this route. The amiable female professor stepped onto the deck, adjusting her thick glasses. "Gentlemen of the apprentice knights, I require several volunteers to join the sailors in boarding that vessel to ascertain if there are any passengers in need of assistance." "Yes, Lady Marian." Several teaching assistants immediately began to organize. "I shall go as well," Galadriel unexpectedly interjected. "I sense a foreboding presence." Sonia cast a questioning glance at her fellow apprentice knight, while Griffith wiped the blood from his nose and stepped forward. "I have engaged in boarding actions against half-orcs on the Shattered Coast." "That should suffice," Rana declared, producing a torch. "The others will remain here to support us and maintain vigilance." The sailors deftly lowered the lifeboat from the Flying Leaf. Two valiant sailors jumped aboard first, followed closely by Griffith and the other two. "Light, guide the traveler's path, revealing danger and malevolence," Sonia murmured as she removed her wand from her waist, softly chanting a spell of illumination. A crystalline orb materialized at the tip of her exquisite wand, gently floating towards the lifeboat. Griffith quickly extended his hand, and the radiant orb hovered just a few centimeters above his palm, illuminating the surroundings with its gentle glow. Sonia leaned over the side of the ship and called out, "This is a protection spell. If danger approaches, the orb will flicker as a warning." At that moment, although night had only just fallen, the surrounding darkness was remarkably profound and dense. The sailors rowed, while Griffith and Rana drew the daggers concealed within their boots, standing guard at the bow and stern of the lifeboat. Initially, they could still hear the commotion and chatter of the students running about on the Flying Leaf. But merely a short distance away, the sounds seemed to be swallowed by the encompassing darkness and silence, leaving only the solitary lifeboat and the indistinct shape of the distant ship ahead. "Let us circle around," Griffith suggested, gesturing towards the stern. The sailors' faces were taut, betraying an indescribable gravity and hesitation. Nevertheless, they complied with the apprentice knight's directive and paddled towards the imposing stern of the vessel. It was a medium-sized passenger ship, likely operating between ports and coastal waters. The sails upon the mast were conspicuously absent, and no figures could be discerned moving about on the deck. In the deep of night, the towering stern bore the ship and Apos' name, Kono, painted in white. The sailors ignited their torches and called up towards the deck, "Is anyone there?" The silent darkness surrounding the sailboat answered them with a chilling stillness. To the port side, several tangled ropes hung down alongside a net for ascending and descending. These riggings should normally be stowed on the deck. They are only lowered when departing, one sailor remarked. But I can barely see that this ship's lifeboat has not been lowered. There is a scent, Galadriel remarked, her nose twitching slightly. She could not identify it, but it was damp, frigid, and somewhat putrid. Where is it emanating from? Do you think I am a dog? The elf grumbled. It could be the foul smell of the cleaning water. Rana swiftly seized the hanging ropes and ascended, quickly reaching the deck. He inspected the surroundings before calling down. Come up, there is no one here. The sailors followed suit. Griffith climbed aboard as well, securing the lifeboat to the ship's side, then extending his hand to Galadriel, who was still scaling the ropes to board. The typically light-footed and agile elf girl perched on the climbing ropes, her face a mask of vigilance as she scanned the sea and the lifeboat below. What is it? I think I saw a rope fall into the sea, Galadriel hesitated. Did you? Perhaps it was an illusion. The deck was eerily empty, devoid of any figures. The tall mast draped with disheveled ropes, and no trace of the sails could be found. The cockpit at the rear deck was shrouded in darkness. Logically, even if the entire ship were resting, there should be a watchman present there. Is anyone there? A sailor shouted. The silent gloom continued to observe them in silence. The elf girl closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly, her long pointed ears twitching as if attuned to any sound in the darkness. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. I have detected nothing. Shall we split into 2 groups? Griffith proposed. Galadriel and I will investigate the captain's quarters and the cockpit, while Rana and these gentlemen will check the first level of the cabins below. But do not delve too deep. Just the first level? Rana inquired, but he nodded in agreement shortly thereafter. Very well, then just the first level. We shall reconvene here in 10 minutes, regardless of our findings. Soon, Rana and the sailors vanished into the encroaching darkness around the corner. Perhaps the crew has escaped. Griffith nodded towards the elf girl beside him. The ship's hull shows slight damage, but nothing severe. The crew and passengers should have had ample time to leave records or explanations prior to abandoning ship. Indeed, Galadriel simply replied, falling silent as she followed the apprentice knight towards the upper cabin. Due to school regulations, she had not brought her customary longbow or twin swords, only holding a wand in her hand. The small orb of light created by Sonia floated ahead like a firefly, illuminating the dark corridors and corners without requiring Griffith's control. This 3-masted sailing vessel was navigated from the uppermost cabin on the rear deck. The walls were adorned with large portholes that barely shielded against the rain and direct sunlight, while still allowing for a view. The narrow sea breeze rushed into the cockpit through the windows. The lights of the flying leaf flickered in the distance like ghostly flames. Several tables and chairs were neatly arranged in the cockpit, with teacups and navigational charts secured in place. The Kono had departed Odessa bound for Sevastopol, carrying 30 crew members and 160 passengers. 2 days prior, it had set sail from port, and Galadriel illuminated the navigation plan beside the helm with her torch, noting that the last entry in the log was recorded on the evening of their departure. Their course had deviated significantly. Griffith opened several teapots placed beside the seats. These herbal teas were meant to invigorate during nighttime navigation, and only a small amount had been consumed. Judging by the consumption, the crew must have left before midnight. There were neither crew members nor further clues to be found here. As the cockpit is a semi-open area, rain and sea breeze render it unsuitable for storing documents. The navigation logs and the captain's records can only be found in the captain's quarters below. The 2 individuals departed from the cockpit, making their way down the staircase on the opposite side towards the captain's chamber. The persistent dampness in the air began to thicken. Griffith was astonished to discover that if he approached Sonia's small orb of light, the oppressive, humid atmosphere would be softened by a gentle glow, evoking a warm, pleasant sensation from within. Griffith, the elven girl suddenly whispered, the handrail is damaged. The apprentice knight shone his torch on the wooden handrail indicated by Galadriel, revealing a deep gouge. It appeared to have been made by an axe. Galadriel bent down to examine the mark, noting that it seemed to be the only trace. If they had encountered pirates, Griffith raised the torch to inspect the surroundings. There would be numerous signs of struggle, and the deck would not remain so pristine. Did you find any blood? No. Galadriel shook her head as she opened the door to the captain's quarters. Look, the cabin door is intact. It does not appear to have been attacked by pirates or mutated creatures. We could still secure the door and hold our ground. The tranquil sea is the kingdom's inland sea, with naval warships still patrolling the coastal waters. A passenger ship under attack merely needs to hold out for a while and signal for help to receive assistance within hours. The captain's quarters were devoid of any occupants. A row of crossbows hung on the wall, suggesting that their owner was a vigilant individual who had not employed them prior to his departure. On the floor lay a shallow gouge. Galadia knelt to inspect it, noting that minor scratches and damages are normal for a ship. Let us examine the navigation diary. Griffith shrugged, picking up a diary from the desk. Captain Jace Kono's navigation log, dated August 27th. At 3 p.m. on August 27th, the Kono set sail from Odessa, fully loaded with cargo and 160 passengers, bound for Sevastopol. According to the Port Astrologer's report, we are expected to encounter gusts and minor waves during our journey. At 7 p.m., I entertained the first-class ladies and gentlemen in the cabin. The salmon today was not particularly fresh. I noted their comments for compensation from the coastal dining company upon our return. At 9 p.m., the vessel was struck. I immediately took a team to inspect the lower hold, finding no damage. The seabed in this area is quite flat and safe. We may have collided with a whale. At 9:45 p.m., several guests in the second-class cabin complained that their dogs were missing. This is a common occurrence, and I instructed the second mate to reassure them. Everyone knows those creatures have a tendency to jump overboard. At 10:15 p.m., the second-class cabin reported that a woman and child were missing. I initiated a search of the entire ship. At 10:40 p.m., my second mate and the bosun went missing, the last time they were seen. They were preparing to search the cargo hold, where it was reported that terrifying sounds were emanating. This concludes Captain Jace Kono's navigation log. This diary and other documents were neatly stored in a corner of the desk, indicating that the captain felt everything was still under control even after recording his final line. Perhaps he was striving to maintain his composure and calmness. We must quickly inform Lana and the Leaf. Galadia retrieved an emergency whistle, blowing it forcefully to pierce the silence of the darkness. The sharp whistle cut through the stillness, and Griffith noticed the lights on the Leaf nearby becoming erratic. What has happened? Lana, responsible for searching the lower deck, hurried back. The Kono has been attacked, likely from the lower cargo hold. It is unsafe for you to continue searching there, Griffith stated. We must return to the Leaf immediately. Should we not investigate further? Several sailors accompanying Lana exchanged glances, pondering whether passengers might be hiding in the lower cabin. Galadia nodded, casting an inquiring look at Griffith. Perhaps. But the attackers of the Kono may also be concealed in the hold, Griffith replied. I do not wish to recklessly delve into that space without adequate preparation. Moreover, if we divert too many resources here, it will compromise the defenses of the Leaf. At that moment, a small boat approached the Leaf. What is going on? On the boat stood Ophelia and Mitamea, both on high alert as they called out. Where are the crew and passengers? The Kono has been attacked. Both sailors and passengers are missing. Griffith halted two Schutarals who attempted to climb aboard for assistance. We have not conducted a thorough search. The passengers or the assailants may still be concealed within the ship or have already departed. It is of no consequence. We must all return to the Leaf, towing the Kono to a safe location for further inspection. That cannot be. There may still be survivors in the cabin. The sailors, along with Galadia and Ophelia, protested vehemently against Griffith's decision. Lana and Mitamea remained silent, their gazes scanning the darkness behind and nearby for potential dangers. What else can we do? Are you planning to split our limited manpower into teams to explore the lower cabin, one by one, in this unfamiliar environment and darkness only to be picked off? Griffith shook his head. We are not far from the Whispering Forest's coastline. The attackers of the sailors and passengers may be some unknown monstrosity. The professor and teaching assistants aboard the Leaf are few, and aside from them and the apprentice knights, no one possesses experience in combat against mutated creatures. Ophelia and the sailors wavered, glancing around at the thick darkness, ultimately beginning to secure ropes to the Kono. However, we have only inspected one level of the cabin. Galadia bit her lip, looking at Griffith. The passengers might be hiding in the lower cabin, unable to call for help or injured. Perhaps. Griffith placed a reassuring hand on the elven girl's shoulder, but reality dictates that we must make sacrifices. The lives of those aboard the Leaf and the passengers of the Kono are equally important. The bow of the Kono was soon secured with ropes, the other end tied to the stern of the Leaf to ensure it could be towed. Once this task was completed, Griffith urged the still hesitant group to return to the Leaf. Lady Marian listened to Griffith's brief report, then glanced at the captain's diary they had brought back, her expression grave as she adjusted her glasses. I hope we have made the right choice. Notify the captain. We must accelerate our return to Homenwarts. Schutarals, from now on, I need you to stand watch in shifts, Do not overlook any signs of abnormalities. Boys, I need some volunteers to enhance the patrols between the cabins, in pairs. Yes, ma'am, the apprentice knights responded in unison. We need weapons. Issues interjected. We only have wands, and the Schutarals did not bring their arms. Several brave newcomers stepped forward, brandishing their wands, which seemed less effective than a mere stick. Lady Marian adjusted her glasses. Her expression serious and solemn. It appears necessary to allow for some essential weaponry among the cargo. We have some. Ophelia raised her hand and spoke. What do we have? Under the watchful eyes of the dean and the newcomers, Griffith removed his coat, revealing gleaming armor, daggers, and throwing knives. The other apprentice knights, as if performing a magic trick, produced daggers and short swords from their cloaks, boots, and the compartments of their luggage. The enrollment notice must have clearly stated that weapons were prohibited. Lady Marian sighed, suddenly widening her eyes. Wait, Miss Ishtar, how could you bring such perilous items here? Ophelia opened the case containing her cello, extracting the tips of her longbow, the bowstring, and disassembling the arrow shafts and their sharp tips, skillfully assembling them. The school regulations do not prohibit me from carrying a curved stick, griffin tendons, and iron-crafted artifacts. Lady Marian was momentarily speechless when she suddenly noticed Lana opening Fiona's bag and retrieving some peculiar items from its compartment. Pray explain what this is. Esteemed lady, Lana replied earnestly. Casting a glance at the eyes-covered Fiona, these are 2 wooden sticks and flattened iron pieces. Chapter 31. Tentacles. The Kono was being dragged by coarse ropes, positioned 20 meters away from the tail of the flying leaf. Its deck was adorned with numerous oil lamps and torches, illuminating the scene for those aboard the flying leaf. Galadia leaned against the railing at the stern of the flying leaf, observing Griffiths as he paced warily nearby. Didn't we agree that weapons weren't allowed on board? She remarked. It feels as if I'm wearing no clothes at all without one. Griffiths couldn't help but glance at the elf's slender form, quickly averting his gaze. He retrieved a dagger from his belt and handed it to her. Here, take this. Galadia accepted the weapon, inspecting the blade before nodding and stowing it in her tall boot. Perhaps a surviving passenger is watching us through a crack, calling for help, she said, her tone tinged with mild reproach. But we are oblivious to their cries, either due to their injuries or for other reasons. Griffiths glanced at her, swallowing the words he had intended to say. Such thoughts were not uncommon. When Griffiths first stepped onto the battlefield, he and his comrades often harbored similar sentiments. Have you ever witnessed a familiar friend or loved one perish in battle or an accident? Griffiths asked. No, Galadia shook her head, then inquired with some irritation. Are you implying that I lack experience? Not at all. Then what are you trying to say? I was contemplating that without having lost someone dear, it is challenging to fathom the regret of that moment and the aftermath, Griffiths replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. If it were possible, I would wish for you to never endure such an experience. The elf girl paused, gazing at Griffiths before lowering her head in thought, as if she grasped his sentiment and nodded slightly in understanding. After a few seconds, she asked, Who is she? Is it the girl named Krista? The summer night was tranquil as usual. When the warm evening breeze brushed against their cheeks for a fleeting moment, the two nearly forgot the reason for their vigil. The steady sound of footsteps approached from the deck as Rana and Miura arrived at the stern. Time for a change, Rana inquired, gripping the 2 axes at his waist. Is there anything unusual? Galadia replied. The Kono remains quiet, and the water surface is calm. And you? A sailor mentioned hearing noises in the lower hold. WVE sent someone to investigate, but nothing was found, Rana stated. The trainees not on duty are gathered in the first-level cabins below deck for security. Very well. Then let us rest for a while. Griffiths nodded to his companions as he accompanied the elf toward the cabins. Rana and Miura took their positions to continue their watch. Should we check the lower hold? Galadia suggested. I'll use my listening and sensing abilities. She slowly descended the stairs at the stern, feeling that the peculiar situation aboard the Kono warranted more than the usual patrol and vigilance. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Griffiths nodded, picking up a makeshift wooden shield from the deck as they headed down. They first passed the cabins where other trainees were resting. A few Schutalar and sailors armed with daggers and wooden sticks stood guard, ever vigilant. The first-year students from Hormots, regardless of their backgrounds, rested on the floor alongside the crew. The next level down housed the kitchen, dining area, and storage for luggage. Due to the ongoing watch, it was deserted. Griffiths held his wooden shield in front, occasionally checking to ensure Galadia was still behind him. The glowing orb of light conjured by Sonia continued to illuminate their path without fading. The third level of the hold lay below the waterline. The sturdy planks occasionally creaked ominously, as if under strain. This area was divided into several compartments, mostly filled with barrels of wine and provisions bound for Hormots, accessible through several hatches leading directly to the deck for loading and unloading. Oil lamps that had been previously set provided ample illumination. It seems there's nothing amiss. Griffiths cautiously opened the doors to each compartment, probing the darkness with the flickering light. Suddenly, a splashing sound interrupted his thoughts. Griffiths quickly looked down to see clear water seeping from the floor of a nearby compartment, flowing into the corridor. Griffiths, the elf girl behind him grabbed his arm. Leaning in close, her anxiety palpable. There's water here. For a sailing ship at sea, leaks in the hold were not uncommon. The wood constituting the hull expands when wet, leaving gaps during construction. It's not unusual for a sailing vessel to leak, Griffiths explained nonchalantly. When I traveled on a naval transport ship to the east, I nearly lost my mind in such damp places. But our people's ships don't leak. The elf shook her head. Though ours are more beautiful and refined, they are still made of wood. Is it because the elf ships are enchanted or made of special materials that prevent leaking? Griffiths pondered. The flying leaf had been imbued with spells of speed and stability, making it akin to a colossal enchanted artifact. One would expect it to share similar properties, yet it still leaked. Could it be? Griffiths felt a chill run down his spine. He directed his gaze towards the leaking compartment, gripping his dagger and shield tightly as he approached, gently pushing the cabin door. The door creaked ominously as it opened, allowing soft light to spill into the cramped space. The illumination danced upon the puddle on the floor. Griffiths peered inside, initially finding no visible threats. However, the protective orb of light suddenly dimmed, as if shrouded in a veil. The novice knight quickly looked up, realizing that the low ceiling offered no cover from potential foes. If anything were to hide within the cabin, its only refuge would be the narrow space behind the door. Griffiths turned to the elf standing beside him and nodded, then charged against the door with force. The door collided with something, producing no sound at all. Simultaneously, the glowing orb in the cabin began to distort, casting green and black shadows as it swiftly disintegrated. Galadia's pointed ears perked up. She saw clearly that the door opened away from the wall. Something is behind it. Something that can conceal its presence and taint the protective spell. Griffiths realized the gravity of the situation as well. He raised his blade and thrust it towards the door. The dagger pierced the wooden door, sending an odd sensation through his hand. Before he could comprehend the feeling, a tremendous force surged from behind the door, slamming it into his face. Caught off guard by such overwhelming power in such a confined space, the novice knight was knocked to the ground by the blow. At that moment, Galadia screamed, grabbing Griffiths and pulling him toward the stairs in a frantic escape. Dazed and reeling, Griffiths heard the sounds of whips slicing through the air, accompanied by the booming crashes and shattering noises around them. The familiar, viscous liquid flowed into his mouth, and he recognized it as the blood streaming from his forehead and nose. Galadriel, with an inexplicable surge of strength, like a gust of wind, dragged her disoriented companion into the stairwell's corner, leaving only a haze of blurred imagery for Griffith's gaze. A multitude of bulky shadows burst through the wooden doors of various cabins, resembling both tentacles and worms, thrashing wildly and grotesquely in the narrow passage. Griffith, overwhelmed by the chaotic scene, found himself unable to comprehend the nature of what he was witnessing. Indistinct murmurs echoed in his mind, a cacophony of fear, trepidation, and confusion swirling together, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Were it not for Galadriel's grip, he would have found even the slightest movement a daunting task. The ship, the Leaf, was in disarray, punctuated by terrified screams. The guards stationed throughout were simultaneously besieged. "Griffith, hold on," a soft yet fearful voice whispered in his ear. Immediately thereafter, two distinct liquids were poured into his mouth. Coughing violently, Griffith regained consciousness, only to find Sonia gazing at him with concern, his head resting upon her lap. "What has happened to me?" As he sat up abruptly, akin to a spring released, he questioned the current predicament. "You fainted," Sonia replied, her complexion pale. "The Leaf is under attack by monsters, and the professor has just sealed the cabin doors." Around them, Galadriel and several other guards stood resolutely at either end of the door, weapons in hand. A number of boys, trembling, clutched wands and pieces of furniture, their eyes glued to the wooden door. The twin boys they had encountered in the old bookstore were also aboard, huddled together, shrieking in unison. "What on earth is that? Where did it come from?" They're breaking in. We're doomed. The tumultuous voices rose and fell in a chaotic symphony. Lana, where's Lana? Miss Marion. We need support. Panic-stricken expressions adorned everyone's faces, and several freshmen lay incapacitated on the ground, drooling, having lost consciousness just as Griffith had before. Calm down, everyone, commanded the composed and dignified Miss Marion, wand in hand. We have secured the doors. They cannot enter. Professors from Homenwarts and the royal fleet will soon arrive. Her words brought a momentary hush to the raucous cabin. Yet, just then, a series of agonized screams and curses erupted from the deck above, followed by the thunderous sound of heavy objects crashing against the deck, as if a giant were drumming upon the leaf's surface. Soon thereafter, the doors at both ends of the cabin began to be pounded upon once more. The freshmen, who had just begun to settle, erupted into screams again. Griffith seized a torch, preparing to rush towards the door. At that moment, he felt a slight tug at his waist. Turning swiftly, he saw Sonia's wide eyes, her finger trembling as she pointed at the wall. There, over there. Griffith whirled around and instantly understood why the doors of the Kono had remained unscathed. A minuscule gap was present in the already closed porthole, through which a grotesque, ashen, soft-bodied entity was slowly expanding and swelling grotesquely. A collective scream erupted from the freshmen who witnessed the horrifying sight, some collapsing to the floor, before Griffith and the others could rush over to obliterate the creature. More tentacles writhed through the door, portholes, and cracks in the ceiling and floor, as if sprouting from the very wood itself, twisting and entangling within the cabin. One tentacle slithered toward the petrified Fiona, swaying as if inspecting something, hovering less than a meter from her. Typically brave, Fiona, who relished adventure tales, trembled like a morning alarm. Beside her, the freshman Fisher jabbed at the repulsive tentacle with his wand, causing it to retract immediately. Haha. Fisher, his face contorted in fear, wore a ghastly grin. This thing, before he could finish his thought, the swollen, ashen tentacle lunged forward, splitting its slick exterior like a flower unfurling into 6 petals. Within the fractured tentacle lay rows of jagged teeth and a gaping, bottomless maw, exuding the foul stench of decay. Fisher, startled, fell to the ground, and the tooth-filled maw lunged at Fiona like a venomous snake seeking prey. Griffith dashed forward, yanking Fiona out of harm's way, thrusting the lit torch into the cavernous mouth. The tentacle convulsed violently, its 6-petaled appendages flailing like a seizure-ridden figure. Then, with a resounding explosion, it burst apart, showering Griffith with a spray of viscous slime and bone fragments. Counterattack! Griffith bellowed, recovering from the chaos and dizziness as he raised his axe high. Beyerland, victory! A primal roar erupted from the nearly petrified apprentice knights, their voices rising in unison, akin to the battle cry of 100 soldiers. The commotion caught the attention of Miss Marion, the assistant, and several brave freshmen, their magical energies dissipating in an instant. Those who had not cast spells felt emboldened, their spirits reignited with the courage to resist. The vibrant pulse of life surged within the confined space as the unfurling tentacles collided with an invisible barrier, drawing back in retreat. Galadriel recognized the familiar scene and promptly set aside her feudal wand. The apprentice knights gathered around Griffith, brandishing their weapons against the writhing appendages. Miss Marion, please cover us as we move behind you, Griffith shouted after cleaving through a tentacle, urging the bewildered professor. Everyone, follow us. Though the deck might not guarantee safety, it was preferable to remaining in the cabin, ensnared by tentacles on all sides. Bolstered by their battle cry, nearly 100 students surged toward the upper deck. Countless swollen, twisted, ashen tentacles enveloped the leaf, writhing frantically in every crevice, or greedily opening their grotesque maws in search of prey. The situation on the deck mirrored the chaos below. Several gargantuan tentacles, thicker than the columns before the Senate Hall, had seized the ship's railing, violently rocking the flying leaf. Lana and Myra, accompanied by a few others, were valiantly repelling the tentacular assault. Nearly all were wounded, and one sailor had even lost an arm, the severed limb being contested and torn apart by the tentacles. The first-year students of Homenwarts had congregated on the flying leaf's deck. The limited number of Schutalar guards surrounded them, helplessly watching the dense thicket of tentacles slowly rising from the deck and beyond the ship's railing. What do we do now? Suddenly, for colossal tentacles erupted from the sea, seizing the ship and toying with it as if it were a mere plaything. The freshmen, clutching at anything they could grasp, cried out in unison, "How can they be so huge? People will die? Give me a torch," Griffith commanded, plunging his dagger into his boot. He reached for a blazing torch. "I'll go first." "Griffith, don't." Sonia, clinging tightly to the mast, watched her apprentice knight leap through the tumbling debris, rushing toward the thickest tentacle. This scene is so familiar. Is he courting death? Galadia was certain she had witnessed this before. The flying leaf was already listing. The 4 tentacles, gripping the ship on either side, attempted to capsize it. In an instant, Griffith reached the raised edge of the deck, seizing a sharp piece of wood and thrusting it at a tentacle tearing at the deck. Hiss! The tentacle emitted an indescribable shriek. Then, the column-like tentacle split in the middle, revealing a maw filled with countless tiny teeth, gaping open towards Griffith. The curved, pallid teeth, like barbs, layered upon one another, lined the inner walls of the tentacle, adorned with fragments of flesh and clothing. Reddish-brown skulls were lodged between the teeth, their empty sockets staring out at the world. The stench of sewers and decaying corpses filled the air, inducing nausea. All on deck witnessed the horrifying, hellish spectacle, their souls nearly departing their bodies in terror. Fiona fainted into Lana's arms. Many freshmen clutched their chests and began to vomit. "Foolish monster, I've got you." Griffith was ecstatic. He pushed off the ship's railing with all his might, leaping into the air. He tossed the burning torch in his hand, like a javelin, towards the dark maw. The ashen tentacle swallowed the torch whole, the gaping maw closing swiftly. With a muffled explosion, a shockwave and a rain of sharp teeth swept across the deck. Griffith barely had time to raise his hands in defense before he was flung away like a rag doll, splashing into the sea. The freshman, stunned by the shockwave, remained motionless for a few seconds. "Lady Galadia, please look after Fiona," Lana said, entrusting the sovereign to the girl he deemed most capable. Without waiting for the elf to object, he seized a torch and an axe and charged toward another gaping tentacle. Beyerland, victory! Boom! Another storm of explosions swept across the deck, and Lana was also thrown into the sea with a splash. Hurrah! The Schutallars still standing on the deck roared in unison, grabbing torches and charging at the nearby tentacles. Before they could act, the tentacles gripping the ship fled, disappearing into the sea like frogs pursued by snakes. Clang! The flying leaf, which had been raised more than 30 degrees, crashed back onto the water. The malevolent presence that had gripped everyone's minds quickly receded. Griffith and Lana. "Save them!" Galadia cried, leading the charge into the sea. A dozen hours later, the flying leaf, escorted by a 3-masted warship that had arrived, reached its destination. Mrs. Marion led the weary freshmen off the ship, where several professors, armed with wands, scrolls, and enchanted trinkets, awaited them. Dressed in elegant attire, Mrs. Marion slowly walked to the steps by the pier, gazing at the disheveled Beyerland freshmen. "Young ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Homenvorts. Perhaps I should deliver the usual welcome speech, but I believe it would be best to allow you to freshen up. Changing rooms with toiletries and spare clothes have been prepared for you on the pier. You have half an hour. Afterward, you will be led to the welcome banquet and, according to school tradition, sorted into one of the 4 houses, joining your predecessors. The 4 houses are Minerva, Shira, Roland, and Trajan. The names represent knowledge, harmony, courage, and creativity. Now that you are here, your house is your home. Your excellent performance will bring honor to your house, and any misconduct will damage it. At the end of each term, your house points will account for a considerable portion of your grade. In addition, Schutallars, you must also elect a joint commander for the first year outside the houses. I believe you already have someone in mind." After delivering her speech, a somewhat weary Professor Marion nodded to the new students and turned to enter the lounge prepared for her. The freshmen, who had left Beyerland alone for the first time and been attacked by a sea monster for the first time, looked at each other silently and headed to the makeshift changing rooms on the other side. Griffith was covered in wounds and embedded with splinters from the explosion. The timely arrival of Homenvort's reinforcements had treated them well. Sonia had applied a thick layer of ointment and wrapped him in bandages. However, Griffith had been unconscious at the time and did not know how she had done it. Lana, who had been blown away later, had learned from Griffith's experience and had taken as many evasive and defensive actions as possible after throwing the torch, so his injuries were much lighter. Although most of the others were not injured, they had also been quite embarrassed by the ordeal, and many were covered in slime and debris of unknown origin. Half an hour was only enough for everyone to wash their faces and change into new school uniforms. And the school staff came to urge everyone to gather in front of the stone steps on the pier. In addition to them, more than 800 other new Homenvort students from other regions had also arrived one after another, gathering noisily on the small pier and asking questions. Griffith stood not far from Sonia, leaning against a cold stone wall, watching his classmates and silently guarding them. Beside him, Galadia, Sonia, and others were greeting new friends, exchanging a few words on behalf of their families. Homenvorts was not only a higher education institution, but also a derivative of the small circles in the Beyerland living room. Even after leaving Beyerland and escaping the tentacles of a sea monster, as long as you were on this stage, you had to maintain elegance and etiquette. Fear and panic were impolite. Griffith's sharp eyes swept over the young figures. Several scholars not far from him were doing the same. The fourth attack. This is the fourth attack I've encountered in the last while. The first three were Isis, Rudius, and the thug Gyros. Were these attacks isolated incidents or an organized conspiracy? What were the odds that a giant sea monster would randomly appear in this area and randomly attack the flying leaf? The answer was probably about the same as a sergeant becoming chief citizen of the Senate. Griffith's first thought after recovering from the battle and unconsciousness was that the attack had been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, and that the target should be one of the freshmen on board. But who could it be? Griffith's eyes swept over Fiona. The girl had once been abducted and used as a sacrifice to the evil god, and it was very likely that the remnants of those cultists would strike at her again. However, the sea monster nearly devoured her. Could such a fate delight the malevolent deity? The same reasoning applies to Sonia and several other noble offspring. They hold significant value on the political stage of Beyerland, but only while they draw breath. The attack launched by the sea monster last night was fatal. What benefit could there be in the consumption of 16 or 17-year-old youths? Even sacrifices must adhere to certain protocols. So is it Galadia? Is this a continuation of the previous assault? Is some force still pursuing her? No. The governor of Canaan would not simply allow his daughter to be in peril. Is he merely idle? Griffith's gaze shifted to the elven girl's silhouette. She was conversing with her new companions about the sea monster, as if recounting a theatrical performance, her voice flowing gracefully and charmingly like a mountain spring, as though the creature had not come to devour them all. Griffith found himself momentarily lost in thought, consumed by jealousy towards those noble classmates who could converse with her due to social conventions. The apprentice knight lightly tapped his head in frustration. The elven girl harbored many secrets unknown to him, and the distance between them felt as vast as that between the stones of the earth and the stars of the night sky. Galadia seemed to sense something, turning her head to meet the apprentice knight's gaze, smiling at him with a tilt of her head. What's wrong? Did you bump your head? The elf apologized to her new friends, cheerfully approaching Griffith, standing shoulder to shoulder against the cool wall. Her soft words were meant for his ears alone. If you wish to investigate whether there are sinister hands and conspiracies behind the sea monster, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. This is not the same as the previous incident. How so? Griffith sensed that he was missing some crucial information. Have you not noticed who among us is absent? Who? What connection do they have with the sea monster? A chill ran down Griffith's spine. The answer seemed to linger on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. Damnatio memoriae. Galadia softly uttered those two words, piercing Griffith's heart like two cold blades, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Do you know what this means? The elf tilted her head slightly against the apprentice knight's right shoulder. The sea monster did not appear there by mere coincidence. The scions of noble families are well aware of this. Its target is not me or anyone else. It is the most extraordinary among our new cohort. As for who orchestrated the sea monster, the professors and students generally understand, and the prominent figures of Beyerland are also in the know. However, no one dares to delve deeper into this matter, nor will anyone speak the true name of the instigator. Do you know why? Why? Griffith nearly exclaimed. Damnatio memoriae. The elven girl whispered again, as though invoking ominous darkness. Its creation must be obliterated, its true name forbidden to speak, titles stripped away, legislation annulled. It bestows upon the chaotic and malevolent dark sovereign the record of obliteration. Chapter 33. Arandel Beyerland is ruled by a king and a senate. As the power of spellcasters has grown over the centuries, the Arcane Council, composed solely of self-proclaimed mages and sorcerers, began to share governance with the king and senators. The Damnatio Memoriae is a system of impeachment decided by all members of the Arcane Council, aimed at the supreme beings of the mystical realm. Those subjected to this sentence endure several fates. 1. All creations of the convicted being must be destroyed. 2. Their name must be erased from all records and inscriptions, never to be spoken of again. 3. The power to use the title of guardian is stripped from them. 4. All legislation enacted during their reign must be repealed. Even with Griffith's rudimentary understanding of the arcane, the mere mention of this record erasure punishment sent shivers down his spine. Only the most malevolent and terrifying of the fallen would be subjected to such a fate after death, akin to the ancient terrifying legacy of the Decimation Edict. Even after their physical form is obliterated, their decayed and corrupted souls linger in the spiritual realm, inaccessible to mortals. To utter their true name or invoke their works may invite a dreadful gaze, leading inevitably to madness or death. Thus, people often refer to them simply as that one. The most recent instance of record erasure occurred 15 years ago, at which time most of the youths present had yet to be born. Griffith suddenly recalled Rana mentioning in the bookstore that a boy had escaped the grasp of that existence and directly obliterated its physical form. The newly born Aaron. Had he not boarded the leaf flyer with us? Where could he be? Was Aaron the target? It dawned on Griffith that this boy had not departed Beyerland with the others. The disparity in treatment was striking. Galadia toyed with her hair, noting that the institution had evidently prepared in advance, discreetly arranging for a force to escort him via a different route. I hear the sound of hooves. A silhouette of a carriage emerged from the darkness of the dock. The coachman was exceedingly tall, his stature disproportionate to the petite carriage. In the shadows, indistinct figures flickered near the carriage, resembling sentinels. Soon, a boy descended from the vehicle, beckoning to the coachman, quietly and silently approaching the laughing newcomers. The coachman cracked his whip and vanished into the darkness. The boy slowly walked towards the illuminated group of laughter. His striking golden hair and crimson eyes were unforgettable, while his porcelain-like skin appeared even softer in the dim light. There was an enchanting aura about Aaron. Even in his quietude, he captivated the attention of those around him, rendering his presence impossible to ignore. However, as he emerged from the shadows, each step he took seemed to gnaw away at the light and joy, akin to an ancient beast of prey. As he drew nearer to the crowd, the previously animated newcomers fell into an abrupt silence. The scions of powerful families regarded him with a mix of apprehension and complexity. Those conversing with the noble newcomers suddenly halted, their smiles fading as they turned to observe the approaching boy. At that moment, Lady Marian reappeared before them, as if she had timed her entrance perfectly. She smiled and clapped her hands to the hushed crowd. All right, the banquet begins, ladies and gentlemen. Follow me up this stone staircase to the banquet hall. Joyful music resonated at the opportune moment. Attendants raised splendid crystal chandeliers, illuminating the path ahead. Emotionless laughter erupted anew among the throng. Though the source of the mirth remained unknown, its rapidity and awkwardness somewhat unnerving. Yet, the spirits of the newcomers at the darkened dock were lifted slightly as they followed the professor upward. The ascending crowd was led to await before a magnificent hall. So, was the rumor true? The chosen one, Aaron, was among us? In the crowd, Fisher de Igu, the eldest son of the Igu family, asked with an air of arrogance, stepping forward to look down upon the newcomers on the steps. He then cast his gaze towards the object of interest in the crowd. I am the heir of the ancient and powerful Igu family. Such exceptional talent as ours should indeed become friends. This impudent act incensed the nobles and their retinues present. Griffith noted several Schutalar casting unfriendly or contemptuous glances towards the steps. However, the nobility had their own rules of engagement. In such moments, one needed lightning-quick wit rather than a physical confrontation. Hey, dear Fisher, chuckled Viscount Issues, you needn't worry, truly. Even if you don't step up, we shall see you. Fisher, who stood only at a height of 5 feet, bristled with indignation, his fists clenched and teeth grinding. Yet, as Fisher had asserted, we were indeed fortunate to be alongside the chosen one, Aaron. The slender yet graceful Issues turned to face Aaron. The newcomers surrounding Aaron receded like a receding tide, leaving him at the center of attention. However, 2 newcomers, a boy and a girl, remained near him, awkwardly lingering in place, perhaps friends, or perhaps they had simply reacted too slowly to retreat. The scene became somewhat uncomfortable. Aaron neither responded to Fisher nor acknowledged Issues' words. His crimson pupils were devoid of emotion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed ahead, reminiscent of a crowned monarch surveying his subservient courtiers. Nearby professors and school staff seemed disinterested in interrupting the newcomers' conversation, having counted heads and leading them to a terrace before a hall. Subsequently, the mentors of each college would call out their names. Those whose names were called would step forward to receive their crests and join their respective colleges. 4 mentors stood before the students, rotating a magical crystal. The crystal emitted various colorful lights, casting a series of names upon the wall. Eldritch Haas, Turrigan. The mentor representing Turrigan Academy gestured towards the long table behind him. Please proceed there to take your seat. Griffith observed that the individual named Eldritch Haas appeared to be a rather slight boy, who promptly approached the mentor calling his name and obediently walked towards the hall. As he walked, his hands were pressed against his pant seams, his fingers long and nimble, yet his demeanor was exceedingly reserved. Elahad Aiden, Minerva, a mentor called out. Low cheers erupted from the crowd. The named Elahad strove to suppress a smile, swiftly running towards the long table. This boy, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded a radiant charm. Is there a distinction here? Griffith pondered curiously. Nan Green, Roland. The robust boy entering Roland Academy bore a bronze complexion, contrasting sharply with the fair-skinned residents of Beyerland, with whom Griffith had recently become acquainted. Is there a significance to this grouping? Griffith quietly inquired of Galadia. Guess. The elven girl raised her delicately arched eyebrows. Issues von Wilsop, Minerva. The four mentors rapidly called out names. Fiona de Chalon, Minerva. Sonia de Lamore, Minerva. Griffith stood solitary, observing as the two golden-haired girls briskly made their way to their seats. Those who had boarded the leaf flyer alongside him were predominantly members of Minerva. Galadia had also been called early, settling at a central position at the long table. It is thus categorized. Those who arrive at this esteemed academy are predominantly young individuals endowed with extraordinary traits, whether potent or subtle. However, even among the extraordinary, distinctions exist. The progeny of noble or sorceress lineages find their place within the hallowed halls of Minerva, a sanctuary of knowledge. Children hailing from affluent families and high society embrace the ethos of Scylla, a symbol of harmony. It appears that the robust and physically imposing youths belong to Roland. The remaining individuals each possess their unique characteristics. Truly, Tullius is a figure of significance. Griffith approached Rana, who remained in place. What does Tullius mean? Creation? The tall and somewhat fearsome Rana, renowned for his erudition and chatterel, momentarily faltered, casting a puzzled glance at Griffith. Ah, you are inquiring about that. They are the producers. The crafting of magical artifacts, enchanted materials, and potions requires mental fortitude. Tullius's peers are the very foundation of this society. So, where shall we go? Griffith scanned the thinning crowd. Roland? How could that be? Rana shrugged. We are certainly headed to. Griffith Branton, Minerva. The academy instructor announced the name projected upon the crystal. The other newcomers, still lingering, gazed silently at Griffith, while those already seated in Minerva cast him welcoming glances. Galadia patted the space beside her. The boys and girls clustered around her, and Sonia instinctively left a vacant seat for Griffith, not one attempting to encroach upon it. While awaiting the sorting results, the bustling brownies were already busy setting the banquet. The long table was adorned with pristine white tablecloths, silver cutlery, and gleaming candlesticks, while exquisite porcelain gleamed like the first snow of winter. The kitchen of Homenwarts presented a delightful appetizer of fragrant ham slices, iced lettuce, and salad, accompanied by a small bottle of purple sparkling aperitif for each guest. Some impatient newcomers had already devoured their portions during the sorting ceremony. The brownies promptly served them sashimi of tuna and deep-sea scallops. Griffith discovered familiar chopsticks amongst his cutlery, albeit not wooden. They were smooth, warm, and possessed a comforting texture akin to jade. In a small white porcelain dish, soy sauce from the distant south was sprinkled with wasabi, exuding a mysterious and enticing aroma. Sonia sat across from him, deftly picking up a slice of sashimi from the ice with her delicate fingers and savoring it. The other newcomers at Minerva seemed well acquainted with this dining etiquette, quietly appreciating their meal with subtle approval. This is rather extravagant. A sense of unease began to stir within Griffith. With such lavish feasting, one must ponder the extent of tuition fees that the Rammer family had covered on his behalf. At that moment, however, a cacophony erupted from a nearby long table. Although orderlies swiftly intervened to restore calm, the sounds of joy and surprise continued to rise. Griffith turned to find that the ruckus originated from students of the other three academies. Before them, a banquet table overflowed with golden fried chicken pieces piled high like a small mountain. Several boys were gleefully devouring the chicken with both hands, thoroughly enjoying the feast. Griffith was astonished to discover that the tables of these three academies lacked fresh sashimi and fine cutlery. The brownies did not leisurely distinguish between appetizers and main courses, but instead rolled in carts laden with fried chicken, roasted corn, scones, large sausages, buttered bread, and cakes available for casual selection. It certainly looked appealing. I would like some of that, Griffith instinctively thought. Young squire, are you concerned about how to supply these fellows during wartime? Issues, seated nearby, inquired amiably. I dare say, 3 soldiers would scarcely match the appetite of one of them. The new students at the Minerva table chuckled softly. Griffith hastily diverted his gaze from the other academies, only to find Fisher in the distance regarding him with malice and mockery, a hint of regret flickering in his gaze. I have been discourteous. Griffith's heart raced. Had Issues not broached the subject, he would have been subjected to Fisher's derision at that very moment. Chapter 34. Gula banning, labor camp. Once everyone had taken their seats, Headmaster Tiberian of Homenwarts offered a few perfunctory remarks. This elderly gentleman, with his white hair, appeared somewhat unwell, as if he could doze off at any moment. Yet, whenever Griffith gazed at this erudite elder, he sensed an invisible force disturbing his perception, as if the headmaster were both present and absent at once. Shortly thereafter, one of the professors seated at the head of the hall rose, gesturing to a servant nearby. Before long, a box was brought to the center of the hall. The talent assessment was about to commence, with each house participating in turn. The professor pried open the wooden box and retrieved a somewhat tattered pointed wizard hat. It begins, Galadia said with a tinge of excitement. Griffith, are you curious? Curious? What should I be curious about? I know nothing, he replied. Sonia, equally exhilarated, whispered. This is the relic left by the guardian Minerva, possessing the magical ability to peer into minds and souls, revealing the traits and potentials of every extraordinary individual. Oh, it is indeed that which can quantify my strength, agility, and perception, Griffith thought, recalling the crystal lenses at the Countess estate. The first to don the worn hat was a freshman from Minerva Academy, whose oversized brim engulfed his head, rendering him both comical and unattractive. Suddenly, a slit appeared in the brim, wriggling as though it were a mouth, and the 2 holes in the hat seemed to scrutinize the surroundings like eyes. Another chicken. The hat grumbled. Remember to wipe your hands clean, you little brats, lest you tarnish my smooth surface. The hat was alive. Griffith thought he heard a strange thud echoing from the depths of his soul. Common sense and reason seemed to shatter in that moment, chaos crashing against his mind, akin to the overwhelming encounter with mythical creatures from long ago. Fortunately, after enduring so many trials, his resilient will withstood this onslaught, and after a brief bout of dizziness, his mind regained clarity. The startled freshman nearly leaped from his seat. A nearby professor pressed a firm hand on his shoulder and addressed the hat. Please proceed. Esteemed talent hat, I hope this concludes swiftly, for I have a project to submit. Very well, the hat murmured, closing its eyes in contemplation before suddenly exclaiming. Ah, splendid, decided Minerva. The professor raised his wand and struck the sorting hat. Talent assessment. Very well, the hat declared, its tip drooping slightly. This, rather decent talent. See, spell enhancement. A massive crystal immediately projected a brief description on the wall regarding the talent, spell enhancement. It grants an additional increase of no more than 15 to spell potency and duration, extending the chanting and activation time by 3 to 10 seconds. A wave of applause erupted in the banquet hall. For those freshmen who had never before understood their talents, this test provided a vivid demonstration of their strengths and weaknesses. The newly sorted student, elated by his newfound spell enhancement, respectfully removed the hat and returned to his place at the long table. One by one, the freshmen of Minerva stepped forward to undergo the assessment. When it was Sonia's turn, the hat's expression brightened. Ah, this is rare indeed. Beautiful lady, you possess the uncommon dual talent of insight and mirror. The crystal immediately displayed Sonia's talent description. Insight. The caster has a certain probability of discerning secrets and unraveling the mysteries of the world. This talent has the potential to develop further. Mirror. The caster exhibits high resistance to negative mental effects such as charm, confusion, and fear, with a chance during spellcasting to gain benefits like rapid chanting, dual casting, or guaranteed spell success. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Headmaster Tiberian and several senior professors at the head table opened their eyes, regarding Sonia with a mix of caution and keen interest. Remarkable indeed, Galadia whispered to Griffith. Headmaster Tiberian himself possesses the talent of insight, which means Sonia will surely ascend the ranks swiftly. Soon after, Galadia approached for her assessment. The elf delicately pinched the edge of the hat, disdainfully rubbing her fingers together before reluctantly placing it upon her head. The entire hall fell silent. Elves studying at Homenwarts were not uncommon, but Galadia was the only one among this cohort. The boys from various houses gazed in rapture. Her slender figure, cascading black hair, and bright, clear eyes exuded an irresistible aura of mystery and allure, making it difficult for them to even lift their gazes when in her presence. Whispers had already revealed that Galadia was the daughter of the governor of the Elven Kingdom. Her formidable and exceptional talent was a blessing bestowed upon her by the goddess of the starry sky and silvery moon, marking her as extraordinary from the very beginning. What would it be? Griffith found himself intrigued. It is you. The talent hat swayed its tip. Your presence is even more awe-inspiring than that of your esteemed father. I'm afraid I cannot overstep. The hat seemed to hesitate. The hall erupted in uproar. Galadia grasped the greasy hat, rubbed it on the table, and then returned to her seat. As the Minerva assessments drew to a close, it was finally Griffith's turn to don the talent hat. Based on the experiences of the previous few students, he suspected his talent would relate to enhancing defense or attack. How peculiar! The talent hat seemed bewildered. Am I becoming senile? I should not be mistaken. You are one of those dreadful little rascals. This cannot be right. Your talent is. Focus, C. Increases the caster's mental recovery speed by 15 and reduces spell cooldown time by 9. This. Griffith felt enveloped by strange gazes. His talent was not insignificant. Enhanced mental recovery and reduced spell cooldown were crucial for many extraordinary individuals. If a spell configuration or extraordinary ability coincided with his mental cooldown, it could prove disastrous. However, the issue was that Griffith could not cast spells. The path of the breaker rarely allowed for proactive extraordinary abilities. Those who had been steeped in the bloodlust of battle through years of training and conflict, even with ample knowledge and spirit, found their magical configurations muddled by the chaos of bloodlust. This was why learned and powerful wizards avoided the battlefield and slaughter, leaving the dirty work to the armies. Freshmen from other academies had begun to jeer, finding Griffith to be a delightful oddity, even without knowing him. Hey, genius! Truly a Minerva student. You've easily acquired a talent we wouldn't dare to dream of. Griffith, maintaining his composure, removed the talent hat and walked back to his seat. He was not particularly concerned about the result and did not quite grasp what the uproar was about. I do not know you. Galadia patted the shoulder of the apprentice knight who had returned to her side, offering consolation. Do not take it to heart. The enhancement of talent is merely icing on the cake. Moreover, once your abilities improve, perhaps the cooldowns of artifacts or seals might also be influenced by your talent, which would be quite advantageous. Suddenly, the hall fell into a profound silence, so still that even the ants passing by set down their burdens of sugar. Aaron approached the sorting hat. It was he. Everyone held their breath, their gaze fixed upon this striking, serene boy. The moment he donned the hat, Principal Tiberian instinctively adjusted his posture. Aaron, the boy who had vanquished that notorious individual, the last surviving scion of a family that had endured a deadly assault of dark magic. He was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, destined to stand apart. What talents might he possess? As curiosity enveloped the room, the sorting hat let out a heart-wrenching wail. Gillibanning, labor camp. The disoriented hat was whisked away for recalibration, promising to resume the sorting ceremony shortly. The sumptuous banquet seemed to stretch endlessly. As the evening progressed, the dishes prepared by Minerva grew increasingly elaborate and precious, eliciting murmurs of discontent from some students of other houses. Griffith had finished his meal, yet found himself unable to partake in the surrounding conversations. He could not grasp the topics discussed by the girls, nor the allusions shared among the boys, as if he were listening to a foreign tongue. He resolved to take a walk after dining. Griffith discreetly wrapped some roasted lamb and sweet wine, tucking them into his pocket. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a peculiar piece of flesh, shimmering a vibrant crimson, as glistening as gel, exuding an indescribable allure. Perhaps it had adhered to him during the assault by the tentacled creature that had attacked the flying leaf, dislodged when he was thrown into the sea by the explosion. Yet, its appearance and texture belied its origin from the grotesque, foul-smelling tentacles. Gazing at the red flesh, Griffith felt an overwhelming urge to consume it. Fortunately, his prudence and reason prevailed. The tenets of mysticism informed him that this was an essence of blood, a substance only possessed by exceedingly powerful life forms. The question remained, how to handle this peculiar item. After the feast concluded, Griffith did not return directly to his dormitory. Instead, he concealed 2 short swords within his boots and began to patrol the dimly lit corridors. He also carried a portion of untouched roasted meat and sweet wine, seeking a tranquil spot to reflect on the recent events. Homenwarts lay to the southwest of the tranquil sea. The Flying Leaf's daytime voyage had traversed a series of small islands before arriving at the steep cliffs below. Griffith gazed toward the disembarkation point, where, in the darkness, he could faintly discern the rocky steps winding upward from the base of the cliffs. The landing site was southeast of the Homenwarts castle. Slightly to the north lay the undulating cliffs, crowned by a corridor connecting the library, dormitories, and classrooms, with the azure sea shimmering beneath. Further west, in the northwestern vicinity of the castle, a stream flowed from a valley, where the school had constructed a bridge leading to a nearby town. Between the castle walls and the cliffs lay a vast expanse. Should any adversaries emerge from the whispering forest, they would be able to maneuver around the walls to the relatively flat terrain. This area was a focal point of Griffith's vigilance. During his eastern campaigns, this habit had repeatedly aided him in discerning enemy intentions or finding gaps in their encirclement. It was also the reason he maintained the practice of nightly patrols in unfamiliar surroundings. To the south of Homenwarts sprawled the dense, dark green expanse of the Whispering Forest. Although a path wound through it directly to the foot of Beyerland, ancient magical energies had coalesced there for reasons unknown, remnants of a bygone era. During the banquet, the professors had repeatedly warned of vengeful spirits roaming within, and the myriad grotesque mutated creatures that dwelled therein. Anyone who wished to perish could venture there. Griffith ascended a tower to survey the southern expanse of the castle. There, a continuous wall of fortifications stood, complemented by a towering gate serving as the entrance. Beyond the gate to the south lay a vast sloping terrain, extending to the very edge of the Whispering Forest. The layout of this academy was indeed peculiar. Griffith strolled along the corridor encircling Homenwarts, heading southward. Cliffs, fjords, and rapids encircled Homenwarts on 3 sides, with the only accessible route to the south obstructed by the expansive forest. Between the forest and the castle walls lay a steep incline. Should any foe attempt an assault from the south, they would find themselves divided by the forest, subsequently compelled to assault the sturdy southern walls, all while exposed to defenders holding an advantageous high ground. This was a meticulously chosen stronghold. But what was it meant to protect? Homenwarts lay far from the main shipping routes, and it was hardly a strategic stronghold on land. Frankly, attracting an army to attack this place would be quite a challenge. Griffith gently rapped the solid black stones of the castle walls. These rare stones were remarkably sturdy. Homenwarts had constructed itself into an impregnable fortress using a profusion of these massive stones, indicating that there must be something of immense importance requiring protection. Argos, Vos Argos. Now suddenly, a repetitive and indistinct whisper echoed in the silence. The voice was distorted and hoarse, imbued with a chaotic cacophony that was difficult to articulate. Griffith's heart raced, and he warily sought the source of the sound. The monotonous echo gradually receded, replaced by a clear voice. "Good evening, young man." A nebulous apparition materialized within Griffith's consciousness, articulating human speech. "You are still awake at this late hour. Are you in search of power? Or perhaps pursuing love?" Griffith swiftly drew his short sword from his boot. "Who goes there?" "I am Minos, a psychic node at your service," the apparition replied. "Minos collects source essence, aiding the bearer in evolving to a higher life form." Chapter 35, My Precious. Is this the spirit of a magical artifact? Griffith instinctively wanted to remove the ring and cast it away. He had encountered magical items imbued with will, nearly alive, and had even attempted to procure some privately. However, this was his first experience engaging in dialogue with a spirit. "Do not be alarmed," the apparition spoke. "Minos is honest and formidable. If you can provide rare and potent materials, Minos will exchange invaluable knowledge and the precious secrets of this castle known as Hormots with you. After all, Minos has been here longer than your headmaster. Is it you who granted Camilla the power of magic and the familiar?" "Indeed," Minos proclaimed proudly, "if you can gather the requisite materials, Minos will offer you an irresistible proposition. What do you desire?" "Essence of moonlight, fresh marrow mushrooms, and the juice of mandrake. Let's start with these." The spirit of Minos swiftly articulated. "You can acquire these items in the alchemy classes at Hormots. Just a little will suffice for Minos to absorb. In exchange, Minos will share intelligence about the castle and the forest, clandestine knowledge, or potion recipes, things that are not found in textbooks and are seldom disclosed by professors. Wait a moment. Minos fell silent. Griffith felt as though he were being scrutinized, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. You possess, how should I phrase this? Bone ring. Minos seemed to ponder. Can you provide Minos with the essence of life, the primal material? Griffith nodded. Please continue. In return, Minos promised to grant him precious knowledge, how to wield the power of this magical ring, which would enable him to grow formidable swiftly. That sounds promising, Griffith mused. Lightly tapping his weapon, you go first. Of course, isn't this just a deposit? Minos's apparition appeared to rub its hands in excitement. Minos knows you are an apprentice knight. The form of your life energy dictates that although you possess mental fortitude, you struggle to mobilize magical power, relegated to being a muggle. Muggle? What does that mean? I've never heard that before. Griffith comprehended Minos's implication while also feeling intrigued by the unique terminology it employed. As an auxiliary holder advancing towards more distant quests, Minos can assist you in condensing your otherwise useless mental energy into various attribute runes, Minos stated earnestly. This will allow you to cast corresponding spells. For instance, the essence of flesh and blood you currently possess contains frost attribute magic. That sounds intriguing, Griffith nodded with interest. How can I give you the essence of flesh and blood? Simply place it upon the ring. Minos instructed. Do not fret. Minos can only absorb lifeless objects. As long as you are alive, it cannot extract life energy from your body. The more you provide, the greater the rewards I can bestow. Griffith retrieved a gelatinous remnant of the tentacle from his pocket and carefully pressed it onto the ring. The white bone ring immediately radiated a soft blue light, enveloping the two lumps of flesh. Griffith barely perceived the process of digestion. The essence had vanished without a trace. Moments later, a cacophony of chaotic murmurs surged into Griffith's mind. In a daze, he acquired some knowledge. Frost rune. Such runes can condense mental energy to construct tangible forms of frost magic. The user can cast spells by invoking stored runes. After each rune construction, the caster requires rest to regain mental energy before constructing again. The number of runes that can be stored is limited, not exceeding 9. The holder can condense new runes to replenish those consumed. Ice armor, first level. It forms a layer of ice upon clothing, armor, and weapons, enhancing defense and inflicting frost damage on attacking enemies, thereby reducing their movement and attack speed. Or it can imbue weapons with freezing effects. Casting cooldown, 15 seconds. Frost Nova Ice Construct, first level. Instantly creates a freezing effect that blankets the land within a 5-meter radius, causing freezing damage. Or it can take time to condense specified shapes of solid ice. Casting cooldown, 15 seconds. To condense one rune requires 15 seconds. However, there is no shared cooldown between different spells derived from the runes. The murmurs faded, and Griffith discovered that by concentrating his thoughts on the bone ring, he could condense a frost rune. Simultaneously, he effortlessly mastered 2 frost spells. The remnant of that tentacle indeed contained excellent primal material. Minos seemed to savor the moment while explaining. Minos can currently only unlock a portion of its power. The elated apprentice knight barely listened, instead eagerly experimenting. A layer of ice blue light instantly appeared on the surface of his clothing and weapon, which he could mold into solid ice for defense or enshroud the blade with frigid air. Griffith was overwhelmed with excitement. With a flick of his wrist, a cold, sharp ice spear took shape in his hand, and the rocks beneath him began to freeze and spread according to his desires and will. Frost could be shaped by the spell's command. What extraordinary power! As the 2 frost runes were expended, Griffith promptly summoned his previously nearly useless mental energy to condense new runes. Soon, he unleashed a chilling spell effect even more swiftly than the seasoned mages in the ranks. Griffith was delighted to discover that his talent for focus indeed influenced the cooldown time of the skills and the rune generation time, making them quicker and more agile. My talent is truly useful now. Suddenly, with the appearance of the runes and spells, Griffith felt as though he had been struck heavily on the head with a wooden stick, a violent headache almost incapacitating him. Stop! Minos urgently intervened. With your current mental energy, you can only accommodate 3 runes at most. After each condensation, you must rest for 6 hours to recuperate. You may enhance your mental energy through training and consuming mental boosting potions. Furthermore, if you can find materials containing primal essence, you can elevate the types, tiers, power, and duration of your rune spells. Griffith immediately halted his attempts, the echoes and dizziness in his mind dissipating, replaced by overwhelming excitement. Spellbreakers cannot cast the spells of spellcasters. To transcend the chasm of the extraordinary path, aside from rare dual-attribute extraordinary beings, the only means are through expensive and rare sacred artifacts and seals. Now, as a spellbreaker of the extraordinary sequence, Griffith had unexpectedly gained access to wielding the power of spellcasters. Though this power was not yet perfected and came with numerous limitations in its acquisition and utilization, a door to possibilities had swung open. This was the reason Camilla had become a fallen mage. No wonder she zealously protected this weapon. This is mine, my sacred artifact, my treasure. If you find such a precious item again, do be sure to present it to Minos, the bone ring Minos remarked. Minos currently lacks the power to provide runes and knowledge of other attributes. However, you might explore beneath the black stone walls. There is a small cottage just downhill. It is home to the ranger Krog, a descendant of giants. As Griffith's gaze shifted towards the castle walls, the spirit continued. He is a formal employee of this institution. Yet he is savage and rude, not esteemed by the noble mages. If you cultivate a good rapport with him, you may gain numerous opportunities to enter the Whispering Forest, from which one can gather precious materials and invaluable knowledge. As you are aware, students are generally prohibited from venturing there. I shall consider it, Griffith said, gesturing towards the grand hall at the center of the castle. Is there anyone here who knows you? The bone ring's appearance was not widely recognized, nor was Minos's aura discernible. To them, it was merely an ornament. Is it not common for you soldiers to adorn yourselves with bones, ears, and noses? Minos dismissed Griffith's concerns, expressing a distaste for dealing with the self-important mages. Regrettably, the conversation was nearing its end. Minos required slumber. After bidding farewell, his essence vanished instantly, like a wisp of smoke scattered by a tempest. Griffith hesitated briefly before making his way down towards the castle walls. The sturdy black stone fortifications, worn by the passage of time, bore several damages. Even without entering through the main gate, Griffith effortlessly found a breach. The institution merely forbids our entry into the Whispering Forest. It does not prohibit us from coming here, he contemplated. He reasoned that as an employee of the institution, Krog should not pose a significant danger and began to search along the slope. Before long, he stumbled upon a massive thatched hut. Its foundation and walls were constructed of enormous stones, while the roof was thickly thatched with straw. In front of the entrance lay a vast pumpkin patch, brimming with pumpkins that were 2 to 3 times larger than Griffith's head. A wooden sign stood outside the pumpkin field, bearing the crude inscription, Krog's Hut. Who goes there? Do not disturb me, you little scamp. Before Griffith could survey the terrain, a booming voice erupted in the stillness of the night. Astonished by Krog's keen perception, Griffith realized he was detected even from 20 paces away from the hut. He quickly responded, I am Griffith Branton, a first-year student of Schutalar and a squire. I have some rum and roasted venison, Mr. Krog, should you be interested. Before Griffith could complete his sentence, the wooden door of the hut swung open with a loud crack, and a figure nearly 3 meters tall thundered towards him. Rum, hand it over, Krog exclaimed. Oh no. I mean, please come in, little first year. Emerging from the hut, Krog was clad in a crude leather coat, his limbs exceptionally robust, wielding a bloodied axe, with crimson eyes and a fearsome visage reminiscent of a man-eating bear. Even Griffith was taken aback. A formidable pressure accompanied Krog, as if he might crush Griffith in an instant. He had never felt such panic, even in the face of a cavalry charge. I do not have much. We may need to ration our drinking, Griffith said, striving to maintain his composure while shaking the liquor pouch at the giant. Of course, rum is best savored in small sips. Krog lowered himself to observe the squire. Please forgive my rudeness. I am preparing dinner. But that accursed spider put up quite a struggle and even jabbed me twice. I completely understand. It is unsettling to miss a meal. Griffith respectfully offered the liquor pouch and roasted meat to Krog, who, filled with joy, led him into the hut. My apologies, it is rather humble here. Krog scraped the soles of his shoes on the mat at the door, expressing his regret as he entered, hastily retrieving cups and cutlery from the cupboard, preparing the food and drink. Surprisingly, the modest hut was quite tidy. The smooth brown wooden floor was nearly free of dirt, and the simple furniture was neatly arranged with various utensils. On the table lay half a pumpkin, while a large, twitching black spider rested on the cutting board. This terrifying creature possessed 8 black appendages and a pair of massive pincers, roughly the size of a small dog, its enormous mandibles opening and closing ominously. 2 axes were embedded in the creature, greenish blood intermittently spraying from the wounds, splattering the cutting board. It seemed Krog had not been invited to the earlier feast. Given the state of his living conditions, it was no wonder he reacted so strongly earlier. Griffith pulled out a chair and assessed the food available for hospitality. Waving his hand, "I do not drink. Do you have any pumpkin?" "Indeed." Krog joyfully reclaimed the cup he had just handed Griffith, tearing off a large piece from the cooked pumpkin to offer the squire, then pouring himself a full cup of rum. "Ah." The giant took a sip, then sighed as the aroma of the liquor mingled with the air of delight. "How does it taste?" Griffith inquired. "Taste. It is undoubtedly exquisite." Krog took another careful sip. "The principal fears I may cause a ruckus if I become inebriated. Thus, I can only indulge in a little each month, barely enough for 1 cup." Griffith observed the giant closely, relieved to find he did not seem the type to become a drunken menace after such a small amount. He took a bite of Krog's cooked pumpkin. "Ah, it has no flavor at all." The squire chewed on the bland pumpkin while watching the giant sip his rum with caution and pushed the paper-wrapped venison towards him. Krog promptly removed a piece of venison from the paper and began chewing, his demeanor becoming increasingly warm. "Mr. Krog, are you the only ranger stationed beneath the walls?" "Indeed. Being a ranger is a perilous occupation." Krog replied earnestly. "There have been others in the past, but they either fled in terror or met their demise in the forest. Now, I am the only one remaining, though occasionally the principal hires laborers to assist. With your keen perception, physique, and strength, one would presume that ordinary dangers would not trouble you," Griffith remarked, rising to the kitchen counter to inspect the now lifeless giant spider, lifting a severed limb with iron tongs. "This black spider, is it also a creature from the forest? Is it edible?" From the severed joints of the arachnid, thick, dark green flesh was barely visible. Disregarding its color, it appeared quite succulent. "Yes, but beware, my friend, its flesh is tainted by malevolent magic. Consuming it raw is not only harmful, but may also drive one to madness. It requires careful preparation to eliminate its toxins before it is safe to eat," Krog cautioned. "It takes considerable time. Next time, if you have the opportunity, I shall invite you to taste spider meat. I can understand the harm to one's health. But what do you mean by driving one mad? The forest possesses, peculiar powers that can cause mutations in animals," Krog explained, his tongue slightly tangled from the few sips he had taken. "The woods are filled with bloodthirsty monsters, and being among them, over time, one may lose their sanity. The reason escapes me. It truly seems an intriguing place." Griffith mused, listening to Krog's account while gazing out at the silent, dark forest. Chilling winds swept through the black treetops, carrying unfamiliar, ominous sounds that reached Griffith's ears. As the squire took a moment to center himself, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the murky darkness, it seemed something was lurking, watching over Haman Watts. Chapter 36. An introduction to the magic of Lord Basilico. The listener, a tide of fear and panic surged within Griffith, compelling him to flee at that very moment. It was said that the perception and mental acuity of an extraordinary being had detected some imminent danger, subtly influencing his body. Meanwhile, Krog was obliviously devouring Griffith's food, entirely dismissing the peril that loomed nearby. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Krog. We have certain requirements for our bedtime," Griffith said, waving goodbye to the giant. "I shall bring you more wine upon my return." "That sounds splendid," Krog exclaimed, springing from his seat to retrieve 2 large pumpkins from the corner. "Take these back to enjoy." "Thank you," Griffith replied, contemplating the nearly unmanageable size of the pumpkins. "Do you know if there are any grapes nearby?" In the distant, resource scarce east, Griffith endured 2 arduous years. As the front lines stretched ever eastward, the paths became increasingly treacherous, and supplies dwindled day by day. While the pay for cavalrymen was marginally higher than that of ordinary legionnaires, it was scarcely sufficient in the exorbitantly priced war zone. It was common to be unable to afford even basic necessities like toothbrushes or clean clothing. It was during this time that Griffith learned a small trick. Previously, he had no opportunity to experiment while traveling with the elven maiden, and upon returning to Beyerland, he found himself strictly governed by the count's estate. Now, however, he finally had the chance. Griffith cradled Krog's large pumpkin and stealthily approached a vineyard. He drew a clean dagger and carved a hole in the center of the pumpkin, extracting its soft innards while leaving the lid intact, thus crafting 2 pumpkin jars. The summer sea breeze wafted through the low-hanging vines, carrying the enticing aroma of clusters of glistening purple fruit. Griffith selected several of the ripest bunches, tossing the best grapes into his mouth. The sweet, succulent flavor instantly enveloped his palate, an exquisite balance of sweetness and juiciness that left a lingering aftertaste. Though he had already violated the bedtime regulations, Griffith unhurriedly made his way to a nearby well, where he rinsed the grapes in the cool water. He then arranged them on a ventilated stone slab to dry, crushing each grape before mixing them back into the pumpkin. Finally, he sealed the lid and placed the pumpkin in a cool, airy location. After allowing it to sit for over 20 days, he would filter out the grape residue, yielding a tantalizing crimson liquid, wine. Unlike traditional brewing methods, the wine produced within Krog's pumpkin would undoubtedly possess a richer, sweeter flavor. In the East, homebrewing was a serious infraction. Yet in that remote and perilous region, such breaches of conduct were rampant, and the gendarmes were utterly overwhelmed. The wine concocted by the cavalrymen was brazenly stored in large pumpkins, ostentatiously displayed in their marching carts. Masquerading as lunch, during times of scarcity, a cup of sweet wine could ease frayed nerves, calming soldiers fresh from the battlefield, preventing their minds from being warped by the madness witnessed in war. Such exquisite wine, if carried in small leather pouches, could serve as a valuable currency for bartering various treasures. Griffith licked his lips, resolved to seize every opportunity to brew and stash away some wine every few days. Once the beverages were ready, he would use them to trade with Krog for rare plants and minerals found on the fringes of the Whispering Woods, or exchange them for money and information among his peers. He had noted during dinner that while the meal at Hormont was delightful, the provided drinks were merely light sparkling wine and rum. Those pampered classmates from Beyerland would find it impossible to procure red wine on campus. Even the beverages bought from the nearby town would be difficult to smuggle past inspections. Money was of utmost importance. Books, experimental materials, essential clothing, and potential enchanted weapons and equipment all required funds. These were trifles. If necessary, one could economize. However, should the opportunity arise, he could invite Galadriel for dinner on a day off, for he had heard there was a splendid theater in the nearby town. The Frost Festival in December would require gifts, and Sonia would likely expect one as well. There were many more holidays and celebrations to come after the new year. With a monthly stipend of just over 100 silver lances, it was hardly enough. The thought of his meager salary and the expenses at school made Griffith's teeth ache with anxiety. But now, he had discovered a new avenue for revenue. After finishing with the pumpkins and grapes, Griffith quietly slipped back to the dormitory, ready to dream of diligent wealth accumulation. The ancient and exquisite Hormont campus, with its suspended corridors and staircases connecting halls, towers, and attics, bore testament to centuries of history, each column, handrail, and doorframe whispering tales of yore. Students were required to return to their dormitories by 10 o'clock at night, facing varying degrees of punishment for noncompliance. Yet, traversing from Krog's humble abode to the vineyard and stealthily making his way to the boys' dormitory, Griffith encountered no patrolling professors or prefects. Instead, he spotted a few pairs adorned with senior badges, quietly engaged in some undisclosed activity in the shadows. Griffith hurriedly navigated through several lounges and parlors before vaulting over a wall to reach a terrace, intending to return to his chamber directly. Suddenly, he noticed 3 figures seated on a nearby sofa around the corner, one of whom was the haughty Fisher, accompanied by 2 first-year students from other colleges. There are many mages here, but you will soon realize that the lineage among wizards cannot be generalized. Some are born of nobler stock, Fisher remarked, as he tore open a small pouch and retrieved a frog-shaped chocolate. It was evident that the cocoa fruits and confections from the elves had begun to gain popularity in the human realm. His companions nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the treat. Perhaps I should not disturb them, Griffith thought, contemplating a way to circumvent the group. Just then, a figure approached from the dark corridor. His steps were light, yet he exuded an air of extraordinary presence, embodying an impeccable noble elegance. Aaron, Fisher and his companions exclaimed in unison upon recognizing the figure. Griffith quickly concealed himself in the shadows. The golden-haired, crimson-eyed boy had maintained a reserved yet graceful smile during the dinner, refraining from conversing with his peers, merely sipping his wine while quietly listening to their discussions. The talent hat had caused a minor stir during his assessment, prompting professors to smile and shake their heads. Yet, at that moment, his once restrained demeanor dissipated. He crossed his arms and gazed down upon Fisher and his friends, his red eyes gleaming with an arresting light. "Hand over your chocolate, Frog," he commanded. Fisher's smile vanished, revealing his initial intent to befriend this notable figure. "Oh dear, how unfortunate," Youthful bravado is not a virtue. My family is. Fisher's words were abruptly silenced as a hand grasped his front tooth and wrenched it free. The tooth fell away, and blood gushed forth from the mouth of young Master Fisher. "Ah!" gasped the two first-year students, their voices quaking with the innocent fear of children. Griffith stood in astonishment, taken aback by the seemingly composed and elegant boy who, in private, revealed a different mask entirely. "Do not dawdle," Aaron commanded. "Bring it here." His authoritative presence was akin to a king punishing a vassal, his reprimands imbued with an alluring, inimitable cadence. Fisher, clutching his mouth, widened his eyes in trembling terror. "It's you, Aaron Linderus. You defeated that person. You are the boy who survived the calamity." A young man, caught off guard, exclaimed in shock and turned to flee. Just as he uttered those words, Aaron seized him, snapping his nasal bone and throwing him back to the ground. Fisher de Aiguille completely forgot his earlier attempt to befriend Aaron before the dinner, now kneeling before him alongside his companions, blood, mucus, and tears staining the ground. They reverently placed chocolate frogs and other snacks at Aaron's feet. The Aiguille family, perhaps they could still be of some use. Aaron cast his gaze downward. "I am the sorcerer destined to rule the world. Encountering me here is your fortune. As long as you obey me, Fisher de Aiguille, I promise you power beyond your wildest dreams." "Yes, yes, Lord Aaron." Fisher, clutching his bleeding mouth, crawled in terror at Aaron's feet. Aaron withdrew his piercing gaze, slightly turning to scan the dark corner. Griffith had just departed from that very spot. Was this truly possible? Griffith was not unfamiliar with the scene before him. Such displays of hierarchy occurred in the power-driven army and the chaotic slums. In such environments, clearly defined roles and strengths were paramount. It was surprising that Beyerland and Homenwarts adhered to these rules as well. Even among the young aristocrats of high society, their own order began forming from the very first day of acquaintance. The following morning, Griffith, burdened with thick tomes, ambled through the hall beneath the dormitory, his emotions in disarray. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the vibrant stained glass, the well-groomed elf descended from the upper floors. "Hey, did you sneak out to have fun last night?" Galadia's delicate brows arched. "You carry a sweet fragrance. Why didn't you take me along? I'll deduct 5 points from you." "Why am I being deducted points again? What are these points even for?" Griffith faltered, unsure of how to respond. This marked Griffith's first morning at Homenwarts. The dawn light filtered through the thin mist, casting a gentle glow upon the cliffs and corridors facing the sea on the eastern side of the academy. Most students had yet to emerge from their chambers, leaving only 2 early risers to relish the tranquil atmosphere of the corridor. The pleasant sea breeze carried the unique, enchanting scent of morning, gently caressing the elf maiden's flowing gown. 2 years prior, Griffith had left the youth officer school to answer a call to the east. Suddenly, he found himself free from the horrors of the Eastern Front, with the corridors and chambers enveloped in a comforting coolness and subtle fragrance. After enduring 2 years of relentless warfare, Griffith felt oddly out of place resuming his studies, as if he were not clutching a textbook on magical principles, but rather wielding a shield facing an enemy. Galadia tilted her head, observing the reserved yet upright Griffith. "You look quite dashing in your academy uniform. Though it feels a bit odd, it exudes a certain charisma." "Really?" Griffith's eyes sparkled. He had felt something was amiss upon waking, but wearing chainmail beneath his uniform made him feel considerably better. The apprentice knight lightly thumped his chest, producing a dull sound. "You," Galadia smirked, "you aren't carrying a short sword and daggers, are you?" "1 short sword, 2 daggers." Griffith gestured to his waist and boots, somewhat regretful that he couldn't carry more without being discovered. Homenwarts strictly prohibited the carrying of weapons by students, and this rule had been reiterated at the dinner the previous evening. Wands were the only permitted instruments. If you lacked a wand or could not use one, you were to pretend a wand hung at your waist. This was partly due to the fact that most weapons negatively impacted the use of magic to varying degrees, and partly because this was the kingdom's finest magical academy, where carrying weapons was neither safe nor dignified. How undignified! Galadia playfully tapped the apprentice knight's head with her wand made from the core of wind-stricken oak. "You're so stubborn. Your spellcasting must be abysmal." "Spellcasting is merely an audit course for me. It doesn't count towards credits and 1 affect graduation," Griffith replied cheerfully. "I've discovered that only the introduction to magic and the basics of dark magic are required this semester, both being theoretical courses. As long as I don't have to cast spells, there's no issue at all." "Humph," Galadia lightly huffed, as if to say, We shall see. The elf's steps were light and nimble, had she not been new to the place. Griffith suspected she would leap onto the railing of the corridor and bounce her way down the 100-meter cliff. Over 800 first-year students gathered for their first lesson in the Introduction to Magic, which spanned from 8 in the morning until 11:30, consuming a daunting 4 class periods. Due to the sheer number of students, the 4 colleges had to hold separate classes, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners, apprentice sorcerers or apprentice knights. All young individuals entering Homenwarts were required to systematically study this course. The classroom was arranged as a long, descending staircase, with the 150 first-year students of Minerva College seated densely before the podium. Each row formed a curved long table, with a passage between every 3 seats. The lively classroom resembled a bustling morning market. Just as the clock struck 8, a professor clad in a black robe appeared at the classroom door, his piercing gaze sweeping over the students. His black hair hung neatly to his shoulders, and his dignified, pale face bore a serious expression, reminiscent of a vampire who had consumed garlic. Had it not been for his lack of expression and his advanced age without proper care, he might still have been deemed handsome. I am Lord Basilico, the listener. In this classroom, I demand absolute order. Chapter 37, An Introduction to the Magic of Lords Basilico. The Listener, Part 2. Sonia sat before Griffith, elegantly clad in a fitted school uniform. Her golden hair was fashioned into a refined bun at the back of her head. From the perspective of the apprentice knight, her fair neck and delicate earlobes were but a mere 20 centimeters away. Lowering his gaze would reveal the girl's slender waist, delicate enough to be held in one hand. Is my hair done well? Sonia asked softly, a hint of unease in her voice as she turned to Galadia, who sat beside her. I'll help you fix it later, the elf with long, straight black hair replied, glancing at Sonia. I have a hairpin you can borrow. Sonia replied, her voice barely above a whisper, as she gently tucked a stray lock behind her ear. The girls occupied the front rows of the large classroom, while their fellow students from the Schutalar predominantly occupied the last 2 rows, closely positioned to their protective targets. Boys from both noble and common backgrounds sat further back, many feeling reassured that the professor would not see them through the sea of heads, contentedly fiddling with various objects. Before the advent of professional magical instruction, nobles were accustomed to teaching their offspring the ways of magic at home. Professor Lord Basilico, the listener, with his dark hair, lectured in a steady tone. This lax education had perpetuated the family's arcane secrets and the art of self-destruction, lightning, pointing, whipping. The last few terms constituted a spell, as lords bypassed much of the incantation to directly unleash a silver arc of electricity towards the students. Crack! The eldest son of a baron was instantly struck and sent flying, his small trinkets on the long table reduced to charred remnants. Nearby noble boys had their faces singed. Griffith heard Sonia gasp in fright. The once lively lecture hall fell into an immediate hush, everyone sitting up straight. Lords regarded his handiwork with a hint of mockery, gesturing for 2 brownie sprites to assist. The diminutive servants struggled to lift the baron's son and carry him away. I am aware that many of you possess a superficial understanding of magic and regard this introductory course as trivial. Lord's piercing gaze swept across the students, finally resting upon Sonia. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Tell me, Miss Sonia de Lamore, how many in your family have succumbed to madness or even death due to uncontrolled magic in recent generations? What? Why ask me? Sonia exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she looked up. The High Mage's words seemed imbued with an irresistible allure, and as he uttered the terms madness and death, his wand radiated an overwhelming force. Sonia felt as though she were ensnared in an invisible grip, enveloped in cold dread. Ordinary speech seldom triggers magic. A complete spell requires the burning of mental energy as a driving force, along with a meticulously constructed incantation to summon energy forms, activated through specific commands. However, seasoned mages often craft their own incantations, bypassing portions of the chant, invoking magical power with mere fragments of words. Griffith noticed Sonia's shoulders trembling slightly, her complexion as pale as snow, a shadowy presence encroaching upon her. This is bad. Griffith sprang to his feet, swiftly moving to Sonia's side. Galadia, seated nearby, was also taken aback, though not the intended target of Lord's ire. She found herself enveloped in confusion and chaos. At that moment, a warm and vibrant force materialized beside them. Sonia felt as if she were being pulled from an icy abyss, regaining her composure. She looked up to find Griffith's steadfast form positioned diagonally in front of her, like a mountain shielding her from fear. Griffith had assumed a combat stance, slightly bending his knees, ready to spring into action. Anger and vitality surged through him, radiating with his heated breath and gaze. "Schutalar," murmured Lords the Grand Mage. His voice a curse, the echo lingering in the air, nearly unbearable. He withdrew his gaze from Sonia to lock eyes with Griffith. The classroom fell silent. Fiona, who had just been doodling rabbits in her notebook, was now aghast, wanting to inquire about the unfolding events yet too frightened to speak. Rana, Maya, and several Schutalar clenched their fists, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the formidable sorcerer, causing their bodies to tense. How reckless of Griffith to provoke a high-level mage on the very first lesson. How will this end? Ophelia thought in panic, glancing left and right, fearful that chaos might erupt at any moment. "Tell me, apprentice knight, who permitted you to leave your seat?" Lords inquired in a gravelly tone. "As a herald of the Lamore family crest, I feel it is my duty to respond on behalf of Miss Lamore when asked about her esteemed ancestors," Griffith replied. Initially startled, but quickly regaining his composure, his demeanor remaining placid. 5 years prior, Fanes de Lamore perished during an experiment after encountering a hidden entity. 15 years ago, Count Rabies de Lamore and Viscount Rugulus de Lamore fell in battle against a malevolent force. Griffith recounted the tragic fates of several of Lamore's ancestors, all documented in the archives of the Count's library. His tone was not mournful, but rather lofty and solemn, akin to chronicling heroic deeds. Sonia gazed up at Griffith in surprise. She had regained her composure, along with several students, who stared at him in awe. After Griffith concluded the recounting of the fifth fallen ancestor of the Lamore family, he paused. The topic had shifted, and the apprentice knight resumed a non-hostile posture, regarding Professor Lords with unyielding eyes. "Return to your seat, apprentice knight. In the future, raise your hand for permission before responding to questions," Lords remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Quickly jotting down on the roster, Griffith Branton's final score, -5 points. Without allowing for an appeal, the professor raised his voice, grating upon the ears of the students like a saw. "After hearing the renowned yet tragic history of the Lamore family, have your feeble minds become a touch more prudent? Open to your introduction to magic, and refrain from delving into fanciful histories and nonsense." Chapter 2, page 67, The Development of Spells and the Fundamentals of Inspiration. Griffith exhaled softly, his vigor having waned after mere seconds. He stepped back to his seat. As he retreated, Sonia cast a quick glance at him, her azure eyes shimmering with gratitude. "The essence of magic exists through magical energy networks and constructs," Professor Lords continued his lecture. "Through inspiration, even beings incapable of casting spells can perceive the presence of magic via listening, observing, touching, or meditating. Caution is advised when employing these methods." The introduction to magic persisted until lunchtime, during which Lords provided only a few brief breaks. Ultimately, the stern-faced Grand Mage assigned 3 books for reading, requiring reports to be submitted before Thursday's class. As they exited, his icy gaze swept over Sonia, as if attempting to pierce through her very being, causing her to shiver once more. "Go eat." Galadia swiftly patted Sonia's shoulder, helping her to tidy the loose ends of her hair. "This afternoon, I have classes on light magic and divination theory, followed by potions in the evening." "So do I." Sonia turned to her apprentice knight, Griffith. "What about you?" "My classes are in infantry command and standard fortifications." "Unfortunately, we cannot be together," Griffith replied. "I intend to study during the evening." "Schutalar has many classes that do not coincide with ours," Fiona cheerfully approached, linking her arm with Sonia's. "I hope the professor this afternoon is delightful." I'm utterly exhausted from the morning." The dining hall of Homenwarts buzzed with life as students from various grades gathered for a self-service lunch. They flocked to the side tables to gather bread, ham, roasted chicken, yogurt, vegetable salad, and pudding, clustering at the long tables to enjoy their meals. The atmosphere in the hall was as lively as a spring market. "Surprisingly, this food comes at no extra charge," Griffith exclaimed, filling his plate with delectable offerings as he made his way to the long table. A sizable space had already been claimed by the girls around Galadia and Sonia, leaving no room for the apprentice knight. Galadia glanced at the bewildered knight, then cast her gaze toward a vacant area before quickly returning it to him with a playful wink. "This is the girls' time. You should sit over there." All right, Griffith marveled, taken aback by the expressiveness of the elf's eyes. The scene resembled the grand sofas of the Beyerland balls and banquets. A few of the most radiant girls formed a small circle, closely surrounded by daughters of nobility and mage families, with commoner girls on the periphery. Sonia maintained her dining etiquette, gracefully enjoying her meal, while occasionally pausing to exchange a few words with the girls on the edge of the circle to alleviate any awkwardness. Observing from the side, Griffith felt neither the necessity nor the possibility of joining them. A few Schutarals from various families were seated nearby, enjoying their meals without having formed a circle, seemingly relishing the food before them. "Apprentice Knight," a somewhat familiar voice called from behind. Griffith turned to find a man in the robes of a Homenward's teacher gazing at him from a distance, his countenance warm and gentle. Valonos. It was he who had supported Griffith and Galadia during the attack by the station mage, Rudius, in the eastern province. "Professor Valonos? Haha, I'm merely an associate professor. It's been a while. Care to join me for a meal? I heard you survived your confrontation with Dry Ice Lords. Would an associate professor dine with a student?" Griffith nodded eagerly, taking a seat beside him. "Have you enrolled in alchemy and potions classes?" the genial associate professor inquired. After witnessing Rudius's frenzied research, "I imagine you can't forget what you saw that day." "No, Professor," Griffith replied honestly. His schedule was already quite full on Mondays, and he needed time for reading and assignments. "Oh, that simply won't do. I shall add you to the student list," Valonos said, chewing on roasted potatoes. "As a breaker of curses, one cannot afford to miss out on alchemy and potions. Trust me on this. The creation of creatures through the hybridization of orcs, elves, and goblins has exceeded the bounds of sanity. Yet, the strength of the orcs is astonishing. The potions that heal the body and restore mental energy are truly remarkable. I am indeed intrigued and quite curious. However, I truly lack the time." Griffith was about to decline when suddenly, the alchemical notebook he had been carrying began to heat up. As he touched the notebook in surprise, strange information flooded his mind. The notebook displayed various records related to potions, awaiting his perusal. "My area of expertise lies in the cultivation of magical life," Valonos stated directly to Griffith. "Many of the familiars you see in this academy, from owls and bats to brownies and rock golems, are under my care and cultivation." "Brownies are cultivated too." Griffith involuntarily turned to gaze at the brownie sprite continually delivering freshly cooked meals from the side of the hall. "Indeed, brownies are a type of magical life form," Valonos noted, following Griffith's gaze and easily identifying his focus. "Whenever you have the opportunity, feel free to visit the second potions research lab located on the basement level of the Northwest Tower. It's the hatching base." "Thank you, Professor. I am genuinely interested." Griffith nodded. "I had always thought they were naturally occurring beings. Brownies do not possess female characteristics, nor do they have desires or capabilities for mating," Valonos continued, scooping another spoonful of chickpeas into his mouth. "Creatures devoid of reproductive needs tend to be more compliant, with emotions less prone to fluctuation, making them excellent magical experimental assistants." "But why seek me out?" Griffith inquired. "I am a Schutalar, and my magical prowess is limited by my bloodline." "What are you thinking?" "Only disciplines related to spells are affected," Valonos smiled. "Alchemy requires knowledge, passion, meticulousness, unwavering will, and skilled hands. It bears little relation to innate magical talent. For many years, esteemed archmages with exceptional spellcraft have invested too little attention in alchemy, hindering the advancement of this discipline. I have long sought to have Schutarals join this noble and promising field," the associate professor continued. "The professors focus on theoretical research, while the potion formulation tasks are entrusted to me and the students. Alas, securing the necessary annual production of potential potions is quite challenging. Alchemy needs newcomers like you, who possess quick wits and steadfast will. You see, we have a modest stipend, and there are always surplus products from the potions we concoct each year. How to deal with them is beyond the professor's concern." That sounds rather appealing. Griffith knew that magical potions had immense potential in healing and enhancement, yet their prices were exorbitantly unaffordable. Given this opportunity, why not give it a try? "Thank you, Associate Professor Valonos," Griffith nodded. "Then, excellent. I shall add you to the list. Prepare for the evening's alchemy class, and after it concludes, come to the second lab to find me," Valonos cheerfully declared. "Trust me, this endeavor will provide your studies with many unexpected benefits. Moreover, I will introduce you to Lord Solorian. It would be wise to hear his advice at the commencement of your studies." Chapter 38, The Call of the Ancient Gods, Part 1. With Valonos's words reaching this point, it would be impolite to decline. The term alchemy is merely a convenient label. The full name of this course is somewhat lengthier: the theory and practice of magical material identification, refinement, and potion brewing. This title holds little significance. If one truly wished to elucidate the course content, it would suffice to simply provide the syllabus. Thus, from professors to students, everyone still prefers to refer to it as alchemy or potionology. Although much of the foundational work in alchemy is performed by ordinary individuals, formal mages harbor little interest in the tedious details of the craft. Nevertheless, in terms of academic significance, it stands on par with magical configurations. As the advanced alchemy course at Hormintwarts is presided over by one of the kingdom's most astute wizards, Lord Solarian. This meticulous scholar need not trouble himself with the instruction of introductory courses, yet his formidable presence looms over the entire academy, regarded with the same reverence as Headmaster Tiberian. After dinner that day, there were 2 sessions of alchemy classes. While waiting for class to commence, Griffith opened his potion brewing notes and began to read with caution. This unassuming notebook, aside from the initial dedication, was nearly blank. Even when infused with mental energy, it provided no feedback. Yet, it was this very notebook that began to emit a gentle warmth during his conversation with Valonos at noon, subtly suggesting to Griffith that content was emerging. The notes detailed the materials and brewing methods for the lesser slow potion, the lesser healing potion along with alternative recipes, and the laboratory concoction particulars for the lesser strength and agility enhancement potions. 3 pages of densely packed records materialized before him, featuring elegant handwriting and important notes marked in blank spaces, with the brewing process clearly illustrated. A thrill surged through Griffith, igniting a premonition within him, and he promptly opened his textbook. Within the pages of the potionology textbook, after hundreds of pages of foundational theory and calculations, a few practical projects remained, including the materials and brewing details for healing potions, slow potions, and attribute enhancement potions. However, the text was convoluted and verbose. Even though he recognized every word, the overall meaning eluded him. Upon comparison, Griffith discerned that the potions and their effects recorded in the notes were inferior to those in the textbook, yet the brewing process in the notes was exceedingly concise, with many materials omitted. Intriguing. Griffith decided to temporarily set aside the textbook, intending to verify the findings later after class. As for the potion brewing notes, he tucked it into the inner pocket of his uniform jacket, hopeful for further miraculous discoveries in the days to come. "Griffith, you've arrived." Sonia's melodious voice rang out from ahead. The trainee knight looked up to see several girls, clutching their textbooks, just settling into their seats. "Did you choose this course at the last minute? How were you able to enroll today?" Sonia inquired, gesturing to the textbook on the table. "Did you prepare in advance?" Lord Solarian occasionally teaches the introductory alchemy classes himself. This esteemed scholar poses a multitude of questions during class and imposes strict penalties on those unfortunate enough to falter in their responses. "Oh no." Before Griffith could respond, Galadia began to tousle her hair. "What is the matter?" The elf's face turned as pale as parchment. "Is there any way to excuse me from class? I'm unwell." "That is hardly a valid excuse. The school's physicians can cure you in mere minutes, or at the very least, ensure you attend class," Sonia remarked nonchalantly. "Is it truly that terrifying? Lord Solarian visited my hometown and taught me a few lessons back when I was young." Galadia had already curled up in her seat. "How could I possibly grasp those theories of alchemical composition? It's dreadful." At that moment, Griffith noticed Valonos entering the classroom. "Yay," Galadia cheered softly. "Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the alchemy classroom." The assistant professor opened his arms to the new students. Alchemy is a rigorous and noble discipline, no less significant than spellcasting. To demonstrate this, as Valonos spoke, he approached a table laden with flasks and test tubes, retrieving a small vial containing a crystalline liquid. "This is the lesser strength potion. This remarkable little concoction can significantly enhance a being's strength. With just one vial, a frail vagabond could, within days, attain the muscular build and physique of a robust man." Mr. Boron, please refrain from gazing so eagerly. I have not finished my explanation." The Schutarals present, who already possessed lesser strength without the need for potions, had achieved this through prolonged training, a disciplined diet, and a modicum of talent. The assistant professor pointed to Griffith, who was engrossed in his book. "Potions can grant us swift transformations, but the act of consuming them is fraught with peril. The likelihood of failure outweighs that of success. Should the act of ingestion fail, the unbridled power may turn upon you, rending your flesh and spirit asunder. Oh, Miss Sonia, it seems you have a question. Yes, teacher. Sonia had evidently been pondering this issue. When trainee knights progress through the assessments to ascend to higher ranks, they are bestowed with more potent potions. According to your theory, does the assessment not also serve to confirm their bodies can withstand such enhancements, aside from verifying their merits? Indeed, Valonos nodded. The course on intermediate potions will be offered next semester. By that time, some trainee knights should have passed their evaluations. If they still require potions to augment themselves, we shall demonstrate the process of them gaining newfound strength on site. This sounds as if we are mere test subjects, Griffith thought, glancing at the small mice confined in cages on the storage shelf, involuntarily comparing himself to them. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, please turn to the first chapter of the Introduction to Alchemy. Valonos interrupted Griffith's musings. This is an academy, not a workshop. We shall not be preparing a vial of lesser strength potion today. I trust you have all prepared in advance. Today, we will study an essential material that you will rely upon in your future studies and research, dust crystal. You will find it indispensable. Mr. Clovis, would you kindly introduce us to the classification and forms of dust crystal? The student singled out, along with others, stared blankly at the assistant professor. Aren't we just starting class? Shouldn't we know nothing at all? Clovis, hailing from a baronial family, awkwardly stood from his still warm seat. The classification of dust crystal, includes burning, freezing. That is not how it is classified. Valonos waved his hand. It appears you have not prepared. 2 points will be deducted from your midterm exam. What about the rest of you? Valonos's gaze swept across the classroom, landing on Griffith. The trainee knight's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his neck. He too was unaware of the answer, feeling more anxious than Clovis, who had already lost points. Hormantwards conducts evaluations 4 times a year, with results directly influencing promotions, recommendation slots, and graduation employment, and it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Please no? My introduction to magic has already lost 5 points. And this is just the first day? At that moment, Sonia raised her hand. Miss Lamore, perhaps you could enlighten us. Valonos nodded with delight. The classifications include 6 elemental attributes that can be preserved under normal conditions: fire, ice, lightning, air, light, and darkness, as well as the rare attributes of time and gravity. Sonia explained, dust crystals in their stable state. As the lesson progressed, Griffith found several intriguing applications that could be utilized in combat. However, constrained by the cost of materials, these intriguing alchemical achievements find it difficult to be widely applied in practice. Brandon, the apprentice knight, remarked as the course concluded, "Follow me." Griffith obediently trailed the associate professor to a nearby mage tower. Valonos gestured towards a spacious study. By chance, Lord Solorian is within. Please, enter. Solorian? Why? Why is he waiting for me? Griffith exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly nodding as he knocked on the door. Come in. A memorable, commanding voice resonated. Griffith stepped into the study and discovered a high-ranking archmage clad in white robes, preoccupied with something near a flask, not even glancing in his direction. I am Griffith Brandon. Apprentice knight, Griffith proclaimed, standing erect. Respected Lord Solorian, I seek your guidance. How familiar are you with alchemy? Have you participated in any alchemical experiments? Solorian raised his gaze to Griffith, scrutinizing him as one would a newly delivered laboratory mouse. Valonos spoke of you as a determined and promising young man. The associate professor is overly generous. This is my first encounter with the discipline of alchemy, Griffith replied hastily. I have assisted military surgeons on the battlefield, performing dissections. Oh, steady hands. Though intellect may be variable, Solorian observed, shifting his focus from the flask to the young man before him. This year, I shall remain at Homenwarts for a while to conduct some experiments. Would you like to serve as a research assistant for the team? Is there any objection? Could I possibly decline? Griffith immediately shook his head. Lord Solorian was a great scholar, one of the few supreme mages of the age. Griffith felt that even the silent gaze of this venerable elder radiated wisdom and an irresistible authority. According to Galadia, he had once guided elves on the theories of arcane arts and potions, viewing students of lesser intellect and knowledge as mere ants. Very well, then, Griffith responded. He was indeed intrigued by the opportunity to approach magical materials. As a recompense for encroaching upon your time, the Supreme Mage retrieved a notebook filled with text. Young man, this lists all the research my assistants and students are undertaking, alongside your duties as an assistant for the routine alchemy courses. You may select a topic that interests you to participate in. It should suffice to illuminate your future direction. This was somewhat unexpected. Lord Solarian did not dismiss Griffith simply because he was an obscure junior officer. Instead, he conversed courteously, even intending to offer him some compensation. I can join a research topic? Griffith was genuinely taken aback and immediately began to peruse the pages. Before long, he was left speechless. Although he did not possess extraordinary talents, he considered himself no fool, yet the contents of this notebook. Griffith observed the densely packed topics concerning magical energy temperature control and expansion, the fine processing of containers and engineering applications, the conduction of magical energy and material applications, along with other esoteric subjects, many of which he could not even comprehend as coherent phrases. While descriptions accompanied each topic, he still found himself utterly bewildered. This was somewhat awkward, let alone making a choice. He was merely a first-year student unable to understand any of it. Griffith flipped through the notebook rapidly, seeking any words he could comprehend. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something intriguing. On the last page of the notebook, there was a study titled The Call of the Ancient Gods. And apart from its name, no specific description was provided. The term ancient gods was somewhat familiar to Griffith. There were rumors that they had once been the rulers of the world, their power now bestowed upon the 12 new deities. Some remote provinces still harbored their followers, who offered tributes and worshipped devoutly. However, Griffith had never encountered these entities, viewing them more as ancient gimmicks created for sensationalism. Thus, discovering this topic within the research overseen by such a distinguished professor piqued his curiosity immensely. Moreover, this notion was one he could grasp, at least enough to understand its implications. Professor, I am particularly interested in this. Griffith indicated the page titled The Call of the Ancient Gods. Let me see. The Call of the Ancient Gods? The wise Professor Solarian hesitated momentarily, his pale, neatly trimmed beard quivering slightly, as if recalling some unwelcome memories. This delves into theology and philosophy. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Indeed, this field is scarcely trodden. Even I only conducted a cursory exploration before relinquishing it. Are you truly certain? Lord Solarian's expression grew complex. Though his aged and serious visage made it difficult to discern his emotions, Griffith was convinced he was not at ease. This matter must be extraordinary. Yes, the apprentice knight affirmed with certainty. Very well. To be candid, young man, you are quite brave. Allow Valonos to guide you to Pepelanchi. He is one of my assistants and the only person at Homenworts I know who is conducting this research. He will enlighten you, provided he is able. Chapter 39, The Call of the Ancient Gods, Part 2. Upon departing from the laboratory of Solarian, Griffiths discovered Pepelanchi's quarters behind a peculiar array of vividly colored test tubes and flasks. A strange, rancid odor permeated the air, provoking waves of nausea that almost caused him to regurgitate the bacon and eggs he had consumed that morning. Nevertheless, an overwhelming curiosity compelled him to suppress his discomfort and venture into Pepelanchi's room. As he navigated through the clutter of bottles and jars, his gaze was suddenly captured by an enormous mirror before him. To call it a mirror would be misleading. Griffiths could not see his own reflection upon its polished surface. After a dazzling display of shimmering light, a racing chariot thundered towards him, its wheels seemingly poised to crush him beneath. A racing wagon. How could this be? Wow! Griffiths exclaimed, instinctively sidestepping. Moments later, he realized that the chariot had not barreled forward. Instead, it continued to gallop within the confines of the mirror. What was happening? Why had the chariot not come crashing through? Such exquisite detail could not simply be a painting. Was the chariot ensnared within the mirror? Griffiths felt his sanity wane as terror and helplessness enveloped him. Had a guest arrived? A disheveled scholar emerged from behind the clutter. Griffiths wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, finally scrutinizing Mr. Pepelanchi. He was a middle-aged man, his once black hair now streaked with gray, missing a few fingers, with a noticeable limp in his left leg. Yet, within his profound eyes lay a wealth of experience and wisdom. However, Griffiths's initial impression was not favorable. Still reeling from his shock, he was assailed by the foul odor emanating from Pepelanchi, reminiscent of the vomit of a drunken man. Oh, poor young man. Valonos has informed me of your arrival. This is your first encounter with the shifting mirror, is it not? Fear not. Whatever you witness cannot escape this mirror. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the wonders created by the ancient gods. I am aware of your purpose here. But if your courage is limited to this, I advise you to abandon your reckless aspirations. We are but insignificant beings to those great entities. Too real. as if it were truly happening. Griffiths continued to marvel at the racing chariot within the mirror, an exquisite creation. What is this? Beyerland displayed a peculiar smile. Were this a complete shifting mirror, the individual before it could retrieve whatever they beheld, limited only to inanimate objects. Does that mean I could extract a racing chariot from it? Griffiths was increasingly astonished. What? A racing wagon? Huh. You are quite amusing, young man. Why, of all things? Do you see a speed wagon? Beyerland refrained from further discouragement, leading Griffiths deeper into the laboratory. He showcased various items he had collected over the years, each more bizarre than the last. There were metals capable of proliferating and taking on myriad forms, appearing as mere iron boxes yet containing tons of miscellaneous items, all of which could not be extracted. Such phenomena exceeded the realm of magic. Griffiths found himself in a state of utter confusion, unable to fathom where Beyerland had acquired such peculiar artifacts. I dare say these items should not exist in our world. My knowledge may not be extensive, yet I possess a degree of insight, and these objects elude any understanding I have. These creations were crafted by the ancient gods. Why then did they fall? And why did the new gods reign over this realm? What of everything I once believed? Griffiths pondered, feeling a sense of chaos within. After some time, his tumultuous thoughts began to settle, and he wearily sought a place to sit. Beyerland offered no tea or coffee for his guest, but instead squatted in a dim corner, recounting his tale to the aspiring knight. I was born in the city-state of Anak in the eastern continent. Surely you have heard of it. I know of it. It is said to be the most powerful human city-state in the East for nearly a century. Yet, it mysteriously vanished, becoming an eternal enigma. It was rumored that their magical prowess far surpassed that of other cities. Had this city endured, it might very well have become a rival to the kingdom of Beyerland. Indeed, we were once the mightiest city-state in the East. Under the guidance of our great governor, we devoted ourselves to the advancement of magic and military might. Be they orcs, trolls, or dwarves, no creature could stand against us. I vividly recall that summer of 1425 when a band of elves invaded our territory and slaughtered our soldiers, regardless of their intentions. Such actions were a mockery of our grand city-state. Thus began our war with the elves. At this juncture, Beyerland's voice rose slightly, as if the glory of the city-state's past instilled him with a sense of pride. In my view, elves are truly foolish beings, despite their superior physiques and fine weaponry. They know nothing of warfare. Our hundreds of soldiers swiftly overran their camp, defeating and capturing them. I distinctly remember executing 7 of the captives, 3 of whom were female elves. Let me tell you, the taste of elven women is beyond your imagination. Griffiths felt a surge of revulsion and disdain at Beyerland's words. Suddenly, the scholar's voice fell to a whisper once more. However, I underestimated a particular elf. She ensnared me with her dreadful allure. After we overran the elven camp, guided by one such elf, I discovered a tome entitled The Dead Sea Scrolls in her study. It was this book that revealed to me the existence of the ancient gods. The Dead Sea Scrolls? That name evokes the sort of horror novels one might find at a street market, with titles as bizarre as they come. I cannot fathom how an educated individual could believe in the contents of such a book. Beyerland seemed to perceive the aspiring knight's skepticism and spoke slowly. Indeed, generally speaking, a book with such a peculiar title is hard to take seriously. Yet, I must retract my earlier statement. While elves are proud and foolish, their individual wisdom should not be underestimated. Especially that elven woman. The theories of spellcraft she shared with me remain invaluable to this day. Thus, regardless of what the book contained, I naturally accepted its teachings. What, then, did that book reveal? Through ancient ruins, the songs of elves awaken the ancient gods. What does this phrase signify? Is it a spell? Or perhaps an explanation of a ritual? What are these ancient ruins? Beyerland's words bore a peculiar charm, compelling one to listen further, to delve deeper. Do not rush, child, your impatience betrays you. Allow me to elaborate. We have ample time. According to the Dead Sea Scrolls, this is a ritual to summon the ancient gods. Among the elves, there existed a fervent sect that worshipped the ancient deities, gathering at an ancient altar beneath the gaze of the stars on summer evenings, ultimately succeeding in invoking an ancient god. Is that truly the case? Then why is there no record of it? If it were true that some elves accomplished such extraordinary feats, it is inconceivable that no one would have known of it all these years. You suggest leaving a record, but that is impossible. For those who successfully completed the ritual have vanished. Are you implying they were all killed? Killed? No, the ancient gods would not engage in such base acts. When I say they disappeared, I mean, they truly vanished without a trace, leaving no corpses behind. No one knows where they went. Ha ha. Pepe Lanchi began to emit strange laughter, as if he were concealing something in his mouth. Griffith felt a chill run down his spine, not merely due to the bizarre and eerie tale, but also because Pepe Lanchi had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior when discussing matters related to the ancient gods. His lips and limbs twitched incessantly, his eyes sparkled with madness, and an unsettling smile accompanied his speech. I have told you that I believe the contents of this book. Therefore, I am indifferent to the fate of those elves. What I know is that if elves can summon ancient gods, then humans, who are undoubtedly more intelligent and wise, can achieve the same. And I, being a distinguished scholar, am certain that I too can complete this ritual. It would be the greatest feat in history. Griffith realized that Pepe Lanchi was not merely a disheveled intellectual, but rather a madman. Were they to cross paths on the street, Griffith would not wish to meet his gaze. At this moment, Griffith felt a strong urge to leave, for no one desires to share a space with a lunatic. Yet, curiosity compelled him to stay. That is impossible. According to what you just mentioned about the Dead Sea Scrolls, only the Song of the Elves can summon the ancient gods. How then did you conduct the ritual? I previously told you that we fought against the elves and captured several prisoners. Could it be? Indeed, along with a few like-minded scholars, among them was Valonos, the very one who sought to introduce you to me, secretly took the imprisoned elves and used them to complete the summoning ritual. We brought those elves to an ancient altar. You are unaware of the ancient ruins, I presume. They lie hidden within dark, decaying forests. No one knows how many ages have passed since they were last here. It is said that by venturing deep into the core of the ruins, one can touch the very essence of the world. There are many strange creations there. Let us continue our discussion. Those elves were truly unruly, struggling against us and refusing to cooperate. Only the female elf was in a frenzied state, chanting incomprehensible words. Thus, we bound them to the stone pillars of the altar. It took considerable effort. However, once secured, they had no means of escape and could only sing for us. Griffith felt a chill of horror. The realization that the scholar seated across from him was indeed a madman solidified in his mind. Galadriel bore little difference from a human girl aside from her pointed ears. Even in the distant east, the few arrogant and cruel elf hunters that clashed with the eastern armies engaged solely in combat among warriors, ensuring a swift end to their adversaries and sparing them excessive suffering. Yet, Pepe Lanchi resorted to using elves for sacrificial purposes, and Valonos was complicit. This was a transgression that Griffith's moral compass could not condone, a crime that evoked profound fear and revulsion within him. Wait, what does Valonos intend to do? At that moment, Pepe Lanchi's narrative interrupted Griffith's thoughts. However, the ritual did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Alas, several days passed without any sign of the ancient god's arrival. The ominous ruins were fraught with peril, and our party suffered casualties from mutated monsters, losing several members, including 2 of the elf sacrifices, leaving only the female elf still singing. Including Valonos, several scholars lost hope and departed. That was the darkest period of my life. Do you comprehend that feeling? The sensation of grasping a glimmer of hope and calling forth the ancient gods, only to have it erode with the passage of time. No one around me believed me anymore. They felt that, having taken such grave risks, they returned empty-handed, voicing their complaints before departing. Those with such wavering faith deserve no chance to behold the divine countenance. Yet, even I began to doubt whether the ancient gods truly existed. Finally, Pepe Lanchi's emotions flared once more. He was no longer content to remain seated while recounting tales. He leaped up, exclaiming that on the evening of the 7th day, a turn of events occurred. I shall never forget that day. The earth trembled, a divine aura filled the air, and even the sky grew dim. For the ancient gods had arrived. You mean to say you finally beheld the ancient gods? Alas, no. But did you not claim the ancient gods manifested? Child, this world is rife with phenomena beyond understanding. The ancient gods stand among the most extraordinary of these. Indeed, on that day, the ancient gods did appear. Yet the night was too profound, and I could not discern them. Everything was shrouded in darkness, and a strange, ominous feeling enveloped me. Moreover, they were immense. So vast that even in daylight, one could not fully behold them. How immense! Greater than any creature ever witnessed by humanity throughout history. So vast that it seemed the ancient gods did not create the world. Rather, they themselves were a world. I was truly astounded, standing there in a daze, utterly incapable of moving. Chapter 40. The Call of the Ancient God, Part 3. Griffiths exerted his imagination to envision what Pepalanki had witnessed, yet no matter how he tried, he could not fathom the immense scale of the ancient deity or the grandeur of the scene. What astounded me even more was yet to come. Suddenly, a sound of mischievous laughter echoed, and lo and behold, the ancient god emitted a beam of light that directly illuminated the elven maiden. A luminous presence? One might liken it to the sacred light of a prayer. In Griffith's limited understanding, divine radiance was akin to the solemn and holy illumination found within the grand cathedral of the holy light. Ah, young lad, such an improper comparison. To equate the miracles wrought by the ancient god with mere fireflies is utterly disrespectful. Let me tell you, that brilliance surpasses the scorching heat of molten lava and outshines the sun. It is a light not born of any living being. Furthermore, he chuckled, thanks to that light, I beheld another vision that shall forever remain etched in my memory. Griffiths swallowed hard. Since his arrival, he had heard enough extraordinary tales and yearned to return home. Yet, each time Pepalanki teased him with suspense, he had no doubt that what followed would be even more shocking. And then, Pepalanki appeared even more exhilarated. Pacing the room and murmuring, I saw transparent vessels, resembling cocoons. Elves, trolls, and other indistinct creatures were ensnared within. They were trapped in these transparent cocoon-like containers, densely suspended from above. Suddenly, flames ignited within the cocoons, rippling like water. You must have read Alagai's Divine Comedy, which describes scenes of purgatory, flames that do not exist in this world. Devouring all, the beings within the cocoons writhed, twisted, and lamented. I assure you, no term besides purgatory better encapsulates that scene. I heard the anguished groans echoing, and I witnessed their bodies dissolving into smoke. Griffith stammered, they died? No, not at all. They became ephemeral, translucent, like reflections yet to dissipate in water, still moaning amidst those flames. They have ascended. I recall the expression of that elven maiden within the cocoon. It may sound somewhat improper, but I felt a twinge of envy towards them. Madness. This man must be deranged, Griffiths thought, horrified that such jesting could accompany such a grim description. Would this lunatic pose a threat to me? A chill ran down his spine, a fear more chaotic and unsettling than he had ever experienced, even in the face of a behemoth. And then, Pepalanki suddenly wept like a child. He alternated between laughter and tears. The ancient god took the elves away, and then departed. What does that mean? The ancient god only took the elves, disregarding you? Ah, yes. You are right. The ancient god did not even notice me. They have no interest in humanity. Pepalanki's cries grew louder, akin to a newborn deprived of a pacifier. Then, what about you? I certainly would not resign myself to this. I cared not for life or death. With all the strength of my being, I ran forward, and at long last, I managed to ascend the tendrils of the ancient god, though I know not if that is the correct term. Let us call the parts that descend towards the earth tendrils for now. I finally made contact with the ancient god. What exhilarated me even more was that the ancient god finally noticed me and paused. I was both thrilled and terrified, uncertain of what would transpire next. Suddenly, a colossal wall bore down upon me, perhaps a transparent one. I could not tell. I fell from the ancient god and lost consciousness. When I awoke, it was already the following day. Some of my fingers and my left leg had vanished. The wounds were smooth, without any signs of burns or deformities, as if I had been perfectly dissected in a laboratory. Yet this shattered form reminded me that all that had transpired the previous day was indeed real and not a mere dream. I endured the pain and made my way to the city, eager to share my wondrous experience. However, upon my return to the city-state, I discovered it had been destroyed. The entire city was submerged in a yellow, viscous liquid. The governor, the elders, the soldiers, all were dead. Their corpses were transforming into this yellow liquid, their faces gradually dissolving within it, twisted with fear and suffering, surely having endured great torment before their demise. This was indeed the reason for the disappearance of the city-state of Anak. I harbor no doubt that my impudent actions provoked the ancient god, leading to the calamity that befell the city-state. Hence, I distanced myself from my homeland and settled here, perhaps as a form of penance. Pepalanki seemed to retain some semblance of conscience. Upon hearing this, Griffith sighed in relief. But, hey, do not think I have simply given up. Ever since that time, until now, I have never ceased my exploration of the ancient god. The deeper my understanding, the more enraptured I become. Look around. Everything in this laboratory is a product of my research, each a miracle. Even Lord Solorian cannot deny me. Suddenly, Pepalanki lunged forward, grasping Griffith's shoulders and shaking him fervently, shouting, "They all believe I am mad. But I tell you, I am not insane. I have approached the ultimate wisdom of this world. Trust me, trust me. The ancient god will return, and at that time, all beings shall rejoice in the ascension ritual. We shall attain supreme glory. We shall welcome our glorious evolution. We must transcend the human form, Griffiths." Pepalanki panted heavily, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed intently at Griffiths, his eyes filled with madness. The apprentice knight said not a word of farewell, turning in terror to flee. He scarcely knew how he navigated through the shadowy laboratory and corridors. But when he regained his senses, he found himself back in his own chamber. "I must change my subject of study. I swear, I shall never again contemplate anything related to the ancient god. Otherwise, one day, I too shall become a madman like Pepalanki." Griffiths rubbed his face vigorously by the poolside, frantically repeating to himself, oblivious to the fact that his nails had broken the skin, leaving trails of blood. After becoming an experimental assistant in the alchemy course, Griffiths had many more opportunities to engage with magical materials. Most of the work in the laboratory involved preparing materials for the Academy's advanced potion experiments, separating and concocting them, as well as raising and selecting magical creatures for experimentation. This task consumed 2 hours each time and occurred 3 times a week. Be careful with that slime creature's secretion. It is difficult to wash off your hands, Volonos warned softly. Moreover, a group of hired workers has arrived from Ranger Krog's camp. You need not come to the laboratory for the next week. Go learn to gather some materials from the edge of the whispering forest: thorn touch, living root grass, tree frogs, twisted vines, and live tree guardians. Here is the list. Just say it's for me. Griffiths nodded, cautiously collecting the slippery secretion from the slime creature and sealing it carefully in a flask. This material was a byproduct of a failed experiment, an overlooked resource. Yet it was a main component of the deceleration potion recorded in the potion preparation notes obtained from the station mages of Rudius. Seizing the opportunity while Volonos was preoccupied, Griffiths mixed this secretion with black humus, the hard shell of crystal shells, and other materials in precise proportions. These unsightly ingredients coalesced into a mass of verdant matter. After the initial harmonization, the adhesive properties of the slime creature were enhanced by the auxiliary materials. Griffith flipped through his notes, intrigued, and added several samples of magical creature blood as catalysts. The potion derived from this method exhibited an efficacy of 80% compared to conventional slowing potions. Although the materials were scarce, they were not overly expensive, with the total cost amounting to less than 20% of that of commercial products, while also proving to be more enduring. In the margins of the potion brewing notes, he had jotted down his reflections. Were it not for the challenging procurement of the ingredients, which rendered it suitable solely for laboratory preparation, I would undoubtedly endeavor to mass-produce this slowing potion. This is precisely what I desire. Griffith silently nodded in agreement. On the eastern battlefield, the Schutalars were particularly fond of utilizing various potions to aid in combat. However, due to the exorbitant costs associated with production, transportation, and storage, only a select few elite units received limited supplies during special missions. The slowing potion, obtained from laboratory leftovers, was stored in small crystal vials, which Griffith kept close at hand in his satchel. During private tests, Griffith believed that this potion could reduce the speed of organisms within its range to 1/3 of their normal pace, lasting up to 15 seconds. Its preparation was straightforward, its cost modest, and its effects pronounced. The potion had but one drawback: its slowing effect did not differentiate between friend and foe. In addition to the slowing potion, Griffith concocted several secondary healing potions and auxiliary materials according to his notes. Having completed his tasks for the day and his personal projects, he tidied up the workstation and prepared to leave. As he turned past the shelves, he noticed Volonos idly seated in a chair, gazing out at the moon. He smiled at the moon, like a child earnestly looking up at the sky, his face adorned with a pure and beautiful smile. Griffith was uncertain what joyful event had transpired for Volonos, but such blissful moments ought not to be disturbed. He quietly exited the laboratory and closed the door behind him. Chapter 41. The Delight of Hot Pot Lamb. On October 16, 1443 of the Second Era, as the distant mountains adorned themselves with crimson leaves, woolen cloaks and cashmere scarves were distributed among everyone. In the bustling corridors of Hormontwerts, the girls, newly clad in autumn and winter attire, exuded a richer charm than in the coolness of summer. Leaning against a tall pillar at the corner, Griffith's gaze swept over the throngs of passers-by as he quietly inquired, "Is it ready?" "Ready, ready. The goods are authentic." The boys gathered around him exhaled in relief. Just as they were about to disperse, Galadia leaped down from a high railing, grasping the sleeve of the apprentice knight with a triumphant expression, as if she had finally caught him. "What are you all up to? I smell something suspicious." The academic demands of Hormontwerts were rigorous and relentless. Even the mere act of changing classrooms required a brisk jog to keep pace. A group congregating together appeared rather dubious. "Nothing at all. It's just your imagination," the twin boys shouted from the side, swiftly shoving something into Griffith's hand before darting away. For several weeks, aside from attending public classes, Griffith had only encountered Galadia a few times in the corridor. On a couple of occasions, it seemed as if the elf wanted to say something, but their polite exchanges were cut short, and they hurriedly parted ways. "You must be up to no good. Tell me." The elf's ears perked up. "Do you have plans for the Frost Festival?" Griffith patted his pocket, trying to suppress a grin as he recalled the item he had received from the twins. "Are you inviting me for a treat?" Galadia's delicate brows arched. "No way. I can't wait that long. We should go today. I'm about to burst." "Splendid." Griffith reached into his pocket. Hormontwerts occasionally required the purchase of study supplies and textbooks, the latter being prohibitively expensive. Even second-hand books cost several silver coins. Besides a few public dining halls, the academy boasted several restaurants and cafes that the girls adored, which also entailed extra expenses. With the added costs of experimental reagents and supplementary materials, his funds seemed to flow away like water, leaving him with barely enough to get by each month. Without any additional rewards from tasks, Griffith's allowance dwindled to 26 silver coins and 12 copper pieces, while others like Schutalar were equally impoverished. But, I have other sources. Including the money just received from the twins, Griffith had an additional 200 silver coins saved up. This fortune stemmed from selling homemade wine. And even after deducting some for operational reserves, he could easily afford a few meals and buy gifts. As he jingled the coins, Griffith felt invigorated. "All right." However, as he spoke, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if he were caught in a mirage. To his right, Galadia was observing him with a peculiar expression, a blend of anxiety, concern, and anticipation, accompanied by a hint of relief and joy, as if she had been waiting an entire epoch for something. "You are indeed hiding something from me," the elf murmured. Exiting through the western gate of Hormontwerts, they traversed the grassy cliffs and the high stone bridge spanning the rushing waters, arriving at the outskirts of Baltimore town. Nestled on a gentle slope by the tranquil sea, the town was built upon sturdy, cold black rocks, with scarcely a flat sandy beach in sight. It served as the academy's domain, where many professors and employees had settled. Each year, hundreds of visiting scholars flocked from around the globe, and if they preferred not to stay in dormitories, they could rent a house in town with a living room, bedroom, study, and 2 bathrooms. To cater to the academy, scholars, their families, and servants, an entire street of shops, bookstores, restaurants, barbershops, and public baths had been established. As the town stretched toward the sea, hospitals, schools, cobblestone roads, and docks were constructed to provide housing for those working in the street. With such excellent public facilities, nearby shipping merchants adjusted their routes, establishing a commercial hub, warehouses, and cart companies extending further west. Thus, the town evolved into its current form. Even after the lights of Hormontwerts dimmed, the brilliant lights of the town could still be seen from the castle's windows and towers, resembling a shimmering Milky Way across the horizon. Along the long street connecting the east and west of the town, one could easily spot professors and students from Hormontwerts merely by pushing open the door of any pub or restaurant. Free from the constraints of school regulations, donned in wide-brimmed hoods, no one would know what one was up to. "What about that place?" Griffith pointed to an elegant little restaurant as he ambled along the edge of the sidewalk, his steps uneven. Galadia had been nudging him persistently. They had initially walked on the wide, flat sidewalk, but the elf's zigzagging path nearly pushed him off the pavement. "Isn't the sidewalk spacious enough?" Griffith glanced curiously at his companion. "No, this one." The girl suddenly seized his arm, dragging him into a narrow alleyway. She flung open a petite wooden door and called to the proprietor, 2 servings of hot pot lamb, some greens, sweet garlic, and sauce. "And butterbeer." "Sure thing. Hot pot lamb is on the way." The owner swiftly chopped the lamb, gesturing towards the front. Hurry, hurry, I'm starving to the point of stomach rupture, Galadia insisted, pinning the apprentice knight at a small table while she dashed to fetch 2 bowls of peeled garlic. This is sweet garlic, the elf skillfully began to peel. You actually eat this? Griffith exclaimed, taken aback. These garlic cloves would leave a strong taste in one's mouth, reputed to ward off bloodsuckers. The staff promptly brought over a uniquely shaped copper pot, igniting charcoal beneath it. The pot brimmed with water, which floated with several red dates, goji berries, mushrooms, scallions, and cilantro. This pot is splendid. Griffith praised the pot, unsure of how to begin his compliments. This is called hot pot lamb, popular in my hometown in the Sevastato region, Galadia remarked, adeptly using chopsticks to pick up pickled cucumbers and peanuts. It will surely be promoted worldwide. Elf cuisine? No. It was invented by your kin, that remarkable knight Roland, the one from the ballads. The girl shook her head, gazing expectantly at the chopping proprietor. The knight Roland invented this too. How truly talented. Griffith mused, filled with admiration. He also created the spiced hot pot. I can't handle spicy food, Galadia mentioned as she received the sliced lamb, swiftly tossing it into the copper pot. No wonder he has remained obscure in recent years. Merely pondering what to eat each day, the staff brought over an unusual dipping sauce, served in small dishes, emanating an appetizing aroma. Hurry. The lamb will taste less delectable if it overcooks. The elf swiftly grabbed a few slices of meat, dipped them in sauce, and prepared to taste. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she froze. What's wrong? I'm not sure if it's cooked yet, she stammered, extending her chopsticks toward Griffith's mouth. You try a bite first. Sure, no problem. It's just that I'm worried it's not cooked. I could eat raw meat. Griffith swallowed a piece of hot pot lamb from his mouth. The indescribable deliciousness of the slightly hot lamb made his hungry stomach churn wildly. The delicate texture neither greasy nor oily, exuding an irresistible, fulfilling allure. It felt as if taking that first bite would bind him to it forever. The delightful taste of the lamb is so remarkable that I could forego friendships for it. Is it truly delicious? The elf gazed at the apprentice knight with a beaming smile, her face radiating happiness as if she were relishing the dish herself. It was indescribable. The apprentice knight chewed thoughtfully while picking up a piece, perfectly cooked to the right degree. Really? Indeed, without overthinking, Griffiths offered a piece of his hot pot lamb, dipped in sauce, towards the elf's lips, inviting her to taste. For a fleeting moment, Galadia raised her eyebrows, leaning back slightly. Her previously joyful expression now tinged with surprise and hesitation. She parted her lips, brushed her cascading hair aside, and took a gentle bite, emitting an almost imperceptible hum of delight. Griffiths felt his very bones melt. This feels slightly off. After a brief silence, they both leaned back, sitting up straighter as they began to enjoy their hot pot lamb once more. By the way, what have you been busy with lately? Galadia finally managed to utter this question. Her gaze lowered as she eyed the lamb in the pot. Valonos has appointed me as an assistant for the alchemy course. I have learned a great deal about potions and even concocted some for myself, Griffiths reported on his progress. And what else? Are you familiar with the grapes from the southern garden? I harvested some at the start of the term, brewed them in a pumpkin to make wine, and it turned out quite successfully. I shall let you try it another day. Although unsure of why, Griffiths sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere as he recounted his endeavors. Hey, how come you possess such a skill? Galadia took a sip of her butterbeer, her playful demeanor returning. Have you been selling private wine? How much have you made? Not much, approximately 200 silver coins. Oh, you? Then you shall treat me to this meal. The elf's face brightened with a lively smile, suggesting that such trivial matters had consumed his after-class time. Indeed, speaking of which, Griffiths felt a pang of regret. He had intended to investigate the relationship between Isis and the Beyerland cook gang, as well as the origins of those magical creatures, but time had slipped away. Fortunately, since the winemaking would require little time, he would soon have leisure. You are quite aware. The girl complained, her dissatisfaction evident. Do you not regret wasting such precious time? A faint blush graced her cheeks, the effects of the butterbeer evident. It's manageable, Griffiths replied, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. I must prepare a splendid Frost Festival gift this time. Flowers won't suffice. Ah, is that what you mean? The elf's demeanor shifted, her eyes softening considerably. A gift imbued with thoughtfulness is all that matters. By the way, I asked the Lamore estate to assist me in gathering information about Isis, the cook gang, and Rudius. They should be sending me a letter soon. What became of your imprisoned kin? Do you have any leads? After dinner, Griffiths guided the elf, who yearned for further adventures, back toward home. Tomorrow marks our weekly day of rest. It would be unfortunate to miss curfew or delay other matters. Nothing significant can be uncovered. The slightly inebriated elf leaned gently against his arm, swaying slightly as they walked forward. The autumn night seemed to carry a delightful fragrance in the air. Perhaps now is indeed a fortuitous moment. Griffith's thoughts wandered. He had long pondered why Galadia ventured near Manisa village and encountered him there. A question he yearned to clarify, but had yet to find the opportunity. "There is something I've contemplated for quite some time," Griffith said, lowering his head slightly and leaning closer to the elf and Appos' ear. The drunken elf seemed to pause momentarily, her dazed eyes glancing at the apprentice knight before hastily averting her gaze. "It's about this." Griffiths began to choose his words carefully. "Oh, my head feels quite dizzy." Galadia suddenly tugged at her hood, lowering her head as she hurriedly walked towards the stone bridge. "What is the rush? I haven't even said anything yet." Griffiths hurried to catch up, glancing around. Not far from the shopping street, a group of first-year students from Hormont gathered outside a bar, laughing and chatting. The two quietly circumvented the crowd, avoiding attention. "They almost caught sight of us," Griffiths realized. It would be rather inconvenient for classmates to witness him alone with Galadia. Among the boisterous group, Griffiths spotted Aaron. Since that fateful night, he had not shown any peculiar behavior. He exuded impeccable elegance, quietly sipping his drink in a corner of the crowd. While the exuberant new students appeared to be his entourage, Griffiths couldn't help but observe Aaron for a moment. Just then, he noticed someone passing by Aaron in the bar, seemingly slipping something to him. The figure wore a tightly drawn hood, and before Griffiths could scrutinize further, a golden-haired, crimson-eyed youth turned his gaze, casting an irresistible, profound look toward Griffiths outside the bar. The apprentice knight's heart raced unexpectedly. He quickly averted his gaze from Aaron and led the elf away to avoid further entanglements. Chapter 42. The Cage in the Woods. Part 1. The elusive fragrance, the wondrous touch, and some other indefinable sensation. Griffiths tossed aside the covers and gazed up at the sky. The morning light had pierced through the gentle mist by the sea. He rubbed his face, feeling as if he were still enveloped in an evocative reminiscence. It seemed he had missed something last night. What was it? Never mind. Today he needed to gather potion ingredients from Krog. During the lunch break, Griffiths knocked on the wooden door of the cottage. "Look who has arrived. Come in, my little friend." The towering Krog immediately welcomed him inside. "Mr. Krog, do try this wine." Griffiths offered the gift while explaining. "Professor Valonos has provided a list of materials I must collect for the potion class within a week." "Oh, you're looking for these items? You can find some at the edge of the Whispering Woods, but venturing there would violate school regulations." Griffiths silently contemplated. If accompanied by a professor or under your guidance, it surely would not breach the rules, would it? Krog took a hearty gulp of wine before continuing. "Do not worry, young one. I shall collect the materials. These magical plants crave the evening sun's embrace and are best sought at dusk. If you would be so kind, could you supervise the hired hands while I'm away? I've recently brought in a few lads who can be quite rowdy. Leave the labor to them. Our task is merely to oversee their work and ensure their safety." The leader of the group, a clever lad named Root, was permitted to carry some weapons for their protection, which meant they must not harm one another or trespass onto campus grounds. Griffiths understood this well. The burdensome administrative duties at Homenworts consumed considerable manpower, with professors and officials wielding their own budgets and hiring authority to engage external laborers for their needs. Naturally, these outsiders required strict supervision to avoid offending the esteemed students. Additionally, certain tasks were perilous, with rogue magical devices and mutated creatures from the forest posing a constant threat. Griffiths exited the hut and observed the hired workers laboring at a nearby farm from a distance. Although Krog was not favored by the noble mages, he held significant authority within his domain, and those he hired were strong and agile. They tended to the pumpkin patch, pruned the trees, or mended the lawns. Most of the workers averted their eyes from Griffiths and continued with their tasks upon noticing the gleaming Homenworts emblem on his coat, though a few occasionally glanced in his direction. Over the following week, Griffiths made it a point to visit Krog's cottage every evening before dinner. The diligent ranger meticulously gathered numerous herbs and materials, not only fulfilling the course requirements but also allowing Griffiths to indulge in some personal study. During periods without assignments, he utilized the time to review the day's lessons, leading to a rather leisurely existence. On the fourth evening, having just finished dinner, Krog hurriedly donned his pack, grasped his heavy crossbow, and pushed open the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he recalled something and turned to the aspiring knight. "My friend, I must step out for a personal matter tonight. Could you keep watch over the cottage? I shall return before 8. Griffiths immediately stood, inquiring, "Is there anything specific I should be vigilant about?" Krog scratched his head and glanced at the nearby cottage where the workers resided. "Not much. Just ensure those common folk do not venture into the Whispering Woods. They can be quite mischievous. However, with your abilities, subduing them should pose no challenge." With that, Krog seemed to lighten his burden, nodding at Griffiths without waiting for a response before leaving. "Very well. Just a few hours, it should be fine." In the preceding days, to assist the ranger at the edge of the Whispering Woods, Griffiths had requested a small shield, a sword, a battle axe, and a heavy throwing spear for defense against larger creatures. He surveyed the neatly arranged bed and the spears stacked in the corner, nodding in satisfaction before propping his feet on the wooden table to continue his reading. The autumn sun gradually dipped in the west, soon casting the surroundings into shadow. As Griffiths leisurely flipped through the pages of his book, he eventually felt a thirst and leapt from his chair to fetch a ladle of water from the barrel. Through the narrow window of the cottage, he could see the well-tended pumpkin patch and the longhouse where the workers resided, serene and harmonious, akin to a pastoral painting. Suddenly, something felt amiss. In an instant, Griffiths sensed an anomaly. He swiftly donned his armor, seized his sword and spear, and dashed outside. Krog's 9 adult male workers resided not far away in the longhouse. Griffiths had often seen them harvesting carrots, potatoes, and pumpkins for dinner, and after feasting, they would gather for card games by the farm's edge. However, tonight, an unusual silence enveloped the area. The workers seemed to have vanished along with the ranger. Griffiths quickly checked the path leading to the Homenworth's campus. The magical barriers and alarm arrays established to deter the workers remained intact, untriggered, and without the academy's crest. Passage was impossible. He turned and sprinted toward the fence bordering the Whispering Woods. In the clearing by the woods, the ranger had erected a sturdy low wall, about a person's height. Along the inner side of the wall was a carefully cleared path, the soft earth devoid of any wild grass. Anything crossing here would undoubtedly leave tracks. Indeed, a series of disordered footprints marred the earth inside the wall. Judging by the prints and the dampness clinging to the wall, the workers had recently vaulted over it into the woods. Griffiths's first instinct was to return to campus and report the situation, but another thought halted him. He had seen the workers armed with great swords, powerful crossbows, and battle axes. They were not mere ordinary townsfolk. Perhaps they had come seeking an opportunity to enter the forest. What were their intentions? Griffiths readied his weapons and, with a determined leap, cleared the low wall. The workers' tracks were clear and unmasked. They hastened toward a specific target without any intention of concealing their movements. Following the trail, Griffiths did not venture far before discovering suspicious signs near a damp hollow. Though this was the edge of the Whispering Woods, the sun was setting, and the towering, dense dark canopy above obscured the light, rendering the surroundings barely visible. Suddenly, a fallen tree trunk obstructed the path. Near the timber, a peculiar and towering thorn bush grew in an orderly fashion, extending from the path the workers had traversed into the adjacent woods. Griffiths examined the thorns and was astonished to find that they had been deliberately cultivated into a formidable 3-meter ring, encircling the hollow ahead. Could this be Krog's doing? He sliced at the thorns with his dagger, only to discover how resilient and challenging they were to sever. The spikes were as hard and long as iron, posing a grave risk of losing one's life without proper tools to traverse. This was a cage, much like the fences of a farm sheep pen. This thicket of thorns was designed to confine some creature. The sole entrance was marked by the massive trunk on the path left by the workers. Griffiths once again examined the fallen trees and discovered fresh axe marks, indicating that the laborers had recently felled them for use as a makeshift bridge. The branches on the trunks showed no signs of withering, suggesting recent activity. As for the interior of the thorny cage, it must harbor some concealed creature, and the laborers might have intended to steal it. Intriguing. Griffiths stepped onto the massive timber, swiftly traversing the thorns as he ventured deeper into the forest. Not far ahead, he encountered a reasonably sized pond. In the murky waters, dark, monstrous fish lurked, revealing their ghastly, pale teeth towards Griffiths on the shore. He immediately recognized the fish as serrated-scaled creatures and involuntarily shuddered. These abominable fish inhabit the swamps of the east, preying on all living things. Their breeding rate is astonishingly rapid, often attacking in hordes of hundreds or thousands. There were once heavily armored soldiers from the Eastern Legion who inadvertently fell into their marshy domain. By the time they were retrieved, they had been reduced to mere heaps of bones adorned with rusted metal scraps, all within half a minute. Griffiths took 2 steps back, surveying the pond's condition, and noted that it was merely about 100 meters in diameter, a secluded waterhole within the forest. The serrated scaled fish, gluttonous and vicious, possess fatty flesh that exudes a foul stench, serving as the primary sustenance for even more ferocious creatures of the swamp. Given their voracious appetite and rapid reproduction, they could not possibly endure in such a confined space for long. Someone must be nurturing them here. As for the purpose of breeding these brutal fish, it was likely to feed some even more formidable beast. Could it be? Griffiths could almost guess what kind of monster would be the master of this place. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated through the forest. The sound was fierce and enraged, permeating the air with an ancient, terrifying aura, startling even the monstrous fish in the pond into a frenzy. Griffiths felt a jolt of fear, momentarily thrown into disarray by the roar. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat nearby, and he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. That roar belonged to a mountain monster. These exceptionally strong and ferocious creatures dwell in the towering mountains of the southeastern Tranquil Sea, rumored to be the hybrid offspring of behemoths, part of the world's formidable fauna. They stand over 4 meters tall, boasting skin as tough as steel and immense strength, capable of uprooting centennial trees as weapons, nearly immune to blunt force trauma. Only crossbows and heavy-throwing weapons can inflict effective harm upon them. The mountain monsters possess relatively low intelligence, resembling walking mountains of flesh. However, to underestimate them would yield dire consequences. They exhibit an agility and explosive power that belies their massive size, swiftly tearing apart any adversaries who dare to attack them. Compared to the mountain monsters, goblin behemoths are mere inferior subspecies, weak and insignificant. Although Griffiths had anticipated the presence of a monster hidden within this thorny cage, he had not expected it to be such a terrifying giant. He quickly recalled the capabilities of these monsters, realizing that even the most ordinary mountain monster possesses more than 3 extraordinary traits, including but not limited to 1. Heart-rending roar. The terrifying roar emitted by mountain monsters during a hunt instills primal fear in smaller creatures, causing temporary disorientation and a significant chance of fleeing in terror, followed by a movement slowdown of no less than 10 seconds. This ability allows them to prey upon the dangerous, serrated-scaled fish. 2. Terrifying strength. Mountain monsters can shatter hard rocks or uproot massive trees to use as weapons, their attacks carrying a shockwave effect that human armor cannot withstand, resulting in internal injuries and hemorrhaging if struck. 3. Explosive throwing. Although mountain monsters are not naturally adept at ranged attacks, they can accurately hurl stones at trees in rapid succession, with high precision and a considerable splash damage radius. Some trained mountain monsters even possess other supernatural abilities that exceed Griffith's knowledge. With just their formidable physique and the aforementioned 3 abilities, mountain monsters transcend the majority of beasts and creatures, becoming a different kind of existence, legendary beings. In a close-quarters, one-on-one scenario, even the most renowned knights and mages would reconsider their chances of survival against a mountain monster. As the roar subsided, it was quickly followed by a series of human screams, accompanied by earth-shaking tremors. It was the laborers. Griffiths was perplexed. The environment here was evidently designed by a powerful individual capable of manipulating mountain monsters, specifically constructed for the short-term rearing of such creatures. How did these intruding laborers uncover the secret of the mountain monster? And why did they dare to challenge this beast? The screams from the forest grew increasingly horrific. Griffiths hastily smeared the damp mud from the pond onto himself, removed the throwing spear from his back, and stealthily advanced toward the source of the commotion. Not far from the pond, beneath a grand tree, Griffiths first discovered a laborer. The man was impaled by shattered wood and metal, discernible remnants of a heavy crossbow. His left side resembled a crushed peach, flesh and blood mangled together. The heavy crossbow could potentially inflict damage on the mountain monster's eyes and other vulnerable spots from the right angle and distance. Clearly, the laborers had arranged an ambush with crossbowmen for this very purpose, and it seemed they had succeeded. However, the shooter could not escape the mountain monster's wrath. Griffiths scanned the area and noticed a massive stone nearby, smeared with traces of blood and flesh, likely the weapon the mountain monster used to attack the shooter. Night had fallen. Moonlight bathed the clearing at the edge of the whispering forest, as if it were observing the tragic events unfolding within the woods. Chapter 43. The Forest Prison, Part 2. As Griffith ventured deeper, he stumbled upon a collapsed pit and two lifeless bodies. Scattered around the pit were deliberately gathered logs and branches, but the soil within had been completely excavated, leading to its collapse. It appeared that the hired workers had meticulously planned their ambush. They had first dug a massive trap, concealed it, and then lured the mountain beast into their snare. After the beast fell into the pit, they launched their assault from above. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The creature, using its immense strength, tore through the soil of the trap, causing it to collapse, successfully freeing itself and slaying several workers in the process. Griffith pondered the current situation. The fact that the mountain beast had fallen into the trap and retaliated against its attackers indicated that the initial assault by the workers had been effective. It was likely that they had blinded one of its eyes. The remaining workers had not been immediately killed, but were still engaged in battle with the creature as they retreated. How valiant these individuals were! Griffith marveled slightly. It was no small feat for ordinary people to face a mountain beast without succumbing to panic. Moreover, they had already lost a third of their number, yet continued to fight fiercely. Griffith felt a flicker of apprehension. Both the mountain beast and the hired workers were formidable. Recklessly intervening could prove perilous. With this in mind, he resolved to flee. However, before he could act, a tremendous explosion erupted from the nearby woods, followed by a thunderous roar that surged toward him. 3 blood-soaked workers emerged from the trees in a panic, fleeing desperately toward Griffith. The leader, wielding a massive sword, was Root, while the 2 beside him carried axes and cleavers, appearing utterly distraught. Upon spotting Griffith, Root shouted, "My lord, help us!" The mountain beast. No sooner had he spoken than the trees behind them were violently torn apart, a massive trunk crashing down upon the last of the fleeing workers. With a sickening splat, he was instantly reduced to a gory mess. In the midst of the carnage, the mountain beast thundered forth from the dense foliage. Towering nearly 4 meters high, its form was as robust as a city wall, its gray-brown skin tough and wrinkled. A broken arrow protruded from its right eye, and numerous gushing wounds marred its knees and neck. Griffith hefted his throwing spear and hurled it with all his might at the beast's right knee. The spear whistled through the air with a deafening crack, penetrating the creature's knee with stunning speed. The colossal beast let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. How potent was my strike? Griffith was astonished. He had not anticipated toppling a mountain beast with a single blow. But he quickly realized that the creature had already sustained multiple injuries from the workers' previous attacks. They had likely aimed for its vulnerable points, accumulating damage that, combined with Griffith's powerful strike, had shattered the mountain beast's right leg. Root and his companions were filled with ecstatic relief at the sight of the beast's fall. Yet before they could catch their breath, the creature erupted into a frenzied roar. It pounded the ground in agony and rage, hurling rocks from beneath the earth at the workers. Root swiftly dodged aside, but his companion was not so fortunate. A stone struck him squarely in the forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly. The legless beast lunged forward, seizing a worker's thigh and beginning to gnaw at him. "By the gods!" Griffith exclaimed, springing into action. He dashed toward the beast's flank, aiming his spear at the exposed abdomen. Thud! The spear lodged deep within the monster's belly, caught in its powerful muscles. "My lord, this creature's body is incredibly resilient," Root called out to Griffith. "We've been attacking for ages and have struggled to inflict any fatal wounds." Griffith glanced at the bloodied Root and inquired, "How many of you remain?" "Only I," Root replied, shaking his head with difficulty. "We tracked this monster, fearing it would assault the academy, but we never imagined it would be so terrifying." "Did you manage to blind its eye?" Indeed, Ixus shot out the beast's right eye, but he was immediately avenged. In the brief exchange, the mountain beast had devoured most of the worker's body, turning its attention toward Griffith and Root. It was a fearsome sight. The right eye was skewered by a crossbow bolt, and the left eye was a mass of wounds, barely open. Blood poured from the shattered knee joint, and it could only support itself on its hands, half kneeling on the ground. Yet, despite its injuries, the mountain beast remained a dire threat. Griffith assessed his armor against the creature's fist, which was as large as a millstone, and was certain he could not withstand a blow from it. "We must retreat," Griffith decided after a moment's contemplation. "Its mobility is hindered, and it cannot escape far in a short time. Once we return to the academy, I will gather more reinforcements to deal with it." "Yes, my lord," Root replied, his face smeared with blood, obscuring his expression, but his response was resolute. The two swiftly retreated in the direction from which they had come, preparing to navigate through the thorns. To their dismay, the mountain beast pursued them, using its hands and remaining leg to follow closely. The massive creature, still adorned with arrows and bolts, bore heavy injuries, yet its solitary eye glinted with ferocity, instilling terror in Griffith. Although he had never slain a mountain beast, he had fought massive wild bears alongside his comrades. Those beasts, when mortally wounded, would stuff their intestines with grass and relentlessly pursue hunters. Griffith considered himself quite ruthless, having committed many misdeeds in the East. However, the audacity to continue fighting after sustaining such severe injuries was indeed concerning. The two fled toward the thorns, and the felled trunk lay before them, ready to serve as a bridge. In this perilous moment, Griffith dared not allow the mountain beast to catch up. He surged ahead of Root, about to leap onto the trunk, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Root, wielding his great sword, slashed at Griffith's leg, cutting through his greaves and wounding his calf. He harbored the intent to slay Griffith there and then, following up with a thrust toward Griffith's waist. Griffith quickly rolled aside, barely evading the blow. Root pursued relentlessly, swinging his sword toward Griffith's head. The mountain beast, noticing its prey had paused, grinned menacingly and quickened its pace. Griffith drew his sword, deflecting Root and Appos' strike while catching his breath and asking, "It seems you have a compelling reason to slay this mountain beast, but why do you attack me?" Root remained silent, turning and charging toward the trunk laid across the thorns. A terrifying roar erupted, and Griffith realized he had fallen within the beast and Appos' range of influence. As the heart-wrenching roar echoed, his mind swirled, and his body stiffened. The mountain beast seized the opportunity, raising a massive log to strike down upon the novice knight. "Farewell, my friend," Root called, glancing back as he fled. "I will avenge you soon." "You underestimate me," Griffith retorted, extending his palm downward. "Freeze under my power, extreme frost nova." In a flash, a shard of icy cold shot toward Root, and before he could comprehend the situation, his feet were encased in frost. Boom! The mountain beast and Appos' blow struck the ground, sending up a spray of dirt several meters high, yet missing its target. The creature, its massive limbs covered in frost, regarded the situation with incredulity. Without hesitation, Griffith, despite his injuries, charged up the trunk, grasped Root's shoulder, and hurled him down. "No!" Root screamed. And before he could rise to his feet, a colossal hand pressed down upon him. He was instantly plunged into the earth, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The mountain monster, grinning malevolently, raised its fist and struck Root with a single blow, causing his eye sockets to crack and dark orbs to burst forth, resembling a dye factory where reds, blacks, and purples erupted. Subsequently, the beast seized Root's legs, tearing them apart like a man ripping a roasted chicken. Griffiths, poised and ready, found the trunk beneath his feet too heavy to destroy or lift alone. Moreover, the mountain monster had noticed this path, and it was uncertain whether it would follow suit and uproot a few trees as a means of escape. Should it break free from the forest and roam through Hormont Watts in the dead of night, danger would ensue. As the mountain monster prepared to rend Root's body, Griffiths took 2 steps back, sprinting along the trunk and leaping with all his might at the end. Just as the beast was tearing into its prey, it heard the rush of wind beside it. As it looked up, Griffiths had already darted past, thrusting his spear toward the monster's right ear. At this moment, the creature's right eye had been blinded, and its right leg was broken, rendering it slow to notice and react. With a thud, Griffiths utilized the momentum from his jump to spin in midair, driving the sharp spear into the defenseless right ear of the mountain monster. The sensation was akin to piercing a tree and Appos' core, the raw feeling of penetrating brain tissue traveling through the shaft of the spear. The gigantic beast froze, its grip on Root's legs slackening. Its remaining fierce left eye rolled back, revealing the whites, while its drooling maw gaped open. It was a devastating blow. Griffiths landed and readied himself for the final strike. At that moment, a gigantic and bizarre shadow of a wild bull appeared behind the mountain monster, enveloped in a chilling aura of death, charging fiercely at the creature. Griffiths was taken aback and hastily retreated, witnessing the mountain monster, struck by the bull's shadow, emit a wail as it shattered into pieces. The ferocious mountain monster stood rigid, as if devoid of a soul, transforming into a mere stone. After about a minute, it slowly toppled to the side with a thunderous crash, sending mud flying. It seemed defeated. Griffiths unsheathed his sword and cautiously circled to the head of the beast, aiming to strike its neck. Yet, this sword failed to sever the monster's head. Instead, it nearly sent the blade flying from his grasp. The cut on the thick skin of its neck was minimal, barely inflicting any significant damage. Such immense strength. With the monster's vitality and extraordinary power, even a small squad of Toller would hesitate to confront it directly. However, Root and a few hired hands had discovered the mountain monster's lair hidden near the academy and successfully lured it into a trap, injuring it. Had it not been for their prior engagement, Griffiths would have fled in panic before the beast alone. Root's body lay discarded, nearly torn in two, a life now lost. Yet, why was he so insistent on slaying the mountain monster here, even attempting to murder Griffiths in the process? The information currently available indicated that these hired hands were seeking to please Krog, aiming to secure formal employment at Hormont Watts. However, the selection criteria at Hormont Watts were notoriously stringent. Mere daily labor on a farm was insufficient for them to pass the evaluation. From Hormont Watts' perspective, a capable temporary employee slaying the mountain monster would merely result in a monetary reward and formal employment status. Griffiths believed that if their motivation was solely financial, these hired hands would not risk their lives against the monster, but rather report to the academy for a handsome reward. Their attempt to gain additional merit through killing the monster, with Root even choosing to try and kill Griffiths at the last moment to prevent him from seeking help, suggested he sought to claim the glory of slaying the beast for himself. After all, personally killing the monster held far more weight than merely discovering its lair, making it highly probable that the academy would grant him formal employment. Yet, was the status of formal employment worth such peril? What did they truly desire upon entering Hormont Watts? Several broken threads of clues resembled a jigsaw puzzle, missing crucial information to connect them coherently. Griffiths approached Root's body, preparing to examine the remains of the man who had just been torn apart by the mountain monster, his limbs contorted grotesquely. A profoundly ominous feeling enveloped Griffiths, as if urging him to flee this place. Why? Why did he attempt to kill me, this would-be savior? The foremost reason was undoubtedly his desire to prevent Griffiths from escaping to call for aid, thus obstructing his own efforts to slay the monster. However, how could someone of his strength possibly kill this mountain monster? What gave him the audacity to confront such a creature alone? Griffiths reached out toward Root's corpse, a sudden thought surging in his mind. Could it be that Root possessed some hidden card, a secret unknown to others, that could only be utilized without witnesses present? Suddenly, Root's right hand sprang to life. Though face down in the mud, his right hand twisted at an unnatural angle, as if his shoulder and elbow joints were non-existent, grasping Griffiths' outstretched hand. Griffiths was startled by this unexpected sight. Though battle-hardened, the scene before him was too astonishing, completely defying reason. Root's torn body writhed, moving as if it were a normal person, his limbs stretching and flexing with eerie fluidity. His legs ensnared Griffiths' knees, and his arms grasped at Griffiths' hands and armor. Simultaneously, in Griffiths' terrified gaze, an even more unfathomable horror unfolded. The headscarf wrapped around Root's skull began to writhe, revealing the outline of a human face, grinning maniacally at Griffiths. This insane and terrifying tableau was unlike anything Griffiths had ever encountered, even in his most absurd nightmares. His mind spiraled into chaos, as fear swiftly overwhelmed his will, leaving him utterly petrified. Griffiths began to struggle frantically, having lost all sense of reason, his only desire to escape this creature's grasp. Root's body clung tightly to Griffiths, akin to a burden he could not shake off. As Griffiths rolled and writhed, the headscarf slipped from Root's skull. On what should have been a smooth bald head lay a grotesque, twisted visage of a human face, resembling a festering wound. The bizarre and savage injury, like eyes, nose, and mouth, seemed to stare at Griffiths, oozing pus. Suddenly, the mouth appeared to split open, revealing sharp fangs aimed at the neck of the novice knight. Terrified, Griffiths unleashed an unexpected surge of strength, pushing away the creature while simultaneously drawing a dagger to stab wildly at it. At last, he managed to fling the monster away. Yet, as it landed, it scuttled across the ground like an insect and lunged at Griffiths once more. With a scream, Griffiths rolled away, grasping his fallen sword, preparing for a desperate last stand. Suddenly, a ghastly, raspy scream erupted beside him. This voice was not human, a chilling hiss that sent shivers down his spine. When the creature lunged at Griffiths, it missed, plunging into the nearby blackthorns. The sharp spikes pierced its flesh, and the surrounding thorns seemed to come alive, ensnaring the monster tightly. Root's body splattered as if it were an overripe orange, blood and viscera sprang forth. The thorns continued to gather, ultimately enveloping Root like a tangled ball of twine. The figure with a human face on the back of its head howled at Griffith, subsequently spewing forth a mixture of blood and fragments of organs. Its form dwindled progressively. Ultimately, the thorns consumed its flesh and blood, shifting from a dark hue to a crimson shade before gradually releasing their grip. The body of Root transformed into a tattered, two-faced human skin, suspended among the thorns, swaying in the breeze. Griffith gazed in horror at the mountain monster sprawled on the ground, then cast his eyes upon the nearby blood-red thorns and the flayed skin hanging from them, his teeth involuntarily chattering in fear. Chapter 44. The Cage in the Forest. Part 3. Good evening, my friend. A sudden voice startled Griffith once more. Minos sends his regards. The essence of this mountain creature proved beneficial to Minos. May I draw a little closer? Oh, it's you. You nearly gave me a fright. Griffith nodded and took a few steps toward the carcass of the mountain creature. A wave of ethereal energy surged forth, as if something was being absorbed into the bone ring. Excellent. This unique essence has restored more of Minos's strength, and I hope it will prove advantageous to you in the near future, Minos remarked, pausing for a moment before continuing. Your vital signs and mental state exhibit anomalies. I recommend you rest and seek treatment promptly. However, before that, you may wish to investigate the carcass and lair of the mountain creature. What lies there? Griffith inquired. This creature must have been smuggled in from outside, and its lair should be recently constructed. Minos replied. These beings have a penchant for collecting powerful items to fashion grotesque ornaments for ease of transport. It is possible that valuable items remain hidden nearby. It would be prudent to investigate. Griffith steadied his nerves and began to search. Nothing of note remained near the fallen lot, and he dared not touch the horrific flayed skin nearby. He merely picked up the great sword he had wielded. Does this monster possess any essence? Griffith questioned. No detectable essence available for absorption, Minos answered. Other human corpses have been found on site, yet none contain viable life essence. The bodies exhibit no extraordinary characteristics and require no collection. 9 ordinary individuals, or perhaps 8 ordinary souls and 1 monster. Griffith found it hard to fathom. In that case, we must leave their remains for the authorities to commune with, in hopes of uncovering clues. The lair of the mountain creature was not difficult to locate. Along the way, Griffith discovered several shattered bodies of hired hands, but he could not count them as 9. They were likely crushed or devoured during the fight. The creature's excrement lay scattered near a cave, yet the cave itself appeared relatively tidy. After searching for a while, Griffith found only some hay and stones. There, beneath that stone to the right and behind, Minos advised. Following the guidance, Griffith indeed discovered a small, smooth black horn beneath a rock. Upon touching it, a faint blue halo shimmered around the horn. This is the horn of the legendary creature, the bull of the marshes, a highly valuable trophy, Minos explained. This mountain creature once dwelled near the Great Marsh in the east, and acquired this prize after battling a formidable bull of sequence 6. What use does it hold? Griffith inquired, toying with the black horn as he exited. Minos elaborated, the bull is an exceedingly perilous being. Even beings of far greater rank, such as behemoths and dragons, regard it with trepidation. It is a favored pet of death, and the extraordinary properties gathered within its horn can bestow upon the wielder the power of death. With a chance to inflict a lethal strike known as the Eye of Death, the mountain creature adored collecting valuable parts from its prey to craft necklaces or adornments. The unyielding and wrathful spirit of the bull lingers within this horn fragment, awaiting its chance for vengeance. When this mountain creature was gravely wounded, the spirit of the bull fiercely retaliated, manifesting the scene you witnessed earlier. However, that strike has already depleted the extraordinary properties of the Eye of Death, and the torn spirit of the mountain creature has returned to its lair, merging with the remnant soul of the bull into a unique sealing object. You can activate this item with your mental energy. The essence of the mountain creature will surge into your body, doubling the damage of your next attack. The terrifying presence of the mountain creature will leave weaker beings nowhere to hide, bestowing your subsequent strike with an assured hit effect. This exceptional item enhances both accuracy and attack power. It is indeed formidable. Griffith could not help but exclaim in wonder. Is there a cost associated with it? Minos replied. There was initially. The ferocity and resentment of the bull constantly linger upon this fragment, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate against the wielder's moment of weakness. This effect is triggered regardless of distance and is exceedingly perilous. However, its desire has been fulfilled, and it can no longer manifest that dreadful power, rendering the negative effects moot. After utilizing the mountain creature's immense power, the might within the horn requires an hour to accumulate again and cannot be used consecutively. Excited, Griffith secured this artifact of sanctity and hurriedly made his way outside. The joy of his discovery somewhat alleviated his mental and physical fatigue, causing his steps to feel lighter. Wait, just as he was about to leave the thorny cage, Minos interjected, "You have forgotten something important." "What is it? Were you not concocting a slowing potion? Quickly gather some mucus from the mountain creature. It is a rare ingredient. Dig a little deeper." After Griffith reported back, the professors at Hormontworth were taken aback and hurried to the scene for an investigation, subsequently sending Griffith back to his dormitory to rest. The results of the communion and search would take time to emerge, and they hoped to uncover some clues regarding the mountain creature and the hired hands. Griffith entered the bathroom to wash away the grime of battle. After a long absence from combat, he felt inexplicably invigorated, as if he had released a repressed aspect of his nature. Should anyone seek a quarrel with him now, he would gladly engage once again. In the coming spring, Griffith planned to challenge Sequence 8 and become a true extraordinary being. The training he had undergone since childhood and the bloodshed on the battlefield had equipped him well for the path of the disruptor. Following today's battle, he felt a compelling urge to leap forward, as if he could almost touch the threshold of advancement. He dried off, shook his hair, and donned a light garment before stepping out of the bathroom. The ingredients he lacked for his potions should be attainable, allowing him to brew several vials in the coming days. Upon exiting the bathroom, Griffith spotted Galadia leaning against a pillar in the corridor. Her head tilted as she gazed at the bright moon in the night sky. She wore a fitted light green dress, the hem revealing her long, smooth legs, and her dark hair danced gently in the evening breeze. The silver moonlight bathed her exquisite profile, reminiscent of the enchanting moment when they first met. "Ah, you're out?" The elf noticed his footsteps and turned her head slightly. "Do you realize you were nearly dead? That was a mountain creature." Griffith chuckled and shook his head as he approached her. "Am I not impressive?" The two locked eyes, the silence so profound that they could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Galadia's gaze slowly traversed Griffith's nose, lips, and lingered upon his exposed chest. In that fleeting instant, Griffith suddenly realized how close he was to the elf, close enough to embrace her slender waist with a mere extension of his arm. Galadia lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, taking a step back. "Why did you take so long in the shower?" "I've been standing here for quite a while, and a few people came to say some rather annoying things to me." "Has someone been bothering you?" Griffith asked, his expression turning serious. "Just a little," Galadia replied lightly as she glided toward the dormitory. "These aimless noble offspring merely seek sensory pleasures. Approaching me is but a puzzle piece in their journey of experiencing various humanoid races. The thought alone makes me uncomfortable. I must find an opportunity to teach them a lesson." Various humanoid races, such an experience exists? Griffith had never considered such pursuits before. Within the realm of female humanoid races, there exist creatures such as trolls, orcs, giants, and centaurs. Some trolls possess an appealing appearance, orcs are somewhat acceptable, but the rest. This is quite exhilarating. "Hey, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Galadriel reached out and pinched Griffith firmly on his back. "By the way, what are you meddling with in the Whispering Forest?" Collecting some materials for potions, Griffith grimaced in pain. "You see, that potion tome revealed some recipes I can master." "Quite impressive." "Ah, that." Galadriel gently brushed her long hair aside. "Although you are not a spellcaster, your resistance and willpower are high, and your perception is rather low, making it difficult to hear or see concealed entities. However, constantly engaging with such perilous matters will inevitably affect you. It is merely a matter of time. What will happen then? First, your intuition will alert you to imminent dangers, bringing forth unprecedented mysteries and terrors that will torment your will." Galadriel crossed her arms over her chest. "If your will is not resolute enough to withstand these revelations, the consequences could be dreadful. A temporary shattering of your sanity might lead you into madness, which could still be salvaged. However, if your sanity disintegrates beyond a certain point, you would only have two paths to choose from. What are those two? Death or madness? I have warned you before." Galadriel shot a reproachful glare at Griffith. "Do not take this lightly. In such circumstances, dying could be considered a stroke of luck. To succumb to eternal madness would be the most harrowing torment for you and your loved ones. At that point, you would no longer be yourself, but a mere puppet of some foreign will. Chapter 45. Winter Camping, Part 1. The crimson leaves had already fallen from the trees, and white snowflakes danced in the air. It was about to snow. Griffith emerged from his warm cocoon of blankets and stepped onto the balcony to feel the biting cold air, promptly retreating back inside to don his coat. He quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth, then adorned himself with a helmet, chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves. Carefully, he strapped on his long sword and dagger, seized his spear and shield, and stealthily made his way out of the dormitory. As he stepped outside, two of his roommates turned over in their beds, effortlessly slipping back into slumber. There was still an hour and a half before the ordinary students would rise. The Schutarals needed to complete their early morning training before breakfast. At this hour, the sky was only just beginning to brighten, the sun yet to rise, and the tranquil campus remained shrouded in silence and dim light. Griffith swiftly traversed the quiet corridor, habitually glancing at the girls' dormitory. Galadia often arose early for morning exercises, but he had never learned where she went. Sonia, who preferred to read at night, undoubtedly had not yet awakened. Similarly clad in armor, Lana and Mia descended from another building, the three of them exchanging silent nods as they hurried towards the northern cliffs. Professor Eric from the military command department was already neatly dressed, exuding the vigor of his decades-long military career. He stood upright on the grass at the edge of the cliff, observing as the Schutarals quickly assembled in formation. "How does this old man manage to rise so early every day?" murmured Ophelia, the trainee knight, to her companions. Beside her, the robust and agile Mitmea had just secured his helmet over his golden locks. Each morning, Griffith adhered to the military custom of joining the other Schutarals for early practice. They were to embark on a fully armed 10-kilometer march through the hills and valleys near Hammenwatsburg. Except for the senior students who were away on missions, the remaining 70 or so Schutarals formed a neat column, swiftly navigating the rugged path along the cliff's edge into a valley. The scouts within the ranks, like shadows, quickly spread out to maintain vigilance at a distance. Enemy scout teams appeared on the ridge at 3 o'clock. Professor Eric, shortly after the training column set off, had issued information regarding the hypothetical enemy based on the terrain. Griffith immediately followed a senior student toward the ridge for reinforcement. As the main force encountered long-range fire, Eric kept the others occupied, later adding that the incoming fire was from a catapult rather than a volley of arrows. The Schutarals, who had just raised their shields, scattered like a swarm of rabbits, seeking refuge in ditches and puddles. With a splat, Griffith stepped into a muddy pit, the icy water sending a shiver through him. Behind him, the strikingly beautiful Ophelia von Ishtar soared over a low wall, propelled by Mitmea. Lana and Mia followed closely, several pairs of iron boots clattering against the muddy human ladder as they ascended. "Hurry up. Even a legless troll would be faster than you lot," Eric bellowed, having led the group away from the dormitories. "If you don't complete the maneuver within 5 minutes, the unit will be annihilated by long-range fire, and you pitiful souls will be hanged." The third-year leader gritted his teeth, surging toward the high ground against the biting coastal wind. Griffith and the others, coated in mud, struggled to keep pace over the rocky terrain. Storm Configuration 9, Surface Liquid Designated, Vaporize. Lady Marian stood a few steps away, waving her wand and casting 2 familiar minor spells. Storm Configuration 30, Surface Mud Designated, Peel Away. The mud-streaked Schutarals stood at the entrance of the dining hall as the clock chimed 8. The cold water on their armor and clothing rapidly dried and solidified, and soon large clumps of mud began to fall away, accumulating at their feet. "Professor Eric, if your students were any later, they would have another training exercise called Hunger Endurance," Lady Marian remarked solemnly, casting a disapproving glance at the mud-caked military command professor. "Noted, my lady," Eric replied, comfortably taking a seat on a nearby chair and summoning a brownie to clean his boots. "I'll give that exercise a try another day." That scoundrel, Ophelia, having cleaned herself, swiftly stowed her armor and weapons in a nearby corner, donning a robe neatly folded by the brownie before dashing into the dining hall. Griffith and the others followed suit. Flooding into the dining area, students from the 4 academies gathered at the long table like a large family, discussing last night's assignments while enjoying breakfast of milk, cereal, buttered bread, bacon, and yogurt. "Good morning, Griffith." Sonia greeted the trainee knight with a smile, her beauty surpassing the morning light Griffith had witnessed at the cliff's edge. "Good morning, Sonia," Griffith replied, quickly taking the seat she had saved for him, turning to greet the elf resting her head on the table. "Good morning, Galada." The elf stirred slightly, her long ears twitching in acknowledgement. "You have less than 15 minutes to eat," Sonia remarked, laying down her yogurt. Her eyes sparkling as she watched Griffith grab a large piece of bread and stuff it into his mouth with milk. "Slow down. You need to maintain elegance at all times. That is the knightly code of the Lamore family." Indeed, having filled his stomach with a chunk of bread, Griffith elegantly forked 6 pieces of bacon, savoring them in 3 refined bites. At the adjacent table, Lana took the plate prepared by Fiona, thrusting a baguette filled with sausage, bacon, and vegetables into her mouth, then rapidly chewing as if sawing wood. "Ha ha." Sonia covered her mouth, bursting into laughter at Lana's eating antics, finding them endlessly amusing. "Griffith, don't try that." With a hint of regret, Griffith set aside the bread stuffed with bacon and sausage, tearing it into pieces to eat more attentively. "Any news?" Lana queried, her cheeks full as she stumbled over her words. "Don't talk while eating," Fiona chastised her, then picked up the freshly delivered morning newspaper. "Let me see. The Grand Triumph was held in Beyerland. Hey, you all missed it." "Oh." A collective sigh escaped the Schutarals at the long table. Ophelia, from a distance, tapped the table and asked, "What about the prize? What about the reward after the great victory? Has anyone received it?" "Why haven't I received a single coin?" Fiona continued reading. "The Ministry of Justice has suspended lawsuits against residents evading military service in the eastern provinces. Eligible young men may apply for citizenship. The latest survey from the Statistics Bureau indicates that following the Grand Triumph, government support has increased by 20, while the public's warlike tendencies have decreased by 50, with available manpower up by 100. Long live the wise Senate." "Ah, here it is. The Parliament is drafting the details for prize distribution. Bonuses for local legions and auxiliary forces will be dispersed by the Ministry of Finance to local lords, overseen by local authorities, while bonuses for direct legions will still be uniformly distributed by the central government." A wave of relieved sighs filled the long table. Most Schutarals, including Griffith, would be able to collect their bonuses directly from their feudal lords. Fiona flipped through other pages before continuing to read. "The volume of trade routes between Beyerland and the southern provinces has surged by 1,500 in the last 3 months. The prices of grains and bulk commodities have fluctuated wildly, prompting the Arcane Council and Senate to deliberate on the latest trade and tariff legislation. The BI 50 index has risen by 59.17 compared to the previous 30 trading days. Sonia, should we consider investing a little from our private funds?" There is no immediate intuition. Griffith listened intently for a moment, struggling to think of how matters beyond the bonus policy might be influenced. "Look, the messenger has arrived." A flock of elegant ravens and owls deftly navigated through the skylight of the hall, circling gracefully above the dining table. Fiona, engrossed in her reading, paused in her pursuit. "Come here, Paraloo." Sonia extended her fair hands towards one of the birds. The plump creature ignored her, fluttering down instead to the fruit bowl beside her, pecking at the nuts within. "You haven't changed a bit," Sonia sighed, scratching the little creature's head, while retrieving a small package from its back. At the moment the girl unwrapped the package, Griffith noticed it contained a small, vibrant red vial. The pure crimson hue surpassed even the red of roses, magma, and flames. Even a fleeting glance ignited a fervor within the heart of the aspiring knight. The tiny crystal bottle seemed alive, emanating an invisible allure and temptation. The air was subtly filled with an almost imperceptible whisper. "What is this?" Galada seemed to sense something. Raising her head to inquire, "Is it a potion?" "Yes, a potion, along with a letter addressed to Griffith from our family, written by Soren." Sonia replied as she rummaged through the small package, astonished that they corresponded. "Who is Soren?" Fiona asked. "My father's secretary, Armand Soren, the apprentice cleric," Sonia contemplated, using language her friend would understand, describing him as having beautiful, melancholic eyes, pale and serious in demeanor. "I recall him," Fiona exclaimed, striking the table. "He is quite handsome. We are far from Beyerland. I requested Mr. Soren to assist me in investigating certain matters," Griffith responded. "I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the investigations into the Isis and Cook gang." Griffith carefully tucked the letter into his pocket, intending to examine it later. Sonia nodded, delicately lifting the vivid red vial, inspecting it in the light. "This is a potion for ascending to sequence 8 for paladins, already prepared. I initially planned to send the ingredients over. While enhancing both physical and mental capabilities, the consumer will also acquire several extraordinary abilities. This one is intended for Griffith. However, the decision to consume it remains entirely yours. The girl's gentle words drew the attention of everyone nearby. This potion, valued at over 4,000 silver lira, is not something that can simply be bought with money. Sequence 8 is the minimum requirement for entering the knightly class, potentially the ultimate goal for many throughout their lives, necessitating years of toil to reach that threshold. Yet, for Griffith, consuming it would mean ascension, forever altering his fate. He is destined to become a noble and a knight. Unlike most others, curious, envious, and greedy gazes drifted from the long table, landing on the small package and Griffith's face. Sonia handed the potion to Griffith, the crimson sheen instantly capturing his gaze. The potion, more crystalline than blood, seemed to pulse with life, calling to the aspiring knight's spirit with an ethereal whisper. Fiona, sitting not far away, observed the small sequence potion with keen interest, patting Rana on the shoulder, saying, "The paths of the spellbreaker, paladin, and demon hunter are quite fascinating. The rank of sequence 9 is termed rookie, allowing for any direction of growth during the advancement process. While each path has its own merits and drawbacks, it is generally believed that the paladin represents the optimal choice for those aspiring to command an army, balancing both combat and defense, and possessing the ability to pray to deities for blessings, excelling in team battles." However, Rana disagreed with this assertion. Both Griffith and I have already exhibited talents as spellbreakers. If you ask me, piercing through the enemy directly is the true measure of a man's battle. The paladin, trying to straddle the line between warrior and spellcaster, is a choice for the weak. Fiona, heir to a lineage of paladins, seized Rana's face, pulling it forcefully to either side. "Say that again. I dare you." Sonia smiled slightly and explained to Griffith. "This potion is derived from a fallen knight, Eldenova, the executor of Sequence 8. Like most advanced potions, this concoction carries remnants of the previous generation's memories and knowledge. When consuming this potion, you may even hear the voice of Knight El. Knight Eldenova possessed the ability to pray to the holy light and receive blessings. Inheriting a portion of his power and knowledge will enable you to become a paladin, which is why I hesitated to hand it over to you. The theoretical research on the inheritance of extraordinary traits is not yet complete." "Thank you, Sonia. This potion far exceeds my modest contribution. Given my current state, I should be able to break through on my own come next spring," Griffith asserted with great resolve, returning the enticing little crystal vial to the girl, striving to divert his gaze from its luminous allure. "I understand." The golden-haired girl smiled sweetly, carefully stowing the small package in her pocket. "This potion is somewhat special. I intend to prepare it for you, without the expectation that you consume it immediately." The dazzling sheen was concealed by the wrapping, and the enigmatic aura dissipated alongside it. Griffith seemed to hear the sighs of disappointment and jealousy emanating from those around him. Galadia rubbed her sleepy eyes, pondering for a moment before stating, "The unique abilities acquired during the advancement process vary in quantity, type, and intensity from person to person. Sometimes, even those with exceptional talent might receive peculiar extraordinary abilities due to misfortune. In contrast, the enhancements provided by identified potions are more predictable, offering a safer and more reliable option. Nonetheless, why prepare the potion now? Just a few days ago, the headmaster announced that the first-year students would soon embark on a reconnaissance trip to the edge of the Whispering Forest this semester." Sonia suddenly recalled this significant matter, having heard that it is a prime location for research into alchemy and countermeasures against dark magic. "However, I have recently had an unsettling feeling that something might occur. Hence I had my family prepare this potion as a precaution." Chapter 46, Winter Camping, Part 2. I recall that on the first day of school, we were warned to cherish our lives and steer clear of that place. The admonition was reiterated several times. Griffith pondered. His thoughts were entangled with numerous other matters. Over a month ago, the mountain monster in the woods had not yielded any follow-up news, and the school had confiscated the extraordinary traits extracted from it for investigation, leaving the promised rewards unaddressed. Whether there were any conclusions from the investigation was irrelevant. It was likely shrouded in ambiguity like previous occurrences. Yet, the extraordinary traits of the mountain monster were undeniably precious. The more Griffith contemplated, the more anxious he became. The battle with the mountain monster en route was perilously reckless, a stark deviation from Griffith's usual demeanor. Initially, he had intended to assess the situation and withdraw. However, the sudden outbreak of combat had ensnared him, and the eventual victory had been sheer luck. In retrospect, he felt increasingly that he had been too imprudent that day. Taking such significant risks should yield commensurate rewards. I shall assert my claim to the extraordinary traits. Surely not. The discussion at the long table continued, and Galatea shook her head. The provisions and accommodations were arranged by the school, and high-ranking professors would lead us in camping outside the forest. The monsters lurking at the forest's edge lacked the audacity to approach us. Monsters at the forest's edge? Fiona interjected, her curiosity tinged with concern. Wouldn't formidable monsters from deeper within the woods come? If so, I could acquire more specimens. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling everyone. Professor Lords had arrived unbeknownst to them. His gaze swept over the students still engrossed in their breakfast, and he spoke in a steady, unemotional tone. The winter camping has been moved up. Return now to pack your belongings. I expect to see everyone at the school gate in half an hour to report to Vilonos. 1 minute late will result in a deduction of 1 point from your practical class. What? Everyone struggled to believe their ears. Do you understand? The professor continued. We depart at 9 o'clock for the winter reconnaissance trip, starting today. Snowflakes fell gently upon Griffith's shoulder plates. The light snow of the early morning had transformed into a heavy flurry. Today had unexpectedly become the day for the first-year reconnaissance trip. The freshmen, having only been enrolled for a few months, donned thick cloaks and wrapped themselves in warm woolen scarves, forming a long line behind the professors as they made their way to the Whispering Woods. The 4 academies departed in different sequences and directions, with Minerva Academy's first stop being an abandoned ancient castle located 40 miles from the academy. Brownies hurried along with carts laden with luggage and provisions, traversing the soft white snow at the rear of the line. The 20 Schutarals exclusive to Minerva donned their recently removed heavy armor, wielding long spears and halberds as they swiftly spread out along the path. Disperse. Maintain a vigilant formation along the way. Professor Eric, who would not participate in this camping expedition, shouted towards the armored youths. Griffith, Ophelia, do not dawdle. Why haven't T scouts been dispatched yet? Why are the skirmishers so close to the main body? Oh dear. Who would have thought we would get scolded right before departure? Ophelia stood beside Griffith, watching the slowly passing line of students. The young ladies and gentlemen were indeed moving quite slowly. The snow makes our movements cumbersome, and the departure was rather hasty. Our current pace is quite decent, Griffith remarked, his gaze lingering on the figure of Sonia in the long line before he shifted his attention back. To make untrained individuals march 40 miles through heavy snow, the school truly possesses audacity. I'll lead the skirmishers ahead. A girl with a golden ponytail pointed at the map before Griffith. The watchtower, that's where we'll regroup, our camping site for tonight. Departing from Homenwarts, we'll travel west along the northern edge of the Whispering Woods. About 40 miles in, there lies an abandoned fortress. During the war a century ago, the northern lords attempted to traverse the Whispering Woods to launch a surprise attack on Beyerland. To achieve the same, they constructed a sturdy fortress atop a high ground using massive stones, garrisoning over 200 soldiers. They monitored the movements of Homenwarts while coercing nearby villagers to fell trees to clear paths. No one has seen those soldiers or villagers since. The entire day of travel would not be by carriage, and any frostbite or injuries could be healed before continuing. The winter sun sank early, adding a chill to their already cold hands and feet. Griffith checked the route and direction, confirming he hadn't strayed from the path, then stowed the map and ran down from the high ground beside the road, heading towards the front of the line. Look, the tin can is back, exclaimed the exhausted young master fisher with irritation. Such trivial matters should have been left to them. Indeed, why must we engage in such tasks given our status? Echoed Lord Badon, muttering in agreement. Even if we are to lead troops in the future, we must maintain the dignity of nobility, mustn't we? War would indeed be splendid. Another member of Fisher and Oppos, S Group, Winston, remarked energetically. I'll have Ophelia visit my tent tonight. Mind your words, fool, Fisher snapped before Lord Badon could respond. She is not yours to covet. Control yourself before Lord Errant speaks. The arduous journey persisted throughout the day, with the heavy snowfall seemingly on the verge of transforming into a blizzard. Fortunately, as evening approached, the freshmen could glimpse the majestic silhouette of the castle ahead. Are we staying there tonight? Sonia exclaimed, lifting the furry hood of her cloak to gaze at the ruins beneath the dim sky, excitement bubbling within her. The castle is maintained by the school each year and serves as the first stop for winter camping, Fiona said, leaning closer to Sonia and wrapping her arm around her. But I have a bad feeling about this. In every aspect. Just hang in there. Galadia shook her head, stowing away her ear cap in her backpack. Once the brownies light the campfire and lay out the blankets for dinner, you'll be cheering. Stop. The voice of the guiding Professor Valonos cut through the howling northern wind. Faculty and brownies, set up camp. We will rest here tonight. Everyone, I have not dismissed you yet. The first-year students, having walked all day, stifled their cheers, standing in place, craning their necks to gaze at the ancient castle atop the massive rock before them. The fortress was built upon a naturally formed gray-white monolith, rising several meters above the ground. The builders had excavated a wide, spiraling passage along the edge of the rock, and atop the plateau, they erected a double-layered wall and towers using gray stones. Time had eroded both the stone walls of the monolith and much of the structure, bringing forth the seeds of plants and soil. From the base of the monolith, one could see trees and shrubs growing upon the rock, not yet completely covered by the accumulating snow. The brownies nimbly drove the carts up the spiraling path. Before they set up camp, professors and students alike gathered beneath a nearby large tree, seeking a dry spot to rest. Although they did not have to carry their luggage, walking on foot for an entire day was an experience many students had never encountered. Sonia had consumed several stamina supplements along the way, requiring immense willpower to rise after each break. Griffith trod upon the snow, jogging toward the resting group. Like the other Schutarals, he remained in a state of readiness during this camping expedition. Under such circumstances, his relationship with Sonia had shifted to that of a commanding officer and commander. Consequently, despite Ramoir's daughter being utterly exhausted, Griffith could not carry her along the journey. Miss Sonia, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Griffith commenced, our reconnaissance is complete, and the scouts have detected no signs of peril. He then presented the proposed layout for this evening's encampment and the established security protocols. With a resonant thump to his chest, Griffith extended his greetings to the adjacent assembly of boys and girls, their countenances betraying their fatigue. He proceeded to deliver a report encompassing the routine procedures mandated by the manual, meticulously presenting the map he had diligently drafted. In much the same vein as Griffith's fealty to the Lamore lineage, the scions of noble houses are, when the exigencies arise, bound to answer the call of their liege, be it His Majesty the King or a Grand Duke, and venture forth onto the field of battle. For the aristocratic students of Homonvers, the summons to arms is highly probable during their third or fourth academic year, compelling them to lead their vassals and soldiers into the fray or to execute some perilous undertaking. It is against this backdrop that Homonvers conducts its biannual camping excursions or field exercises. These are overseen by seasoned professors or associate professors, simulating the marches and bivouacs of wartime, and are even graded as part of the curriculum. Of course, no simulation can conjure the presence of a substantial infantry contingent. To ensure a comprehensive experience, the school has, for many years, insisted that all participants proceed on foot. The staff ride is no mere jaunt. It is not a picnic, but the most formidable course in the Homonvers syllabus. Chapter 47, Winter Camping, Part 3. Sonia, her face pale from the cold, attempted to rise and take the report that Griffith had handed her. However, her slender ankles felt both sore and numb, and as she stood, she wobbled and nearly collapsed. Not far away, the gazes of Valonos and several on-duty associate professors immediately turned towards her. The authority over the winter camp decision at Minerva did not lie with the professors or associate professors. Rather, it was in the hands of the frontline committee, comprised of issues, Sonia, and Fiona. At least in formality, the final decision was made after consulting with everyone. Should any of the three be unable to make a decision, a substitute would be chosen from the alternate members. Of course, if such a situation were to arise, Sonia's practical class would be in jeopardy. Every step and procedure was subject to scoring. Quick-witted Galadia swiftly snatched the map and report from Griffith and handed them to Sonia. I propose we review the report together. The soldiers have more time to prepare before nightfall. Sonia, I suggest you read the proposal, and we can vote on each point right here. Aye. The collective response echoed, whether with enthusiasm or reluctance, as they shuffled closer. Though only 20 Schutarals were participating in the camp, the others were not merely heads of their families or their deputies. The scoring and system were designed this way. In the current scenario, Sonia and the nobles present were positioned as commanders during wartime. The associate professors, led by Valonos, were watching them closely from a distance, ready to deduct points for any missteps. Our camping plan for today is as follows. A biting wind swept through the eerie forest, cutting into their collars like a knife. Holding the report, Sonia found it difficult to breathe, her fingers nearly frozen. A quarter of an hour later, a first-year student rushed into the camp at the watchtower, brushing off the snow from their clothes and handing their outerwear to Brownie, changing into warm indoor attire. During that brief interval, diligent Brownie and the school staff had cleared a space amidst the ruins of the watchtower, erected warm tents, and begun preparing dinner. Some Schutarals commenced setting up sentry posts and constructed a wooden wall and gate at the entrance. The associate professors vanished from sight, organizing the perimeter's alert formations. The biting cold wind was kept at bay by the remnants of walls and trees. The icy ground was covered in a thick carpet. Elegant tents were erected behind sturdy fortifications, and blazing braziers lined the paths. This temporary campsite was indeed warm and comfortable. The kitchen thoughtfully provided steaming coffee and milk, allowing everyone to grab a cup and cradle it in their hands as they made their way to the cozy lounge. Dinner would be served in half an hour. But Vilonos's voice pulled everyone back to the harsh winter, followed by evening study hours. Professor Lords would arrive at midnight, and if anyone was found slacking before then, Griffith excused himself and left the tent, opting not to partake in the formal dinner during the camp. He quickly devoured the bacon, egg, and vegetable sandwich he had fetched from the kitchen, took a couple of swigs of hot water, and nonchalantly departed the warm camp, heading towards the edge of the watchtower's massive rock to complete his inspection before study hours began. "Sir, do you require maintenance for your weapons and armor?" a Brownie inquired as he approached Griffith. "No need, I will handle it myself." The apprentice knight waved him off. Military life was one thing, but this campsite was exceedingly comfortable. Did it not seem a tad indulgent to have others tend to his weapons? Griffith felt a twinge of anxiety and irritation at this thought. Although his time away from the battlefield had been brief, the luxurious comforts were beginning to make him feel somewhat rusty. His most recent battle against the mountain monster had been lackluster, to say the least. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Others seemed perfectly content. Even Rana, the cavalryman, had donned a warm cloak and was being tutored by Fiona. Though training had become increasingly arduous with the dropping temperatures, immediately after, they could change into clean, warm garments and return to a hearty meal by the roaring fire. Despite the daunting coursework, the apprentice knights did not need to sharpen or maintain their own swords and bows. This lifestyle was 1,000 times more comfortable than that of the military. Having just prepared dinner, Brownie neatly stacked everyone's weapons and armor, then began to clean and maintain them. The Schutarals welcomed this, especially as exam season approached, which had curtailed their training time. According to the professors, even the foundational courses were falling behind, and those whose heads were filled with muscle rather than knowledge had no right to remain at the esteemed Homenwarts. The Schutarals entered Homenwarts as non-commissioned officers, and upon leaving the academy in a few years, they would hold the rank of junior officers, marching alongside their lords, commanding, and participating in balls and feasts. For them, many of the tasks during their tenure as non-commissioned officers were not essential for their future roles. That was true. Non-commissioned officers and officers were two different matters. Returning from the distant eastern battlefield, everyone had assumed a new identity, needing to adapt to a new world. Griffith circled around the massive rock, noting that while the area lacked defensive manpower, the terrain was treacherous, and detection spells and small reconnaissance golems had been set up below the cliffs, leaving no opportunity for any external monsters or beasts to approach undetected. After all, this was a camp, not a battlefield. Griffith let out a soft sigh. Since arriving at Homenwarts, although he had maintained the habit of nightly inspections, the tranquil nights here were filled solely with fragrant blossoms and soothing sea breezes. If only he could have the company of the elven lady to make it perfect. "Good evening, Griffith," Sonia greeted him cheerfully as she emerged from the warm tent, looking rejuvenated. "Are you prepared for your exams? Outside of the magic courses?" "I have no issues," Griffith replied with a resigned shrug as he clanked his way to his seat in heavy armor. "Now you can finally get your wish, can't you?" Galadia teased him as he entered the tent in his cumbersome gear. Then, Sonia nodded in satisfaction. "Let me see how much you have learned in magic." The Brownies had prepared a comfortable study area for the students. They had chosen several particularly sturdy sections of the ancient walls, creating spacious tents along the wind-sheltered walls with woolen blankets. The ground was covered with soft, thick rugs, and the gaps in the walls were opened up to accommodate a fire pit. Despite the howling cold winds outside, the interior felt as warm as the lounge at Homenwarts. This temporary library was adjacent to the ancient walls and the vast starry sky, distanced from the noise of the kitchen and the professor's tents, providing a quiet and cozy atmosphere. Everyone quietly turned the pages of their books, just as they would in Homenwarts. "I'm ready to give up," Griffith confessed as he stepped forward. "The introduction to magic is impractical, and I simply cannot memorize some of the theories. With this time, I could earn an A in all military command subjects." "Don't be so stubborn. We can review before Frost Festival," Sonia said with a smile, pointing to the seat across from her. "If you lack a fundamental understanding of magic, it will be detrimental when facing magical adversaries in the future. I do not wish for my knight to be powerless against dark sorcerers." Sonia made a valid point, and indeed, poor performance in the introductory magic and spell-related courses would hinder his ability to enroll in advanced alchemical potions classes, which would be a significant loss. Seated beside Griffith, Galadia leisurely flipped through her textbook on spellcasting, highlighting a point that Griffith could not overlook. The clock's hands were slowly inching toward midnight, and some students had already retreated to their tents, preparing for sleep. Griffith, his head spinning from poring over the thick tome, Introduction to Magic, noticed that Galadia and Sonia had vacated their seats, carrying refreshments to the sheltered terrace for a quiet conversation. "Sir, would you like a cup of coffee?" Griffith suddenly looked up to see a brownie with wide eyes gazing at him. In its hands, it held a cup of coffee and a small piece of cake, its timid yet earnest gaze fixed upon the armored apprentice knight. "Thank you," Griffith replied, taking the refreshments and swallowing the small cake in one bite, followed by a sip of the bitter coffee. Ugh, it's quite bitter. He craved honey or milk, yet feared the drowsiness they might induce. The brownie, cradling the tray in its arms, hesitated as it gazed up at the much taller apprentice knight. "What is it?" Griffith inquired kindly, noticing the brownie lingering beside him. Well, esteemed knight," the brownie stammered, nervously twisting the tray in its hands. "I heard that while studying advanced magic, appropriate breaks can enhance comprehension." "Oh, have you studied magic as well?" Griffith chuckled. "Isn't that forbidden for you? If it's magic necessary for serving a master, then it is permissible for the likes of us to learn," the brownie replied. "Indeed, you make a valid point. It is unwise for me to persist here." Griffith nodded at the similarly appearing brownies, rising to greet Sonia and the others on the terrace before stepping out of the tent for a breath of fresh air. The cold night wind howled through the desolate, crumbling walls. Stretching leisurely, Griffith strolled along his previous patrol route, occasionally checking the shrubs and soil at the cliff's edge. Moments later, he recalled that he had yet to examine the letter from Soren, hastily retrieving the envelope and finding a sheltered corner to read. Situation report from the Count's estate. "Esteemed apprentice knight, it has been a while. I hope all is well with you and the lady. The investigation you entrusted to me months ago has finally yielded some feedback. I shall summarize. Copies of the case files have been retained for your review upon your return to Beyerland. 1. Investigation records concerning Aces. The whereabouts of apprentice mage Aces after leaving the garrison of Rudius remain incomplete. The authorities have failed to uncover his connections to the secret organization affiliated with the Cook Gang. However, one fact is certain. Aces traveled by boat to Baltimore near Homenwarts, where port records indicate he lingered for a week. 2. Investigation records concerning Gelros of the Cook Gang. The Cook Gang is a typical underground organization in Taysok Street. Searches reveal no prior involvement in activities related to mysterious forces. Captured Gelros is categorized as a freak of Sequence 9, possessing extraordinary traits from birth. Although he cooperated with the investigation, the Bureau employed truth serums and dream magic, leading to his current mental instability. Repeated inquiries confirmed that Gelros and the Cook Gang received a substantial advance payment before the incident, yet failed to specify the destination or recipient for the kidnapped individuals. The individual who provided the advance claimed to revisit without leaving any verifiable information. 3. Investigation records concerning Rudius. Prior to the incident, Rudius exhibited no suspicious behavior, seemingly confined to conducting research in the dilapidated Mage Tower as his sole purpose for existence. However, upon examining documents and research notes, the Bureau discovered a discrepancy. Rudius lacked fundamental data for adjusting and studying the strong beastmen. Despite repeatedly forcing captured beastmen, elves, and goblins to breed and rapidly produce offspring, the processes and data were not systematically recorded, compared, or stored, rendering it more akin to mere imprisonment and breeding than legitimate experimentation. His research was haphazard, yet unexpectedly resulted in a mature, strong beast man. The above information originates from reports to the Count's estate from the Investigation Bureau and other departments. Furthermore, I discovered that the Bureau is discreetly monitoring former cook gang member Lahanna. Esteemed apprentice knight, had I been in Haman Watts, I would not have allowed Lady Sonia to leave my sight. Please exercise utmost caution. Alman Soren, apprentice monk. Thus, it became evident that those responsible for creating the goblins and the living corpses likely hailed from Haman Watts. Indeed, the very method for cultivating strong beastmen may also have originated from there. After all, Rudius himself lacked the capacity for such research. Griffith felt a jolt of realization, tension coursing through his body. Valonos. He was responsible for the cultivation and training of familiars, and he had coincidentally been nearby during Rudius's attack. He had invited me to assist with alchemical work. How deliberate. At this very moment, he resides in the camp at the watchtower. Could it be him?